Chapter 1 Have you made a mistake? Brother, wake up, hurry up and wake up. With that crisp call, Doofy felt a finger jab Jingeth's backside. Stop poking, be careful or I'll poke back, Doofy grumbled impatiently. He appeared as and found himself staring at a blossoming Jungerloaf about 15 or 16, momentarily taken aback. Brother, you. Thedgeral's face flashed crimson as he felt that his remark about poking back was rather inappropriate. Shepikejapapan and, undeterred, poked riar twice more. Your report card is sherry your first, thanks to dad. This annoying brother had been asleep for 2 days already, ansukan important day, has still lingered and, completely unfazed. Do firabadiz and focused on the girl. Why's this, sister? Where am I? As she surveyed Hikram bedroom with its bunk beds, everything felt profoundly unfamiliar. The thirds. Cradling a shade in Hishans, as your job memory is flooded into his mind. In an instant, Herolized had traversed into another realm, Thejero before Heimwash's sister, Du Xiaoye. He also had a father Heranically nicknamed Dule. Goodness, how did the happen, Tome? Doofy had original live in any earthling he wakened to find himself inexplicably transported to his world. Remarkably, the original owner of this body Subaretha named Doofy weighs 18 years of farsage, and shared striking similarities in physique and appearance. Still reeling from shock, Doofy noticed that a serious off numbers pulsating gun his wrist. Remaining lifespan 176 hours, 23 minutes, and 36 seconds 35 seconds 34 seconds. What hell? Who was stunned? Soon, based on the memory as imparted to him, Doofy began to comprehend. These ways a world governed by time every individual displayed their lifespan from the moment of birth. In this realm, lifespans are viewed as a sell currency, necessary for all transactions, with every item purchased requiring a sacrifice of time. The amount of time you own passes adequate to the time you wielded, in essence, running out of to me losing in his life. The city in which Doofair sided was named Revival City, a territory within Temporal Federation. It was a sprawling vicinity, covering over 10,000 square kilometers, home to millions of inhabitants. Surrounded by several meters of fortified steel walls, this area was deemed safe zone. Outside thus a steel barrier lurked mutated beasts and terrifying creatures known as time beasts. The Temporal Federation mandated that all citizens lived within the base city until the net 18, attending various military academias based on their families means. On Seth I reached 18, based on academic performance, individuals would be dispatched to the hunting diligence outside the city to slay time beasts and procure a time. When none eventually surrendered 30 years of the meet of the Federation, only think could they return to live in the base city. Naturally, privileged day of scoot of the front line due to their familias would simply present the 30 years of the meet of the Federation. Though do flies there in a clinic, their household expenses were considerable, making it impossible for him to provide 30 years worth of time in Onego. Thus, taking to the front line as to hunt time beasts was Doofay's only option. Having grown up without knowledge of his mother, he was fortunate that his father cherished him deeply, allowing him to attend the best advanced Commander Academy in the base city. Doofy did not disappoint, as she graduated at the top of his class. Eiffel went according to plan, who would receive his appointment today, undeniably to become a high-ranking commander within a Federation legion. In contrast, many students with lackluster scores couldn't aspire to be ordinary commanders. Things started off a welcome parade to most students. Doofy felt fortunate. Brother, why are you out dreaming? Hurry up and get your report card, do Zio urged. Alright. Doofy soon adapted to his current role. He didn't lip at his sisters, amazed that, as an orphan, he had finally found family. After a quick splash of water on his face, he headed out. Dooley's private clinic. Dad, I'm here to collect my report card. Doofy called out as she entered. Clatter. 4 soldiers slid in dark like waitar moran their gun satham simultaneously. Doofy jumped back in Sarais, butansa de soldiers assessed his student uniform, they relaxed their vigilance slightly. Gentlemen, heist the master for clinic freshly graduated from Federation's advanced Commander Academy, quickly explained Unclechan, the clinic's assistant, before confiding in Doofy, your father is in emergency care. Oh. Doofy acknowledged and settled onto a long bench, awaiting his father's return. Morathan and her litter, the door to the emergency room finally swung open. Out walked a stunning woman, her cheeks flushed and still exuding grace. Thilligan to a man discreetly adjusted her color, camouflage and gave few purple bruises in her neck and chest. 1 second composed herself, she lifted her gaze to meet Doofy's offering him a slight smile, she departed under the escort of 4 soldiers. Doofy licked his lips. Based in his memories, he recognized the emergency patient. Her name was Wanshuasian, a member of the upper class in Revival City. Her husband was a general in Federation military, overseeing 3 full hunting diligence. Your old man works the hard doesn't, Doofy entered the emergency room to find his father, Dule, wiping the sweat from his brow. Their relationship was solid, akin to that of comrades, and they never shied away from banter. Saving lives and alleviating suffering, a doctor's duty is bound be competent, replied Dule, unperturbed, before adding with Asmal, besides, for you, my boy, a little hardship is nothing. Have what was wrong with Antoine, Doofy asked with a teasing grin, touching his nose. You little rascal, what are you lolling at? Don't question my medicalifix, Doolert Ted with a glare, then answered, Antoine was feeling unwell, he administered an anti-radiation vaccine. Isn't it just a booster shot? Doofy joked. Who is aware that his father and Wanshuajan were genuine lion love, yet it seemed rather audacious. How could you keep rushing gover for emergency severe couple of days and needing immediate surgery? Wang Shuspun certainly weighs a significant figure in Federation military. Doofy thought this could end in disaster. Shimanshan thought he scored first in the Academia and promised to help arrange for Iato Windhamest formidable Legionnaise trainee commander Dooley said proudly, handing Doofy a time estorage card. It contains 5000 horse off time, courtesy of Antwang. As you substantial amount of 6 months worth. Doofy Pakita the cardand inquired, is this the fee for an emergency visit? Get lost, Dooley chuckled, playfully swatting Thibak office and shed. That surgical table needs to be sturdier, haha. You little rascal. As the Thotharan Santia Sidoni another, an announcement blared outside the clinic. Command appointment issue with Federation military. Doofy from Commander Academy is to report for duty immediately. Both stopped short, swiftly exiting Theklik. High above, a screen appeared between Twadronis, displaying Doofy's resume and appointment altar. Athene transestu Twohiladar Mordhikal Sanda striking led beautiful female officer surveying Doofy with a frosty expression. Behind her, a dozen family soldiers clad in camouflage uniform stood at attention. Although their uniforms looked worn and dragged, they held themselves with pride. Are you Doofy? The family officer inquired. Yes, and dear, Doofy asked, furrowing his brow. On orders from Federation military, I am Luruabing, the vice commander of Teak Salieri family Isoltunit, here to report to you. Luruabing salute as he continued on Bal 15 Tyre unit of 108 female soldiers, I will come Commander Doofy salute. With words, the soldiers promptly saluted Doofy. An auxiliary family Isoltunit? What sort of legion is this? Only 108 members, is this a band of heroes like those from General Saflianshan? A standard Isoltuni typically boasts a minimum of 500 members, doesn't it? Ah, but the size an auxiliary unit indicates tot the size a group outside the formal structure? No, this doesn't make sense, Myson was the Apophis class. Why would he be assigned to a rag to gun it with no formal structure? Dooley, a battle-hardened veteran, suddenly felt a wave of urgency. With merely 108 members in Thunit, this clearly resembled a disorganized small team. Considering the horrifying time-based outs of necessity, even a random encounter with ordinary beasts would spell disaster for such a small group. If Isin became the commander of Fistium, it would essentially be the death sentence. Have you made a mistake? Doofy was equally stunned as was the treatment one would expect for the top student of Academy. There is no error, Luruabing offered read an appointment document. Both father and son 8 Death Federation seal affixed to in disbelief. Illiskant wing what is going on? Don't bother, chess likely to preoccupied with her own troubles. Doofy's and sedane impending doom hanu something way sorry. However, her recall at having read numerous novels about reversing worlds, wherein protagonists often possessed some form of extraordinary advantage. System, Doofy tentative like teen wordly. Beep, congratulations, host, you have successfully discovered the system. Doofy. Beep, the strongest commander system successful abound. Congratulations, host, for receiving the beginner's package. The system unlocked. Congratulations, host, for receiving Ghana Versal Toolbox. Congratulations, host, for receiving 500 mla for rematerial refining agent. Doofy exhaled indeed, a system was present. At that moment, a crowd gathered on the street in front of Teklinik. Hey, I citroether here top a couple dozen? Of course, didn't you see Doofy's name written on the screen of his appointment notice? No way Thesanophlea Famula hasn't done well academically, and is being picked up by Zaviriloft Hele test Falcon fighter jets. I find it odd to Doofy, the top student, is being welcomed by these old armored vehicles instead? What sort of shabby is these, lacking given an aircraft? Neighbors is quabbled over what the Percy of das an unremarkable welcome. Dooley's facered with embarrassment the Polduta communicator Toriach auto wanchuation. Unfortunately, all her received was chaotic static, with no contact established. Please tell me, from which sector of Federation waste thy's appointment issued, Doofeater net to Luruabing, inquiring. The appointment document bore official off temporal Federation without indicating which military sector it belonged to. Expecting a favorable, he was no confronted with an expected adversity. As for the reason behind the situation, heckled a surmise. It was simple he suffed merely to confirm his suspicions. Chapter 2, Must She Dress as a Woman? The appointment was issued by the Federal Restoration Army's 48th Hunting Division. As it did not contravene federal regulations, Luruabing answered without hesitation. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Doofy shook his head, gesturing to his father with exasperation. Dooley's face displayed guilt, feeling remorseful towards his son.asa veteran. He naturally understood that the 48th Hunting Division was Wu Dague's main force, and coincidentally, Wu Dague was the husband of Wang Shuzhen. What a twist of fate! Commander Doofy, we are merely following orders. We hope you will not make things difficult for us, Luruabing stated, her expression devoid of emotion, her tone tinged with indifference and dissatisfaction. Observing Doofy and Dooley exchanging glances of disdain, she felt a profound humiliation. This pair looked down upon their unit. However, it mattered little to her, as she held no regard for this young boy, Doofy. Every female soldier in the Women's Field Combat Corps had clawed her way through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was merely that they were now in dire straits. Had the 48th Division not promised them 20,000 hours of compensation, Luruabing would never have allowed a freshly graduated student to assume command. At that moment, Dooley felt a deep sorrow. Wu Dagui was settling a personal score, preparing to send his own son into the jaws of beasts. Meanwhile, Du Fei merely clicked his tongue, finding clarity in the situation. After all, the Federation mandated that everyone must unconditionally obey appointments. Otherwise, one would be branded as an anti-human element and sent to the mines as forced labor. Beep warning, warning. The Extraterritorial Women's Field Combat Corps has not paid the Security Zone's stay fee. You are required to vacate Restoration City within 10 minutes. 2 drones issued expulsion warnings, their bodies displaying ominous weapons. Lu Ruobing wore a bitter expression as she waved her hand to the female soldiers behind her, saying, "Please, Commander Du Fei, step into the vehicle." "Yes. Commander, please board." Several female soldiers, regardless of whether Du Fei agreed or not, nearly enveloped him with their bodies, ushering him towards an armored command vehicle. "Stop, you are kidnapping my son!" Du Lei exclaimed, both alarmed and anxious, tears brimming in his eyes. However, the Federation's regulations left him feeling powerless, forced to watch helplessly as his beloved son was taken away. "Dad, don't worry about me, you and my sister must be careful from now on." Du Fei turned his head to speak, but in the grip of the battle-hardened female soldiers, he struggled in vain, being firmly pushed into the armored vehicle. The neighbors around shook their heads. Old Du's son was not going to be a commander but was clearly being conscripted. Beep warning. Severe warning, please leave immediately, or you will be regarded as an intruder. Under the drone's expulsion, the 2 armored vehicles swiftly vanished from sight. Soon, the armored vehicles departed from the base city encircled by meters-thick steel walls, entering a rugged mountain road. The surrounding area was laden with dense foliage, and the distant mountains stretched endlessly, soon leading them to a foothill. Throughout the journey, Lu Ruobing and 4 communications female soldiers ignored Du Fei, their attention fixated on the command room's display screen. They were visibly tense, in a heightened state of alert, maintaining constant contact with the transport armored vehicle ahead. Outside the city lay countless dangers. Even though this area had been purged numerous times, significant threats still lurked. In the event of encountering a time beast, even a level 1 creature could easily overturn their armored vehicle. It could be said that they had risked their lives to welcome Du Fei's appointment. Du Fei reclined in his seat, closing his eyes as he opened the system interface. Host, Du Fei position. Commander Legion Extraterritorial Women's Field Combat Corps Prestige 0. Affinity 0. Physique unenhanced, irradiated 30 items. Universal Toolbox 1, Rare Material Smelting Agent 500 milliliters. The interface was straightforward and clear. It seemed the system had automatically bound to this unit, already defaulting him as the commander. Regarding prestige and affinity, there were prompts indicating that Du Fei needed to earn the soldiers' recognition to gain these values from them. Prestige and affinity could be exchanged for various items and blueprints in the technology repository. However, as Du Fei had just joined and was unfamiliar with these female soldiers, both values remained at 0, and the technology repository had yet to be unlocked. As for physique, everyone in this world had generally suffered from radiation, albeit to varying degrees. Take these female soldiers who had been outside the city for an extended period. Their exposure had been relatively severe. Though Du Fei had endured 30 radiation, compared to them, he was enviably healthy. Universal Toolbox? Du Fei opened the item section to reveal a plethora of tools. Ranging from precision instruments and screwdrivers to welding guns, and even including lathes and hydraulic mechanical arms, the assortment was dazzling and extensive. Additionally, there was that bottle of 500 milliliters metallic liquid, an extraordinary item indeed. The rare material smelting agent could refine any unrefinable rare material in this world. Amazing, a seemingly small toolbox contained such advanced tools. Du Fei felt a surge of delight. Modestly speaking, with this universal toolbox and the knowledge from his military academy, he wouldn't have to worry about crafting superior weapons. Thus, perhaps in the future, he could forge a formidable legion. After nearly 2 hours of jostling, fortunately encountering no dangers along the way, they arrived at a camp enclosed by stones. The destination had been reached. The 2 armored vehicles rolled into a dimly lit air raid shelter and came to a halt. Du Fei followed Lu Ruobing out of the vehicle, immediately being ushered into a cave-like room. This is the highest specification room in the entire Corps. It will be your bedroom from now on. Lu Ruobing glanced at Du Fei's student uniform and remarked, "Since the Women's Field Combat Corps lacks men, you shall make do with wearing my attire for now." She retrieved a camouflage female uniform from a makeshift wardrobe and placed it on the bed, then coldly stated, "Please change within 10 minutes. We will gather in 10 minutes to introduce you to all the soldiers and familiarize you with the situation at the Corps headquarters. Lastly, do not touch anything in the wardrobe." With that, Lu Ruobing abruptly closed the door and departed. Du Fei surveyed the room. The walls were illuminated by glowstones, and it contained a wooden bed, a table, a wardrobe, and a shower area. The space was quite adequate and well-equipped, albeit somewhat rudimentary. Was this truly the highest specification room in the entire Corps? What would the rooms of ordinary soldiers look like? Du Fei pinched the bridge of his nose, not touching the items in the wardrobe. Driven by curiosity, he opened the wardrobe, and a fragrant aroma wafted out, revealing some delicate black silk garments hanging inside. Du Fei felt a rush of heat in his nostrils. These must be Lu Ruobing's personal belongings. It appeared she was the former occupant of this bedroom and had now vacated it for him. Closing the wardrobe, his gaze rested upon the camouflage uniform. Du Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. Was it really necessary to dress as a woman for his first meeting with all the soldiers? Knock, knock, knock. "Commander, are you ready yet?" a female soldier's voice called from outside the door. "Just a moment, I'm changing." Inside the air raid shelter, a spacious area was bustling with female soldiers gathered. Lu Ruobing frowned, rubbing her forehead. Ruwabing, has that male commander arrived? What are his capabilities? A beautiful female soldier with dimples, holding a cigarette between her lips, inquired. A freshly graduated student, completely devoid of combat experience, Lu Ruwabing replied. I thought he was an old warrior. Turns out he's just a little brat? What can this decorative pillow possibly do? Can he fight in the wild? Can he drive? Can he handle a pistol? The Dimples beauty exhaled a smoke ring, deriding him. Sigh, enough already. Without him, we would be utterly doomed. Tomorrow's mission is too perilous, we cannot take Du Fei along, after all, he is merely an inexperienced student, Lu Ruwabing sighed lightly, addressing the Dimples beauty. At that moment, wow, look! With a sharp cry, all the female soldiers turned their attention towards the sound. Is this our new commander? So young? The key is, he is quite handsome. Can good looks fill our stomachs? Or fend off the attacks of mutated beasts and time beasts? Indeed, he will probably be the first to flee upon encountering a time beast. Scared out of his wits. The female soldiers whispered among themselves, most scoffing, though a few gazed at him with starry eyes. Attention, salute! Lu Ruwabing called out with composure, saluting Du Fei, greetings, commander. As her voice fell, the previously mocking female soldiers immediately straightened their backs, saluting Du Fei in unison, greetings, commander. Clad in a female camouflage uniform that, although snug, accentuated his well-built and proportionate physique, Du Fei's chiseled and handsome face made him appear remarkably spirited and vibrant. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. Du Fei returned the military salute, his gaze sweeping over all the female soldiers, feeling a twinge of excitement. Though there were only about 100 of them, these female soldiers were indeed a sight to behold, all tall, with long legs, and each possessing striking beauty. Chapter 3. Where has all the time gone? Following a brief introductory ceremony, Lu Ruwabing, serving as the vice commander, began to elucidate the situation of the entire regiment to Du Fei. Commander, this air raid shelter is our field regiment's encampment, comprising a total of 108 personnel. We have 3 commanders, 60 armored infantry, 10 artillery gunners, 10 machine gunners, 8 signalers, and 17 medical and logistical support staff. Our equipment includes 2 armored vehicles, with each member armed with either a submachine gun or a pistol, and various ammunition, of which we should have approximately over 3,000 rounds. As she spoke of the equipment and ammunition, Lu Ruwabing's voice faltered slightly. She paused before continuing, it should be more than 3,000 rounds. I can take you to the ammunition depot later. In short, the supply is quite limited. Are there no drones? Du Fei inquired. Lu Ruwabing shook her head, offering a wry smile. Drones, such equipment was nothing short of a fantasy, a notion too far-fetched to even consider. Du Fei realized then that the regiment's most valuable possessions were the 2 armored vehicles that had been dispatched to retrieve him. Report. At that moment, a communications female soldier suddenly interjected. Lu Ruwabing turned to her, what is it? The 48th Division has issued orders for our Women's Field Regiment to arrive at coordinates 269:71, the Heishui River, by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to engage in combat. What? The Heishui River? The dimpled beauty, Xiaoying, leaped up in frustration, exclaiming, they are utterly ridiculous, weren't we supposed to go to the Honggu Dam? Lu Ruwabing furrowed her brows, how far will we need to detour? An additional 30 kilometers, Vice Commander, it's not merely a matter of taking a longer route. The crux lies in our equipment, no need to elaborate. Reply to the 48th Division, our Women's Field Regiment will depart at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning and arrive at the Heishui River by 10. Lu Ruwabing commanded. With the order given, Du Fei frowned. He sensed a glimmer of helplessness and sorrow on the faces of all the female soldiers. May I interject? Although I have just assumed my position, I am now considered a part of the field regiment and should be entitled to know the specifics of this operational mission, correct? Du Fei regarded Lu Ruwabing with a stoic expression. As I mentioned earlier, our regiment has 3 commanders, and Xiaoying is one of them. If you wish to know the details of this operation, let her brief you. I must check on the status of the detector. Lu Ruwabing pointed to the dimpled beauty, and after speaking, she rubbed her temples and departed. Du Fei turned his attention to Xiaoying. Commander, since you are interested in the details of this mission, please take a seat. Xiaoying kicked a nearby stone and then offered him a cigarette, her lips curling into a slight grin. This one has my saliva on it. Care for a puff? Du Fei accepted the cigarette and sat down. Xiaoying, slightly taken aback, retrieved a skull-pattern lighter to light it for him. Cough cough cough. Damn. Du Fei took a drag, immediately choking and shedding tears. It was indeed potent. Xiaoying and the surrounding female soldiers erupted into laughter. Du Fei, undeterred, took another puff while coughing and gazed at Xiaoying's lovely face. Are you suggesting that I find you beautiful? Cough cough. I meant to inquire if your lungs are quite compromised. Ha! Xiaoying inhaled deeply, exhaling a smoke ring, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. Her expression seemed to suggest she had reached the end of her life, rendering the state of her lungs inconsequential to her. Very well, let me elucidate the specifics. To provide you with some background on our Women's Field Regiment, we operate without a formal structure. We are a motley crew, unqualified to receive federal financial support. Years ago, we were discarded like refuse by the Federation, and all our expenses are borne solely by our own efforts. You understand this, do you not? Xiaoying spoke with a hint of detachment. Du Fei nodded slightly. He was aware of this. The societal hierarchy in this world was stark, with scant regard for human rights, particularly for a makeshift regiment such as theirs. The Chrono Federation remained indifferent to their survival. Our women's field regiment is currently in dire straits, nearing the point of starvation. Fortunately, we received a mission from the 48th Division, and we owe you our gratitude. Xia Ying glanced at Du Fei, continuing, the 48th Division has appointed you as our commander and expects us to cooperate with their beast hunting operation tomorrow. Upon successful completion of the mission, we will receive a grant of 20,000 hours. They have 2 hunting zones tomorrow. One at the Honggu Dam and the other at the Heishui River. The 48th Division is set to launch an offensive, originally assigning us to assist in the encirclement of the time beasts at the Honggu Dam. However, those rascals have now ordered us to the Heishui River. Du Fei interjected, what is the difference? Xia Ying shot him a glance, her beautiful eyes reflecting a patronizing look akin to that of an adult addressing a child. For us, there is still a glimmer of hope at the Honggu Dam. At the Heishui River, it is a certain death. She lit another cigarette and added, the time beasts at the Honggu Dam are level 1, while those at the Heishui River are level 2. With our existing weaponry, hunting a level 1 time beast proves quite challenging. Level 2 at the Heishui River is beyond our capabilities. Although our task is to assist in their encirclement, the enraged time beasts show no fear of gunfire. A single swipe from a level 2 time beast could obliterate our armored vehicles. It is an experience that defies description. Du Fei fell into contemplation. Although he had never encountered a time beast, he had studied this subject extensively in his academy days. Indeed, the enraged time beasts were as terrifying as Xia Ying described, perhaps even more so. So, does this mean the field regiment is essentially marching towards certain death tomorrow? Du Fei raised his gaze. At that moment, Lu Ruobing finished her tasks and approached, stating, regardless, we must make an attempt, there is hope in going, but remaining means waiting for death. What shall we use to fight? The lives of the 108 members of the field regiment, who grants you such authority? Du Fei glared at Lu Ruobing, asserting, I disagree. His voice reverberated throughout the air raid shelter, plunging the space into an immediate silence, with all the female soldiers rendered speechless. Lu Ruobing bit her lip, her voice cold and unyielding, I am aware that this mission amounts to a death sentence. But do you comprehend how vital those 20,000 hours are to us? They represent our sole hope for survival. You are a scion of a wealthy family, parachuting into the role of commander without any understanding of what we have endured over the years. At 18, we, too, left the base city to join the military, harboring dreams of accumulating 30 years' worth of time to offer to the Federation, and then returning to live peacefully in the base city. Yet, what has been our reality? Lu Ruobing smiled bitterly, adding, I have only witnessed the tragic deaths of my loved ones and seen my sisters fall one by one, radiation, viruses, and feral beasts torment us incessantly. For every time beast we slay, the Federation extracts 20% of the time we gain, and for every transfer of time, they charge a 10% fee. Drinking water, food, and daily necessities must be purchased at Federation outposts, costing 3 times more than in the base city. We long to return to the base city, but we must surrender 30 years of time to do so. We have hunted numerous time beasts and accrued considerable time, yet we possess nothing to show for it. I wish to ask. Where has all the time gone? Lu Ruobing fixed her gaze on Du Fei, asking, can you provide me with an answer? Du Fei was momentarily taken aback, falling into silence. Everything Lu Ruobing articulated was absent from his memory, implying that he had never learned such truths in the academy. Where has all the time gone? It was evident that the Chrono Federation had drained it all away. At 18, everyone was compelled to leave the base city, save for those affluent enough to afford 30 years' worth of time. This meant that the children of the impoverished were destined to become mere instruments for the Federation to extract time from the moment they set foot in the outer city. Returning to the city was an endeavor more arduous than climbing to the heavens. At that moment, Du Fei felt a pang of bitterness within him, for he saw all the female soldiers with their heads bowed, faces concealed in tears. Even Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying had tears glistening on their cheeks. Chapter 4 Her addiction to smoking. After a brief moment, the female soldiers regained their composure and quickly returned to their usual state. How about this? I still have some time I can spare for an emergency, so we shouldn't risk our lives over 20,000 hours, Du Fei remarked. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lu Ruobing's eyes, but it soon vanished as she shook her head and said, if only you had said this 3 days ago. The mission is already underway. We must go, whether we like it or not. You understand the consequences of defying orders at such a critical moment, don't you? Indeed. Du Fei slapped his forehead, realizing he had been so preoccupied with the safety of his subordinates that he had overlooked this crucial point. Those damned regulations of the Federation. It's dark now, dinner time has arrived. Everyone, disperse. Lu Ruobing waved her hand at the female soldiers and then addressed a sweet and innocent-looking soldier, Gong Ting, please accompany the commander to dinner. After saying this, she pulled Xia Ying aside to discuss their battle plans. Commander, greetings. Gong Ting approached Du Fei and saluted, softly stating, I am Gong Ting, a communications soldier, let me take you to your meal. One could sense that she was a relatively introverted and gentle beauty. Du Fei nodded and followed her to the logistics area. The dining area was a spacious natural cave, where wooden planks served as tables and stones as stools. Upon entering the cave, Du Fei noticed the female soldiers orderly queuing for their meals. Having not eaten since his arrival, he felt a pang of hunger. Commander, there is a stone, please take a seat while I fetch your food, Gong Ting said before heading towards several cooks. Dufay casually chose a stone to sit on, observing the meals of the soldiers nearby. Their bowls contained a thick, porridge-like substance along with a small dish of dark brown side dishes. "Commander, your food has arrived. Please eat." Gonting placed Dufay's meal down and then picked up her own bowl, quietly beginning to eat on the side. Dufay glanced at his food, a large bowl of noodles topped with scallions and shredded meat, accompanied by a sausage. Looking at Gonting's bowl, he noted that her food was the same as that of the other female soldiers, a thick porridge and dark brown side dishes. "Why is my meal different from yours?" Dufay inquired. "Originally, everyone's meals were the same, but the deputy commander instructed that your meal standards should be higher than ours. When the deputy commander went to the base city to pick you up, he bought some white flour, vegetables, and meat. After purchasing, we all have only about 50 hours left." Dufay furrowed his brow and then asked, "How is time typically allocated in the field regiment?" "Once time is acquired, we share it equally. If there are expenses, we split those too. Essentially, we all possess roughly the same amount of time. Through thick and thin, we live together or die together," Gonting said. Upon hearing this, Dufay fell silent. In other words, the female soldiers now had less than 3 days left to live. It seemed that the situation of this female combat unit was far worse than he had imagined. "Commander, please eat quickly," Gonting urged, returning to her porridge. "Here, you eat mine." "Ha! I want to taste your porridge." "Commander, this is inappropriate. Obey the order." Without further ado, Dufay took Gonting's bowl of porridge and pushed his noodles towards her. He then took a sip of the porridge and a bite of the dark brown side dish. Dufay nearly retched. What on earth was this? The porridge was tasteless and gluey, while the dark brown side dish was nearly inedible, gritty, and possessing an odd flavor. "What sort of food is this?" Dufay asked, his lips twitching in distaste. "The porridge is made from cassava dug up by the logistics soldiers on the mountain, and the dark dish is a type of wild vegetable. However, both the freshly dug cassava and the wild vegetables are radioactive and need to be soaked in disinfectant for a while and dried before they can be consumed. Mainly, we are not affluent enough to buy food from the Federation's stronghold, and thankfully, there is an abundance of cassava on the mountain. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Commander, this is not suitable. I have become accustomed to drinking cassava porridge." Gonting glanced around and whispered to Dufay. "Do you wish to defy orders? What's wrong with me swapping meals with you? Hurry up and eat." Dufay reprimanded Gonting, then, relying on sheer willpower, he downed the bowl of porridge. As for the dark brown wild vegetable, he chose to forego it. It was hard to believe that all the female soldiers, including Lu Ruobing, had been consuming this kind of food. He wondered how they had managed to survive all these years. Seeing Dufay's command to switch meals, Gonting had no choice but to comply. Ding, reputation 10 points. Dufay was taken aback and looked at Gonting, who displayed a grateful expression as she savored her meal. "Finish the sausage as well." "No, no. Commander, you eat it. I already feel embarrassed eating the meat noodles. It would be too much to take your sausage." "This is an order. Open your mouth." "Commander, please." Before Gonting could protest, Dufay stuffed the sausage into her mouth. Ding. Reputation 10 points. The system notification chimed once more. At that moment, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying entered, taking their seats among the female soldiers. Lu Ruobing bowed her head, eating the cassava porridge and wild vegetables, while Xiaoying did not rush to eat. Instead, she leisurely puffed on a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. As she blew smoke rings, her lips looked enticing, and 2 charming dimples appeared on her face. It was undeniable that she was quite beautiful, but she has quite the smoking habit. Dufay frowned. "Commander, you might not know this, but Sister Xiaoying cannot do without her cigarettes," Gonting explained. "Cannot do without?" Dufay found it a bit strange. "Sister Xiaoying's lungs have suffered severe radiation damage. Tobacco alleviates her pain." Gonting, having finished her meal, tidied up her utensils as she spoke. However, the radiation she endured is fatal, and she could die at any moment. Dufay was taken aback, for Gonting's tone and demeanor seemed rather nonchalant. Noticing Dufay's unusual expression, Gonting gave a bitter smile. "Too many sisters have perished around us, we have grown accustomed to it. The radiation in the wild is several times worse than in the base city, and each of us has suffered varying degrees of damage. For instance, Sister Xiaoying has lung issues, Sister Ruobing suffers from liver problems, and others have ailments in their shoulders, necks, or abdomens. There are far too many." Upon learning this, Dufay truly grasped the dire circumstances these female soldiers faced. They were living lives that were nearly inhumane. Their remarkable resilience could only be attributed to an insatiable thirst for life. Dufay's heart was filled with conflicting emotions as he turned to Gonting, unable to restrain himself from asking, "What part of your body has been affected by radiation?" "Me?" Upon hearing Dufay's question, Gonting was momentarily taken aback. Once she realized, her face turned crimson, and she stammered, "Commander, I cannot bring myself to say it." "Very well, no need to say it," Dufay responded with understanding. It was evident from Gonting's expression that the area she had suffered radiation was something difficult to articulate, thus, he refrained from pressuring her to answer. After understanding the situation, Dufay fell into silence. Although the extrajudicial military unit operated like a band of outlaws with little discipline, these female soldiers were not malicious at heart, they were merely unfortunate souls. Moreover, since the system had already bound him to this unit, accepting these subordinates as his own, the immediate concern was to address the crisis at Blackwater River tomorrow. Chapter 5 Rare Materials. Mithril having made a decision, Dufay stood and declared, "Who can escort me to the ammunition depot? I wish to take a look." The female soldiers, who were dining, immediately turned their gazes towards Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying. Rubbing her temples, Lu Ruobing sighed, while Xiaoying extinguished her cigarette but, pouting without uttering a word. This student truly is a source of frustration, Commander. This area is designated as the living quarters. The ammunition depot is located in the adjacent air raid shelter, Lu Ruobing stated, rising from her seat. Sensing that Du Fei was merely bored, she added, it is dark outside, venturing out now would be unsafe. Let us wait until tomorrow to visit. I must ascertain the situation regarding the weaponry of the field regiment. Do not forget, I am the commander, Du Fei asserted, fixing his stern gaze upon Lu Ruobing. Faced with his obstinate demeanor, Lu Ruobing felt exasperated. Although Du Fei was merely an inexperienced student, he was nonetheless the commander appointed by the Federation. Reluctantly, she turned to Sun Xiaoqian, who was in charge of the ammunition depot, and said, since the commander wishes to inspect it, you shall accompany him. Leaning closer to Sun Xiaoqian, she whispered discreetly, just let him have a glimpse. Those munitions are our lifeline. Understood, Sun Xiaoqian nodded, standing tall as she said, rest assured, Vice Commander, I shall ensure the commander's safety. Afterward, she approached Du Fei and saluted, greetings, Commander. My name is Sun Xiaoqian. Please follow me. At the entrance of the air raid shelter stood a heavy, antiquated combination lock gate, firmly shut. Sun Xiaoqian stepped forward, grasping the metal dial and began to turn it. 3, 5, 9, 7. Given the unusual circumstances, Du Fei could only memorize the code in silence. As the dial clicked into place, the gate creaked open. At that moment, darkness enveloped the outside world, punctuated by the distant roars of beasts. Due to the nocturnal rampage of ferocious creatures, the field regiment had only stationed surveillance equipment outside the shelter, without any soldiers on guard. Commander, we must act swiftly, Sun Xiaoqian cautioned, holding a detection device that indicated the vicinity was secure, yet still urging caution. With that, she hastened towards the adjacent ammunition depot, with Du Fei trailing behind. As they passed a pile of rubble, Du Fei inadvertently noticed something peculiar about the stones. Several of them were speckled with silvery dots, faintly shimmering in the night. Beep. Mithril or detected, capable of refining rare material, mithril. Suddenly, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Oh, these stones are mithril ore? Description of mithril, a substance for which all individuals would vie fiercely. It is an indestructible and wondrous metal. Can be crafted into mithril bullets or arrowheads, possessing lethal efficacy against all living beings. Can be fashioned into defensive armor, light as a feather yet as sturdy as dragon scales. Its beauty rivals that of pure silver, with a luster that does not diminish with the passage of time. Click to unveil more. What a treasure! Truly a rare find. Du Fei's heart swelled with elation. Noticing him halt, Sun Xiaoqian impatiently urged, Commander, could we proceed more quickly? Du Fei steadied his thoughts and followed her to the front of the ammunition depot. As Sun Xiaoqian turned the metal dial once more, Du Fei silently committed the code to memory. The gate swung open with a click. With a push, Sun Xiaoqian activated the backup power switch, illuminating the vast cavern with several wall lamps. Du Fei entered, beginning to examine the weapons and equipment, while Sun Xiaoqian remained steadfastly by his side. Is this all there is? After a thorough inspection, he found only outdated, cumbersome weaponry, decidedly obsolete. In a corner sat two rugged mountain motorcycles, apart from a few shoulder-mounted grenade launchers and several usable machine guns. The rest was a heap of scrap metal. The only valuable items were the dwindling supplies of ammunition. With over 500 rounds of 20mm cannon ammunition, more than 1,000 rounds of 7.62mm machine gun ammunition, 1,500 ordinary bullets, and 150 kilograms of gunpowder, Du Fei felt utterly drained, overwhelmed by an extraordinary poverty. This meager supply of ammunition was disheartening. Should he find himself on the battlefield, it would scarcely last 5 minutes. However, Du Fei's mind raced, and soon he devised a plan. Although there are merely over 3,000 rounds remaining, fortunately, there are 150 kilograms of gunpowder available, which will allow for the production of more bullets. Most importantly, those stones outside can be refined to extract mithril. With mithril in hand, ordinary bullets can be effortlessly transformed into mithril bullets. In this manner, the mission at Blackwater River tomorrow stands a chance of success, Du Fei mused silently. Yet, he could sense from Sun Xiaoqian's demeanor and actions that she was on edge, as if guarding against thieves. What did this signify? It indicated that in the eyes of the soldiers, he was still merely a callow youth, lacking the authority to command respect. If he were to claim he could produce mithril bullets, they would likely deem him insane. For, in this world, the technology to refine mithril had yet to be mastered. Although the Federation's elite corps possessed a scant amount of mithril, it was only in the form of naturally occurring particles. These naturally formed mithril particles were exceedingly rare, underscoring the preciousness of mithril in this realm. It is regrettable that I currently lack the necessary prestige, otherwise, I could peruse the technological repository for advantageous items. With no alternative, he resolved to personally craft a batch of mithril bullets. After a cursory inspection, Du Fei discreetly followed Sun Xiaoqian out inside the air raid shelter. The female soldiers had extinguished their lights early and drifted into slumber. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying resided in adjacent quarters to Du Fei, and the two finally finalized their operational strategy. Ing Bao, regarding tomorrow's mission, I wish to. Lu Ruobing pondered briefly, then looked at Xiaoying, saying, considering your physical condition, I propose that you remain at the camp. What on earth are you doing? Are you insulting me? Xiaoying rolled her eyes, exhaling a puff of smoke that enveloped Lu Ruobing's face. My physical constitution is no less robust than yours. In fact, I have developed more impressively than you. Care to compare? With that, she promptly pushed Lu Ruobing down, preparing to unfasten her buttons for a comparison. Ah, you little rascal, stop it, who's bigger? You're bigger, are you convinced? I concede, haha, the two playfully tussled for a while, eventually sitting disheveled on the ground, a glimmer of melancholy reflected in their eyes. Ing Bao, tomorrow will be a battle devoid of hope for survival. It is quite likely we may not return, Lu Ruobing stated. I understand, if we must die, let us die together. Xia Ying nodded, rising to pat Lu Ruobing on the shoulder. I'm headed back to sleep. With that, she exited the room, returning to her own quarters. Lu Ruobing sighed softly, closing the door in preparation for rest. Just before sleep overtook her, she seemed somewhat uneasy and took out her communicator to inquire, Xiaoqian, what is the situation with that student? Rest assured, Ruobing Jia, I personally escorted him back to his room. He should be fast asleep by now, Sun Xiaoqian replied. That is reassuring, make sure to rest early, as he will be in your care tomorrow. Understood. Chapter 6 of the emergence of mithril bullets in the stillness of the night, Du Fei found himself outside the air raid shelter. He intended to commence the refinement of mithril, however, to safeguard against potential beastly assaults. He first opened the armory S-gate. Should an emergency arise, he would have a refuge at hand. Once all preparations were complete, Du Fei approached the pile of mithril ore. The stones were relatively small, negating the need for the mechanical arm from his universal toolbox. Initially, he retrieved a vial of rare substance smelting agent from his system space. Unscrewing the cap, which was equipped with a reagent straw, he drew a measure of the smelting agent and proceeded to conduct an experiment on a small piece of ore. With a gentle drop, he let a single droplet of the smelting agent fall upon the ore. A miraculous phenomenon unfolded before him where the ore rippled like water, and the silver stars scattered across its surface began to coalesce, gradually vanishing from sight. Where could they have gone, Du Fei pondered, only to witness a drop of silvery liquid flowing from within the ore, swiftly solidifying. In the next moment, the ore dulled, leaving behind a small piece of metallic silver the size of a fingernail on the ground. Is this mithril? Du Fei mused as he picked it up, discovering it possessed almost no weight, akin to plastic. A gentle squeeze revealed its remarkable hardness. Truly, it was as light as a feather and as tough as dragon scales. Filled with elation, Du Fei marveled at the simplicity of the refining process. He proceeded with the official refinement, and after processing several pieces, he thoroughly grasped the required dosage of the smelting agent. The appearance of ripples on the ore indicated that the smelting agent was at work. A small piece required merely a droplet, whereas larger chunks necessitated 2 to 3 droplets to manifest the ripples. After half an hour, Du Fei had thoroughly examined the entire pile of ore, successfully refining it. All of the process consumed approximately 30 milliliters of smelting agent, yielding over 40 mithril pieces, ranging from the size of a fingernail to that of a bottle cap. The entire endeavor went smoothly, with no encounters with ferocious beasts, greatly uplifting Du Fei's spirits. Having tidied up, he swiftly entered the armory and closed the door behind him. First, I shall coat the existing bullets with mithril. Du Fei opened all the ammunition boxes, surveying the over 3,000 bullets and shells, muttering to himself. The task was not particularly challenging, it merely required a layer of mithril to be applied to all the bullet heads. However, the shells posed a bit more complexity, as they necessitated disassembly to coat the projectiles inside with mithril, followed by reassembly. Taking a deep breath, Du Fei extracted various essential tools from his universal toolbox, first crafting a smelter from discarded steel plates. He then placed all the mithril pieces inside and added an entire straw of smelting agent. A minute later, the mithril began to liquefy. Remarkably, there was no discernible heat. If high temperatures had been generated, it could have resulted in an explosion upon application to the bullets. Coating the bullets with mithril required little technical skill, a light application on the bullet heads sufficed. The layer was thin and did not completely cover them, as the mithril was limited, necessitating careful conservation. Although only a minimal amount of mithril was used, these bullets would still deliver lethal force when striking mutated beasts or time beasts. After more than an hour, Du Fei completed the mithril coating on all standard and machine gun bullets. He then focused intently on disassembling the shells one by one. The internal components, such as fuses, cartridges, and belts, were straightforward for him. He was well versed in their disassembly and reassembly. Eventually, all projectiles within the shells were coated with mithril and reassembled. The shells appeared untouched, yet they had transformed into the most formidable weapons in this world. Previously, these ordinary shells could inflict only minor damage on time beasts. Now, a single round could obliterate a time beast, while mutated ferocious beasts would be devastated in swathes. Du Fei felt certain that the spectacle would astonish all present. Next, he began to utilize the various types of gunpowder and scrap copper in the storeroom to manufacture bullets. The simplest tasks often prove the most challenging. While bullets are fundamentally straightforward objects, crafting them to perfection is no easy feat. The casing, primer, propellant, and bullet head must all be precise to the finest degree. The entire process was intricate, and patience was paramount. Employing a press, lathe, molds, and various measuring instruments, Du Fei worked diligently. As the clock neared 6, the sky began to brighten slightly. The armory had gained over 2,000 brand new mithril bullets. Within the air raid shelter, the female soldiers had already risen to report an emergency situation has arisen in the armory. One soldier, conducting a routine check of the monitoring equipment, suddenly spotted a figure and promptly reported to Lu Ruobing. What? Emergency assembly. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were taken aback. They rushed out, with all the female soldiers trailing closely behind, surging out of the air raid shelter. With a click, the armory gate swung open unexpectedly. Du Fei was momentarily stunned. He had been discovered. ITSU, what are you doing in the armory? Upon seeing the disheveled Du Fei, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were momentarily taken aback. Du Fei replied calmly with a smile, nothing much, I merely modified the ammunition damn it, Xia Ying exclaimed, stomping her foot and letting out two expletives, her voice cracking from the strain. Lu Ruobing's face turned pale, nearly fainting from anger. Heavens, you actually tampered with our ammunition. Chapter 7 Bird eggs meet steel balls. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were seething with rage, as if they were ready to devour Du Fei in an instant. Upon witnessing the armored vehicle emerge, Du Fei disregarded their fury and turned to exit the ammunition depot. Armed with a brush, he hastily applied the remaining liquefied secret silver to the two armored vehicles, knowing that the supply was scant and only critical areas could be coated. Xia Ying pursued him, gritting her teeth, and exclaimed, "You little brat, have you lost your mind? Those munitions are our lifeline." Lu Ruobing, equally incensed, demanded, "What on earth have you done? I cannot provide a clear explanation for the moment. Suffice it to say, once we reach the Blackwater River, you will follow my lead." Without glancing back, Du Fei continued his work on the armored vehicles, aware that they might not even comprehend the significance of the secret silver. How dare they refer to him as a mere child? Soon enough, they would learn to submit and kneel before him. Xia Ying, in a fit of exasperation, gasped, "Follow your orders, on what grounds?" Lu Ruobing issued a command, "Sun Xiaoqian. Present." Sun Xiaoqian responded immediately, drawing her firearm and aiming it at Du Fei's forehead. "Don't move." Du Fei flinched. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Ruobing furrowed her brows, "Take him back and keep a close watch on him." "Understood." Sun Xiaoqian seized Du Fei, nudging him with her knee, "Commander, please accompany me back to the quarters and cooperate." Such barbaric behavior from an auxiliary military unit. Outrageous. Do you dare to imprison the highest commander? Du Fei struggled futilely against Sun Xiaoqian's grip, ultimately exclaiming in desperation, "Those bullets have been modified into secret silver bullets, use them sparingly." As his voice trailed off, he was unceremoniously dragged into the air raid shelter by Sun Xiaoqian, much like an eagle snatching a chick. Infuriating. A deranged lunatic caught unaware. What secret silver bullets, just ramblings of madness. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying shook their heads, exchanging glances before hastily entering the ammunition depot, each seizing a handful of bullets. They then loaded them into empty magazines and emerged in succession. Bang, 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 wood chips flew from two distant trees. Fortunately, no issues arose. Lu Ruobing sighed in relief. As gunfire echoed, Du Fei, confined within the room, could only shake his head in silence, muttering about the wasteful women. "Shall we test a few shells?" Xia Ying inquired. "That won't be necessary. The shells appear untouched, and time is of the essence," Lu Ruobing responded, then commanded all female soldiers, "Prepare your equipment." "Yes." "Report, a portion of bullets has been found in the ammunition depot." Lu Ruobing paused in surprise, "Take them all." "Ruobing, is it wise to confine him? After all, he is our commander." Xia Ying frowned. "Alas, this is for his own good, he is still just a child." Lu Ruobing sighed softly, then added, "Rest assured, if darkness falls and we do not return, Sun Xiaoqian will lead him to safety." Upon hearing this, Xia Ying gazed up at the dim sky and nodded silently. Destination: Blackwater River, let us depart. Yes. The two armored vehicles set off, with the female soldiers running in pursuit, advancing towards the Blackwater River. But in the very next moment, as the women's combat brigade left the camp, a gust of mountain wind blew through, turning the distant trees to ash, scattering in the breeze. Revival Military District, 48th Division. Commander, the Auxiliary Women's Combat Brigade has reported, they have commenced their journey towards the Blackwater River. An officer reported to the division commander, Diaodek, clad in a black uniform. Very well, Diaodek nodded, then ordered, "Notify all units to withdraw from the Blackwater River hunting grounds and proceed to the Honggu Dam hunting area. Subsequently, deploy drones to lure all time beasts and mutated creatures at coordinates 269. 71. Commander, are we abandoning the Blackwater River hunting grounds?" The officer queried, perplexed. "This is the mission assigned to my 48th Division by higher authorities. The madwoman who initially formed the Women's Combat Brigade has always been a thorn in the side of the higher-ups. Now, the remaining spawn must be eradicated, along with a short-lived 18-year-old. After all, under the scrutiny of the Heavenly Eye, the higher-ups expect us to execute this task flawlessly." Diaodek concluded, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "The Federation stipulates that military units must not engage in mutual slaughter, otherwise, severe punishment awaits whoever transgresses. However, allowing the Women's Combat Brigade to perish at the hands of time beasts does not violate this regulation." Understood. Commander is wise. The officer turned on his heel to relay the orders. At 9:30 a.m. Deputy Commander, we will arrive at coordinates 269:71 in 10 minutes. Order, move at full speed to reach the destination ahead of schedule. Lu Ruobing commanded from the armored command vehicle. Yes. The female soldiers of the combat brigade pressed on without respite, quickening their pace. Report. Emergency situation detected. Communications Officer Gonting rushed to report, holding a detection device. Lu Ruobing glanced at the device, alarmed to see a multitude of green and red dots rapidly approaching them. The green dots represented mutated beasts, while the red dots indicated time beasts. Lu Ruobing gasped, "What is happening? How could this be? Where is the 48th Division? Why are there so many ferocious beasts?" Simultaneously, the female soldiers aboard the transport armored vehicle, including Xia Ying, recognized the anomaly. Report. A large number of mutated beasts and time beasts have been confirmed at coordinates 269:71. Ferocious beasts are already advancing towards us from both the left and right. All personnel, assume battle readiness. Lu Ruobing's expression turned grave as she instructed, confirmed the exact numbers. The female soldiers of the combat brigade were on high alert, swiftly converging towards the two armored vehicles. Shortly, Gonting reported, there are 8 level 2 time beasts leading 2 groups of mutated beasts on the left and right, within 3 kilometers of our position. Before she could finish, the ground trembled, and the roars of the beasts surged like a tide, drawing closer. 8 level 2 time beasts, 2 groups of mutated beasts. Lu Ruobing clenched her fists tightly, beads of sweat forming in her palms. Among the beast pack, there is 1 level 2 time beast leading each side. This is troublesome. Level 2 time beasts travel at 150 miles per hour. We no longer have time to retreat, any one of them could annihilate us all. With our current ammunition, cannon fire and manual machine gun fire would barely last 10 minutes. Most critically, behind the 2 beast packs, there are still 6 level 2 time beasts. Gonting rapidly assessed the situation. The circumstances were dire, a catastrophic encounter. The women's combat brigade stood no chance against the level 2 time beasts, akin to bird eggs colliding with steel balls. Order, target the time beasts with the cannons and machine guns of the command and transport vehicles. All soldiers retreat to the right rear ravine, using the rocks as cover. Target the mutated beast packs. Strive to keep the beast packs at bay within a 300-meter range. Prepare for a desperate fight. After issuing the combat orders, Lu Ruobing turned to Gonting and inquired, have we established contact with the 48th Division? Their channel has been shut down, Ruobing Jia. I suspect this is a trap set for us, Gonting replied. Damned Wu Daguay, I curse him. Lu Ruobing's eyes widened in anger, letting slip a rare curse. After venting her frustration, she seized a submachine gun and swiftly opened the armored vehicle door. Ruobing Jia, what are you doing? Gonting looked at Lu Ruobing in confusion. Gonting, our combat brigade once boasted over 2,000 warriors, and now only 108 remain. My mother once told me that you could be an excellent commander, yet I failed to provide you with that opportunity. I should not have accepted the mission from the 48th Division. That was my error. I apologize for disregarding your earlier counsel. I will join the sisters outside to provide full cover for the command vehicle. I hope you can lead these sisters to safety. Lu Ruobing gazed at the surging beast horde in the distance, turning her back to Gonting as she issued her command. Chapter 8. Is this what I have killed, Sister Ruobing? No, you cannot leave the command vehicle, Gonting urgently interjected. Gonting, this is an order. Among the sisters, you are the few who have suffered lighter radiation. You are the hope for the continuation of our women's field combat unit. Lu Ruobing's delicate face darkened, and she solemnly declared, once we breach the gap, you must retreat without concern for us. With that, Lu Ruobing leapt down from the command vehicle. The eyes of the 5 or 6 female communication soldiers on the vehicle glistened with tears as they covered their faces and wept. Gunners, machine gunners, all positions ready. You fire at full strength as soon as the time beasts enter range. Gonting wiped away a tear and swiftly commanded, yes, everyone, prepare, offload all ammunition from the transport vehicle. Outside the command vehicle, the infantry commander shouted with a heart-wrenching cry. A report, there are an additional 600 bullets, but they lack federal identification. No federal identification. The infantry commander paused, finding this quite peculiar. There was no time to ponder these matters. She waved her hand, forget about that, distribute them all, you all are exemplary, Lu Ruobing remarked. Upon hearing this, the commander was momentarily taken aback. Sister Ruobing utilized the advantageous terrain such as rocks and ravines for cover. Prepare for battle. Lu Ruobing's brow furrowed as she gazed intently at the approaching beast horde. Sister Ruobing, I still have a machine gun here, but there aren't many bullets left, the commander stated. Then give me the machine gun, and conserve the ammunition, Lu Ruobing replied, plunging into the ranks of female soldiers to construct a defensive line. All the female soldiers saluted her with tears in their eyes. The beast horde will enter range in 30 seconds. Prepare the howitzers. 30, 29, 28, 27. Inside the command vehicle, Gonting fixated on the detection device, issuing commands. The female soldiers concealed themselves behind the rocks, tension palpable. Lu Ruobing's fingers rested on the machine gun's trigger, her gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Lu Ruobing, what the hell is going on? We agreed to die together. I want to let this go. In the transport armored vehicle, Xiaoying spotted Lu Ruobing and immediately began to curse. She was about to disembark and fight alongside Lu Ruobing, but it was already too late. Boom, roar, in the blink of an eye, the ground trembled violently, trees swayed in the distance, and dust billowed. 2 grotesque giant monsters, leading a dark horde of mutated beasts, surged from either side. The 2 giants alternated between crawling and running upright, towering over 3 meters in height. Their heads were flattened, with deep-set eye sockets glowing red, and their mouths adorned with tentacles and tusks, emitting a cacophony of clattering sounds directed at the horde. The giants bore sharp, ebony claws, their bodies sheathed in gleaming, thick scales as if encased in impenetrable armor. Their appearance was utterly bizarre and horrifying, unmistakably alien creatures. These 2 monstrous beings were level 2 time beasts. All the female soldiers stood ready, their expressions resolute and fearless. They understood that the chance of survival against level 2 time beasts was virtually non-existent. This would be the final battle of their lives. Despite their weapons being incapable of inflicting substantial damage on the level 2 time beasts, they were determined to fight to the death. The beast horde has entered range. Fire the howitzers. Gonting commanded decisively. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 boom boom, several shells erupted among the horde of beasts. The battle had begun. What is happening? Gonting noticed something amiss on the detection device. She observed that the once dense array of mutated beasts had diminished significantly, with several blank areas emerging. Those areas were precisely where the shells had struck. It was evident that the shells had obliterated numerous mutated beasts. Impossible. When did ordinary shells become so powerful? Continue firing the shells. Gonting promptly issued another command, her gaze fixed intently on the detection device. Boom boom. This time, she clearly saw that after the explosions, the horde had suffered considerable casualties. Could it be that Captain Gonting suddenly recalled what Du Fei had said when Sun Xiaoshan had escorted him into the air raid shelter? Could it be that he truly enhanced the power of the ammunition? Order, aim the cannons at the time beasts, machine guns sweep the horde, and all infantry engage the incoming mutated beasts. Don't waste ammunition, victory is ours, Gonting commanded loudly, her tone filled with excitement. Upon hearing Gonting's order through the communicator, Lu Ruobing's face paled. What was this girl trying to do? She had promised to cover the command vehicle's retreat. Why was she disobeying? However, the urgency of the situation left no room for Lu Ruobing to contemplate further. The two level 2 time beasts had already charged to the forefront. Open fire. The female soldiers unleashed a barrage of gunfire from submachine guns, handguns, and grenades. Aim the cannons at the time beasts, fire at will. In the transport armored vehicle, Xiaoying commanded. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dozens of 20mm cannon shells hurtled from the barrel toward one of the level 2 time beasts. The firepower of the cannon mounted on the old armored vehicle was not particularly formidable and would hardly harm the level 2 time beast, essentially just a tickle. In Xiaoying's view, even if the shells could slightly impede the advance of the time beast, it would be a commendable feat. Little did she know, bang, 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 dozens of shells detonated upon the level 2 time beast, causing a multitude of surrounding mutated beasts to collapse. Looking back at the level 2 time beast, its massive body was blown apart, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Heavily message. Killed a level 2 time beast, gaining 626 hours. The Time Federation takes 20, the Auxiliary Women's Field Combat Unit's storage card receives 901 hours. Auxiliary Women's Field Combat Unit storage card balance. 901 hours. What am I witnessing? The time beast is dead. Oh my god, Sister Xiaoying, we just gained 901 hours. Inside the transport armored vehicle, several female soldiers screamed in astonishment. Xiaoying was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, all the female soldiers witnessed this scene. The level 2 time beast had actually been killed by the cannon fire. It had been slain by just a few dozen shells. Furthermore, incredulously, those mutated beasts were dropping one by one under their relentless assault. When did these mutated beasts become so fragile? Incredible. Lu Ruobing's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be she recalled the words spoken by Du Fei? Rat-a-tat-tat. Lu Ruobing pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of fire upon another level 2 time beast. Gaga roar. The level 2 time beast emitted a chilling scream. Its iron-hard body was riddled with dozens of bloodied holes, dark green blood spurting forth. Boom. The massive body of the level 2 time beast swayed a few times before crashing to the ground. Oh my god, it was killed with a machine gun. Our storage card just gained over 2,000 hours. The voices of female soldiers on the armored vehicle erupted once more in ecstatic screams. Is this what I have slain? I killed a level 2 time beast with a machine gun? Lu Ruobing covered her mouth in shock, her face trembling with astonishment, her exterior charred while her interior remained tender. She gazed wide-eyed at the bullets coated in a silvery substance, momentarily lost in thought. My goodness, the power of these bullets is astounding. This is simply unprecedented. Could these truly be mithril bullets? Such ammunition would likely not even be produced by the Time Federation. Chapter 9. A resounding victory in this campaign as the two leading level 2 time beasts fell. The mutated beast horde was thrown into chaos. Sisters, it has been confirmed that Captain Du Fei has modified our ammunition. The voice of Gonting echoed through the communicator. The modified bullets possess immense power and are exceedingly precious. Just aim precisely. One shot, one beast, do not waste. Sisters, rally your spirits, victory shall ultimately belong to us. With her words, the female soldiers of the field combat unit felt an extraordinary surge of enthusiasm. Roar. Caw. Behind them, 6 more level 2 time beasts surged forward, driving the horde onward. Fire grenades at the dense clusters. Open fire with pistols, commanded Lu Ruobing. Inside the armored transport vehicle, Xiaoying also issued orders, Gatling guns and machine guns, target the time beasts, do not waste a single shot. 9 shallow, 1 deep, give me controlled bursts. The memory of dozens of shells striking a time beast still pains Xiaoying. The target has entered firing range. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The morale of the female soldiers soared, their confidence unwavering as they re-engaged in battle. Good news, our field combat unit storage card has credited an additional 3,016 hours. Good news, our field combat unit storage card has credited another 2,852 hours. In no time, they had annihilated 2 more level 2 time beasts. Suddenly, without warning, 2 colossal figures appeared in the sky. These were 2 winged level 2 time beasts, diving toward the command vehicle and transport truck at a breathtaking speed. Invisible winged beasts. Oh no! Gonting, Xiaoying, be careful. Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers gasped in horror. Gonting in the command vehicle and Xiaoying in the transport truck simultaneously spotted the descending winged beasts. These time beasts could fly at high speeds and were adept at camouflage, making them difficult to detect. They only revealed themselves when launching an attack, allowing detection devices to sense their presence. The invisible winged beasts were arguably the most terrifying entities among all time beasts. At this moment, the 2 level 2 winged beasts swooped down, and the Gatling guns and machine guns were utterly incapable of intercepting them in time. Under such circumstances, the command vehicle and transport truck were bound to be obliterated. Sisters, farewell, Ruobing, you must survive. Despair echoed in the voices of Gonting and Xiaoying through the communicator, their final words. Bang, bang, the two level 2 winged beasts collided violently with the command vehicle and transport truck, producing two deafening crashes. Gonting, Xiaoying, Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers cried out in unison, some closing their eyes in sorrow. However, to their astonishment, the command vehicle and transport truck were flung far away, crashing into several large boulders before coming to a halt. The vehicles sustained only a few dents and did not shatter as feared. Looking at the two level 2 winged beasts, one had a broken wing, flapping helplessly on the ground, while the other, after the impact, had its own claws punctured into its body, barely clinging to life. Inside the command vehicle and transport truck, all the female soldiers experienced a sudden ringing in their ears, clutching their heads and shaking in disbelief. For the next moment, we are still alive. We're fine. Gonting and Xiaoying simultaneously lifted the hatches of the armored vehicles, their voices nearly a roar due to the lingering ringing in their ears. Oh my, they were miraculously unharmed. This was utterly incredible. In the instant of the attack, the armored vehicles seemed to shimmer with a faint silver glow. It must have been some protective feature that absorbed the impact of the two level 2 winged beasts, sparing Gonting and Xiaoying from disaster. In that moment, Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers recalled how Du Fei had been applying something to the armored vehicles before they departed. Wonderful, let us continue the fight. Lu Ruobing snapped back to reality, raising her machine gun and firing at the struggling winged beasts. Heavenly Eye notification. Killing a level 2 winged beast grants 3,954 hours, the Time Federation takes 20, the auxiliary female combat unit's storage card credits 3,163 hours. Heavenly Eye notification. Killing a level 2 winged beast grants 3,628 hours. The Time Federation takes 20, the auxiliary female combat unit's storage card credits 2,903 hours. With the two level 2 invisible winged beasts dispatched, the female combat unit secured further credits. The battle intensified. Both armored vehicles' Gatling guns sustained damage, prompting Gonting, Xiaoying, and the communication soldiers to open the doors and join the infantry ranks. Open fire with the machine guns, hit them hard. Fire the grenades. Boom. Boom, that under the assault of the field combat unit, time beasts and mutated creatures lay strewn across the battlefield, their anguished cries echoing. Soon, the remaining 4 level 2 time beasts fell one after another, and the female combat unit's storage card continued to receive credits. 10 minutes later, the leaderless mutated beast horde shattered under the bombardment, fleeing in all directions into the forest. Ceasefire. We have emerged victorious. Well done. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Gonting exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a blend of complexity and exhilaration. That was exhilarating. Truly thrilling. Simply unbelievable. Indeed, we have hunted 10 level 2 time beasts and defeated 2 mutated hordes. The female soldiers embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. What an uplifting moment, such an achievement. They had never participated in such a thrilling battle in their lives. Assess casualties and report losses, Lu Ruobing commanded. Yes. 3 minutes later. Report. 13 soldiers in the command vehicle and transport truck experienced mild ear ringing. Aside from that, the entire unit suffered no casualties. A total of 1,263 rounds of various ammunition remain. The Gatling guns and machine guns of the command vehicle and transport truck are severely deformed, with some damage to the vehicle bodies and communication equipment, but they remain operational. Our female combat unit has annihilated 10 level 2 time beasts, securing 27,875 hours. This campaign has been a resounding victory. The report concluded, and the female combat unit erupted in joyous cheers. A miracle. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Gonting simultaneously took a deep breath. For the first time, they felt the radiated air was refreshingly pure. At this moment, they understood clearly that the reason they suffered no losses and emerged victorious in the campaign at Heishui River was entirely due to Du Fei. It was that little brat in their eyes who had saved all the sisters in the combat unit. Gonting, Xiaoying, see if you can re-establish contact with Sun Xiaoqian, hurry. Lu Ruobing said, being the first to climb into the command vehicle. Understood. Gonting and Xiaoying quickly took their positions with the communication soldiers. Calling Sun Xiaoqian, after a brief pause, crackling static filled the communicator. Received. Sun Xiaoqian here. Sun Xiaoqian, how is Captain Du Fei doing? Please respond. Report, Deputy Captain. I'm afraid the little brat was misbehaving, so I've temporarily tied him up. Sun Xiaoqian's voice crackled through the communicator. What? I command you to untie Captain Du Fei immediately. Do not mistreat him. Fizz fizz fizz, Lu Ruobing shouted urgently into the communicator. Signal is poor, can't hear. Please repeat. Fizz fizz fizz. The signal was cut off. This, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Gonting exchanged worried glances, stamping their feet in frustration. Gather up. Full speed back to the camp. We must arrive by 2 o'clock this afternoon. Chapter 10. The triumphant return in the Revitalization Military District, 48th Division. It's about time. The remnants of the Women's Combat Brigade and that genius from the Command Academy should have perished in the beasts' bellies. Commander Diao Dequay lounged comfortably on a fur-lined sofa, exuding confidence. Striking two birds with one stone, even if the Federation's surveillance, the Eye of the Federation, detected the 48th Division's malicious maneuvers, they would merely incur a slight fine. After all, the contributions of an irregular force like the Women's Combat Brigade to the Federation were negligible throughout the year. The Eye of the Federation often turned a blind eye, selectively ignoring transgressions. "Commander, we miscalculated," the adjutant rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor. "What do you mean we miscalculated?" Diao Dequay paused, taken aback. "Quickly, look at the latest news released by the Eye." The adjutant activated the laser screen, accessing the Eye's website. It displayed the statuses of various military districts, along with countless rankings and battle records of numerous brigades. A seemingly inconspicuous piece of recent news was rapidly gaining traction. Revitalization Military District, the extrajudicial Women's Combat Brigade, in the battle at Blackwater River, annihilated 10 level 2 Chronobeasts, including 2 stealthwing beasts. The ranking of the extrajudicial Women's Combat Brigade surged from 318, 895 to 97, 566. The extrajudicial Women's Combat Brigade has entered the top 100,000 in the rankings, and this brigade has been marked with a contribution star by the IF gasp. Commander Diao Dequay inhaled sharply, his face darkening. "What on earth is happening?" "I don't know, I'm just as perplexed." The adjutant shook his head, continuing, "Logically speaking, with their numbers and equipment, they shouldn't have been able to withstand even mutated beasts, yet, to our astonishment, they killed 10 level 2 Chronobeasts, including 2 level 2 stealthwing beasts, and routed 2 packs of mutated beasts. They numbered less than 100, and the entire battle lasted less than an hour. Such an achievement is beyond what even our 7,000-strong mobile brigade could accomplish. Commander, I even suspect there might be an issue with the Eye. How could that be possible? This is simply outrageous." Diao Dequay fixed his gaze on the news on the website, utterly astonished. He found it hard to believe, it seemed too surreal. However, the Eye of the Federation was not prone to error. After a moment of contemplation, Diao Dequay inquired, "What were the casualties on their side?" "Unclear. The Eye hasn't displayed that information." "Investigate for me, get to the bottom of their battle at Blackwater River, and ideally, find out what weapons and equipment they possess." "Understood. By the way, Commander, the evaluation report for the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground has come out. Experts suggest it is quite suitable for establishing a new hunting ground. Noted. Whoosh. Point 2 deformed armored vehicles billowed black smoke as all the female soldiers ran behind them. The Women's Combat Brigade hastened their march. Along the way, they hunted down 5 or 6 level 1 Chronobeasts, adding several thousand hours to their storage cards. They keenly felt the benefits of the mithril bullets. Each one was akin to a talisman. Of course, all these were bestowed upon them by Du Fei. 3 hours later, they finally returned to the camp, with all members of the brigade converging in the air raid shelter. Lu Ruobing was the first to leap from the armored vehicle, making a beeline for Du Fei's room. Xiaoying, Ganting, and all the female soldiers hastily followed suit. Bang, Lu Ruobing forcefully burst through the door. Sun Xiaoqian jumped in surprise upon recognizing Lu Ruobing. She was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, Xiaoying and Ganting appeared, panting, with the other female soldiers crowding around them. "Oh my god, you're all back, this is wonderful!" Sun Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. Lu Ruobing shoved her aside, immediately spotting Du Fei bound to the bed. "Quick, release the commander!" Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Ganting said in unison. "Ah!" Sun Xiaoqian, seeing the three of them rushing to untie the ropes, hurriedly joined them. Lu Ruobing glanced at the half-open wardrobe and kicked Sun Xiaoqian's backside. "You little rascal, who told you to touch my things?" With that, she swiftly yanked the black fabric stuffed in Du Fei's mouth out. "Commander, I apologize," Lu Ruobing said, hiding the fabric behind her back, her face flushed. I washed it thoroughly." Xiaoying and Ganting could no longer contain their laughter, while the female soldiers outside the door stifled their giggles, not daring to laugh aloud. Sun Xiaoqian was truly something else. "Everyone is back?" Du Fei sat up, stretching his jaw out. He then got up to move his limbs and looked at the crowd of female soldiers gathered outside the door. At that moment, everyone was taken aback. They had expected Du Fei to explode in anger, and Lu Ruobing was already prepared to face punishment. To their surprise, Du Fei's face revealed no discernible emotion, leaving them uncertain whether he was harboring any anger within. "Commander, Lu Ruobing was about to speak when Du Fei waved her off and directly stated, "First, tell me about the battle at Blackwater River." He was eager to learn what sort of devastation those mithril bullets had inflicted upon the ferocious beasts. Seeing Du Fei's urgent demeanor, Lu Ruobing felt a pang of guilt. This man had tirelessly manufactured mithril bullets for the Women's Combat Brigade overnight, and as of now, he had yet to witness the power of those bullets. Not only that, but he had also been ridiculed by her and all the sisters, even bound and imprisoned. Reflecting on this, Lu Ruobing felt increasingly remorseful toward him. She steadied her emotions and began to report diligently to Du Fei. "Report, Commander, we suspect the mission at Blackwater River was a conspiracy orchestrated by the 48th Division against our Women's Combat Brigade. When we arrived at the operational site, the 48th Division had already retreated and maliciously shut down the communication channels." Du Fei nodded thoughtfully, having anticipated this development. However, he did not expect Wu Daguay to go to such lengths to eliminate him. Yet, Du Fei was unaware that Wu Daguay's motivations extended beyond just targeting him. There were deeper reasons at play. Subsequently, our detectors indicated a massive presence of ferocious beasts at the operational site, and we were then ambushed by 2 packs of mutated beasts from both sides. There were 8 level 2 Chronobeasts among the beast horde, and at that point, we had no time to retreat. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoqian's eyes widened in astonishment as she hurriedly asked, "How did you manage to escape?" Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at her, then continued, "Thanks to the mithril bullets modified by the commander, their power was unimaginable. We easily killed 10 level 2 Chronobeasts and routed 2 packs of mutated beasts, with no casualties on our side." Hearing this, Sun Xiaoqian was flabbergasted, feeling as though she were in a dream. However, she sensed something amiss and pondered for a moment before asking, "Wait, how come it was 10 level 2 Chronobeasts, wasn't he at 8? Ganting stepped forward and explained, 2 additional level 2 stealth wing beasts ambushed the command and transport vehicles, and at that moment, we were practically doomed. What? 2 level 2 stealth wing beasts? Sun Xiaoqian gasped again, and even Du Fei felt a slight tremor in his heart. Stealth wing beasts were notoriously elusive, regarded as the most troublesome and fearsome among chronobeasts. "You little rascal, can you stop being so dramatic?" Lu Ruobing shot her another glare and said, "Thanks to the mysterious substance the commander applied to the vehicles before departure, Ganting, Xiaoying, and the other sisters were spared from disaster." "And then?" Du Fei pressed on, eager to know how effective the mithril coating on the vehicles had been. "Then those 2 stealth wing beasts crashed into the command and transport vehicles, and as a result, our vehicles sustained minimal damage while the 2 winged beasts suffered severe injuries. One of their wings was broken, and the claw of the other pierced its own body, which I later dispatched with 2 bursts. Furthermore, on our way back, we hunted down another 5 or 6 level 1 chronobeasts. In this battle, we accumulated a total of 33,569 hours, but it's disheartening that we're left with only over 900 rounds of various ammunition." Lu Ruobing concluded her report. "Excellent, no casualties is what matters most." Du Fei nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers. "Ammunition is meant to protect your lives. If you encounter a situation and deliberately attempt to conserve ammunition, your actions may easily place your comrades in jeopardy. Finally, he deliberately emphasized, among the 108 of you, I do not wish to see any one of you harmed." As his words fell, the room was enveloped in profound silence. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, Sun Xiaoqian, and all the female soldiers bowed their heads. At that moment, their feelings toward Du Fei transcended simple guilt. Chapter 11 The technology repository unlocked. After a brief silence, Sun Xiaoqian, her face awash with guilt, lowered her head and said, "Commander, I am truly sorry. I should not have treated you that way, please punish me." Lu Ruobing took a deep breath and turned to Du Fei, confessing, "Commander, I was wrong. Reflect on how we treated you before. I believe everyone now feels immense regret and hopes for your forgiveness. Sun Xiaoqian's actions were under my orders, so if punishment is to be meted out, it should be directed at me." Upon witnessing Lu Ruobing voluntarily apologize to Du Fei, all the female soldiers outside the door chorused, "Commander, we are sorry." Xiaoying, discarding her cigarette, also bowed her head, admitting, "I misunderstood you, and I am willing to accept any punishment." She even dared not meet Du Fei's gaze, speaking softly, "You may whip me mercilessly until you forgive me." It is worth noting that Xiaoying was renowned for her stubbornness. She had never bowed her head to anyone in her life. She could be described as a wild and unbridled spirit. As a child, her stepfather had once hung her up and beaten her for 3 days and nights to make her admit her mistakes, yet she had not even flinched. Thus, her current submission to Du Fei is a testament to the tremendous courage she mustered, driven solely by the battle at Heishui River. After this fight, her respect for Du Fei had been thoroughly cemented. All her comrades had returned unscathed, and this man had the ability to forge such formidable ammunition, showcasing his extraordinary capabilities. He had saved the lives of the entire regiment, yet had been publicly insulted as a child. One could only imagine how hurtful that must have been for him. Consequently, Xiaoying's sole desire now was to earn Du Fei's forgiveness, willing to accept any punishment he deemed necessary. At this moment, only Ganting remained silent, observing Du Fei's expression. Du Fei furrowed his brow, his countenance dark. Ganting began to panic, sensing that Du Fei was on the verge of an outburst. "Commander, please forgive them. The mission at Heishui River was perilous, and it was actually Ruobing's intention to imprison you to keep you from taking risks. If punishment must be administered, then include me as well." Ganting, "No, please don't. We are the ones at fault." Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Sun Xiaoqian all turned to Ganting. "Enough." Du Fei understood that this was not the time for reprimands or anger, especially since the desired outcome had yet to be achieved. "If there are casualties in this battle, I will not spare you. However, since you all returned safely, I will forego punishment. I do not wish to see such incidents happen again." "Then why did your face look so terrifying earlier?" Ganting inquired softly. "I was conflicted about whether that piece of clothing was clean or not," Du Fei replied, licking his lips as he glanced at Lu Ruobing. Lu Ruobing's face flushed instantly. "Wow, the commander isn't angry. That's wonderful. The commander is so handsome." All the female soldiers, overwhelmed with joy, embraced each other, crying and cheering. Ding, reputation 10 points. Ding. Reputation 10 points. Ding, reputation 10 points. Ding, reputation 10 points. Ding, technology repository unlocked, corresponding items can now be exchanged. Indeed, the system notification sounded like a torrent, ringing incessantly. Du Fei felt a surge of joy within. The technology repository had been unlocked. Alas, enduring humiliation for the sake of earning a few points of reputation is no easy feat. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present, otherwise, someone might accuse him of being sycophantic. Order, all personnel assemble in 20 minutes. I have matters to announce and to confirm our regiment's preliminary development direction. Dufay's serious gaze swept over all the female soldiers as he spoke. Yes. Commander. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gongting, Sun Xiaoqian, and the others straightened their backs and saluted Dufay respectfully. Subsequently, all the female soldiers dispersed rapidly. Dufay closed the door and opened the system interface. Host, Dufay position, Commander Regiment, Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment. Reputation, 1370. Affection 0. Physique unenhanced, 30 radiation exposure items. Universal Toolbox X1, rare material smelting agent 450 ml. Warm reminder, technology repository unlocked. Corresponding items can now be exchanged. Dufay quickly scanned the system interface and eagerly opened the technology repository. A dazzling array of items filled his vision, leaving him momentarily speechless. Rare material smelting agent, 500 ml. Requires 200 reputation points. Lightweight armor, blueprint requires 200 reputation points. Land King track vehicle, blueprint requires 500 reputation points. Energy crystal, system produced, non-reproducible, can provide power for 1 year. Requires 100 reputation points. Rehabilitation pool, blueprint requires 500 reputation points. Water purifier, blueprint requires 200 reputation points. Predator stealth drone, blueprint requires 1500 reputation points. Vibranium synthesis technology. Requires 100 affection points. URU synthesis technology, requires 500 affection points. Intelligent laser defense system, blueprint requires 1000 affection points. Click to expand more. Every item within required either reputation or affection points for exchange, presenting an overwhelming variety. Dufay inhaled deeply, unable to contain his excitement. Although most items in the technology repository consisted of blueprints and technologies, each one represented advanced, cutting-edge science. Particularly noteworthy were vibranium and URU, which surpassed mithril as superlative technological metals. Crafting armor from either of these materials would render one virtually invincible. However, a certain level of affection points was required, making immediate exchange impossible. Clearly, reputation and affection points were of paramount importance. As Dufay gazed at the plethora of items in the technology repository, he fell into deep contemplation, and from this moment on, his position within the Women's Field Regiment was firmly established. He had become the true supreme commander. Thus, he would endeavor to forge a powerful military unit, ensuring the health and happiness of his female soldiers. Additionally, he was acutely aware that his father and sister were not safe either. After all, Wu Daguay was considered a mid-level figure within the Light Time Federation, capable of easily displacing his father and sister from Revival City with a mere flick of his wrist. He now understood that the difference between life inside and outside Revival City was akin to two separate worlds, as the Federation's surveillance effectively severed communication between the two. People inside and outside the city were utterly unable to connect, as though separated by vast distances. I must strengthen myself as swiftly as possible. Dufay clenched his fists, pondering. With a reputation of 1370, what should I exchange for first? After considerable deliberation, Dufay reached a decision. Ding. Congratulations, host, for using 500 reputation points to exchange for a blueprint of the Land King track vehicle. As the system notification echoed, various schematics, parameters, and performance descriptions of the vehicle materialized in Dufay's mind. Land King track vehicle. Equipped with a large caliber cannon, destructive range exceeding 5,000 square meters, with an explosion radius of 36 meters, fully automated defensive cannons, machine guns, and lightweight Gatling guns, etc. Long-range detectors, early warning systems, night vision devices, anti-eavesdropping communication, capable of autonomous driving, powered by energy crystals, with a maximum speed reaching 150 kilometers per hour. Click to expand more. This is incredible. This exchange was well worth it. Dufay's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly sketched a rough diagram of the Land King track vehicle, annotating its specifications and compiling a list of required materials. Then, considering the radiation issues faced by himself and the female soldiers, he decisively exchanged for 2 more items. Ding, congratulations, host, for using 200 reputation points to exchange for a blueprint of the water purifier. Ding. Congratulations, host, for using 500 reputation points to exchange for a blueprint of the rehabilitation pool. Images of these 2 items' designs, manufacturing parameters, and functionalities surged back into Dufay's mind. Water purifier. Automatically filters out radiation, viruses, bacteria, and impurities. Purified water can be consumed directly. Rehabilitation pool heals wounds, detoxifies, eliminates human radiation, enhances physique, ensuring a healthier wash. Splendid. It is noteworthy that the drinking water sold at the Federation outposts costs 3,000 hours per ton and contains mild radiation and viruses. In contrast, the water produced by this water purifier would be devoid of any radiation or impurities, akin to the farmer's spring from the previous world. As for the rehabilitation pool, it was essentially a panacea for all ailments, whether it be serious or minor illnesses, even poisoning or gunshot wounds. All could be healed. With regular use, the radiation experienced by the female soldiers would vanish in no time, transforming them into genuinely healthy individuals. This will be monumental good news for all the female soldiers. Dufay swiftly produced another sketch and outlined the necessary components list. He envisioned the female soldiers post-recovery, their happiness soaring, and naturally, their reputation points would swell in abundance. Knock, knock, knock. Commander, all combat personnel have assembled and await your orders. A gentle yet respectful voice from outside the door interrupted his thoughts. All right, I will be there shortly. Chapter 12. A talented assembly in the open space of the air raid shelter. All the female soldiers had gathered. Before Du Fei's arrival, they were animatedly discussing a particular topic in hushed tones. Did you see the Tianyan website? I did. Our field regiment has gained notoriety. The achievements at Heishui River propelled us from a ranking of over 300,000 into the top 100,000. Indeed, our field regiment has entered the prestigious ranks of the top 100,000 and has even been starred by Tianyan. What a moment of pride. This is all thanks to our commander. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, and the others listened to their comrades' discussions, their spirits soaring. The women's field regiment had long been abandoned by the Federation, yet a single battle had dramatically elevated their ranking and garnered the attention of Tianyan. Though they did not particularly care about rankings or stars, the recognition was nonetheless an honor, allowing the female soldiers to release years of pent-up frustration. Most importantly, Lu Ruobing and the others, along with all the female soldiers, could see a glimmer of hope for survival. All stand at attention, salute. As Lu Ruobing noticed Du Fei approaching, she immediately commanded the troops. Whoosh, all the female soldiers promptly stood erect, saluting Du Fei in unison. Greetings, Commander. Hello, everyone. Du Fei returned the salute. The demeanor of the female soldiers was markedly different from before, especially the way they looked at Du Fei, filled with respect, tension, and unease. Noticing this, Du Fei chuckled. There's no need to be nervous, your behavior is rather unfamiliar to me. With that, he gestured for the soldiers to stand down. Given the time constraints, I will keep my remarks brief. Du Fei surveyed the group and got straight to the point. Today marks my official first day in command, and I want to ask you all one question. Do you wish to live well? Yes. The female soldiers replied in unison. Excellent, I believe that as long as we work together, we will indeed live well. Du Fei nodded, continuing, now, I need to understand the talents we have in our regiment. With that, he turned to Lu Ruobing. Lu Ruobing understood and began to introduce each member. Ganting is proficient in various communication electronic devices, Sun Xiaoqian is knowledgeable about all types of weaponry, Xiaoying excels in combat and tactics, Su Ninger is a biologist, Zhao Feifeng specializes in agricultural cultivation, and Song Jia is adept in civil engineering. After several minutes, Du Fei nodded repeatedly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He had not anticipated that the women's field regiment would be so rich in talent. With these individuals, the tasks ahead would be significantly easier. Who is currently responsible for the storage card? Du Fei inquired. Report, Commander, I am temporarily in charge of the storage card, Ganting replied. What is the current balance? 33,569 hours. Order. Excluding myself, each person shall be allocated 100 hours. Du Fei issued his first command. He still had over 150 hours remaining and was not yet considering distributing time. Moreover, he possessed a storage card from his father containing 5,000 hours. Now, the female soldiers had only about 40 hours left. Allocating 100 hours each would at least sustain them for almost a week. Commander, 100 hours for each person totals 10,800 hours. After deducting a 10 handling fee, it becomes 11,880 hours. Ganting recounted meticulously. It must be noted that the storage cards of the Lighttime Federation were rather exploitative. Nevertheless, every individual had to use the Federation's storage cards for trading, a circumstance that was unavoidable. Then let us deduct 11,880 hours for distribution, Du Fei decided. Understood. Ganting nodded and began transferring the hours to each female soldier's wrist. Commander, I do not need it. At that moment, Xiaoying smiled wryly at Du Fei. Her complexion was pale, and she clutched a cigarette, having refrained from lighting it out of respect for him. It was evident that she was battling excruciating pain, and it seemed unlikely she could last more than 2 days. Therefore, she believed that 100 hours would be a waste for her. Du Fei stepped forward, prying open her hand and taking the lighter and cigarette crack. He personally lit the cigarette and brought it to Xiaoying's lips, saying, smoke. The allocated time must be accepted by everyone, including you. With that, he gently patted her shoulder, assuring her, don't worry, you will recover. Xiaoying's eyes glistened with moisture as she shook her head slightly. Commander, there's no need to waste time on me. I know my situation, how about we make a bet? Du Fei proposed, looking at her. A bet? Xiaoying was taken aback. If you recover within 3 days, you shall kiss me in front of the entire regiment. Du Fei spoke earnestly, secretly hoping to earn some affection points. Ha, men, Xiaoying laughed, wiping her eyes. She took a deep drag from the cigarette, regaining her usual carefree demeanor. If you want to take advantage, just say so, I wouldn't mind kissing you right now. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, Sun Xiaoqian, and all the female soldiers joined in laughter, though it was tinged with melancholy, their gazes directed at Du Fei filled with gratitude. They understood that Xiaoying was nearing the end of her life. Even the Federation's costly anti-radiation injections would not save her. They believed that Du Fei's jest was meant to comfort Xiaoying. Yet, Xiaoying's thoughts mirrored those sentiments. Du Fei smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further with Xiaoying, instead turning to a soldier named Song Jia. You were skilled in civil engineering? Yes, Commander. Song Jia stepped forward and saluted. Come, take a look at this blueprint. Du Fei handed her the sketch of the rehabilitation pool he had drawn himself. Song Jia examined it, her brow furrowing. A pool? Follow the blueprint for construction. It's to be located in the living area, and it needs to be completed by tomorrow. Do you have confidence in this? It's quite simple. I guarantee the task will be completed. Song Jia declared proudly, although she was unaware of the pool's true purpose. The task assigned by the commander excited her. Lu Ruobing and the others gathered curiously around, their faces reflecting confusion upon seeing the blueprint. Commander, what is the purpose of constructing such a large pool? Lu Ruobing could not help but ask. That's a secret. You will find out in due course, Du Fei replied with a mysterious smile. Lu Ruobing and the others exchanged glances, then shook their heads in resignation. After all, they had previously agreed to follow this man's lead, so if he wished to keep it confidential, so be it. Their sole hope now was that Du Fei could manufacture more mithril bullets. Where did that pile of stones next to the ammunition depot come from? Du Fei suddenly inquired. Lu Ruobing was momentarily taken aback before answering. There was a landslide 2 years ago. They washed down from the mountain. Ah, I see, Du Fei thought to himself, feeling a thrill of excitement. If his guess was correct, there could be a wealth of mithril or hidden within that mountain. Chapter 13. Look at your Na'vi faces. Du Fei was merely speculating. His thoughts had yet to be substantiated. Should there truly be a silver mine atop this mountain, the fabrication of silver bullets would pose no challenge. All that would be required are gunpowder and brass, though these materials would necessitate procurement from the federal stronghold. Our command and transport vehicles are woefully outdated. The weapons and communication equipment currently at our disposal have sustained considerable damage. Du Fei cast his gaze towards Lu Ruobing and the others, continuing, I propose we retire these two-wheeled armored vehicles in favor of the latest tracked battle tanks. Upon uttering these words, Lu Ruobing, Gongting, Xiaoying, and Sun Xiaoqian were left utterly dumbfounded. Commander, you must be aware of our circumstances, Gongting remarked with a wry smile. The latest tracked battle tanks are exceedingly expensive. Even the most basic model sold by the Federation costs at least 100,000 hours. If we are speaking of the most advanced models, one might require around 500,000 hours. Gongting speaks the truth. Lu Ruobing shrugged. Where are we to find such an abundance of time? Xiaoying chimed in, Commander, I believe our two armored vehicles could still be repaired and put to use. They perceived Du Fei's thoughts as fanciful, rendering this suggestion practically moot and entirely unrealistic. If the Women's Field Corps possessed 500,000 hours, why would they risk their lives to undertake a mission worth only 48,000 hours? The allure of the latest tracked battle tanks was undeniable, yet the prospect of affording them was a mere fantasy. Allow me to finish my statement. Purchasing them is indeed out of the question. What I mean to propose is that we construct them ourselves, Du Fei asserted. What, build them ourselves? Commander, did we hear you correctly? The tracked battle tanks can only be manufactured by the Federation's foremost military-industrial group. Even the major conglomerates renowned for their temporal prowess lack such capabilities. The critical question is, where do we procure the design blueprints and manufacturing techniques, not to mention the entire set of intricate specifications? Exactly, we are utterly ignorant. How could we possibly construct them? Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gongting, and Sun Xiaoqian shook their heads and chuckled. Had he lost his mind, to suggest building them himself was akin to child's play with clay. In their eyes, this notion was far less reliable than spending 500,000 hours to purchase the tanks. I possess all the design blueprints, technology, and parameters necessary. All I require is your assistance, Du Fei stated with earnestness. As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Lu Ruobing and the others stared at Du Fei in astonishment, as if they scarcely recognized him. How absurd! It is vital to understand that tracked battle tanks are classified as high-end military vehicles within the Federation, their superior performance accompanied by a complexity that exceeds imagination. The blueprints and manufacturing technologies are closely guarded secrets of the first military-industrial group, the result of immense investments of time and effort from countless experts in the field over centuries. This young man claims to possess all the technical parameters required for the construction of tracked battle tanks. Even high-ranking officials within the Federation would not dare to make such a claim. The design blueprints, technology, and parameters for tracked battle tanks are not something a mere 17 or 18-year-old graduate could possibly discern. Ah, look at your Na'vi expressions, Du Fei chuckled, then added, are you not curious as to how I acquired the silver? Does the Federation not have a silver refining technology? Lu Ruobing and the others were momentarily taken aback. They truly lacked knowledge in this regard. Gongting retrieved the sole smart tablet possessed by the Field Corps and quickly began searching online. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Sun Xiaoqian quickly crowded around her. Before long, they discovered that silver could not be refined. Only the Federation possessed a limited quantity of natural silver particles. Moreover, dissolving natural silver presented a significant challenge for the Federation. All of the Federation's silver weaponry utilized natural silver particles as filling for projectiles, rendering it impossible to coat the surface of bullets. Instantly, Lu Ruobing and the others gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief. The bullets modified by Du Fei were coated in silver, and he had also applied silver to the armored vehicle's exterior. It was evident that this man had, at the very least, mastered the technology for dissolving natural silver. Previously, they had known nothing about this mysterious substance, believing it to be a simple technical task. Now, however, they were utterly astonished. Could he truly refine silver? My heavens, not to mention the technology for refining silver, even the mere capability of dissolving it would ensure a lifetime of comfort if sold to the Federation. What sort of genius was this man? How could he be so exceptional? Lu Ruobing and the others were profoundly shaken, and they began to believe a fraction of Du Fei's earlier claims. If I can refine silver and create silver bullets, then I certainly have the capability to construct tracked battle tanks. Du Fei addressed Lu Ruobing and the others, continuing, I intend to build the Land King tracked battle tank. I will show you the blueprints shortly. Upon hearing this, the attitudes of the beautiful women shifted entirely. While they still harbored some skepticism, it was evident that their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Lu Ruobing's expression grew serious as her gaze swept across all the female soldiers, and she said sternly, all personnel, heed my command from this moment forward, any information regarding our women's field corps is to remain confidential from the outside world. Though these were her comrades in arms, each deserving of trust, she felt it prudent to issue a specific warning. Yes. We shall keep it a secret, all the female soldiers responded in unison. Du Fei nodded, clearly pleased with the response from the female soldiers. Report. At that moment, a communications soldier suddenly stepped forward with a report. What is it? Du Fei inquired. Lu Ruobing and the others frowned, turning their attention to the soldier. The 48th Division has sent word regarding our women's field corps' resounding victory at the Heishui River, extending their congratulations. The 48th Division claims that due to a last-minute change in operational plans, coinciding with a failure in the communication system, they were unable to contact us. Thus, the Heishui River mission is effectively cancelled. They have stated that the promised 20,000 hours of funding cannot be dispersed to us at this time. In light of our outstanding performance, the 48th Division has revised the operational mission, now scheduled to establish a hunting zone at the Qingchuan ruins in 15 days. They also mentioned that the upcoming mission at the Qingchuan ruins is expected to yield substantial rewards, with numerous auxiliary corps collaborating with the 48th Division, and they invite our women's field corps to undertake the mission once more. Given that the Qingchuan ruins are home to level 3 temporal beasts, they promise that if we accept this mission, we will be allocated 100,000 hours. Additionally, they have pledged to grant us a total of 120,000 hours, including the previous 20,000. The communications soldier completed her report. Pa! What nonsense! The 48th Division is nothing but a bunch of scoundrels. They are clearly reluctant to provide us with funding. How shameless! How brazen they are, attempting to set a trap for us. In an instant, all the female soldiers erupted in outrage. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, Xiaoying, and Sun Xiaoqian trembled with anger, their beautiful eyes blazing with fury. Chapter 14 The Qingchuan site mission. We've taken on the mission at the Qingchuan site. Xiaoying spat vehemently. What a bunch of scoundrels! What kind of nonsense is this about communication equipment failure? Do they think I am utterly clueless about communications? Ganting exclaimed, her anger boiling over as she cursed. They claim they can't reach us, clearly, they have shut down the communication channels. Such shamelessness! They are obviously attempting to evade their responsibilities. Lu Ruobing ground her teeth in frustration. The women's battalion risked total annihilation for the sake of those 20,000 hours, and now they were being told it was off the table. Alright, everyone, please calm down, Du Fei interjected, raising a hand to quell the fervor among the agitated female soldiers. This entire situation stems from me. They are targeting me. A stunned silence enveloped the room. Commander, it's not just you they are after. Lu Ruobing shook her head resolutely at Du Fei. They are clearly acting on Wu Dague's orders, intending to eliminate our women's battalion. Wu Dague? Du Fei was taken aback. Did they have a grudge against him as well? Lu Ruobing clenched her fists tightly and explained, the 48th Division is one of Wu Dague's main forces. My father was a mid-level official in the Federation alongside Wu Dague. When he advocated for welfare for the common people, it threatened Wu Dague's interests. As a result, he was ensnared in a nefarious scheme orchestrated by Wu Dague and ultimately perished in the mines. My mother, in an effort to counter Wu Dague, established the Women's Battalion, which initially comprised over 2,000 members and had formal recognition from the Federation. However, due to rampant corruption among the higher-ups and Wu Dague's adeptness at flattery, his power grew exponentially. Under his oppressive regime, the Women's Battalion gradually became weakened and was eventually stripped of its formal status by the Federation. Without federal funding, the battalion quickly fell into disarray, with female soldiers dying in battle, and my mother succumbed to despair. Now, only 108 of us remain, and I never imagined that after all these years, Wu Dague still harbors intentions to eradicate us. Upon hearing Lu Ruobing's narrative, Du Fei grasped the situation. It was evident that Wu Dague's vendetta was not merely against him but aimed at achieving two objectives with one strike. Commander, how can we simply allow the 48th Division to treat us this way? Xia Ying asked, her face taut with indignation. Allow it? I intend to make Wu Dague understand that appointing me as the commander of the Women's Battalion will be the gravest mistake of his life. Du Fei's eyes narrowed, each word deliberate. We shall accept the mission at the Qingchuan site. At this proclamation, Lu Ruobing and the other female soldiers were taken aback. Xia Ying instantly regretted her earlier inquiry and hastily urged, Commander, don't act rashly, perhaps we should reconsider. Panic flickered in the eyes of Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian. Commander, we cannot take on the Qingchuan site mission. It is evidently a trap set for us. Indeed, if we proceed, it will be 100 times more perilous than the Blackwater River. The Qingchuan site is infested with level 3 time beasts and even level 4 time beasts. The danger is beyond comprehension. They were not afraid of death. The crucial point was that they were now fully aware of the stakes and would not gamble with the lives of over 100 sisters again. Surviving the battle at the Blackwater River was already a stroke of luck. The mission at the Qingchuan site was simply not an option, not to mention the 120,000 hours promised by the 48th Division, which might not even materialize. Even if it did, it would be a case of having a life to earn but not a life to spend. I am not acting impulsively, rest assured. I would never jest with the lives of the entire battalion, Du Fei asserted confidently. Gan Ting remained apprehensive and cautioned. Commander, you must think carefully. Lu Ruobing raised a hand at her. Gan Ting, trust the commander. Du Fei's unwavering demeanor instilled an inexplicable trust in her. Moreover, she had already committed to following this man's lead. Gan Ting resignedly raised her hands in surrender, recalling how she had failed to dissuade them during the last mission at the Blackwater River. The Qingchuan site mission is set for 15 days from now. We have ample time to prepare. Trust me, I will lead you to a resounding victory. Du Fei glanced at Lu Ruobing and the others before turning to the communication soldier, commanding, reply to the 48th Division that we are willing to accept the mission at the Qingchuan site and will cooperate fully. However, under one condition. Half of the 120,000 hours must be allocated to the women's battalion up front, otherwise, we cannot accept the mission. The communication soldier immediately nodded, yes, Commander. Silence fell over the air raid shelter, a palpable tension lingering. Minutes later, Commander, the storage card shows a deposit of 60,000 hours. It is the advance from the 48th Division for the Qingchuan site mission. Gan Ting's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed. Excellent, they are willing to offer such a substantial sum. It appears they truly believe us to be easy prey. Du Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Faced with such a significant amount of funding, one would expect elation. However, none of the female soldiers felt any joy. Even Lu Ruobing and the others wore somber expressions, as though the 48th Division had handed them a ticking time bomb. Alright, let us all try to be cheerful, you are all dismissed. Seeing their faces, Du Fei smiled gently and turned to Song Jia, saying, ensure your tasks are executed promptly. Rest assured, Commander, I will complete the mission. Song Jia replied with steely resolve. You four, come to my quarters. I wish to show you the blueprints. After addressing Lu Ruobing and the others, Du Fei strode away purposefully. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged glances before silently following behind. Are we to see the blueprints for the tracked vehicles? Even if we could create such vehicles, they would hardly withstand the assault of level 4-time beasts. But at this moment, their emotions were a tempest of complexity, tinged with curiosity. What could it be that imbued this man with such confidence to undertake the mission at the Qingchuan site? Chapter 15 The Mithril Mine, the Revival Military District, 48th Division. Division Commander Diao Dequay reclined in a luxurious fur-lined sofa, savoring an exquisite cigar. Commander, did you not assert that we need not allocate funds to them? Why then has an amount of 60,000 hours been dispersed in one go? The adjutant, bending slightly, presented an ashtray with a look of perplexity. If one continues to fish with a bare hook, how can one expect to catch any fish? Diao Dequay flicked the ash from his cigar, his expression sour as he remarked, the ferocious beasts that perished in the Blackwater River have been entirely consumed by the beast horde, leaving us unable to discern the truth. The news of the Women's Field Combat Regiment's resounding victory has reached the higher echelons, and the old man has directed his ire towards me. Should this endeavor falter once more, I fear I may lose my position of authority. You must understand, one cannot expect to capture a wolf without first sacrificing a child. 60,000 hours represents their ransom. A sinister smile crept upon Diao Dequay's lips as he instructed, establish the Qingchuan Ruins hunting zone. This will be a large-scale operation, inevitably attracting the gaze of the Heavenly Eye. Set the arrangements in motion, and ensure we have several auxiliary forces to provide cover, leaving no room for oversight. I intend to ensure that those remnants of the Women's Field Combat Regiment, under the vigilant watch of the Heavenly Eye, are rightfully transformed into cannon fodder. Understood. Commander, your brilliance is unparalleled. The adjutant bowed, sycophantically echoing, this time, the Women's Field Combat Regiment shall face absolute annihilation, out in the air raid shelter, within Du Fei's quarters. Several blueprints lay sprawled across the table, ranging from exterior schematics to internal structural diagrams, lined up in order. Land King Tracked Combat Vehicle, Performance Introduction. Heavens, did you design this? Lu Ruobing gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth as she gazed dreamily at Du Fei. Du Fei smiled silently, gesturing toward one of the designs. This battle vehicle is unlike any existing track tank, meaning it has yet to be unveiled. He then began to meticulously explain to the several beautiful women, detailing some crucial aspects of the Land King track tank. After a brief span of several minutes, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with excitement, each of them trembling with exhilaration. The Land King track tank truly lives up to its name. The performance of this vehicle is nothing short of perfection, far exceeding the latest models from the Federal Military District. The latest track tank from the Federal... I am utterly enamored. Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian, both experts in this field, enthusiastically gestured as they spoke. Commander, are you sure you can build it? Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with fervor as she fixed her gaze on Du Fei. Du Fei replied with a calm smile, why wouldn't I? Commander, you must realize we only have a few thousand hours in our account. Lu Ruobing steadied her excitement and added thoughtfully, not to mention the need for a workshop and machinery. Merely acquiring the parts and raw materials requires a substantial sum. This battle vehicle was extraordinarily advanced, and the more sophisticated the item, the costlier the components and materials. Although she yearned to possess such an extraordinary piece of equipment, the most pressing issue was their financial constraints. With only a few thousand hours on hand, they could barely establish a workshop, let alone procure various precision instruments and machinery. This reminder immediately dampened the enthusiasm of Gonting, Xiaoying, and Sun Xiaoqian, who quickly fell into a state of worry. We could clear out the ammunition depot and convert it into a workshop. I'll figure out the necessary tools, and acquiring parts and raw materials should be straightforward. Du Fei contemplated for a moment before continuing. We can fabricate the components ourselves. We have blueprints for various parts, from engines to screws. Raw materials can be obtained from discarded items, such as old circuit boards, integrated modules, scrap steel, and iron. I believe these should be quite affordable. After Du Fei spoke, the beautiful women stared at him in astonishment, as if he were a creature from another world. Really, is that even possible? Lu Ruobing inquired. Absolutely. Du Fei nodded confidently, then turned to Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian. I aim to convert our 2 armored vehicles into this type of battle tank within 15 days. You may need to put in extra effort regarding the communication equipment and weaponry. What, 2 vehicles completed within 15 days? The 4 beautiful women could hardly believe it. It was utterly insane. Commander, it won't be a burden at all. We will fully cooperate with you, everything is at your command. Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian swallowed hard in unison, nodding earnestly. Not to mention 2 vehicles, they would be overjoyed just to produce one. Lu Ruobing's mood was similarly affected, a hint of excitement gracing her exquisitely beautiful face. Xiaoying, however, felt a tinge of sadness amid her excitement. She murmured, what a pity, I may not live to see the day of the test drive. How she longed to personally pilot such a tank in her lifetime. Yet she was acutely aware of her physical condition, knowing she could last at most 3 days to it was simply a lingering regret. Don't worry, you will recover, don't forget our wager. Du Fei smiled reassuringly at her. Observing Xiaoying's demeanor, Lu Ruobing shifted the topic, looking to Du Fei and asking, can we produce more mithril bullets? We should be able to, but first, we need to check the mountain. After pondering for a moment, Du Fei inquired, how far is the nearest federal outpost from us? Less than 20 kilometers, Lu Ruobing replied. Is there a marketplace for discarded items there? Yes, I know of a market for old materials, Sun Xiaoqian eagerly answered. Excellent, let us not delay. I propose we head there now. Du Fei glanced at the time and remarked, it's currently 3 in the afternoon, we should return before nightfall. Commander, the command vehicle and transport truck are likely unusable. We only have 2 mountain motorcycles left, Gonting noted. Motorcycles will suffice, the 3 of you will accompany me. Du Fei nodded, then turned to Xiaoying, saying, you stay behind and arrange for someone to clear out the ammunition depot. All right, Xiaoying replied with a wry smile, understanding that Du Fei was considering her health by leaving her behind. Before we set off, take me to the mountain first, Du Fei instructed. Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Xiaoqian nodded. Although they were unsure of Du Fei's intentions regarding the mountain, they refrained from asking further. In any case, from this moment on, everything would revolve around this man. Once their plans were finalized, the group exited the room, passing through the living area. The clanging of tools echoed as Song Jia led the female soldiers in their work. A satisfied smile spread across Du Fei's face. He aimed to have the water purifier and rehabilitation pool ready by tomorrow. If all went well, they would experience the healing effects that evening and perhaps even gain a surge of prestige. He could already envision the healthy appearances of the female soldiers after their wash. Stepping out of the air raid shelter, Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Xiaoqian quickly led Du Fei towards the mountain. The area was overrun with various plants, wild grasses, shrubs, and fungi twisted in peculiar shapes, their roots and vines exposed and intertwined to the trees, in particular, grew wildly, their canopies dense, obscuring the sky. This was all the result of radiation exposure. At a gully halfway up the mountain, Du Fei came to a halt, surveying the cliff face adorned with shimmering silver stars, his heart swelling with joy. Indeed, those mithril ores had tumbled down from here. Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Xiaoqian quickly grasped the implications. Commander, could those silver stars on the rocks be mithril? Lu Ruobing cautiously asked. Indeed, this is a site of an immensely rich mithril mine. Du Fei inhaled deeply, declaring. A mithril mine, my goodness, is this truly happening? This is wonderful, it means we are striking it rich. Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Xiaoqian snapped back to their senses, each overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 16. Can riding a motorcycle induce motion sickness? After a brief pause, the group descended from the mountain. Du Fei felt exhilarated. With the discovery of this mithril mine, the women's assault corps was destined to rise. Moreover, they need not fear being coveted, for prior to this, the Chrono Federation had already identified numerous such deposits. Major corporations were rendered helpless, treating them as mere trifles, but for the women's assault corps, this represented an endless source of wealth. Buzz, suddenly, a faint sound of disturbed air currents resonated in the sky. Du Fei frowned and looked up, spotting 2 silver-gray drones, each several meters long, circling overhead. Those are reconnaissance drones from the Federal Military District, Lu Ruobing said, her brows slightly furrowed. I suspect they belong to the 48th Division. They must be trying to monitor or probe our situation, Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian added, their expressions filled with anger. Before their words could settle, a loud bang echoed. The 2 drones plummeted instantly, trailing black smoke as they descended into the forest. Caw caw caw, that with a chilling cry, a massive level 1 stealth wing beast unfurled its wings and vanished into the clouds. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian swiftly raised their weapons. On high alert, the stealth-wing beast had a peculiar tendency. It typically only attacked formidable foes that posed a threat. After each assault, it expended a considerable amount of energy to become invisible again, which deterred it from targeting weaker prey. Despite this, the trio remained tense, shielding Du Fei in the center. It was only after confirming that the level 1 stealth-wing beast had departed that they breathed a sigh of relief. Du Fei gazed at the site where the drones had crashed, smiling to himself. What a fortuitous find. Gong Ting, relay the order to retrieve those drones, he instructed. Understood. Gong Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly took out a communicator to issue the command. Soon, a squad of infantry and logistics personnel swiftly mobilized to commence their search on the mountain. Before the air raid shelter, 2 weathered mountain motorcycles were rolled out. Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian shared one, while the remaining bike was allocated to Du Fei and Lu Ruobing. Are you capable? Lu Ruobing inquired, casting a glance at Du Fei. She was concerned that he might struggle with the antiquated and cumbersome motorcycle. Fear not, I am an experienced rider, Du Fei replied confidently, mounting the bike and starting it with a few kicks. After revving the throttle, the exhaust emitted plumes of blue smoke, indicating a satisfactory level of power. As the rear seat sank slightly, a faint, delightful fragrance wafted into Du Fei's nostrils. Lu Ruobing had taken her place behind him, inadvertently brushing against his back. In that instant, a tingling sensation coursed through Du Fei's body. Realizing what had happened, Lu Ruobing quickly shifted back, maintaining some distance from him. In his moment of distraction, the motorcycle jolted violently, nearly causing him to lose control. Lu Ruobing, leaning precariously, instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, assuming he was intentionally being reckless. Originally wishing to keep some space, she found that Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian had already set off, prompting Du Fei to twist the throttle and speed away after them. Lu Ruobing gasped, feeling the motorcycle sway erratically beneath her. She couldn't help but mentally berate him. What kind of experienced rider is this? This is clearly the work of a total novice. The Women's Assault Corps camp was approximately 20 kilometers from the nearest federal outpost, with the journey predominantly comprising rugged mountain trails. Concerned about being thrown off, Lu Ruobing abandoned her modesty and clung tightly to Du Fei's waist throughout the ride. Through the thin fabric of their military uniforms, Du Fei could sense waves of warmth emanating from Lu Ruobing, along with the rapid beating of her heart. This caused his muscles to tense and blood to surge. Fortunately, Du Fei's composure was remarkable. Otherwise, navigating such treacherous terrain would have been impossible. Half an hour later, a towering steel wall loomed ahead, stretching for several kilometers. They had arrived at the federal outpost. This is Federal Outpost number 83, please pay your entry fee. Each individual must pay 100 hours for a 3-hour stay, 500 hours for 1 night's accommodation, or 30,000 hours for a 30-day residence, which includes complimentary meals. At the entrance of the outpost, 2 hummingbird drones broadcasted the announcement, while a row of weapons was aimed at Du Fei and his companions. We choose to stay for 3 hours, Gong Ting declared to the drones. Please pay 400 hours and present your storage card. Gong Ting produced her storage card, and one of the drones scanned its surface. Beep. Payment successful. You may freely roam Federal Outpost number 83 for 3 hours. Any disturbances will be considered malicious intrusion. As the drones issued their warning, Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian mounted their motorcycles and led the way, while Du Fei, carrying Lu Ruobing, followed closely into the outpost. The area of the outpost spanned approximately 5 to 6 square kilometers, comprising several blocks. Inside, Du Fei navigated the motorcycle, surveying his surroundings, and numerous wooden shacks and tents lined the streets, with vendors selling vegetables, meats, and drinking water among other essentials. There were also some solid brick buildings, primarily hotels and restaurants. The streets bustled with activity, brimming with the essence of human society. What's the price for flour? 150 hours per pound. And vegetables, 80 hours per pound. Can you lower the price a bit? A throng of weary travelers meandered through the marketplace, haggling with the vendors. Most of these individuals belonged to armed organizations residing in the wild, temporarily entering the outpost to procure necessities. Du Fei felt a profound sense of awareness. The prices here were significantly higher than those in Revival City. Such outposts were essentially machines for profit. In this world, the upper echelons of the Chrono Federation possessed immense time, granting them immortality, while the lower-class citizens struggled like ants through generations of exploitation. After traversing several blocks, they arrived at the marketplace for used goods. Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian parked their motorcycles to the side and dismounted, waiting. Lu Ruobing released her grip on Du Fei's waist, elegantly swinging her long leg over the seat to jump down. Commander, why don't you get off? Gong Ting approached to ask. You all take a look for materials and find out which vendor offers the best prices, Du Fei replied, bending slightly to hand Gong Ting the materials list. I'll take a moment to rest. I am feeling a bit queasy. Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. Motion sickness from riding a motorcycle. This was a first. The expression on the commander's face seemed rather peculiar. After a moment of mild confusion, they assumed Du Fei was genuinely experiencing motion sickness and thought little of it. Hand in hand, they proceeded ahead. Once Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian had walked away, Lu Ruobing couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Du Fei felt immensely embarrassed, clearly aware that Lu Ruobing had deduced he was not actually suffering from motion sickness. Then, take your time to recover, Lu Ruobing whispered, her face flushed as she turned away. Ignoring her, Du Fei took a deep breath, gazing skyward, attempting to conjure thoughts of tragic events. Ding, Affinity 1. A sudden notification echoed in his mind. Du Fei glanced at Lu Ruobing's retreating silhouette, bewildered. What was going on? Chapter 17. The Federal Outpost. After a brief moment, normalcy was finally restored. Alright, I'm no longer dizzy, Du Fei said somewhat awkwardly, disembarking to park his motorcycle. Lu Ruobing could hardly suppress a laugh but chose not to expose him. Subsequently, the two hastened towards the dilapidated goods trading market. From a distance, they spotted Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian gesturing towards a man in uniform. Commander, if you wish to procure some discarded materials, you'll need to negotiate with that administrator. Otherwise, transactions won't be permitted, Gong Ting remarked quietly, her expression troubled upon noticing Du Fei and Lu Ruobing approaching. One should not underestimate the minor administrators within the outpost, as they wield significant power. Any military faction or armed group entering from outside, unless they are a formally recognized unit, must invariably heed the administrator's disposition. Whether it be a dragon or a tiger, one must tread carefully. After all, while the King of Hell is easy to meet, the mischievous spirits can be quite troublesome. Du Fei nodded slightly, directing his gaze toward the uniformed administrator across from him. Gong Ting turned around, introducing Du Fei to the administrator. This is our commander of the women's field combat team. The administrator glanced at Du Fei, observing his female military attire, and appeared unfazed. In times of scarcity, it was not uncommon for male commanders of various ragtag armies or armed groups to don exceedingly short skirts. The administrator's expression slightly soured, evidently disappointed, as he discerned that Du Fei was not a wealthy patron. Nonetheless, he addressed Du Fei in a rather indifferent manner. I am Husan, the administrator of this trading market. What do you require? We need a substantial quantity of discarded materials, such as scrap copper and iron, to serve as defensive structures for our encampment, Du Fei stated plainly. He understood that scrap metals are typically melted down to fabricate steel walls akin to those surrounding the outpost, designed to fend off the temporal beasts. Husan's interest peaked. How much do you estimate you will need? The more, the better, Du Fei replied with a smile. Let me check, Husan said, pulling out a smart tablet and turning away to feign a search. Moments later, he stowed the tablet and, with a hint of warmth, said, Commander Du, I've gathered the information. Would you like me to take you to inspect it? Gong Ting quickly interjected, thank you. Let us go have a look. However, Husan ignored her, instead beaming at Du Fei. Du Fei naturally understood the underlying message, turning away to retrieve the storage card his father had given him, extracting 4,000 hours. After deducting the 10 fee, he was left with 600 hours. He then directly handed the storage card to Husan, saying, thank you, brother Hu, please lead the way. Husan glanced at the storage card in his hand, seeing the display of 600 hours, and instantly beamed with delight, all for the service of humanity. It's no trouble at all, Commander Du, please follow me. With that, he gestured invitingly and enthusiastically led the way. Typically, Husan dealt with armed groups strapped for funds, with the highest benefits he received not exceeding 300 hours. He had expected Du Fei might generously offer over 100 hours, but he was pleasantly surprised that this commander in women's military attire was so lavish, bestowing 600 hours at once. How could he not be elated? Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian followed behind, each pouting. They felt it was a loss to offer such a hefty benefit before even seeing the goods. Du Fei, however, wore a smile. Unfazed. Greed is a virtue. Money can work wonders. This benefit would not go unreturned. By fostering a good relationship with this administrator named Husan, he could potentially save hundreds or even thousands of hours in the future. Soon, Husan guided them to a site filled with discarded materials. Commander Du, what do you think of this pile? Husan pointed to a mountain of abandoned items before Du Fei. Rusty engines, decommissioned robots, armor, circuit boards, integrated modules, old computers, scrap copper, and iron, among others. This vast assortment weighed several hundred tons. Goodness, Du Fei's eyes swept over the heap, feeling a surge of delight. All these items would be useful. Even though they were weathered and rusty, they could still be transformed from waste to treasure. Brother Hu, you must understand, we intend to use these for constructing walls. This pile of scrap copper and iron is somewhat lacking and contains too many impurities, Du Fei remarked, feigning a frown. The impurities he referred to were the circuit boards, integrated modules, and old computers. In truth, it was precisely these impurities that he required. He did not need an excess of scrap iron. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian were momentarily taken aback by Du Fei's statement but quickly comprehended his intent. They immediately joined in, each adopting a stern expression to convey their dissatisfaction. Commander Du, this pile of discarded materials has been here for over a year. The vendor purchasing these items is struggling to pay the management fee, Husan explained, revealing the situation as he perceived Du Fei's discontent. To be honest, I have some rapport with this vendor. He is eager to sell. Seeing that Du Fei and the others were not entirely satisfied, Husan divulged more. If Commander Du could take a portion off my hands, we can negotiate a reasonable price. Du Fei's heart leapt at this revelation. The more dire the situation, the greater the need for composure. He feigned a look of dilemma, furrowing his brow and remaining silent. Sensing the atmosphere, Husan added, Commander Du, please consider, brother Hu, I only came to view the goods because I trust you. To speak candidly, I am truly not very satisfied with this pile. I understand, whatever you can take from these scraps, consider it a favor for an old friend. Alas, brother Hu, your words touch my heart. It seems destiny has brought us together, as we are both individuals of loyalty and honor. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Du Fei ceased his pretense, clenching his teeth as he declared, it is commendable that you think of your friends. This speaks volumes of your integrity. On that account, I will assist you. With that, he reluctantly nodded. Let us have the vendor come to discuss the pricing. That vendor is fortunate to have a friend like you, brother Hu. Indeed, Husan nodded in agreement, his face brightening with joy. Please extend my thanks to him. I will contact him right away. He promptly retrieved a communicator to reach out. Nyo Daba, where are you? Came the unsavory sounds from the communicator. This old-fashioned device resembled a walkie-talkie, with a loudspeaker that amplified the noise. Upon hearing it, Du Fei frowned slightly, while Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian's cheeks flushed crimson. Get your butt over to your scrapyard. I have a big business deal to introduce to you. What? A big deal? I'll be right there. Don't you have a meal to eat before you go socializing? Husan tucked away the communicator, muttering under his breath. However, he quickly broke into a smile. It was clear that if he facilitated this sale, he could earn at least a 30 commission from Nyo Daba. One can only imagine how invested Husan was in this transaction. Chapter 18 Discarded Materials, effortlessly handled. Moments later, a rather unsavory-looking man hurriedly approached. Nyo Daba, this is Commander Du, Husan pointed to Du Fei and introduced. Greetings, Commander Du. Nyo Daba bowed slightly. Du Fei nodded slightly and stated directly, name your price for this pile of scrap. How much can you offer? Nyo Daba inquired. Let's do this, considering Hu Ji's reputation. If the price is reasonable, I will take all of it. What? All of it? Nyo Daba was taken aback, doubting his hearing. Husan also froze momentarily, then was filled with joy, quickly glaring at Nyo Daba. Did you hear that? Commander Du said he would take it all. This is all on my account. You better not quote an outrageous price. Nyo Daba regained his composure and hurriedly replied, no. I won't quote an outrageous price, the price will be absolutely reasonable. In his excitement, he struggled to articulate his words. Commander Du, this pile of materials weighs over 300 tons. Realistically, it would be impossible to settle for less than 50,000 hours. Nyo Daba explained to Du Fei, glancing at Husan before continuing, how about this, since Hu Gu is involved, I will offer you a fair price. How much? Du Fei asked blandly. 30,000 hours. What do you think? Nyo Daba probed cautiously. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged subtle glances of delight, all looking towards Du Fei. 30,000 hours was already quite a bargain. Du Fei maintained a stoic expression, addressing Husan. Hu Gu, your friend is indeed a businessman. Everyone knows that the prices of materials in the outpost are over 3 times that of the outside world. This heap of scrap must have been acquired for less than 10,000 hours, right? If this deal falls through, we can still be friends. Hu Gu, let us look elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Husan grew anxious and urged Nyo Daba, lower the price a bit. If this deal fell through, his commission would vanish. Nyo Daba's profits or losses were not his concern. 3,000 hours is already a very reasonable price. Nyo Daba, fearing the deal would collapse, thought for a moment and then asked Du Fei, Commander Du, what price can you offer? 15,000 hours, Du Fei replied without hesitation. This, Nyo Daba was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously, no, absolutely not. That is far too low. The cost of acquiring and managing these materials had already exceeded 15,000 hours. Husan was in a difficult position, he too felt that Du Fei's offer was too low. How could one simply cut the price in half? How about this? Our camp is less than 20 kilometers away, and I can add another 5,000 hours, considering Hu Ji's reputation. A total of 20,000 hours to deliver it to us. That is my final offer, please consider it. After finishing, Du Fei waved to Lu Ruobing and the others, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Husan grew increasingly anxious and said to Nyo Daba, Commander Du has already offered quite a bit. If you let this pile sit for too long, it might not even cover the management fees. Selling this heap of scrap for 20,000 hours would net him 6,000 hours, which was a substantial income for him. Nyo Daba's face fell, but it will take at least 4 trips to transport these hundreds of tons, not to mention the journey is unsafe. Is it not less than 20 kilometers? The time beasts within dozens of miles have already been exterminated. Where is the danger? Husan glared at Nyo Daba, unwilling to let him delay further. Let's settle on this, you won't lose much. Lose much? Nyo Daba wore a defeated expression. Selling for 20,000 hours would be a considerable loss. However, finding a buyer willing to take everything at once was rare, and if he did not sell, this heap of scrap could very well become a burden. Moreover, with funds tight, he had no choice but to endure the pain of parting. Very well then, Commander Du, could you pay half as a deposit up front? Nyo Daba gritted his teeth. Payment upon delivery, the entire amount will be settled in one go, Du Fei replied. After all, the two parties had yet to establish any trust. Once a deposit was made, if the other party reneged, they could hide in the outpost without any repercussions. It was not uncommon for outpost merchants to abscond with deposits, and Du Fei would not engage in dealings without assurance. Do you not trust Commander Du? It's settled then, hurry and arrange for the loading. Husan waved his hand at Nyo Daba, pleased that the deal was coming together. Feeling elated, Nyo Daba's face expressed the sorrow of losing a loved one. He obtained the coordinates for the women's combat regiment's camp from Du Fei and then left to arrange for transportation. Commander is truly remarkable. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged admiring glances at Du Fei. If it were them, they would never have been able to strike such a deal at such a low price, yet Du Fei accomplished it effortlessly. Of course, Husan's assistance played a role. Had he not hinted at Nyo Daba's eagerness to sell and encouraged him from the sidelines, things would not have proceeded so smoothly. At this moment, they understood that the benefit fee of 600 hours was indeed well earned. Commander Du, is there anything else I can assist you with? Husan inquired. We still need to purchase a batch of living supplies, such as flour, vegetables, and meat. Additionally, there are some other items. Could you help introduce a few reasonably priced merchants? Du Fei finished speaking and handed over a list to Husan. Husan glanced at it and was secretly astonished. Aside from a few components and water filters, the list primarily consisted of fine rice, flour, vegetables, and various types of food. The quantities were substantial. Acquiring these provisions would likely require several tens of thousands of hours. Oh my, is so much really necessary? Husan muttered, but internally, he was overjoyed. It should be noted that regular military units' living supplies were typically supplied directly by the Federation, with little procurement occurring at outposts. Most food in the outpost was sold to armed groups in the wilderness, miners, scavengers, and the like. These groups seldom purchased high-end food, mainly opting for coarser provisions. While the Federation tightly controlled food supplies in the outpost, the administrators could still skim a little profit from the transactions. However, Du Fei's list was on a different scale. Even with a 2% cut, that would amount to nearly 1,000 hours. Husan had initially thought the women's combat regiment was a penniless outfit, but he realized they were quite wealthy. Instantly, his attitude towards Du Fei shifted, treating him like a longtime brother. Commander Du truly has a generous hand. I will take care of all this, and I guarantee the prices will satisfy you. Husan patted his chest. Then I must trouble you. Who good? Du Fei nodded with a smile. It seemed that in this outpost, as long as there was a profit to be made, the administrators would rush to serve you. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged glances, all dumbfounded. Their storage card held over 80,000 hours. After deducting the 20,000 for the scrap, they still had over 60,000 hours remaining. Yet, the list Du Fei presented would consume at least 50,000 hours primarily for food purchases. Ruobing, what do you think about this? Indeed, this is far too much. Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian expressed concern, glancing instinctively at Lu Ruobing. Listen to the commander. Lu Ruobing shot them a glare. She was reminding Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian to heed Du Fei's directives moving forward. The sisters had already expressed their positions. Why had they not learned their lesson? However, after a moment of thought, Lu Ruobing leaned closer to Du Fei and softly advised, perhaps we should buy a little less. We still have plenty of cassava and wild vegetables. From now on, we should refrain from consuming such items. The entire regiment is suffering from malnutrition and needs better sustenance. Only with proper nutrition can our bodies grow strong. That is how we maintain our combat effectiveness. Du Fei added, as the commander, I must prioritize improving the quality of our meals. But if this quality is too high, and spending so much on these expensive foods won't last us many days, Lu Ruobing cautioned. After painstakingly saving several tens of thousands of hours, if they spent it all on food, they would find themselves devoid of funds once again. Du Fei glanced at the heap of scrap, his gaze resolute. Rest assured, I am confident we can afford to serve fine rice and flour to the entire regiment every day. Upon hearing these words, they no longer voiced objections, merely exchanging wry smiles. The commander's words were beautifully aspirational. They too wished for better food, even if it meant having a feast every 3 days. Yet, given the current financial situation of the Women's Combat Regiment, such aspirations felt rather unrealistic. Chapter 19 The drowsy encounter with Apillo Nyo de Bea was quite efficient in his endeavors, and before long, he had arranged for a high-tonnage heavy-duty truck to arrive. This vehicle was capable of carrying over 100 tons, and he planned to make 3 trips. While Nyo de Bea organized the loading, Du Fei and others, under the guidance of Husan, began procuring supplies and water purifiers, as well as necessary components for the rehabilitation pool. Boss, are you truly resolved to sell the vehicles and equipment? Are we really disbanding? 2 grimy-faced men squatted beside a wooden shed at the street corner. 2 trucks, caked in mud, were parked nearby, laden with equipment and supplies, specifically, a heavy truck and a mining vehicle. Sigh, at present, we have neither food nor water, and we lack even a place to shelter. What options do we have? I can't just stand by and watch my brothers starve to death. One of the men, appearing to be in his 40s, sighed and continued, these 2 vehicles and their cargo should buy us some time. No matter how much we get, we'll just split it evenly and go our separate ways. After speaking, the man rose, patted the mining vehicle's hood, and with a wistful expression, added, old friend, my brothers have reached their limit. I am sorry. His words were laden with sorrow, as if he were speaking to a dear relative. Du Fei, who was inside the wooden shed procuring supplies, was drawn to the conversation between the 2 men. He approached and inquired, good sir, have you encountered some trouble? The man paused, taken aback by Du Fei's military attire and his proactive approach. He immediately grew wary, as some extremist armed groups tended to target those who came to trade at such outposts for robbery. Of course, while the outpost itself was relatively safe, once outside, one could never be too certain, as many had fallen victim to theft. Do not be alarmed, I am Du Fei, the commander of the Women's Field Corps of the Revitalization Military District. Du Fei smiled, introducing himself, and then, with a gentle tone, asked, may I know your name, good sir? Upon hearing Du Fei's introduction as a commander of the Revitalization Military District, the man relaxed his guard slightly and replied, albeit nervously, Commander, I am unworthy of such a title. My name is Chen Yuanshan. Chen Yuanshan, Du Fei furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him for a few seconds before asking, do you happen to know Chen Xinghe? Chen Xinghe was the assistant at his father's clinic, Uncle Chen. In his memory, Uncle Chen had a brother named Chen Yuanshan who had been mining outside the city. He wondered if this was indeed that same man. Chen Xinghe is my elder brother, Chen Yuanshan replied, momentarily taken aback. Commander, how do you know him? What a coincidence. He truly was Uncle Chen's brother, and Du Fei had not anticipated encountering him here. I naturally know him. In fact, I should address you as uncle, Du Fei chuckled, then recounted the relationship between Chen Qinghe and his family. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan's eyes brimmed with tears. Chen Qinghe was his only family in this world, and the brothers had shared a strong bond during their childhood. In contrast, Chen Qinghe had enjoyed better fortune. He had once saved the life of a high-ranking federal official's daughter on the battlefield while serving under Du Fei's father, Du Lei. That official's daughter was none other than Wu Dagui's future wife, Wang Shuzhen. Due to this significant achievement, Du Lei and Chen Qinghe had received special approval to return to Revitalization City and establish a clinic. Chen Qinghe had continued to assist Du Lei. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanshan had not been as fortunate. After leaving Revitalization City at 18, he had not heard anything about his brother since. Hearing Du Fei mention his brother stirred deep emotions within him. How is my brother faring now? Chen Yuanshan asked, his voice trembling. What is the situation? After composing himself, Chen Yuanshan, taken aback by Du Fei's address of him as uncle, felt both honored and surprised. With this newfound connection, Du Fei seemed akin to family in his eyes. Alas, the situation is as follows. Chen Yuanshan sighed and began to explain. It turned out that he had been leading a group of miners in iron ore extraction. Their mining area was located 100 kilometers to the east, at the border between Revitalization City and Bright City. Chen Yuanshan and his crew had been employed by a private mine owner in Bright City, enduring years of exploitation to the point where even basic sustenance had become a challenge. Just 2 days prior, their mining area had been attacked by high-level temporal beasts, resulting in numerous casualties among the security personnel and miners. Even the private mine owner who had employed them had met a grim fate. By sheer luck, Chen Yuanshan managed to escape with a handful of miners, driving away in 2 vehicles. With the mine owner deceased, the wages owed to them were, of course, lost as well. Their time was running short, and out of desperation, they had come to the outpost to sell the vehicles and equipment in hopes of buying some time. Upon grasping the situation, Du Fei couldn't help but feel that this was indeed a serendipitous encounter. The secret silver mine on the mountain needed workers for extraction, and here was the perfect opportunity. Uncle Chen, how many are you currently with? Du Fei inquired. Including myself, there are 30 of us, Chen Yuanshan replied. What a stroke of luck. To be candid, our camp is on the verge of commencing mining operations, Du Fei said, looking at Chen Yuanshan. We are currently seeking to recruit a team of miners. Would you consider joining us? Chapter 20. Could it be that she also suffers from motion sickness? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan could hardly contain his joy. It is worth noting that he and a group of miners currently find themselves without a place to shelter, on the verge of disbanding. This news, undoubtedly, felt like grasping a lifeline for him. The man beside him also bore a look of delight, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Chen Yuanshan. There is no need for further deliberation. As long as there is food to eat and a place to accommodate us, that is sufficient, Chen Yuanshan declared. Very well, the conditions may be somewhat harsh for the time being. Upon reaching the camp, you will need to construct temporary lodgings in the mining area, and you will reside on the mountain thereafter, Du Fei explained in advance. He continued, moreover, our regiment is currently experiencing financial constraints, so earning 30 hours a day, deducting the 24 hours for personal consumption, leaves them with an additional 6 hours, coupled with the 100-hour subsidy, and with meals provided. At the very least, they need not worry about sustenance. Most importantly, Du Fei assured them of their personal safety. For those who found themselves in dire straits, concerns over income levels had long since vanished. Du Fei's ability to present such terms rendered him a veritable savior in their eyes. Then it's settled. Upon receiving Chen Yuanshan's affirmative response, a smile spread across Du Fei's face, and he inquired, what about the other miners? They are all outside the outpost, Chen Yuanshan replied. Excellent, once we complete the procurement of supplies here, they can accompany us back to the camp. Du Fei nodded at him and then turned his attention to the 2 trucks. What is loaded on those vehicles? The mining truck is filled with machinery and equipment, while the other truck contains unopened explosives. Explosives? Du Fei's spirits lifted as he walked over to lift the canvas for a brief inspection, and his heart soared with delight. Indeed, it was a full truckload of unopened explosives, packed tightly in boxes. Uncle Chen, we can definitely make use of these explosives. I will purchase them at market price, however, payment will have to wait until later. No. There is no need for payment, we are already immensely grateful for your offer of shelter. Since they can be of use, please utilize them entirely as a token of our modest appreciation, Chen Yuanshan hastily gestured, speaking with generosity. Then I must express my gratitude, Du Fei replied, feeling quite relieved that ammunition was no longer a concern. Just then, Lu Ruobing and the others approached. Du Fei took the opportunity to briefly explain the situation regarding Chen Yuanshan and the group of miners to them. After listening, smiles blossomed on Lu Ruobing's and her companions' faces. Du Fei understood their joy, as the donation of a truckload of explosives essentially saved them a significant sum of money. One could only say that their luck today was truly extraordinary. Captain, Xiaoying has sent word that they have cleared the ammunition depot, and we now have a manufacturing workshop. However, where can we procure various tools and precision instruments? Gan Ting queried softly into the communicator, her eyes filled with concern as Lu Ruobing and Sun Xiaoqian looked at him, equally troubled by the issue of manufacturing tools. You need not worry about that. I will find a solution, Du Fei replied with a smile. What tools are absent from the universal toolbox? Over an hour later, the procurement of supplies was nearing completion. Husan specifically arranged for 2 trucks, filling them to the brim with various foods and items, and even offered free transportation. The joy evident on Husan's face suggested that he had undoubtedly profited handsomely from this arrangement. Before departing, Dufay intentionally asked Lu Ruobing and her companions to wait aside while he called Husan over privately. "Brother Hu, I would like to inquire about another matter." "Brother, feel free to speak your mind. After all, that frugal father and sister were his only relatives in this world, and their bond was profoundly deep due to the merging of memories." Dufay remained concerned about their current situation, still unaware of whether they had encountered any threats. Meanwhile, Lu Ruobing and her companions believed he was merely seeking Husan's assistance in acquiring manufacturing tools. "Communication is not possible." Husan shook his head, frowning as he added, "Are you perhaps hoping to contact someone in the city?" Dufay nodded. "I wish to inquire about my family's whereabouts." "This matter is rather complicated." Husan's expression turned somewhat awkward as he pondered for a moment before saying, "How about this? Leave me the names and addresses of the individuals you wish to inquire about. I will think of a way, but it may take some time. I will inform you as soon as I have news." Dufay sensed that Husan was not intentionally evading the issue. Rather, it was genuinely challenging. Since he offered to consider a solution, it was clear he had his channels. Consequently, Dufay wrote down the address of the clinic, along with his father's and sister's names, and also left the communication channel for the Women's Field Corps. "I appreciate your help, Brother Hu. You shall be duly rewarded later." Dufay expressed his gratitude. Husan accepted the note, waving his hand dismissively as if to say, "We are brothers, there is no need for such formalities." Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian observed this exchange, each wearing a look of confusion. Could it be that an agreement was reached? The captain's communication skills are indeed remarkable. But with all arrangements finalized, Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian mounted their motorcycles to lead the way, followed closely by the supply truck, the scrap truck, and Chen Yuanshan's mining vehicle. Dufay and Lu Ruobing rode their motorcycles at the rear, escorting the convoy of 5 trucks as they departed the outpost in grand fashion. Along the journey, Lu Ruobing continued to embrace Dufay's waist, her delicate form pressed tightly against him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. However, much to his surprise, he could not discern what thoughts occupied Lu Ruobing's mind. As the system notification sound echoed in his mind from time to time, the intimacy value inexplicably rose by 5 points. The convoy traversed the rugged terrain without encountering any dangers. In less than an hour, the camp came into view. Xiaoying, along with the female soldiers, had already been waiting outside. Upon seeing Dufay and the others returning with 5 trucks, astonished expressions adorned their faces. Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian dismounted their motorcycles and began directing operations on site. The female soldiers and Chen Yuanshan's group of miners busied themselves with preparations. Dufay drove the motorcycle directly into the air raid shelter, parking it before Lu Ruobing slowly dismounted from the back seat. "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Dufay furrowed his brow, noticing her flushed face and somewhat awkward expression. As Dufay focused on her, inquiring about her discomfort, Lu Ruobing's face reddened further, and she stammered, "No. It's nothing, I'm just going to change into some clothes in your room." After speaking, she turned and hurried away. Change into some clothes? Dufay was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling that there were indeed clothes belonging to her in his wardrobe. However, those were all made of sheer black fabric. In an instant, Dufay seemed to grasp the situation. Could it be that she also suffers from motion sickness? Chapter 21 is the water in the stronghold also referred to as pure water? As dusk descended, the female combatants of the field camp and the mountain mining area began their shifts. The camp, being in close proximity to the federal stronghold, had successfully eradicated most level 2 and above temporal beasts. In the past, this was not the case. However, with the advent of mithril bullets, the situation has drastically changed. Even the female soldiers on night duty could easily deal with mutated ferocious beasts or level 1 temporal beasts, treating them as mere prey. Several bonfires blazed in the mountain mining area, creating a bustling atmosphere. Due to the relatively gentle slope of the mountain, Chen Yuanshan and a group of miners had carved out a small path and set up their machinery and equipment. At this moment, they were clearing the surrounding weeds and shrubs, intending to erect temporary shelters overnight. Dufay arrived at the mining area, conducted an inspection, and felt thoroughly satisfied with the miners. "Uncle Chen, let everyone take a break for a while." Dufay, accompanied by Gan Ting and 2 female soldiers, approached Chen Yuanshan and said, "I will first advance each of you 5 days' wages. In the future, salaries will be settled every 5 days. What do you think?" Good. Thank you so much." Chen Yuanshan nodded repeatedly, hurriedly calling out to the miners, "Everyone, stop what you're doing. Come over and line up. Commander Du is here to advance our wages." Upon hearing this, the miners ceased their tasks and lined up behind Chen Yuanshan. Gan Ting produced a storage card and first transferred 650 hours to Chen Yuanshan's wrist, which included a 5-day subsidy. She then proceeded to transfer 150 hours to each miner. The miners gazed in disbelief at the additional 150 hours on their wrists. Having worked as miners for so many years, it was their first encounter with a boss who paid wages in advance. They looked at Dufay with gratitude in their eyes. Dinner is served. At this moment, a group of female soldiers arrived, carrying 2 large wooden barrels filled with food for the miners. As the lids of the barrels were lifted, the fragrant aroma of the dishes wafted through the air. Chen Yuanshan's eyes widened in astonishment. One barrel was filled to the brim with rice, while the other contained stir-fried meat, exuding an appetizing scent. This meal is too lavish." Chen Yuanshan swallowed hard, overwhelmed with excitement. Dufay chuckled and said, "You will have the same meals as us. The upcoming mining tasks rely entirely on you." Chen Yuanshan's mouth twitched in gratitude. Before he could speak, one of the older miners shouted, "Commander Du, you can rest assured, we promise to give our utmost effort." As soon as he finished, all the miners echoed in unison, "We promise to give our utmost effort." Their fervent voices reverberated through the night sky. "All right, let us eat first." Du Fei nodded in satisfaction at the miners. "Let us dig in." Chen Yuanshan waved his hand behind him. The miners swallowed their saliva and stepped up one by one to serve themselves. "This is delicious, indeed. I never expected to enjoy such a sumptuous meal in my lifetime. What a wonderful boss. I would gladly work in this mining area for a lifetime." The miners devoured the rice and stir-fried meat, their hearts brimming with gratitude. A few even shed tears while eating, feeling as though they had fallen into a nest of fortune. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, reputation 10. The system notifications echoed continuously in Du Fei's mind, filling him with quiet joy. "Commander, it's time for us to return for dinner as well. The deputy commander is looking for you regarding something," Gan Ting remarked. "All right," Du Fei nodded. Upon returning to his room, he found Lu Ruobing sitting at the table with damp hair. The room was infused with the scent of soap, mingled with a pungent odor of disinfectant. I just used your bathing facilities. I hope you don't mind," Lu Ruobing said softly, a bit embarrassed. Du Fei was taken aback momentarily, unsure of her meaning. "Commander, your room is the only one in the entire regiment that has bathing facilities," Gan Ting explained from the side. Realizing this, Du Fei understood that the female soldiers had been taking turns using the room for bathing since his arrival. Lu Ruobing had vacated the room for him, effectively occupying the bathing space of all the female soldiers. "Is there no public bathing facility, and why does this water have such an odor?" Du Fei frowned, having yet to use the water in the restroom. Lu Ruobing sighed and shook her head. "We were nearly bankrupt. How could we afford to build public bathing facilities? This is water from the mountain, stored in barrels. We added disinfectant to it to reduce radiation." Lu Ruobing explained. "I see." Du Fei turned to Gan Ting and commanded, "Notify Song Jia. Once the pool is constructed, we shall build a public bathing facility. From now on, do not use this water. Let all the soldiers endure for a couple of days. I will ensure everyone can bathe with pure water." Lu Ruobing and Gan Ting were taken aback, thinking he had lost his mind. "Commander, I oppose this suggestion." Lu Ruobing fixed her gaze on Du Fei, stating, "You must understand, pure water in the stronghold costs 3,000 hours per ton. We can hardly afford to waste it on cooking." Gan Ting chimed in, "I also oppose this. Using it for bathing would be terribly extravagant. They could endure the significant expenditure on food, but with the time remaining on their— Why are you both so anxious? Who said anything about purchasing water from the stronghold?" Du Fei smirked at them and continued, "I meant that we shall produce— No need to purchase." Lu Ruobing and Gan Ting were momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling that among the supplies procured, there seemed to be components for water purification. It turned out this man had long planned to generate water himself. However, they also believed Du Fei possessed such capabilities. They exchanged glances, intrigued. "Then, will it be able to eliminate radiation?" "Commander, you just mentioned pure water. Can it meet the standards of the stronghold's pure water?" Lu Ruobing and Gan Ting asked curiously. If Du Fei could indeed create pure water, even if it did not meet the stronghold's standards, it would still be a tremendous boon. "Ha, the water in the stronghold is also called pure water." Du Fei scoffed with a smile and added, "Just wait, soon you'll be able to drink while you wash up." The two ladies couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Keep dreaming. Indeed, Commander, if we drink while washing, how pure must the water you create be?" Lu Ruobing and Gan Ting exchanged skeptical looks. Du Fei merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to Lu Ruobing. "What is it that you wanted to discuss with me?" "Oh, right, don't you feel uncomfortable wearing my military uniform all the time?" Lu Ruobing smiled, pointing to a brand new military uniform on the bed. "Today at the stronghold, I bought you a set of male military attire. Try it on. Make sure to eat after you change. We'll be leaving now." With that, she took Gan Ting by the hand and left the room. Du Fei gazed at the pristine male military uniform, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, his deputy was quite thoughtful. It was not quite appropriate to wear women's clothing all the time, so he decided to change into the male attire. Chapter 22. The charismatic leader within the vast cavern. The tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air. The female soldiers formed an extensive queue to receive their meals, while those behind craned their necks, swallowing in anticipation. Today's fare was no longer the monotonous cassava porridge and dark vegetables, but rather fragrant rice accompanied by stir-fried meat. Previously, mealtime had felt akin to a sentence of execution, yet today was a stark contrast. The entire cavern resembled a festive celebration, shedding its former gloom and embracing an atmosphere of liveliness and joy. Rice and stir-fried meat, how delightful. I absolutely adore it. I remember having such meals twice when I first enlisted 5 years ago. I joined later, so I've never had the pleasure. It feels extravagant, but I relish it. The female soldiers feasted heartily, their faces aglow with happiness and delight. "This is truly delicious," exclaimed Xiaoying, using her tongue to savor the last grain of rice from her bowl, a sound of contentment escaping her lips. She lit a cigarette, instinctively propping her lovely legs on the wooden dining table, enjoying the release of a smoke ring. However, her charming dimple soon faded, and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of sorrow. With a sigh, she yearned to indulge in such blissful days for a little while longer. Unfortunately, she was aware that her physical condition would soon reach its limit. "This food is indeed a rare delicacy, but our supplies are running low," remarked Gan Ting after finishing her meal, licking her lips. "I think having such rations once every 3 days would suffice. If we insist on such standards daily, we won't last long. The leader's generosity will certainly spoil the sisters." Sun Xiaoqian chimed in, "Just wait and see. In a few days, when they serve us that cassava soaked in disinfectant and wild greens again, no one will be able to eat it, myself included." Yet, I truly wish to enjoy this life, as Gon Ting said. Having rice once every 3 days would suffice. Lu Ruabing sat among them, silent, shaking her head with a bittersweet smile. Indeed, if this continued, all the female soldiers in the unit would surely be spoiled by Du Fei's indulgence. By the way, where is the leader? A soldier inquired at that moment. The leader is changing clothes and will join us shortly. Really, then I'll take my time. I heard Ruabing bought the leader a set of male military attire, the kind that looks incredibly dashing. The leader is already quite handsome, you know. Indeed, even in women's attire, his masculinity is undeniable. In male military uniform, he is undoubtedly a heartthrob. Lower your voices. Can you really call him a heartthrob? Didn't you see how Ruabing shot you a glare just now? I believe only Ruabing deserves a man like the leader. Hee. Just keep your thoughts to yourself. Think them in your heart or in your dreams. You know what I mean. A group of female soldiers chatted and laughed as they ate, whispering amongst themselves, hearing their hushed conversations. Xiaoying, Gon Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged mischievous smiles. Lu Ruabing's cheeks flushed, and she turned to the soldiers, playfully scolding, "You can't even keep your mouths in check while eating. If you keep gossiping, I won't hesitate to silence you." The soldiers immediately fell silent, pulling faces and sticking out their tongues, ceasing their discussions. At that moment, a robust and striking figure strode into the cavern. Du Fei, clad in a crisp new male military uniform, stood before everyone. Instantly, the cavern fell into a hushed stillness. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Thump thump. The female soldiers' breaths quickened, and they could hear each other's heartbeats. "How handsome," Xiaoying gasped, her eyes widening in awe. She quickly placed her legs down from the table, extinguishing her cigarette, and sat up demurely like a gentle girl. "Wow, so dashing," Gon Ting and Sun Shaoqian exclaimed in unison. They had known the leader looked better in female attire than any woman, but they hadn't anticipated he would be more attractive in male military garb than any man they had ever encountered. "This is our leader. How can he be this handsome? Ugh, I can't take it. I feel faint." All the female soldiers wore dazed expressions, feeling breathless, with some even letting drool escape from the corners of their mouths. Lu Ruabing, too, was momentarily entranced, her thoughts swirling in disarray. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, affinity 1. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, affinity 1. Ding. Reputation 10. As the system notifications echoed in her mind, Du Fei approached Lu Ruabing with a smile. "This uniform fits perfectly, thank you. Oh. Lu Ruabing snapped back to reality, realizing Du Fei was speaking to her, and hurriedly replied, "No need to thank me. Gon Ting, please go serve the leader some food." Noticing Lu Ruabing's dazed demeanor, Xiaoying smirked slightly, unable to suppress a teasing smile. Chapter 23 Emergencies. After dinner following the fierce battle at Heishui River in the morning, coupled with an exhausting afternoon, the female soldiers found themselves utterly fatigued. Du Fei ordered the entire regiment to rest well for the night, rejuvenating their spirits for the arduous tasks that awaited them the following day. As night descended, Niu de Beos delivered the last load of scrap materials, settling the accounts before departing. The women's field combat unit shall rise from this heap of debris, and the Qingchuan site mission will serve as the maiden battle for these valiant women. Du Fei gazed at the towering pile of scrap within the camp, a glimmer of resolve shining in his eyes. The 48th Division had been scheming, laying traps one after another. It was only fitting that they would soon clash and discover who was truly resilient and who would bear the brunt of the pain. "Let us first arrange the manufacturing tools." Du Fei stepped into the ammunition depot, surveying his surroundings. He began to organize the tools into 3 distinct areas: Area 1 for the production of weapons and ammunition, Area 2 for communication and intelligent control core devices, and Area 3 for crafting molds, shells, and various components. Before long, an array of tools and precision instruments from the universal toolbox was systematically placed in their designated spots. Each tool possessed its own energy source. With the placement of each, Du Fei activated the lights, illuminating the expansive air raid shelter as brightly as day. In less than half an hour, the once desolate ammunition depot had transformed into a state-of-the-art manufacturing workshop. Du Fei stroked his chin, surveying the clearly defined production areas with a satisfied smile. How astonished would Lu Ruabing and her fellow beauties be when they beheld this transformation? In the next moment, detailed designs of the water purifier and rehabilitation pool surfaced in Du Fei's mind. He resolved to work through the night to fabricate these essential devices. For the next fortnight, everyone would need to enter a high-intensity work mode, himself included. With the rehabilitation pool in place, not only would it enhance physical strength, but it would also alleviate fatigue in mere moments. Taking a deep breath, he set to work. A portion of the components for the water purifier and rehabilitation pool were readily available. The remaining parts could be relatively easily manufactured according to the blueprints. The sounds of clinking and clanging filled the air as Du Fei busied himself with the various devices and tools. On the mountain's mining site, the generators hummed steadily, illuminating the area. Chen Yuanshan led the miners in a valiant night effort, hastily erecting one makeshift wooden shelter after another. Despite being drenched in sweat, their spirits remained high. As dawn broke, Du Fei exhaled with relief. The water purifier and rehabilitation pool were completed, awaiting installation. At that moment, a female soldier burst in, her expression frantic as she saluted. "Report." "What is it?" Du Fei inquired, furrowing his brow. Commander, one of the officers, Xiaoying, is in critical condition. The soldier's face was etched with sorrow as she continued. The vice commander and others are at the medical room, asking if you wish to see Xiaoying for the last time. What? Du Fei gasped in shock. Xiaoying had appeared in relatively good spirits the previous night. How could things have deteriorated so swiftly? Relay my orders, summon personnel immediately and hasten the transport of these devices to the pool by the living quarters. Understood, Commander. Not daring to delay, the soldier swiftly turned and rushed out to carry out the instructions. Du Fei exited the ammunition depot, striding purposefully towards the living area, outside the air raid shelter, near the medical room. Ruobing, I never expected Xiaoying would, so soon. Sob. Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian wept quietly. The radiation she endured was fatal. It was bound to happen. Lu Ruobing's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked up at the cave ceiling, but the tears continued to cascade down her face. Within the women's field combat unit, Xiaoying was an exceptional commander, a steadfast aide to Lu Ruobing, and a dear sister in arms. Now, as Xiaoying prepared to depart from this world, Lu Ruobing spoke the words, yet her heart struggled to bear the immense grief. Xiaoying was fine just last night. I can't believe it's that damned radiation. She told me yesterday she had to hold on until the commander produced the tracked vehicle. Indeed, she was encouraging herself, hoping to be the first to drive the new combat vehicle. Sob. Outside the medical room, the female soldiers wiped their tears, mourning in hushed tones. Despite having experienced the tragic loss of many sisters before, none wished to see such a talented commander and beloved sister leave them. Just as despair enveloped them, Du Fei arrived in haste, his voice steady but urgent. Where is Xiaoying? What is her condition now? Inside, the medics are attempting to resuscitate her. Lu Ruobing replied, drying her tears in a whisper. Do not weep. Du Fei admonished the female soldiers gently before addressing Lu Ruobing. Take me in to see her. All right. Lu Ruobing nodded, believing it was only right for Du Fei, as the commander, to bid Xiaoying farewell. Upon entering the medical room, Su Ninger, a biology specialist, along with several medics, were diligently working to save Xiaoying. The medical equipment was exceedingly rudimentary, consisting of a few old respirators, defibrillators, and functionality testers. At that moment, Xiaoying lay pale, her body convulsing, occasionally erupting into violent coughs that caused dark red blood to spill from her lips. It was evident that even in her final moments, she endured immense suffering. Xiaoying's eyes widened as she recognized Du Fei's presence, yet she was too weak to utter a word. Xiaoying, hold on. Du Fei gently caressed her forehead, then turned to Su Ninger, asking, what is her current state? Commander, Xiaoying has slipped into shock twice already. Her condition is precarious. Su Ninger hesitated, struggling for words. Can we keep her alive for a while longer? Du Fei pressed, his expression grave. If we utilize all our anti-radiation injections and medications, she might hold on for about 2 hours, Su Ninger replied. Very well. As long as we can buy 2 hours, I will find a way to save her. Du Fei solemnly instructed Su Ninger, you must do everything possible to prolong her life. I entrust this to you. With that, he exited the medical room. Understood. Su Ninger stared at Du Fei's retreating figure, momentarily stunned. What had she just heard? She could not comprehend the commander's words. After all, Xiaoying's radiation sickness was in its terminal stage, and there was no cure. How could he possibly claim to have a way to save her? Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged bewildered glances as they followed him out. Du Fei emerged from the medical room, waving to the crowd. Songjia, stop crying and come with me. Upon hearing the commander's call, Songjia ceased her weeping. Though uncertain of why she was summoned, she quickly followed Du Fei towards the living area. Lu Ruobing and the others were increasingly perplexed by his intentions, but recalling his earlier declaration of having a way to save Xiaoying, they hastily followed suit. Chapter 24. You step up in the living area. At the rehabilitation pool, Songjia, place the distillation apparatus into the right groove and connect it to the main unit. Understood. You few are responsible for installing the outlet pipes for the pool walls and the bottom. Ensure to inspect every single pipeline. Understood. Before Du Fei lay a schematic for assembly, as he directed the frantic efforts with urgency. Songjia led the engineers in a flurry of installation work, while Lu Ruobing and others lent their hands, bustling back and forth. They remained oblivious to the true purpose of the pool being constructed by Du Fei, yet having heard it could save Xiaoying's life, they did not dare to question, each one busily engaged in their tasks. More than an hour passed. In the medical room, Su Ninger and several medical personnel were perspiring profusely. They administered the remaining anti-radiation serums and medications available to the entire regiment, one injection after another into Xiaoying's body. Soon, the usable serums and medications were nearly depleted. Without the sustaining injections, Xiaoying's condition rapidly deteriorated. Su Ninger furrowed her brow, urgently calling into the communicator, Commander, please respond received. What is the situation? Xiaoying can only hold on for another 10 minutes at most. Order, immediately carry her over. Understood. The installation of all equipment in the rehabilitation pool was complete, and Du Fei set down the communicator, exhaling a sigh of relief. Only the final step remained to activate the main unit. He opened the technology repository and exchanged 100 reputation points for an energy crystal the size of a walnut. Then, he swiftly placed it into the energy slot of the main unit. In the next moment, buzz, the energy crystal emitted a layer of azure light. The rehabilitation pool's main unit began to operate. Gurgled. Multiple outlets at the bottom and walls of the pool released wisps of white mist, and after about a minute, the azure rehabilitation liquid began to flow forth gently. Subsequently, the flow increased, and the pool soon transformed into a shimmering expanse of azure. Lu Ruobing and the others widened their beautiful eyes in astonishment, gazing at this miraculous scene. Commander, what is this? Lu Rawabing could not help but ask. This is the rehabilitation pool. Those liquids are the rehabilitation fluid. Just as he was speaking, Su Ninger and several medical personnel rushed in carrying Xiaoying. Hand her over to me. Du Fei stepped forward, swiftly lifting Xiaoying into his arms and, under the gaze of all, leapt into the rehabilitation pool. He then carefully laid Xiaoying flat in the water, allowing it to envelop her body and face, leaving only her nostrils above the surface. Commander, this is Su Ninger felt utterly perplexed. Could this pool water truly save Xiaoying? Du Fei ignored her, frowning as he observed Xiaoying, while also sensing the changes within his own body. The technology repository had described the astonishing effects of the rehabilitation pool. To be frank, he felt a tinge of anxiety at this moment, lacking full assurance, as this was the first experiment. 30 seconds, 50 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. What is happening? Is it ineffective? Just as Du Fei was engulfed in confusion and tension. Ding, radiation eliminated 5. Ding, radiation eliminated 5. Ding. Radiation eliminated 5. Ding, radiation completely eliminated. Ding, Constitution 1. Ding, Constitution 1. By heavens, it works. Du Fei was overjoyed. In just a few minutes, not only had the radiation he endured been completely eradicated, but his constitution had also been enhanced. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, with a noticeable change in his physical state. Undoubtedly, the radiation afflicting Xiaoying was also being eliminated. Ding. Constitution enhancement has reached its limit, further consumption required to continue enhancement. It seems the rehabilitation pool has a limit to its capacity for enhancing constitution, but this is already quite remarkable. Du Fei mused inwardly. Several more minutes passed. An unexpected scene unfolded. Xiaoying's body ceased its convulsions, her previously pallid face began to regain a rosy hue, her breathing gradually calming from rapid to steady. In that moment, she resembled a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. After a while, she opened her eyes, and upon realizing she was cradled in Du Fei's embrace, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Commander. I am not dead. Lu Rawabing, Gan Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, Song Jia, and the others were equally astounded. Su Ninger and several medical personnel hurried forward, using the functional detection device to examine various parts of Xiaoying's body repeatedly. Heavens, how is this possible? I can hardly believe it. Xiaoying is fine. The radiation she suffered has completely vanished, Su Ninger exclaimed, her mouth agape, filled with exhilaration. Commander, what on earth is happening? Did the water in this pool truly cure her? Seeing Su Ninger's expression, Lu Rawabing grabbed her arm. Ninger, are you certain Xiaoying is completely healed? Absolutely, I'm certain. Su Ninger nodded emphatically, pointing at the functional detection device. Look, her bodily functions are all exceeding normal levels, health rate at 100, upon finishing, she added, this means Xiaoying is now healthier than any of us. As her words settled, my goodness, how miraculous is this? Lu Rawabing, Gan Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, Song Jia, and all the medical personnel present, including Xiaoying, were left in awe. Yingbao, how do you feel now? I feel amazing, especially the sensation of being held by the commander. Xiaoying revealed her charming dimples, playfully responding. Afterward, she tilted her face to gaze at Du Fei, her beautiful eyes shimmering with gratitude, a hint of tears glistening. In that moment, submerged in the pool, she felt a comfort in her body she had never experienced before. Though she was unsure what this azure liquid was, she understood that it was Du Fei who had rescued her from the brink of death. Wonderful, you impudent girl, why aren't you thanking the commander? Quickly, Lu Rawabing, wiping her tears, sobbed. Commander, thank you. Xiaoying's expression was sincere. She was a stubborn woman, and this marked the first time she had ever expressed gratitude to someone. Nevertheless, she was well aware that she would forever remember Du Fei's life-giving grace. Soon, news of Xiaoying's recovery spread throughout the entire regiment. All the female soldiers rushed over. Fantastic, Xiaoying is alive. Wow, Xiaoying has risen from the dead. The female soldiers encircled the rehabilitation pool, transforming their sorrow into joy, happily wiping their tears. By the way, I remember the commander and Xiaoying made a bet. A female soldier reminded. Indeed, kiss her, hurry up. The female soldiers began to shout in unison. Yingbao, give him a kiss. Seeing this, Lu Rawabing and the others joined in the commotion. Faced with no alternative, Xiaoying quickly planted a light kiss on Du Fei's face like a dragonfly touching the water. Ding. Intimacy value 1. Not enough, a kiss on the face doesn't count. We want to see a real kiss, right? It must involve tongues and be a long, lingering one. The female soldiers found it insufficient and began to clamor again. What a bunch of mischievous girls, you're quite naughty, leave some room for others, don't push your luck. Xiaoying remarked. How could she had never kissed any man's lips, let alone be asked for a lingering kiss. Why are you being so hesitant? This isn't like our Yingbao's character. Exactly, Xiaoying, hurry up, can you even do it? The female soldiers persisted, urging her on, some even employing provocations. Come on, if you can, then you step up. Xiaoying pushed Du Fei forward, saying as soon as these words were uttered, it ignited a wave of laughter. Du Fei stood up, shaking his head in silence. After a brief bout of merriment, Commander, this pool water is truly miraculous. Can you share its effects? Su Ninger inquired excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Lu Rawabing, Gan Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, and all the female soldiers, including Xiaoying, eagerly turned their gazes toward Du Fei. Chapter 25 of the efficacy of the rehabilitation pool. This is the rehabilitation pool I developed, capable of eliminating radiation, treating various injuries and diseases, and frequent use can even enhance one's physical constitution. Observing their eager anticipation, Du Fei elaborated on the pool's remarkable benefits. Could it truly possess such numerous effects? Su Ninger, a biologist, silently pondered. Yet, she soon deemed her skepticism utterly foolish. Was not Xia a living testament to its efficacy? She felt as though her academic training had been in vain. The rehabilitation pool before her completely overturned her understanding of biology and medicine. The issue of radiation posed a global dilemma, one that had yet to be fully resolved. Even the Time Federation and other major powers had poured vast resources into developing antidotes against radiation, which merely mitigated its effects without complete eradication. In contrast, Du Fei's rehabilitation pool not only eliminated radiation entirely but also healed various ailments and injuries. How astonishing was that, one could only declare that Commander Du Fei was an unparalleled genius of his time. A gleam of immense surprise shone in Su Ningara's eyes as she exclaimed, "I believe that with this rehabilitation pool, if we are granted sufficient time, we may attain immortality." "No, it should be eternal youth," Du Fei corrected her with a smile, then added, "There is yet another benefit I forgot to mention. The preservation of youth." This statement sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the group. Lu Ruobing and the other female soldiers were utterly astounded. The notion of immortality was beyond their wildest dreams, but what did eternal youth entail? As far as they knew, the highest rulers of the Time Federation had crafted a radiation-free sanctuary. Even so, those rulers could only achieve immortality, not everlasting youth. Yet now, the commander had devised a pool that could grant individuals eternal youth. At that moment, Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers felt their hearts tremble with excitement, as if they were caught in a wondrous dream. "Commander, will the restorative liquid in this pool ever run out?" Don Ting suddenly inquired. "Not at all. The restorative liquid will evaporate once it neutralizes radiation, while new restorative liquid will automatically replenish it," Du Fei responded. "So, does that mean we could become wealthy from selling the restorative liquid?" Don Ting said with enthusiasm, her mind drawn to the financial implications. "Such aspirations are commendable, but one must understand the perils of possessing a treasure," Du Fei remarked, turning his gaze toward Gon Ting. "Let us first grow strong enough before contemplating such matters." "Indeed, the commander speaks wisely." Lu Ruobing nodded, then solemnly surveyed everyone. "I shall reiterate. Nothing regarding the Women's Field Battalion must be disclosed to the outside world. We are not yet powerful enough. Should the Federation or other factions learn of us, the consequences would be dire. From this point forward, all actions will revolve around the commander. If we wish to lead prosperous lives, we must faithfully execute the commands given. Obey, comply, and remember this." "Understood," the female soldiers replied in unison, their voices resonating through the air raid shelter. With the commander by their side, the prospect of eternal youth was within reach. From this moment, Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers not only glimpsed the hope of survival but also envisioned a future filled with splendid possibilities. "This is merely a small-scale rehabilitation pool for now. We will eventually construct a larger one," Du Fei said, turning to Lu Ruobing. "Alright, we can now arrange for everyone to experience it in shifts." After a moment's thought, he added, "It would be best to immerse without any clothing, as this would enhance the effects. You will have an hour to experience it. After that, all will convene for task assignments." "Yes." Lu Ruobing and the other female soldiers saluted Du Fei in unison. As Du Fei departed, the female soldiers eagerly began shedding their garments, plunging into the pool without hesitation. "Hey, why are you still soaking?" Lu Ruobing called out to Xiaoying. "I didn't undress earlier, so I'm just re-experiencing the immersion," Xiaoying replied with a raised eyebrow, reclining comfortably. "This is simply divine. I feel an invigorating warmth coursing through my body. Oh my, the radiation spots on my skin are fading. My neck and shoulders no longer ache. How miraculous. I feel an overwhelming surge of strength." The female soldiers reveled in the pool, their expressions illuminated with joy as exclamations of wonder echoed around them. "Gon Ting, your radiation exposure was particularly unique. Spread your legs to ensure full immersion," Su Ninger advised. Gon Ting, eyes closed in contemplation, blushed and retorted, "Mind your own business. I've already done that." Not upon returning to his quarters, Du Fei's once-soaked garments had remarkably dried. This was due to the restorative liquid's capacity to swiftly neutralize and evaporate upon contact with airborne radiation. From this, Du Fei gleaned a crucial insight: once the restorative liquid departed the pool, it could scarcely be preserved. In essence, selling the liquid alone was impractical. A complete rehabilitation pool would need to be sold instead. However, that was a consideration for a later time. Gazing at the blueprints of the land-based King tank on his desk, Du Fei pondered for a while. He then opened the system interface, noticing some updates. Host, Du Fei position, Commander Legion, Auxiliary Women's Field Battalion, Prestige points to 1967, Affinity points, 16, Constitution, Basic Enhancement 5, Basic Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement, Items, Universal Toolbox 1, Rare Material Refining Agent 450 milliliters. Du Fei's prestige points had surged to nearly 2,000, with affinity points reaching 1/6. It was worth noting that both prestige and affinity points could be garnered repeatedly and indefinitely. By evoking gratitude or admiration in those around him, he could accumulate these points. Thus, Du Fei placed great emphasis on the living conditions of the female soldiers, as well as those of the miners under Qin Yuanshan. "I hadn't anticipated that my constitution would alter after immersing in the rehabilitation pool. Basic, Advanced, Super. It appears to be categorized into 3 stages, Du Fei mused, his curiosity piqued by the constitution stat. Currently, he felt an abundance of strength surging within him, yet he was uncertain of the full extent of basic enhancement. Driven by his inquisitiveness, Du Fei attempted to grasp a small protruding stone from the wall. With a firm squeeze, he was stunned as the one solid stone cracked beneath his grip. Du Fei was taken aback. Goodness, with only a basic enhancement of 5, he possessed such power. What level of might would he attain with a super enhancement? Would his cadre of female soldiers transform into formidable ironclad warriors? Chapter 26:1 Must dare to dream. Subsequently, Du Fei took a moment to calm his excited heart and opened the technology repository. His reputation stood at 1967 points. Remembering that there were 2 drones in the storage that had been downed by the stealth-winged beasts, he resolved to exchange for another set of drone blueprints. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using 1500 reputation points to exchange for a blueprint of the Predator stealth drone. Images of the Predator drone's design, manufacturing parameters, and functionalities flooded Du Fei's mind. Predator stealth drone. Anti-gravity device, all-around reconnaissance, artificial intelligence program, capable of carrying various offensive weapons, and comprehensive control. In stealth mode, it can interfere with or intercept enemy communications and execute precision strikes on aerial, ground, and maritime targets. Main materials: mithril or vibranium, energy crystals. Click to expand more. Excellent, to eliminate foes without a trace. Striking from miles away is truly an instrument of ambition, Du Fei mused inwardly. If vibranium were used as the primary material for the body, it would be even more formidable. However, the synthesis technology for vibranium required 100 intimacy points to exchange, and he currently did not possess enough. For now, he could only use mithril as the primary material. It seemed that intimacy points were also crucial. He must find ways to acquire more. Nevertheless, even the Predator stealth drone made from mithril would be exceptionally powerful in the current world. With such an aerial killing machine, complemented by the Land King armored vehicle, the Qingchuan Ruins mission would be a guaranteed success. Outside the air raid shelter, at the campsite, the entire contingent of the Women's Field Combat Brigade had assembled. Du Fei's gaze swept over all the female soldiers, each standing tall and proud, their spirits rejuvenated. Next, we shall work diligently for half a month. Your efforts will not only determine the victory at the Qingchuan Ruins but also represent the first step towards a brighter future for the Women's Field Combat Brigade. Guanting, you are responsible for sorting out the communication equipment materials that can be utilized. Area 2 of the workshop is yours to use. Understood. Sun Xiaoqian, you will sort the materials for weapon and ammunition manufacturing. Area 1 of the workshop is yours. Got it. Song Jia, you are in charge of the brigade's infrastructure, including the installation of water purifiers, the construction of public baths, and the camp's perimeter. Additionally, please expedite the delivery of purified water to the living quarters and mining area. Any tools needed can be fabricated in Area 3 of the workshop. Yes. Xiaoying, you are to establish a special operations team to hunt the nearby time beasts, ensuring the Commander. As Du Fei issued his orders, Guanting and the others grasped various blueprints and transitioned into work mode. The female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Brigade busily commenced their tasks. Why haven't I been assigned a task? Lu Ruobing approached Du Fei and inquired. Due to the warm weather, she wore a thin camouflage top, and after soaking in the rehabilitation pool, she appeared even more enchanting. Her well-proportioned figure exuded a mature and alluring charm. Du Fei couldn't help but feel his heart flutter slightly as he replied, your task is of great importance. Accompany me to the mining area. To the mining area? Indeed, we shall extract mithril together, Du Fei stated. Given the considerable quantity of mithril required, he needed an assistant. Really? Lu Ruobing was momentarily taken aback, excitement flickering in her eyes. She had always been curious about how mithril was extracted, and she never expected Du Fei to entrust her with such a significant task. The trust he placed in her deeply moved her. Ding, intimacy points 5. Du Fei felt a surge of joy. Previously, he only gained 1 intimacy point, but now it had started at 5 points. It seemed that the deeper their familiarity, the higher the intimacy points generated. At the mountain mining area, several rudimentary wooden shacks had been erected, serving as dormitories for Chen Yuanshan and the miners. Not far from the shacks stood 2 adjacent wooden houses that Du Fei had specifically requested Chen Yuanshan to construct. To his surprise, they were quite charming. The 2 wooden houses featured several steps, elevated over a meter above the ground, connected by a wooden walkway adorned with a few wicker chairs. Inside, there were bedrooms, a simple bathing area, and tables and chairs. The abundant trees on the mountain provided ample materials, showcasing Chen Yuanshan's diligent efforts. As Du Fei approached the wooden houses, he felt quite satisfied. Wow, such beautiful wooden houses! Lu Ruobing exclaimed, her eyes widening as she examined her surroundings. She turned to Du Fei and asked, did you have them built? Before Du Fei could respond, she dashed up the steps and entered one of the houses. We will be spending considerable time working on the mountain, and one of these is yours. Du Fei followed behind, observing her slender. That's wonderful. Lu Ruobing turned, her face lighting up with joy. After all these years of living in the air raid shelter, the wooden house was a delightful surprise for her. How wonderful it would be if we could all move out of the air raid shelter and reside in such wooden houses. Lu Ruobing gazed at the surrounding mountains, expressing her sentiments. That's not a difficult task. Once the Qingchuan Ruins mission is completed, we can construct as many wooden houses as needed, Du Fei replied with a grin. The mountains were teeming with towering trees, each thick enough for several. Felling just a couple would suffice to build a wooden house. Moreover, with mithril bullets and the rehabilitation pool, the time beasts and wilderness radiation were no longer a significant concern. According to your reasoning, even if we each have 30 years, we need not return to the base city. We can establish ourselves here, centered around the campsite. Lu Ruwabing's eyes gleamed with hope. I find your idea quite commendable, Du Fei nodded in approval. Outside the Federation's base cities and strongholds, as long as one possessed the capability, they could occupy any territory in the wilderness. Du Fei harbored such aspirations, envisioning the construction of a base reminiscent of a Federation stronghold. However, it would take time, as building a comparable base would demand immense effort and could not be achieved overnight. Are you certain? Absolutely. Doesn't that include the Federation's 83rd stronghold? Lu Ruwabing pouted playfully. Hee, one must dare to dream, Du Fei chuckled, continuing, now, let us proceed to the mining area. By the cliffside, the sound of rock drilling reverberated. Chen Yuanshan led the miners, who had already commenced extraction work with great enthusiasm. Mithril ore does not equate to mithril, the stone merely contains trace amounts of the precious material, making it relatively easy to extract. Currently, Chen Yuanshan and the miners operated with only one rock drill, and the process of sorting and transporting the mined ore required manual labor. Ideally, a crusher and a rail transport vehicle would be indispensable, but due to limited funds, they had to make do for Nonetheless, Chen Yuanshan and the miners remained highly motivated, ensuring that they extracted no less than 100 tons of ore daily. At present, in the designated area, 5 or 6 piles of freshly mined mithril ore had already been stacked. Following Du Fei's instructions, these ore pieces were of similar size, allowing for efficient use of the refining agent, ensuring that a single drop could completely extract the mithril from each stone. These ores have a good mithril content. It's time for us to commence our work, Du Fei announced after inspecting the piles of ore, revealing 2 vials of rare refining agent in his hands. One was left over from before, and the other was exchanged from the technology repository for 100 reputation points. What is this? Lu Ruwabing inquired curiously as she took a vial of the refining agent. This is a specialized solvent for extracting mithril, Du Fei explained, unscrewing the cap and demonstrating by drawing a pipette of the agent. With a gentle drip, a drop of the solvent fell onto a piece of ore. The stone rippled like water, the silver stars scattered across its surface began to converge, slowly vanishing. Soon after, a silvery, luminous liquid flowed from within the ore, quickly solidifying. In the next moment, the ore lost its luster, revealing a small piece of mithril on the ground. This is mithril? Did you develop this solvent as well? It's truly remarkable, Lu Ruwabing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Why don't you give it a try? Du Fei encouraged. Alright, Lu Ruwabing nodded, and following Du Fei's method, she dripped a drop of the refining agent onto a piece of ore. Before long, the stone too rippled, yielding a silvery liquid. Is that it? It's that simple to refine it. She picked up the small piece of solidified mithril, overwhelmed with joy, and couldn't help but glance at Du Fei. How could a mere boy just past 18 possess such extraordinary skills? He was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Chapter 27. What are you researching? 2 days have passed, and the various tasks at the camp have progressed quite smoothly. Du Fei and Lu Ruwabing have been diligently extracting mithril from the mining area. Although this substance bears little weight, the total amount they have refined together exceeds a dozen kilograms, indicating a significant yield. Sun Xiaoqian, adept in weaponry and ammunition, and Gong Ting, proficient in communication protocols, possess solid theoretical knowledge, yet their practical skills remain somewhat unrefined. During this period, Du Fei personally guided them. He meticulously taught them the entire process, from mithril bullets and shells to integrated modules and minute components, demonstrating each step with care. After several rounds, both Sun Xiaoqian and Gong Ting have become considerably more adept, while simultaneously holding Du Fei in utmost reverence. With the emergence of a new batch of ammunition, Xia Ying's special operations team naturally received ample supplies. They did not disappoint the entire regiment. After merely 2 days of hunting, they managed to increase the storage card's time to over 30,000 hours. Subsequently, Du Fei shuttled back and forth between the mining area and the workshop, retreating to the recovery pool for a few minutes whenever fatigue set in. He was responsible for manufacturing the Predator stealth drone while also closely monitoring the progress of the Land King tracked vehicle. Should any discrepancies arise, he would promptly correct them, maintaining complete control over the situation. By the 5th day, the previously modified wheeled armored vehicles had been fitted with brand new tracks and a portion of their weaponry. The Land King tracked vehicle was gradually taking shape. Wow, it's stunning. Our tracked vehicle is about to be completed. Gong Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, and a group of female engineers gazed at the vehicle's body, exuberantly exclaiming. Look at how excited you all are. It is still early days, Du Fei chuckled. This was merely an exterior, the true core components had yet to be fully constructed, and it would take some time before it could be operational. Fortunately, these female soldiers were quite perceptive, grasping concepts swiftly, and the production processes were beginning to flow smoothly. In truth, Du Fei felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained a facade of nonchalance. Everyone has been performing admirably of late. The coming days are crucial, so I hope you all continue to strive. Yes, Commander. Encouraged and praised by Du Fei, Gong Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, and the engineering female soldiers wore expressions of exhilaration. As night fell, Du Fei arrived at the mining area, hastily consumed a few bites of food, and then retreated into the wooden cabin to delve into the study of some vital components of the drone. Now, aside from Lu Ruwabing, there was an additional worker, Su Ninger, responsible for extracting mithril. This task required little technical skill, and both of them were able to refine the mined ore each day. Du Fei merely needed to collect the ready mithril. What are you researching? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Du Fei was startled and turned to see Lu Ruobing standing behind him, having approached unnoticed. Do you walk without making a sound? Du Fei remarked, only to glance down and realize she was barefoot, explaining her stealthy approach. Since the two wooden cabins were interconnected, Lu Ruobing had often come over to report her work after finishing her tasks, leading to an increased familiarity between them. Their conversations and mannerisms had become much less constrained. I love the sensation of walking barefoot on the wooden planks. It is simply delightful. Noticing that Du Fei seemed genuinely startled by her arrival, Lu Ruobing shyly lifted one delicate foot, smiling bashfully. She then curiously approached the table, leaning down to examine the blueprints. Clad in a rather thin camouflage top, as she bent over, Du Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. Despite her serious demeanor while perusing the blueprints, he found himself questioning whether Lu Ruobing had intentionally come to entice him. You might not comprehend these blueprints. They depict the core and anti-gravity mechanisms of the drone. I see, no wonder I was utterly baffled. It turns out to be a drone. What, a drone? Upon realizing, Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing her stand upright, Du Fei could have slapped himself in frustration. How could he imply she didn't understand? Shouldn't he have provided her with a thorough explanation instead? This is the Predator stealth drone, and it should be ready alongside the Land King tracked vehicle in the coming days. My heavens, does this mean we will possess drones in the future? Lu Ruobing exclaimed with excitement, eagerly asking, could you explain the capabilities of this drone? Certainly. Du Fei nodded, pointing at the blueprints. Come, observe these designs. Just as Lu Ruobing was about to bend down again, a female soldier's voice rang out from outside. Deputy Commander, good news. The water purifier has been installed, and your bathing area now has pure water. Wonderful, I'll be right there. Lu Ruobing responded, turning to Du Fei. I'll return after my shower for you to explain. You continue your work. With that, she hurriedly dashed towards her wooden cabin. Du Fei was left speechless with this distraction. How could he possibly concentrate on his research? Chapter 28. Has he developed feelings for me? The night was tranquil. The workers in the mining area had succumbed to slumber. A female soldier was on duty, and they slept soundly. Outside the wooden cabin, Du Fei sat in a wicker chair, gazing at the mountain shrouded in darkness. Is this drone truly as formidable as you claim? Lu Ruobing, having just bathed, wore a low-cut, thin t-shirt, the damp ends of her hair still dripping. At this moment, she had comprehended the various capabilities of the Predator stealth drone. Her heart inevitably stirred with astonishment. You will find out in due time, Du Fei replied with a calm smile, continuing, the Federation mandates that no conflicts may arise between legions. Otherwise, the instigating party will be deemed anti-human. In the eyes of the Temporal Federation, humanity is a privilege reserved for the elite, the nobility, and the affluent. Should the lower classes dare to resist or encroach upon their interests, they are labeled as anti-human. Lu Ruobing, puzzled by Du Fei's sudden shift in topic, sighed. Indeed, it is inherently unjust, yet it is an unavoidable reality. Du Fei maintained his serene smile, adding, there is one more feature I neglected to mention. This drone can elude the Federation's all-seeing eye. What? The Predator stealth drone can operate without the eye's oversight. Lu Ruobing's face once again registered shock, and a sudden thought struck her as she looked at Du Fei. You wouldn't be thinking of the humiliation and oppression we've endured can be set aside, but perpetually being bullied, it wouldn't be excessive to strike back, would it? Du Fei stated. Lu Ruobing clenched her delicate fist, a flicker of delight igniting in her gaze. She instantly grasped Du Fei's intention. He aimed to utilize this drone against the 48th Division. Indeed, the Women's Combat Brigade had suffered relentless exploitation, humiliation, and bullying over the years, reaching a breaking point. A counterattack would be entirely justified. However, could two Predator stealth drones truly contend with the formidable 48th Division? Though a trace of apprehension lingered in her heart, Lu Ruobing concealed it and looked at Du Fei with excitement. It seems you already have a plan to deal with the 48th Division? The 48th Division is merely the beginning. The ultimate target is Wu Daguay. Really? Upon hearing Wu Daguay's name, a deep-seated hatred surged within Lu Ruobing. Her parents had perished at his hands. She had not anticipated that Du Fei's scheme was aimed at Wu Daguay. Gratitude welled in her eyes. I thank you, no need for thanks, Du Fei replied, raising his gaze to the night sky. Lost in thought, Lu Ruobing fell silent, her mind a tempest of emotions. Wu Daguay was a mid-level figure within the Temporal Federation, currently at the pinnacle of his power. According to assessments from the Eye, he was likely to ascend to higher echelons soon. To say nothing of his command over 3 divisions, his family background and intricate connections were not something an ordinary person could challenge. The man before her was devising a plan to provoke Wu Daguay for her sake. Lu Ruobing felt momentarily at a loss, her heartbeat quickening. Has he developed feelings for me? At 23, she was 5 years his senior. Was this appropriate? Reflecting on this, she discreetly glanced at Du Fei, her cheeks warming. After a brief moment, Lu Ruobing composed herself, unable to resist asking, what are you thinking about? Thinking of my father and sister, Du Fei responded. You seem fortunate, at least you have family to think of. Lu Ruobing sighed wistfully, drying her damp hair as she spoke. They must be quite happy living in Revival City. The situation is far from optimistic. Wu Daguay likely won't spare them. What? Lu Ruobing paused, bewildered. Wu Daguay, have your family crossed him? It dawned on her that Du Fei's plan against Wu Daguay was not as she had imagined. Yes, my father had an affair with Wu Daguay's wife. The matter came to light. Du Fei chuckled softly, recounting how Du Lei had rescued Wang Shuzhen on the battlefield, along with the subsequent romantic entanglements. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing finally understood, murmuring in disappointment, "I see, my only concern is their current predicament. Actually, there's no need to worry. Revival City has a resident protection mechanism, and besides, your father has merits to his name, they should be safe," Lu Ruobing reassured him. One step at a time, Du Fei exhaled. Throughout history, illicit affairs have led to fatalities. Just ask Shimen Sheng. Though residents in the city were afforded protection, Wu Daguai was a man of considerable influence. With just a few maneuvers, he could easily expel his father and sister from Revival City. With Husan yet to make contact, all they could do was wait. Ugh, it's so bothersome. My hair is too thick, it itches when unwashed, and it takes forever to dry after washing. My arms ache. At that moment, Lu Ruobing lowered her head, frowning lightly, and murmured her complaints. She was rubbing her lustrous, damp hair with a towel, her actions betraying a hint of impatience. The Women's Combat Brigade had lacked the means to purchase items like hairdryers, so all the female soldiers had to dry their hair manually with towels after washing. Women are like this. They cherish beauty and prefer to feel fresh. Damp hair is uncomfortable. Here, let me help you dry it, Du Fei offered, taking the towel from Lu Ruobing's hands and beginning to assist her. Lu Ruobing did not refuse. She was quite willing to indulge in such service, bending down obediently to cooperate with Du Fei. Ding, intimacy level 10. Du Fei felt a surge of joy. 10 points, this was worth the service. He sat beside Lu Ruobing and, as he brushed aside a stray lock of hair that had fallen across her chest, in that instant, his mind went blank, as if struck by lightning. Noticing Du Fei's unusual expression, Lu Ruobing glanced down towards her neck and gasped. Realizing her attire had become revealing, she quickly covered her neckline, standing up in a flustered manner. I should head back to sleep now. With that, her face ablaze, she snatched the towel from Du Fei's hand and hurriedly fled. Chapter 29. A great joy. In the ensuing days, Du Fei immersed himself wholeheartedly in his work. The manufacturing of the Land King tracked vehicles and the Predator stealth drones was nearing completion. Furthermore, through Husan's connections, he acquired 2 second-hand trucks at a low price from the base, adding to Chen Yuanshan's truck laden with gunpowder, totaling 3 vehicles. All 3 trucks were coated with mithril and converted into large infantry transport vehicles and containerized ammunition carriers. Henceforth, the female soldiers would no longer need to march on foot to the battlefield. Additionally, due to the timely supply of mithril, the gunpowder was nearly depleted, leading to a frenzied production of various munitions. The reserves of mithril bullets and shells were ample, sufficient even for a large-scale battle. Of course, this was all thanks to Sun Xiaoqian and her engineering team, who worked tirelessly day and night. At this moment, everyone was full of vigor, and the workshop was bustling with activity. Just as Du Fei poured the liquid mithril into the drone shell molds, Gong Ting and a group of female soldiers approached him. "Commander, I would like to discuss something," Gong Ting stammered. "What is it? Could we perhaps keep the cassava flour and wild vegetables we have in storage instead of discarding them?" Gong Ting inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing frowned and looked at Du Fei. "Are you planning to throw away our food supplies? Is that even considered food? Discard it all," Du Fei replied resolutely. In the past couple of days, he had noticed that his meals were quite sumptuous, while the female soldiers were served dishes featuring those black wild vegetables soaked in disinfectant. He understood that the female combat unit had grown accustomed to meager rations, incorporating wild vegetables into their meals to save a bit. However, such a practice was absolutely unacceptable to Du Fei. How could he allow his subordinates to consume such fare? Moreover, a decline in happiness directly affected the accrual of prestige. Very well, let us discard it then. Seeing Du Fei's irritation, Gong Ting dared not argue further. It was my suggestion for the cooking team to do this. After all, we are not yet affluent. Lu Ruobing bit her lip. We should save wherever possible. The more funds we have, the more equipment we can produce. I understand that we are in a tight financial situation, and you are thinking of the entire unit, but we cannot cut corners when it comes to our meals. From now on, those items are off the menu, Du Fei said seriously, looking directly at Lu Ruobing. The more difficult our circumstances, the more we must ensure our soldiers feel warmth and hope. Rest assured, it won't be long before our finances are stable again. He then turned to Gong Ting. "Tell me, how much time do we currently have in our account?" The Xiaoying Special Forces have accumulated a total of 85,630 hours over the past few days, which, combined with the previous balance, amounts to 92,590 hours. 10,000 hours will be allocated for paying miners' wages for 10 days, and each soldier will receive 200 hours, minus a 10 service fee, leaving us with 57,830 hours in the account. Gong Ting recounted every detail, accounting for each expenditure clearly. Du Fei couldn't help but smile inwardly. Gong Ting was indeed an exceptionally competent steward. "I thought we had run out of funds, yet it turns out there's still over 50,000 hours in the account?" Du Fei said, tapping the workbench with his finger. Addressing Gong Ting, "Order the procurement of food with the entire 50,000 hours." "Ha! So much food? Gong Ting was taken aback, immediately regretting that she had revealed the account's balance. Lu Ruobing sighed, saying, "Can we buy a little less?" She genuinely felt a pang of sympathy. It had been quite a task to save this time, and now it would be consumed. "No, I still feel that 50,000 hours of food is somewhat insufficient." Du Fei's expression was serious as he asked Lu Ruobing, "How long will it take us to reach the Qingchuan ruins?" Lu Ruobing was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Du Fei suddenly posed this question. After a brief hesitation, she replied, "Now that we have transport vehicles, we have essentially mechanized our march, and it will take us about a day and a night to reach the Qingchuan ruins." "Exactly, are we to go the entire journey without food or drink?" Du Fei's eyes narrowed, continuing, "For the battle at the Qingchuan ruins, we must assign some personnel from the cooking team to ensure that the entire unit is adequately fed. As the commander, I am determined that our soldiers shall enjoy a proper meal of stir-fried vegetables and meat with every meal on the battlefield. As long as I am here, I will not allow my soldiers to suffer even the slightest indignity." His words were firm and resonant. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, and the other female soldiers were deeply moved, realizing that their commander was constantly concerned for the welfare of all the sisters in the unit. The emotions of the female soldiers present swelled with profound gratitude. Ding, prestige 10. Ding, prestige 10. Ding, prestige 10. Ding, prestige 10. In Du Fei's mind, the system notification sounds continued to ring out. He chuckled softly to himself, then lowered his head to get back to work earnestly. Days passed swiftly outside the camp of the female combat unit. The soldiers were engulfed in immense joy. The previous two-wheeled armored vehicles had been transformed into two brand new tracked vehicles. The two conventional drones that had been salvaged were reconfigured into two oddly shaped drones, the two Land King tracked vehicles, two Predator stealth drones, and three transport trucks gleamed with a silvery light under the sun. "Is this really our Land King tracked vehicle and drones?" Xiaoying caressed the body of the tracked vehicle, coated entirely in mithril, her eyes alight with fervor. "Quick, someone take a picture of me." "Ingbao, we want to join you." Lu Ruobing and several female soldiers hurried over to stand alongside Xiaoying. "The weaponry is fully equipped. It looks truly impressive, so exhilarating." Sun Xiaoqian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Who would have thought this was crafted from a heap of discarded materials that the commander purchased for 20,000 hours? Gong Ting chimed in, "This is a mithril-tracked vehicle, with performance far surpassing the latest models from the Federation. It could easily fetch 100,000 hours. Wow, so valuable." "Gong Ting, what about our drones?" a female soldier inquired. "The drones are even more remarkable. They were handcrafted by our commander using pure mithril, and we won T-part with them for any amount of time." Gong Ting replied. "What about the performance of these two drones?" "The performance is currently classified." Gong Ting shot a glance at Du Fei, a hint of mystery and pride gracing her features. Under Du Fei's guidance, she had mastered the various capabilities of the Predator stealth drones. Du Fei had also entrusted her with the control of these lethal machines. How could she not be thrilled to be the first in the unit to operate an aircraft? Chapter 30 Heavy equipment testing. With all preparations complete, the time had come to enter the debugging phase for the Land King tracked vehicle and the Predator drone. Du Fei exchanged 700 reputation points for 7 energy crystals, utilizing them to power all vehicles, including 3 transport trucks. Each of these energy crystals could sustain power for an entire year, liberating them entirely from reliance on fuel. All personnel in position. Report the operational status of the vehicle. Report, Land King 1 is operational, all data is functioning normally and is on standby. In the command room of the Land King tracked vehicle, Lu Ruobing focused intently on the control panel as she relayed the information. Report. Land King 2 is operational, all data is functioning normally and is on standby. Xiaoying followed suit with her report. Activate the all-round defense system, initiate a test of the autocannon, machine gun, and Gatling gun. Du Fei commanded. Understood. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, rat-a-tat-tat, boom, boom. As the ground trembled violently, 2 Land King tracked vehicles traversed ravines and scaled hills, advancing at an impressive speed. In the distance, the desolate mountains echoed with the sounds of cannon fire, rocks flying through the air, creating a profoundly dramatic scene. Report. The autocannon's effective range exceeds 6,000 square meters, with the machine gun and Gatling gun accurately hitting over 300 targets. Report, the command system, encrypted communication system, vehicle speed, and weapon equipment data tests are all normal, and we are fully prepared for combat. Excellent. At that moment, a weight lifted from Du Fei's heart as he exhaled steadily. He was keenly aware that the blueprints obtained from the tech repository were not one-time use, they were deeply etched in his mind. If the Land King tracked vehicle performed exceptionally on the battlefield, he would not hesitate to produce several more, or even manufacture them in bulk. Gong Ting, please respond. Gong Ting received. Gong Ting received. In a separate control room for Land King 1, Gong Ting, wearing headphones, replied. Now it's your turn. Yes, Commander. Gong Ting took a deep breath and pressed the activation button on the control panel. Buzz, around the 2 stealth Predator drones stationed at the camp, the air shimmered as they slowly ascended. Remarkably, upon reaching a height exceeding 10 meters, the drones seemed to merge seamlessly with the air, instantly becoming invisible. At that moment, Du Fei was inwardly astonished, finding it somewhat incredible. This was true invisibility. He had initially thought that the stealth capabilities of these drones merely shielded them from radar detection. He never anticipated that they could obscure visibility entirely, no wonder it was deemed cutting-edge technology. It was no surprise the introduction claimed they were not subject to surveillance by the eye in the sky. Even if detected, they could only be classified as unidentified flying objects. Don Ting, what is the current position of the drones? Du Fei inquired. Through the drone's monitoring device, she could clearly see the entire camp's layout on the screen. Zooming in, she could even discern the expressions on Du Fei and all the female soldiers' faces. What, 15 meters above my head? Du Fei looked up towards the sky, finding it empty. Goodness, they make no sound at all? Command, begin testing the stealth predator drones. Affirmative, Commander. Don Ting gripped the two joysticks, maneuvering deftly. Report. Comprehensive control, artificial intelligence autonomous program, and weapon equipment data are all normal. Current altitude 6729 meters. Oh my, speed. 9,100 kilometers per hour. Achieved 7 times the speed of sound, fantastic. Don Ting exclaimed in astonishment, her excitement palpable. Beep beep beep, at that moment, the control panel screen displayed 3 red dots appearing in the clouds ahead. Don Ting momentarily lost focus, and the 2 drones swiftly darted past the 3 red dots. She quickly slowed down, taking control of one drone while setting the other to autonomous program mode, designating it for escort follow mode. Then, executing a graceful maneuver, she turned the aircraft around to pursue the 3 red dots. Report, Commander, we have a situation. What situation? Du Fei adjusted his headset, frowning as he inquired. At the coordinates of 117 east and 43. 9 north, 3 level 2 stealth winged beasts have been detected. Should we engage them? Reported Don Ting. Du Fei let out a sigh of relief, having initially feared there was an issue with the drone, and inquired, what is the current status of the drone? The drone is in excellent condition, currently flying 30 meters to the right of the 3 level 2 stealth winged beasts, which remain completely oblivious. Don Ting teased with excitement. She could hardly believe that the drone had approached the beasts at such close range without being detected. Conversely, the 3 level 2 stealth winged beasts were also in stealth mode but were clearly identified by the drone. It could only be said that the Predator stealth drone developed by the commander was extraordinarily impressive. Authorize engagement, it's an opportune moment to test the drone's weaponry, commanded Du Fei. Absolutely, dear Commander. Should I choose micromissiles, grenades, machine guns, or Gatling guns? Don Ting playfully queried. You seem quite eager, make your own choice, Du Fei replied, somewhat exasperated. Take this. She selected the nearest level 2 stealth winged beast and pressed the machine gun button. Rat-a-tat-tat. The main control drone unleashed a flurry of shells, boom, boom, boom. Flashes of light flickered within the clouds as the level 2 stealth winged beast was obliterated without a trace of awareness. Killing the level 2 time beast awarded 3,576 hours. The auxiliary female combat unit's storage card received 3,576 hours. Report to the commander, 1 level 2 stealth winged beast has been eliminated, yielding 3,576 hours, which the time generated upon killing a time beast is credited solely to the slayer's storage card. If a non-Federation card is used, it will still be credited to the holder's other cards, but currently, all humans utilize Federation storage cards. The Sky Eye oversees the Legion and simultaneously serves as the Federation's time collector. Any kills made under its surveillance will automatically incur a 20 deduction. However, if a kill is made outside its oversight, the Sky Eye cannot deduct anything, although the time generated will still be credited to the Slayer's storage card, meaning the time generated by a time beast is recognized only by the Slayer and their storage card, regardless of whether it is a Federation card. P.S. So tiring. Goodness, what an advantage. Don Ting exclaimed, her excitement palpable. With a keen sense for finances, she was acutely aware of the burdensome 20 cut from the Time Federation, which had previously been a source of distress. Each time she had slain a time beast, a portion of the time gain was deducted, causing her considerable anguish. And now, however, the hours gained would be credited in full with the Predator stealth drone. She would no longer be subjected to the exploitation of those wretched individuals. Don Ting felt a sense of vindication and exhilaration, her worries completely alleviated. Ha 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 roar. At that moment, the remaining 2 level 2 stealth winged beasts were startled. One particularly aggressive time beast roared, revealing its true form and entering a combat state, yet, as it flapped its wings, it could not locate its target. So hideous, I shall eliminate you on behalf of the commander. Don Ting resolutely pressed the Gatling gun button. Rat-a-tat-tat. The drone unleashed a torrent of large-caliber silver bullets. Roar. The irate level 2 time beast let out a tragic howl as its body was riddled with holes, plummeting from the clouds. Killing the level 2 time beast granted 3,920 hours. The auxiliary female combat unit's storage card received 3,920 hours. With the storage card replenished once more, Don Ting squinted her eyes, raised her middle finger, and gently blew on it. Just as she attempted to strike a cool pose, she noticed that the last remaining level 2 stealth winged beast had already fled in terror. Let you run for 3 kilometers. Beep beep beep. Air-to-air micromissiles have locked onto the target. Boom. Killing the level 2 time beast awarded 3,783 hours, the auxiliary female combat unit's storage card received 3,783 hours. Yay! Ganting clenched her small fist, feeling utterly elated. Report to the commander. The Predator stealth drone test is complete, all data is normal and ready for combat. Excellent, no need to land, return to the camp airspace and hover on standby. Du Fei commanded. Yes. Chapter 31 Are we truly invincible? As the test concluded, 2 Land King armored vehicles rolled back into the camp, their silver tracks gleaming with an imposing majesty. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian eagerly leaped from the vehicles. With heads held high and chests puffed out, they approached Du Fei in unison, saluting, "Greetings, Commander." The testing of the Land King armored vehicles and the Predator drones was a resounding success. Du Fei nodded at them, a smile gracing his face as he turned to Xiaoying. "Xiaoying, you are an exceptional commander. How do you assess the performance of our current vehicles compared to the previous armored ones?" At that moment, Xiaoying was still riding the wave of excitement. Upon hearing Du Fei seek her opinion, her enthusiasm surged even higher. "Commander, the Land King armored vehicle you have created is absolutely incredible. It is agile in movement, responsive in control, and boasts exceptional communication quality and detection capabilities. Especially the weapons such as the autocannon, machine gun, and Gatling gun. Their firepower far exceeds that of other legions. Moreover, with its mithril chassis and comprehensive defensive autocannon, I believe we can charge recklessly across the battlefield. Our previous armored vehicles pale in comparison. Even the latest model from the Federation cannot hold a candle to our Land King. It's like the difference between a grandchild and a grandparent. I dare say, the Land King armored vehicle you have crafted is the most formidable in the world, truly invincible." As Xiaoying's radiant eyes sparkled with excitement, her words elicited a thunderous applause from the surrounding crowd, with many female soldiers' hands turning red from clapping. Xiaoying's praise was not exaggerated. The performance of the Land King armored vehicle was indeed evident to all. How exhilarating! With the Land King vehicles, the Women's Field Corps was certain to triumph in the battle at the Qingchuan ruins. Ganting, listening to the accolades pouring in for the armored vehicles, couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl slightly. Is this what invincibility looks like? Is this enough to make you also jubilant? I would not trade 10 Land King armored vehicles for a single aircraft. If I were to mention that 2 invisible weapons of mass destruction are currently hovering above your heads, it would surely leave you slack-jawed in astonishment. Keep in mind, the details regarding the performance of the Predator stealth drones are currently classified, known only to Lu Ruobing and Ganting. It's no wonder the female soldiers focus solely on the Land King armored vehicles. They had long believed those drones were merely for reconnaissance and information gathering. To them, those drones seemed like worthless trinkets devoid of combat capability. Du Fei chuckled as he patted Xiaoying on the shoulder. "Since you find it to your liking, the number 2 Land King armored vehicle shall be yours." "Fantastic. Thank you, Commander." Xiaoying was nearly overwhelmed with joy, wanting to rush over and give Du Fei a hug, all the while casting a smug glance at Ganting. It was obvious that the number 1 Land King armored vehicle would belong to Vice Commander Lu Ruobing, leaving only the number 2 for Xiaoying, who feared Ganting might try to claim. Now that Du Fei had promised the number 2 Land King armored vehicle to Xiaoying, one could only imagine her exhilaration, as well as the dismay that must be brewing within Ganting. However, the next moment, she noticed Ganting was gazing at her, a look of pride on her face. That expression seemed to say, "I have no intention of competing with you." This left Xiaoying feeling perplexed, sensing some. "You've given the number 2 doing Bao, but what about me?" Sun Xiaoqian interjected, her lips pouting in dissatisfaction. The weapon systems of these 2 vehicles, along with various mithril ammunition, had required her considerable effort. Du Fei replied with a smile, "You are a significant contributor. A position has been reserved for you in the independent control room of the number 1 vehicle. One of Ganting's 2 drones will be assigned to you, which is quite an important role." This decision was primarily based on the consideration that Ganting alone operating 2 drones would be somewhat burdensome. Having Sun Xiaoqian share the responsibility would allow both Predator stealth drones to maximize their effectiveness, enabling them to operate in separate locations. "What? I prefer operating a powerful armored vehicle to engaging with feeble drones." Sun Xiaoqian exclaimed, her disappointment evident as her pouting lips could hang a beer bottle. She begrudgingly saluted. "Fine." Meanwhile, Ganting merely smiled at her, thinking, "Look down on the drones, will you? You'll know their worth soon enough." At that moment, a communication. This hunting ground is divided into 4 major positions: east, west, south, and north. In addition to the 48th Division and numerous auxiliary legions, there are also regular forces from the Holy War Military District involved. How could they place our position on a plain? I knew the 48th Division had ulterior motives. They have deliberately exposed our Women's Field Corps to the open, aiming to attract the attention of the time beasts. The 48th Division is utterly shameless. This is a blatant attempt to use us as cannon fodder. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian were all incensed, their teeth gritting in rage. Very well, let us grant them their wish. Who becomes cannon fodder is yet to be determined. Du Fei remarked calmly, then turned serious. "Convey my orders, all personnel, prepare your equipment, assemble in 10 minutes. Understood, the infantry commander responded promptly. Commander's orders. All commanders and combatants, prepare your equipment, assemble in 10 minutes. Repeat all commanders and combatants, prepare your equipment, assemble in 10 minutes. With the command issued, all female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps sprang into action. The engines of 2 transport vehicles roared to life, warming up of the rear doors of the ammunition transport containers swung open, and various rounds and shells were loaded in continuously. Lou Rouabing glanced at Dufay. Are you planning to depart immediately? Since the 48th Division and other legions have already commenced their operations, we cannot lag behind. Dufay nodded, then added with a smile, we have promised to cooperate fully in this operation, and thus we shall arrive at the designated position ahead of schedule to reassure the 48th Division. P.S. I humbly request 2 favors. First, I hope you can leave a comment in the comment section, 5 stars would be preferable. Second, I kindly ask you to spare a few seconds to promote this book in the Book Drought Square. I would be eternally grateful, of course, if you could also send a free gift in support of my passion, that would be even better. Thank you so much. Chapter 32. You are being excessively overbearing. In the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King battle vehicle, Sun Shaoqian gazed at. Within just a few minutes, she had thoroughly grasped the various capabilities of the Predator stealth drone. Look, this is what I managed to acquire from 400 kilometers away from the camp while you were testing the battle vehicle, Gong Ting remarked, raising an eyebrow as she accessed the storage card's contents with a flourish. Goodness, this is a. Then, the seemingly innocent Sun Shaoqian revealed her true nature, sensually licking her lips. Bam! She planted a fervent kiss on the screen depicting his face. 10 minutes later. All personnel, assemble. With a resounding order, the female soldiers of the Wild Combat Brigade lined up in perfect formation. Report, 90 warriors of the Wild Combat Brigade are assembled, the infantry commander declared with pride, saluting. Following Dufay's directive, a total of 90 combatants were participating in this mission, while the remaining 18 female soldiers remained at the camp, comprising sentinels for the base and mine, medics, and cooks for the miners. Dufay's gaze swept over the ranks, and after delivering a brief speech, he waved his hand decisively to depart. With that, he followed Lou Rouabing onto the No. 1 Land King tracked vehicle. All aboard. Destination. Qingchuan Ruins. Move out. Vroom, vroom. .2 formidable tracked vehicles led the way, flanked by a container ammunition truck, with 2 transport trucks laden with female soldiers trailing behind. The Qingchuan Ruins, once a small base city named Qingchuan, had been overrun by high-level temporal beasts centuries ago, transforming it into a desolate ghost town and a paradise for beasts. Located northwest of the Wild Combat Brigade's camp, it lay approximately 300 kilometers away. The route was predominantly rugged mountain paths, with sections requiring manual clearing due to landslides. Thus, despite the seemingly short distance, even mechanized troops would take a day and a night to reach their destination. The following afternoon. As the terrain opened up, the Wild Combat Brigade arrived at the outskirts of the Eastern Front, less than 10 kilometers from the Qingchuan Ruins. At that moment, both Dufay and Lou Rouabing, who had been resting their eyes in the command room, opened their eyes in unison, sensing the sudden halt of the advancing convoy. What's the situation? Report, there's a roadblock ahead, the driver communicated through the intercom. Commander, there's a negotiation may be required. Gong Ting's voice came through the encrypted channel. Understood. Dufay and Lou Rouabing exchanged glances, opened the vehicle doors, and descended. Meanwhile, Xia Ying and 2 female soldiers jumped down from the No. 2 battle vehicle. Stop. This is the territory of the Flying Fish Legion and the Wolf Legion. Quickly detour. Before Dufay, Lou Rouabing, and Xia Ying could approach, 2 groups of soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at them. We are the extraterritorial Wild Combat Brigade of the Revival Army, stationed at the Eastern Front S Position 3. We request passage, Lou Rouabing stated firmly. What is the Wild Combat Brigade to us? Are you blind or deaf? Do we need to repeat ourselves? This is the territory of the Flying Fish Legion and the Wolf Legion. No one is permitted to pass. Several commanding officers among the group spoke with a distinctly hostile tone. How dare you speak to us in such a manner? Your lack of reason is astounding. Clearly, they had encountered such bullying and insults before. Dufay frowned and inquired of Lou Rouabing, are the Flying Fish Legion and the Wolf Legion that formidable? These 2 legions, like us, are extraterritorial. They have always been overbearing, their actions akin to those of bandits. However, they rank among the top 50,000 in combat strength on the SkyEye website. Stronger than us, Lou Rouabing replied softly. Bah! Lackeys of the 48th Division, scum among extraterritorial legions. Xia Ying spat on the ground. Dufay nodded, then stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing the officers, I am the commander of the Wild Combat Brigade. We have come at the behest of the 48th Division to guard Position 3 on the Eastern Front. If you deny us passage and it jeopardizes our mission, can you bear the consequences? The officers were taken aback, finally recognizing Dufay. They had not anticipated a male commander emerging from the Wild Combat Brigade. This young man was even more handsome than many women. Momentarily dazed, one officer said, we have orders from above. This is a critical area, and no one is allowed to pass. Then summon your superiors, otherwise, I shall contact the 48th Division, Dufay asserted. Seeing Dufay's resolute stance and the pressure from the 48th Division, the officers dared not continue their arrogance. However, they muttered insults as they turned away to report via their communication devices. Before long, 2 military vehicles approached, several soldiers respectfully opened the doors, and 2 commanders from the Flying Fish and Wolf Legions emerged from their vehicles. What's the matter? The commander of the Wolf Legion swaggered over, glancing at Du Fei and the others with disdain. We are the Wild Combat Brigade, requesting passage through your territory to reach Position 3. We hope for your cooperation, Du Fei replied with a smile, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Ha, our territory is not something that can be crossed so casually, do you understand? The Wolf Legion commander sneered, waving his whip and pointing toward the mountains. You may detour around the valley at the foot of the mountain. The Flying Fish Legion commander scoffed and added, who was just speaking of jeopardizing our mission? If you fail to arrive on time at your position, that would be the real jeopardy. You'd best hurry and detour. Lu Ruobing's face turned pale with anger, unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, you are being excessively overbearing. And what of it? The Wolf Legion commander replied with a scornful tone, his expression darkening. Don't overstep your bounds. Quickly get lost as far away as you can. The Flying Fish Legion commander chuckled mockingly, didn't you hear me tell you to scram? Do you think this mere Wild Combat Brigade can instigate trouble? Vroom, vroom. At that moment, a large contingent of well-equipped troops appeared at the fork in the road, with dozens of tanks, armored vehicles, and transport trucks stretching far beyond the horizon. One middle-aged commander, observing the situation, approached with a furrowed brow. Is this the caliber of your revival army, commanders? The Wolf Legion commander froze, and upon realizing the other party was from a regular army, he quickly stood straight and saluted. Then, a forced smile spread across his face as he asked, may I inquire who you are? I am Chu Jingxiong, the commander of the Ironblood Brigade of the 56th Division of the Holy War Army, the middle-aged commander replied. Chapter 33 The young man is quite intriguing. Upon announcing his number and name, Chu Jingxiong remarked, so it is the esteemed Commander Chu of the Holy War District, my apologies. We have long heard of your illustrious reputation. The commanders of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legions quickly donned smiles, revealing an overtly sycophantic demeanor. A person's name carries weight, just as a tree casts its shadow. The Iron Blood Brigade of the 56th Division in the Holy War District ranks among the top 10,000 on the Tianyan website's combat power list, a testament to their formidable strength. Naturally, the commanders of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legions were eager to curry favor, for in the heat of battle, should their positions face peril, they would need to seek assistance from allied forces. It goes without saying that Chu Jingxiong's Iron Blood Brigade would be their prime choice for refuge. The commanders of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legions looked upon him as if he were a long-lost father. How could they not seize the opportunity to ingratiate themselves? Commander Chu, may I inquire which position your forces are stationed at? The commander of the Wolf Legion asked with utmost respect. Position 1, Chu Jingxiong replied nonchalantly, seemingly displeased by the obsequiousness of the two commanders. Commander, we must hasten to the position and prepare our defensive lines, an aide approached, saluting Chu Jingxiong. The commander of the Wolf Legion, upon seeing this, hurriedly gestured behind him, quickly allow the Iron Blood Brigade to pass. The commander of the Flying Fish Legion followed suit, bowing, Commander Chu, please. Chu Jingxiong could this truly be considered a legion? He found himself questioning whether the revival district had become so desperate as to send a mere detachment to hold the position. If combat were to erupt, would such a small force suffice against the ferocity of the beasts? At that moment, the commanders of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legions, along with the soldiers, wore expressions of derision. Young brother, I can only commend your courage. Chu Jingxiong remarked. Well, we've come this far. Orders are orders, Du Fei replied with a smile. Chu Jingxiong nodded, his gaze sweeping over Du Fei and the female soldiers aboard the transport vehicles, sighing, you move me greatly, you remind me of my youth. Let us proceed together through the defense zone. He then extended a hand toward Du Fei in invitation. Commander Chu, I sincerely apologize, but they lack the qualifications to pass through our defense zone. Indeed, we only permit passage for your forces, Commander Chu. The commanders of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legion shot a pointed glance at Du Fei and his companions, their tones laced with sarcasm. In an instant, Chu Jingxiong's expression darkened, his brows knitting into a furrow. He felt a surge of anger but restrained himself, recognizing that he belonged to the Holy War District, and this was an internal matter for the Revival District, making it inappropriate for him to interfere. How about this? Here is my Iron Blood Brigade's communication channel. Should you encounter any perilous situations, you may seek assistance from my forces. Chu Jingxiong jotted down a series of numbers on a note and handed it to Du Fei. The same goes for you. This is my Women's Field Battalion's communication channel. Should you find yourselves in a dire predicament, feel free to reach out to us, Du Fei reciprocated, passing a note to Chu Jingxiong with the same sentiment. Ha ha ha, the young man is indeed amusing. Chu Jingxiong laughed heartily, casually passing the note to his aide, before adding, I wish you the best of luck. Likewise, Du Fei replied with a smile. Commander Chu, after you. Clear all obstacles and allow passage swiftly. The commanders of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legions, along with their soldiers, nodded and bowed, as Chu Jingxiong's Iron Blood Brigade smoothly traversed the defense zone. Xia Ying glared fiercely, exclaiming, bastards. Lu Ruobing, equally incensed, trembled with rage, turning to Du Fei, what shall we do? Du Fei's gaze flickered towards the commanders of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legions, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Noticing Lu Ruobing's inquiry, he touched his earpiece, asking, Guanting, can we circumvent them? At the foot of the mountain, there lies a dry river valley, which requires clearing a few landslide stones, but it poses no significant issue, Guanting responded. All right, leave one escort vehicle behind, and send another to assess our position. Identify suitable sites for constructing defensive lines. Understood. Guanting acknowledged. Let us go, board the vehicle, we shall take the detour. Dufay patted Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying on their shoulders, offering a calm smile. There is no need to be angry with them. With that, he led them onto the battle vehicle. Detour to the right at the foot of the mountain 1 kilometer ahead, there are landslide debris. Engineers prepare to clear the roadway, yes. In the command room of the No. 1 Land King battle tank, Lu Ruobing's face was taut, her bosom rising and falling with agitation. Despite the convoy having circumvented the obstacle, her ire had yet to dissipate. Dufay, lost in thought, gazed intently at her. When Lu Ruobing noticed, she shot him an indignant glare. Their eyes met, and they held the gaze for less than a minute before Dufay succumbed. Indeed, in such exchanges, it often is the man who yields first. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and the gentleness emanating from a woman's gaze can compel a man's attention to drift, often to her neckline. Just as Dufay found himself wearing a mischievous grin, utterly defeated. You are not allowed to look. Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed, and she hastily crossed her arms over her chest, her anger dissipating instantly. Oh, by the way, Dufay, understanding the importance of moderation, averted his gaze and earnestly asked, for this mission, have all 3 brigades of the 48th Division been mobilized? Indeed, it is said that Division Commander Diao Dequay is personally overseeing the operation, Lu Ruobing replied. Diao Dequay has arrived as well? When do they plan to launch their full-scale assault? Tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock. Dufay pondered momentarily before commanding into his earpiece. Guanting, once the garrison point is selected, investigate all military deployments of the 48th Division. Additionally, locate the position of their division's command center. Yes. Chapter 34. Sleepless nights, uncertainty surrounding life and death. Position number 3 on the eastern front. Aside from a modest hillock that rises slightly above the surrounding plain, the terrain stretches flat as far as the eye can see. The entirety of the position is laid bare. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying surveyed their surroundings, a sense of worry creeping into their minds. With a mere 90 personnel in the entire regiment, establishing a defensive line in such terrain posed a significant challenge. The two exchanged glances, exasperated, and turned their attention to Dufay. Dufay understood that this battlefield was not one of conventional warfare against fellow soldiers, but rather a confrontation with beasts. Digging trenches would prove futile. To construct a formidable defense, they must leverage the advantageous topography. Currently, the only favorable feature was that small hillock. However, for Dufay, that was already sufficient. What is there to fret about? Let us not forget, we possess secret silver ammunition. We shall meet force with force and water with earth, Dufay chuckled, taking charge of the deployment. Issue the order to establish our encampment behind the hillock. Songjia, prepare positions on the hillock for the machine guns and howitzers. To the right of the hillock, position the Land King tanks at the front and the ammunition trucks at the rear, arranging the 5 vehicles in a V formation. There is no need to worry about the air. To the south lies the Iron Blood Brigade, and to the north are the Heavenly Wolf and Flying Fish Legions. Our only task is to secure the western front. Our buffer zone with the ferocious beasts is set at 500 meters. I expect to see a bloody rampart constructed of mutated beasts and temporal beasts beyond that distance. Understood, Commander, let us move. As Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying led the female soldiers into action, Dufay activated the encrypted communication on his headset. Guanting here, please provide an overview of the deployment situation for the 48th Division and the entire hunting ground. Certainly, the Hurricane, Thunder, and Lightning mobile brigades of the 48th Division are deployed at the southern, western, and northern positions respectively. Each position is supported by 3 to 5 auxiliary legions. Though our eastern front has the Iron Blood Brigade from the Holy War Military District, the terrain of the other 3 positions is superior to ours. The command center of the 48th Division is located in the northwest, nestled between the Thunder and Lightning mobile brigades, Guanting reported. What is the situation inside the Qingchuan ruins? Dufay inquired. Within the Qingchuan ruins, the temporal beasts predominantly range from level 3 to level 4. They seem to have sensed danger, and the temporal and mutated beasts currently occupying the area have begun to stir restlessly. Understood. From this moment forth, Drone Number 1 shall maintain constant surveillance and eavesdropping on the 48th Division South Command Center, proceeding as per the original plan once combat commences. Additionally, ensure timely resupply of drone ammunition. Affirmative, Guanting replied. Although the Hunter stealth drones were remarkably effective, their sole drawback lay in the limited ammunition they could carry. At present, they were best suited for aerial defense, reconnaissance, monitoring, and precision strikes. Commander, I have just detected a peculiar phenomenon, reported Sun Xiaoqian over the headset. What phenomenon? When Drone Number 2 approached the interior of the Qingchuan ruins, there was a brief signal interruption. I suspect there may be some form of latent energy interference. Are you certain? Certainly, the signal was interrupted twice, lasting 0, 3 and 0, 6 seconds respectively. Fall back and take charge of our airspace defense. Understood. Dufay furrowed his brow, pondering what could possibly disrupt the central system of the Predator. It seems the Qingchuan ruins are not to be underestimated. Caution is imperative. The night was deep and somber. From the direction of the Qingchuan ruins, piercing and jarring beast roars reverberated through the night sky, sending shivers down one's spine. The 4 major fronts east, west, south, and north formed an encirclement around the Qingchuan ruins. The 3 brigades of the 48th Division and nearly 20 auxiliary corps, upon hearing the terrifying roars, remained on high alert, nerves taut in anticipation. This was the first night before the battle commenced, destined to be one of sleeplessness. For after tonight, it was uncertain who would live and who would perish. At the number 1 position on the eastern front, within the Iron Blood Brigade, dozens of drones hovered above. On the ground, tanks, tracked vehicles, artillery, and infantry were densely arrayed. A formidable force. Xu Jingxiong stood beside a ravine, gazing towards the Qingchuan ruins. After a long while, he murmured, "This will be a tough battle, Commander." At that moment, a young adjutant approached him, also gazing in the direction of the Qingchuan ruins. "Commander, do you believe the 48th Division of the Revival Military District can achieve a resounding victory tomorrow?" "It's hard to say. The battlefield is ever-changing, and nothing is certain until the battle concludes. No one can claim to be the last one laughing," Xu Jingxiong replied gravely, his gaze deepening. "There are quite a number of level 4 time beasts in the Qingchuan ruins, which have not been eradicated for centuries. There might be some formidable creatures lurking within. Formidable creatures, higher-tier time beasts." The young adjutant felt a chill run down his spine. He too had graduated from the Command Academy and had only recently been deployed to the Iron Blood Brigade. Throughout his life, he had never encountered any time beasts above level 4. "Commander, I've heard that the 48th Division of the Revival Military District does not have a favorable reputation. Given your awareness of the situation in the Qingchuan ruins, why take on their mission?" the young adjutant inquired, perplexed. "Heh, you'll understand once you have a family of your own," Xu Jingxiong replied with a wry smile. Little did the young adjutant know that their commanding officer bore an immense burden. Xu Jingxiong's daughter was about to turn 18. After 30 years, it had to be settled, right? He had 5 wives to support, 2 of whom were soon to give birth, necessitating funds for baby formula. Logically, as the highest commander of the Iron Blood Brigade, Xu Jingxiong could embezzle a portion of federal allocations or withhold soldiers' pay, perhaps even exploit his men, yet, he was not that type of person. Thus, despite his high position, Xu Jingxiong faced considerable difficulties. He too needed to earn a living for his family. "By the way, where is the small squad we encountered today?" Xu Jingxiong inquired. "They are located to our right, at the number 3 position, 10 kilometers away." I find that young man quite spirited." "He has potential." Xu Jingxiong nodded and continued, "Let us do this, relay my orders. Once the battle begins tomorrow, direct firepower slightly to the right to provide them cover." "Yes, I will arrange it immediately." Inside the independent control room of the number 1 Lan King tank, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian donned headphones, their eyes fixed intently on the control panel screen. It displayed everything from the command center of the 48th Division, with video and audio from the drones being exceptionally clear. To the northwest of the Qingchuan ruins, nestled between the Thunder Brigade and Lightning Brigade, stood an abandoned power station. After decontamination and cleanup, this power station had become the command center for the 48th Division. Division Commander Diao Dekue was exceedingly pleased with this command post he had personally selected. At this moment, he sipped red wine while observing the pulsating 7-digit time on his wrist, feeling quite content. This mission not only allowed for the hunting of a substantial number of time beasts, thereby acquiring a significant amount of time, but it also provided an opportunity to eliminate the remnants of the Women's Field Corps, securing accolades from the higher-ups. At that time, the time he possessed was likely to soar into the 8-digit realm, translating to over 10 million hours, equivalent to more than 100 years. All these hours were amassed through years of excessive embezzlement and exploitation. Deep down, he understood that although he held the title of division commander, he was merely a pawn in the hands of the higher-up, Wu Dagui. One day, he would inevitably be discarded. Thus, Diao Dekue was always strategizing for his future. Once he acquired sufficient time, he could purchase a position within the Federation, perhaps even one that placed him on equal footing with Wu Dagui. However, even with 8-digit time, he was still not entirely satisfied. Despite Diao Dekue's modest rank within the Federation, his ambitions were grand. He had set a modest goal for himself, at least to amass 100 million. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, a shrill and jarring beast roar echoed through the night sky. Listen, what a magnificent sound. Diao Dekue raised his wineglass, squinting as he took a sip. Those remnants of the Women's Field Corps and that genius from the Advanced Command Academy will soon meet their demise in the belly of a beast, witnessed by the eye of heaven. What a flawless plan, yet it is aimed at a mere swarm of ants. It truly seems a disservice to this division commander, he mused. Commander, shall I fetch more? The adjutant inquired, taking the empty wineglass with a fawning demeanor. This bottle of red wine, worth a mere 100,000 hours, is still too low in quality. Diao Dekue waved his hand dismissively. Relay the order. At 12 o'clock tomorrow, initiate the main assault, while the Thunder Brigade and Lightning Brigade remain on standby. The Hurricane Brigade will be the first to attack the eastern front of the Qingchuan ruins. Once a breach is created, the other 2 brigades will concentrate their firepower to drive the time beasts towards the eastern front. Once the eastern front falls completely, our forces will cover with drone artillery under the guise of support. Any remaining remnants will undoubtedly be obliterated. Yes, the commander is astute. Ha, did you all see that? Du Fei chuckled. Despicable and shameless. So malicious. Commander, we must repay them in kind. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian seethed with anger, their teeth clenched. Rest assured, everything is under our control, Du Fei replied, then turned to Gan Ting and said, save the video. Yes. Chapter 35. The plan is completely disrupted. The following day, at noon, the sky was overcast, and the radiation in the wilderness felt stifling. The roars of the time beasts and mutated creatures within the Qingchuan ruins grew increasingly intense, becoming exceptionally agitated. The 4 major fronts east, west, south, and north were on high alert, awaiting the offensive command from the 48th Division. At 11:59, the public channels of the various legions finally relayed the combat information. Attention all legions, attention all legions. The 48th Division will launch its main attack in 1 minute. Your task is to annihilate the escaping time beasts and mutated creatures. You must hold your positions firmly. We are now entering the countdown. 30, 29, 28. 10. 9. 8. 6. 5. 4. Before reaching 1, whoosh. Whoosh, suddenly, 2 miniature missiles inexplicably shot out from the position of the Lightning Brigade of the 48th Division, hurtling toward the Qingchuan ruins. Boom, flames soared into the sky, the ground trembled, and the explosion was tremendous. 2 massive breaches were instantly blown open in the city wall to the northwest of the Qingchuan ruins. This explosion was no trivial matter, it was akin to stripping the time beasts of their shelter. Roar, roar, a multitude of level 3 and level 4 time beasts, along with mutated creatures, surged forth toward the northwest. What is happening? Diao Dequay exclaimed in surprise. By Siguan, did your Lightning Brigade's brains get kicked by a donkey? Damn it! The commander of the Thunder Brigade cursed into the communicator. You damn fool, it's not us. By Siguan, the commander of the Lightning Brigade, retorted, his expression one of utter confusion. We haven't even fired a shot, this is absurd. This is bad. The beast horde is charging toward the command center. We must not allow the command center to be threatened. Everyone, hold your ground. Push back. Drive them back. The 2 brigade commanders, realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted into their communicators. The original plan for these 2 brigades to remain inactive was now entirely thrown into disarray. Commander, what should we do? The commander of the Hurricane Brigade asked, bewildered over the communicator. You remain on standby. We will discuss further once the situation here is resolved. Diao Dequay shouted in exasperation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. In an instant, the Thunder and Lightning Brigades unleashed a barrage of machine gun fire, artillery, grenades, drones, and various other weapons in full force. In the command center of the 48th Division, items on Diao Dequay's desk were shaken askew. Within less than a minute, the northwest erupted into a fiery deluge, igniting a fierce battle. Inside the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King battle tank, Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged smiles. The battle at the Qingchuan ruins had commenced chaotically under the assault of the 2 miniature missiles. Is this how it begins? Indeed, the main battlefield is to the northwest. TSK, as expected of a regular army, they're fierce right from the start. Who would have thought we would merely be bystanders? Let us just hold our positions. In the public communication channel, many auxiliary legions, while puzzled, couldn't help but express their thoughts. At the No. 1 Eastern Front position, the Iron Blood Brigade, Zhu Jingxiong, holding a high-powered telescope, gazed at the ceaseless barrage in the northwest. Amidst the sea of flames, ferocious beasts fell in droves, and numerous casualties were reported. The scene was truly harrowing. Who would have thought? Despite his confusion, Zhu Jingxiong couldn't help but exclaim, the 2 brigades of the 48th Division are indeed commendable for leading the charge. At the No. 3 Eastern Front position, the Women's Assault Brigade. 2 Predator stealth drones activated their autonomous AI mode, hovering above the position. Du Fei sat on a small mound, holding a bowl of stir-fried vegetables and meat, eating while laughing and watching the northwest. Beside him sat Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian, all holding bowls, eating while observing. Xiaoying remarked, the firepower of the 48th Division is truly impressive. Gan Ting added, they must have substantial resources. The bullets and shells fired in this short time must be worth at least 300,000 hours. Let them expend their ammunition, however, do not underestimate the 48th Division. They'll suppress those time beasts within 2 hours. Hurry and eat, it won't be long before we have a battle to fight. Since last night, Du Fei had been preoccupied with the series of time indicators on Diao Dequay's wrist. For a division commander to possess over 7 million hours, what a staggering concept. This clearly demonstrated the immense wealth of the 48th Division. Commander, here, let me give you a piece of meat. Sun Xiaoqian offered a piece and placed it in Du Fei's bowl. Humph, you're always so attentive. Here, Commander, I'll give you a piece too. Alright, that is too much. Let me give you some vegetables. Is it delicious? Truly delicious. Ha ha, laughter and joy filled the air as Lu Ruobing and the others dined happily on the small mound. At that moment, if other legions were to witness this, they would surely be taken aback. This was not a scene from a battlefield, it was clearly a handsome man leading a group of ladies out for a picnic. 2 hours later. As Du Fei had predicted, the battle in the northwest gradually subsided, and the beast horde was pushed back. It had barely been 3 minutes when suddenly boom. Boom, with a series of earth-shattering explosions, a massive breach of at least a kilometer was blasted open to the east of the Qingchuan ruins. What the hell, what is going on? What? Before the commanders could react, a dark tide of level 3 and level 4 time beasts surged forth from the Qingchuan ruins. The mutated creatures followed in an unending stream, as if a beehive had been disturbed, or like a locust swarm crossing the land. Then, even more perplexing events unfolded. Dozens of bombing drones appeared in the sky above the Qingchuan ruins. Whoosh, 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 boom. Countless bombs were dropped on the left and right flanks of the beast horde, causing explosions to erupt on both sides. Simultaneously, the artillery of the 3 mobile brigades of the 48th Division fired in unison, coordinating with the drones to drive the beasts away. The beast horde roared in fury, surging relentlessly toward the eastern front. The dozens of drones did not cease, trailing the beast horde and continuously dropping bombs. Just then, a large group of stealth-winged beasts suddenly appeared in the sky. Not good. Quickly, recall the drones. The command center of the 48th Division was thrown into chaos, and before the orders could be issued, bang, 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 several drones were instantly obliterated, their wreckage and debris raining down. The 48th Division has suffered significant losses, Dufay lamented, as if the drones were his own. With the drones lost, the beast horde went into a frenzy. Roar, the sky filled with swarming stealth-winged beasts, while the time beasts and mutated creatures on the ground howled and surged in all directions. Now, all four major fronts were under siege by the beast horde. However, the situation at the eastern front was particularly dire, as the majority of the charging beasts were headed that way. The beast horde is about to charge. Prepare for battle. Dufay commanded. Yes. Inside the number 2 Land King tracked battle tank, Xiaoying stared at the multitude of red dots on the screen, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Sister Xiaoying, they're all level 3 and level 4 time beasts, so many. Several communication female soldiers were evidently nervous. This was their first encounter with such a multitude of high-level time beasts. Indeed, I encountered a similar number of time beasts when I first joined, but they were all level 1. Xiaoying took a deep breath, her palm slightly damp on the control stick. No matter how tough her character, it was impossible not to feel nervous at this moment. The beast horde will enter firing range in 1 minute. All units prepare. Let me show you just how powerful I am. Got at the Iron Blood Brigade's position, Chu Jingxiong gazed at the frenziedly charging beast horde and gave the order, open fire. Da. Boom, boom, boom. Over 7,000 soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade unleashed their firepower, with dust swirling and artillery roaring. Roar. The charging mutated creatures cried out in agony, as countless wounded level 3 and level 4 time beasts continued to struggle forward through the bombardment. Time beasts are entering a berserk state. Concentrate fire and eliminate them. Take them down one by one. Hold your ground. Chapter 36, Is there really a level 5 time beast? Eastern Front, Position Number 3, Women's Field Combat Brigade. The Iron Blood Brigade has commenced its assault. Attention, in 10 seconds the beast horde will enter firing range. All units, stand by. We must ensure the beast horde is kept beyond the 500-meter buffer zone. The voice of Dufay resonated through the communicator. This marked the first, though a hint of anxiety coursed through them, their spirits burned with fervor and determination. The artillery and machine gunners are in position. A dozen female soldiers crouched on the hillock, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The number 1 Land King battle tank has locked onto the left front, range 1 kilometer, reported Lu Ruobing. The number 2 Land King battle tank has locked onto the right front, range 1 kilometer, reported Xiaoying. All infantry targets directly ahead are in position, reported the infantry. Bang, bang, on the hill, the artillery roared first, launching a barrage of silver projectiles into the heart of the densest beast cluster. Rat-a-tat-tat. The infantry unleashed a torrent of fire from their machine guns and submachine guns. Immediately afterwards, 2 Land King armored vehicles unleashed their artillery, machine guns, and Gatling guns in a relentless barrage. Boom, boom. In an instant, the beast horde before the position erupted into a cacophony of anguished cries, collapsing in waves, with blood and entrails raining down from the sky. The mutated beasts and level 3 time beasts were torn asunder, exploding on the spot. Even the formidable level 4 time beasts fell in droves, losing their ability to move and gasping for breath in their final moments. Heavenly, I report. Killing a level 3 time beast grants 5,106 hours, with 20 extracted by the Time Federation, resulting in 4085 hours credited to the external Women's Field Combat Brigade storage card. Heavenly, I report. Killing a level 4 time beast grants 6,783 hours, with 20 extracted by the Time Federation, resulting in 5427 hours credited to the external Women's Field Combat Brigade storage card. Heavenly, I report. Killing a level 4 time beast grants 6,512 hours, with 20 extracted by the Time Federation, resulting in 5210 hours credited to the external Women's Field Combat Brigade storage card. The balance of the Women's Field Combat Brigade storage card surged continuously, the speed of accrual astonishingly rapid. Presently, aside from the time accrued from the Predator stealth drones that was not subject to extraction, the time gained by the Land King battle tanks still faced a 20 deduction by the Federation. Nevertheless, the Women's Field Combat Brigade's harvest was immense. Following a powerful onslaught, all the female soldiers were invigorated, panting heavily, their arms trembling from the excitement of wielding their weapons. What a thrill, what madness, this battle was exhilarating beyond measure. They bore witness once more to the tremendous power of silver bullets. The 2 Land King armored vehicles, equipped with an array of upgraded weaponry, resembled 2 relentless harvesters of time. Report to the commander. 2 level 5 time beasts have appeared behind the horde, they seem to be summoning a retreat. Sun Xiaoxian, operating the number 2 Predator drone, reported with astonishment while staring at the screen. There are actually level 5 time beasts, they must be of leader caliber. They are not foolish, we must refrain from acting rashly, Dufay replied, feeling a twinge of surprise, then commanded, while the beast horde remains within range, let us reap another wave. Understood. Continue firing. The second wave of the Women's Field Combat Brigade's assault commenced once more. The ammunition container truck stores swung wide open, as logistics personnel tirelessly delivered supplies. Strike, hit them hard. The Women's Field Combat Brigade was well prepared this time, with an abundance of ammunition. This is the first time I've encountered a level 5 time beast. I wonder if one shot could take it down. Damn, it's too far away, Xiaoying exclaimed excitedly as she gazed at the control panel screen, turning to the communications soldier beside her and saying, "Pass me a cigarette." "Sure." The communications soldier swiftly lit a cigarette and handed it over. "Keep an eye on the control panel for me." Xiaoying took the cigarette, exited the control room, and climbed atop the Land King battle tank. "Tiger girl, take a break. I'll fire a few rounds for fun." "Yes." Rat-a-tat-tat, boom, the shells blossomed across the battlefield, the beast horde within a 6,000 square meter radius collapsing in droves, while the surrounding beasts fled in terror. What a rush! Xiaoying squinted her beautiful eyes, taking a deep drag from the cigarette and exhaling a ring of smoke. The beast horde, witnessing the prowess of the Women's Field Combat Brigade, began to swiftly disperse to the left and right. As a result, the Ironblood Brigade's position, along with those of the Sirius Legion and Flying Fish Legion, became increasingly precarious. Within less than an hour, the battle at the Qingchuan ruins escalated into a state of intense fervor. All four fronts unleashed a furious assault. However, the number of beasts entrenched within the Qingchuan ruins was terrifyingly unimaginable. They surged forth from underground like an unending tide, intent on a life-or-death struggle against humanity. Before long, numerous legions found themselves in dire straits, positions succumbing one after another amid large-scale casualties. The 48th Division's Hurricane, Thunder, and Lightning Brigades, having exhausted their resources, faced immediate peril with even the slightest reduction in their offensive. After 2 hours of battle, the stronger legions managed to maintain control of the situation, while the weaker ones either could not withstand the pressure and retreated or were overwhelmed by the tide of beasts. As was the case now, the Flying Fish Legion's position had already fallen, forcing them to retreat to the Sirius Legion's stronghold. The two legions, previously in close proximity, now merged to jointly defend a single position. However, facing the relentless flood of beasts, the situation at the Sirius Legion's position was equally grim. Roar, roar, with the beasts' howls echoing, the soldiers stationed at the forefront of the Sirius Legion suffered continuous casualties, their tanks and armored vehicles overturned and shattered. Report to the commander, the number of beasts ahead has suddenly increased, putting immense pressure on our position. The communications soldier reported in a frantic tone. By how much has the beast horde increased? The Sirius commander inquired with a grim expression. It has increased by more than threefold. If this continues, it won't be long before our position may also fall. Before the communications soldier could finish, an officer, bloodied and bandaged, limped forward with the assistance of two soldiers. This officer had been fortunate. Though the armored vehicle was overturned by a stealthy winged beast, he had merely been thrown aside. "Commander, the forward position has already been lost." The officer's face bore the expression of someone who had just lost a parent. "You bunch of useless fools, you couldn't hold out for even this long," the Sirius commander reprimanded the officer. At that moment, the Flying Fish commander spoke with a hint of panic. "Brother Duanmu, I suggest we urgently request aid from the Ironblood Brigade." "Commander, the Flying Fish commander is right. If we don't seek assistance soon, we may not even be able to protect our command post." The officer wiped the blood from his face and continued in terror. "The reason our front line is faltering is because two-time beasts with glowing blue spines have appeared among the horde. Those two-time beasts are twice the size of other time beasts, capable of crawling and walking upright, moving with astonishing speed. Such a time beast exists?" The Sirius commander inhaled sharply, looking at the officer. "Don't we have enhanced long-range armor-piercing rounds? Are you all fools? Can't you fire them?" Chapter 37 Has the last lifeline disappeared? Upon hearing the reprimand and inquiry from the commander of the Wolf Legion, the aide, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "We have indeed engaged them. We utilized armor-piercing rounds. Commander, you may not be aware, but when armor-piercing rounds strike the scales of those time beasts, they merely shatter into fragments, akin to a mere scratch. The critical issue is that we have provoked those time beasts. It seems they possess the ability to command and rally their kin, and with just a couple of roars, they can exponentially amplify the ferocity of their pack." "Brother Duanmu, I comprehend." The commander of the Flying Fish Legion turned to the Wolf Legion commander, his eyes betraying a sense of dread. That is a level 5 time beast." As soon as the words left his lips, everyone within the command center of the Wolf Legion trembled in fear. What? The Wolf Legion commander exclaimed in shock. "Are you certain it is a level 5 time beast?" "I am certain. The previous Black Dragon Legion encountered a level 5 time beast and was utterly annihilated." The commander of the Flying Fish Legion nodded and urgently pressed on. "We must promptly request assistance from the Iron Blood Brigade. Delay may render it too late." Upon hearing this, the face of the Wolf Legion commander turned pale. He had heard of the Black Dragon Legion, once a premier force among the auxiliary legions, their strength rivaling that of regular military brigades. If a single level 5 time beast could decimate the Black Dragon Legion, it was evident how terrifying such a creature was. The critical factor now was that 2 level 5 time beasts had emerged on the very position of the Wolf Legion, making their situation utterly dire. "Quickly, check the communication channels of the Iron Blood Brigade and establish contact with haste." The Wolf Legion commander commanded the communications officer without delay. "Understood." The communications officer responded promptly, beginning to search on the Tianyan platform. In no time, he found the connection, hastily handing over the communicator. "Commander, we are connected." The Wolf Legion commander took the communicator, standing upright as he called out, calling the Iron Blood Brigade, "Please respond, please respond." The Iron Blood Brigade acknowledges. "Where are you? What is the matter?" A young aide's voice crackled through the communicator. Amidst the sounds of cannon fire in the background, the Wolf Legion commander was elated, hastily adopting a tone of utmost respect. We are the friendly forces of the esteemed Iron Blood Brigade, the Wolf Legion. Our position has sustained severe damage, and we find ourselves in a grave predicament. It is not due to our incompetence, but because 2 level 5-time beasts have appeared on our position. Currently, we are on the brink of losing our position, and we earnestly implore your esteemed forces for assistance. However, before the Wolf Legion commander could finish detailing their plight, he was interrupted. We have encountered 3 level 5-time beasts at the Iron Blood Brigade position. Our situation is also quite critical. Apologies. Boom, crackle. The communicator was abruptly cut off due to explosions. The Wolf Legion commander and the Flying Fish commander exchanged a glance, their faces ashen. The Iron Blood Brigade was facing 3 level 5-time beasts, a situation even more dire than that of the Wolf Legion. It was over, utterly over. The last lifeline had vanished. At that moment, a terrifying and piercing roar of beasts echoed from afar, drawing closer. Report, our tanks in armored positions have fallen. Report, our artillery positions have been overrun. The Wolf Legion commander was taken aback, hastily inquiring, what of the infantry? What is the status of the other battalions? Report, 3 of our infantry battalions have suffered over 80 casualties. Our position is about to be untenable. Panic ensued within the command center. Then came the alarming report. Report to the commander, the beast horde has breached our defenses. They will reach the command center in 10 minutes. What? Upon hearing this last report from the communications officer, the Wolf Legion commander staggered, nearly losing his balance. At this moment, not only he but also the Flying Fish commander and everyone in the command center felt utterly collapsed. Yet, the wounded aide was frantically tinkering with the detection device. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he looked up, saying, Commander, do not panic, there is still time. I have found a safe route for withdrawal. What? A safe route for retreat. Instantly, hope flickered in everyone's eyes. Are you certain there is a secure escape route? The Wolf Legion commander asked. Yes, Commander, come and see for yourself. The aide wiped the blood from his forehead, pointing at the detection device. If we head left for 15 kilometers, we can directly reach the valley at the foot of the mountain. Why is it that there isn't a single-time beast in that area? Indeed, Commander, it is quite safe, the aide exclaimed with excitement. If memory serves, that should be the position of the Women's Field Corps. How could such a situation arise? The Wolf Legion commander pondered, slightly perplexed. It is entirely normal for such a situation to occur. The Flying Fish commander smirked darkly, stating, if a legion as powerful as ours cannot hold their ground, those ants must have long since perished in the jaws of the beasts. The aide chimed in, the Flying Fish commander's analysis is correct. After devouring them entirely, the beast horde would naturally disperse without any perceived threat. Yes, the analysis by the Flying Fish commander and aide Zhang is sound. It should be so. No doubt about it. The other aides present concurred. I, Duanmu, am indeed fortunate and blessed. I never expected the heavens would provide me with a pathway for retreat. The Wolf Legion commander laughed heartily. Report, Commander, the beast horde will reach the command center in 5 minutes. What do you suggest? Now that a safe retreat route was available, the tone of the communications officer was no longer frantic. Relay my orders. Due to the limited vehicles at the command center, all personnel must abandon heavy equipment and withdraw lightly. The Wolf Legion commander commanded. Upon finishing, he contemplated for a moment and turned to the aide Zhang, how is your injury? Thank you for your concern, Commander, I am fine, it is merely a surface wound. The aide appeared taken aback, thinking that the commander was inquiring about him due to his discovery of a safe retreat route. Unbeknownst to him, the Wolf Legion commander's expression shifted slightly, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. A surface wound is still an injury, the key is that you are bleeding. If we take you along for the retreat, the scent of blood may attract the beasts, and that could pose a problem for us all. Nonetheless, I am indeed grateful to you for discovering a safe route for us. Rest assured, I shall take good care of your 3 wives and your daughter. With that, the Wolf Legion commander drew his sidearm. The aide's eyes widened in terror. See, Commander, spare my life. Bang. Before the aide could finish his plea, his head burst open. Aide Liu, once we return to the military district, please report to the higher-ups that aide Zhang has shaken the morale of the troops and fled in the face of danger. You understand what to do, correct? The Wolf Legion commander gazed at another aide. I understand. The aide responded with a sinister smile. Commander Duanmu's military discipline is exemplary, a model for us all. Such a cowardly deserter should be executed on the spot. The Flying Fish commander wore a sly grin. Commander is wise. Everyone present echoed. All right, all personnel, into the vehicles, we must evacuate immediately. The Wolf Legion commander waved his hand, directly entering a luxurious military vehicle alongside the Flying Fish commander. Proceed at full speed to the left. Yes. 1 minute later, all personnel from the Wolf Legion command center boarded 6 military vehicles, departing the position and swiftly heading towards the direction of the Women's Field Corps. P.S. Please help promote this book in the book draught square. I would be immensely grateful. Chapter 38, confirming he is only 18, Brother Duanmu. I am immensely grateful for this fortunate escape, said Commander Feiyu, smiling as he turned to Commander Duanmu Chuan in the luxurious military vehicle. Then I extend my early congratulations. I, on the other hand, must await my orders. I believe the new regiment I will be assigned to will not be lacking in merit, replied Duanmu Chuan. Indeed, after all, the graduates from the Command Academy possess no combat experience. How could they possibly compare to seasoned commanders like us? Your words resonate well. My brother's soldiers are plentiful, but a capable commander is rare. How did the two commanders exchange jovial banter, their faces aglow with pride? Such was the nature of the Federal Military District. As long as a commander survived, he would be reassigned to command another regiment, regardless of the fate of the previous one. For many commanders, this was merely routine. Regiments may change like flowing water, but commanders remain steadfast like iron. Though Duan Muchuan and Commander Feiyu had been reduced to mere figureheads, it would not be long before they once again wielded command over another regiment. In essence, the loss of their current regiment did not undermine their interests, rather, it would herald new opportunities for prosperity. Report, an emergency situation has arisen, a horde of beasts is closing in. The communication officer's voice was frantic. Upon hearing this, Commander Feiyu's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Duan Muchuan. Brother Duanmu, this is dire. Do not panic, replied Duan Muchuan, a sinister smile curling his lips as he casually commanded through the communicator, Lieutenant Lu, leave the last 3 vehicles behind. We shall proceed at full speed. Yes, understood. Came Lieutenant Lu's response from the communicator. As Duan Muchuan's orders were given, the first 3 vehicles roared to life and accelerated rapidly. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed as a massive crater erupted in the middle of the convoy. What happened? We cannot pass, Commander. Please don't abandon us. The personnel in the last 3 vehicles cried out in terror and despair as they watched the first 3 vehicles swiftly disappear from sight. Ah, so Brother Duanmu had long prepared for this. Ingenious, indeed. Those who achieve greatness must learn to make sacrifices. Sometimes, one must sever a limb to survive, Duan Muchuan said with a grim smile. Brother Duanmu speaks wisely. One must look after oneself, lest the heavens conspire against him, Commander Feiyu echoed, glancing back at the 3 vehicles about to be engulfed by the beast horde, secretly astonished. He had initially thought his own tactics were despicably cunning, only to find Duan Muchuan's methods even more insidious. In comparison to Duan Muchuan, Commander Feiyu felt as pure as a white lotus. The 3 remaining vehicles of the Wolf Pack Regiment sped forward, and soon they entered a vast plain. At the position of the Women's Field Combat Regiment, the second wave of attacks yielded substantial gains. The female soldiers beamed with joy, their faces radiant with the elation of victory. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, having organized the control room's affairs, descended from the battle vehicle and approached Du Fei. At that moment, the sounds of artillery from the southern, western, and northern fronts roared on, still embroiled in fierce combat. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying surveyed the distant explosions, then glanced at their own side, which was devoid of any beast fur, feeling utterly bored. Noticing Du Fei appeared deep in thought, seemingly neglecting to issue the next command, Xiaoying, unable to endure the silence, lit a cigarette. Lu Ruobing, too, could no longer restrain herself and turned to Du Fei, saying, Commander, slaying a level 4 temporal beast yields over 5,000 hours. Why not pursue the victory? Indeed, if we could kill a level 5 temporal beast, the reward would be even greater. I am eager to test my firepower on such a creature. Xiaoying chimed in, her charming dimples appearing as she playfully declared, Commander, this beauty intends to be the first goddess of the Women's Field Combat Regiment to slay a level 5 temporal beast. Why the haste? The Emperor is not in a rush, yet the eunuchs are. There are still matters to attend to, Du Fei remarked, not heeding their enthusiasm as he gazed into the distance. Upon hearing this, both Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying stamped their feet in frustration and cast him an exasperated glance. What matters could possibly demand their attention? Moreover, how could he dare compare them to eunuchs? Xiaoying shot a glance at Du Fei, wrapping an arm around Lu Ruobing's neck and whispering with a laugh, he chose the wrong words. It should be the Emperor isn't anxious, but the Empress is. Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed. Your analogy is even more inappropriate. If you wish to be the Empress, go ahead. Are you willing? Some people think I can't see through their intentions. Impudent girl, what nonsense are you spouting? How old is he? After all, how do you know he isn't mature? Oh, could it be you little vixen? I'll tear your mouth apart. Ha ha ha. The two beauties began a playful chase, quickly dissolving into laughter. Unbeknownst to Du Fei, who was bewildered by their antics, they had just shared a secret conversation. At that moment, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Commander, just as you predicted, the Wolf Pack Regiment and the Flying Fish Regiment have indeed collapsed, and the 2 commanders are now fleeing towards our position. Du Fei nodded. Understood. Go assess the situation of the Iron Blood Brigade. Yes, replied Sun Xiaoqian promptly, swiftly maneuvering the cloaked predator drone towards the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Enough of the antics, come here. Du Fei beckoned to the 2 beauties with a smile. The matter we discussed has arrived. What matter? Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying hurried over. Do you remember the Wolf Pack Regiment and the Flying Fish Regiment? They are currently fleeing towards our position in 3 vehicles. Du Fei looked at them and continued, now you should understand why I said yesterday that there was no need to be angry with them. What, the Wolf Pack Regiment and the Flying Fish Regiment are heading this way? Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying exchanged glances, their eyes suddenly gleaming with fierce determination. Recalling the humiliation of yesterday, when they had been insulted by the Wolf Pack and Flying Fish Regiments, they ground their teeth in anger. How could they forget the bitter taste of that moment? Du Fei had urged them not to take offense. How could they not be offended? Just yesterday, while taking a detour, they had ridiculed him in their hearts, believing that as the sole man in the regiment, Du Fei was merely a naive and honest turtle. Now, observing the expression on Du Fei's face, the 2 stunning beauties felt a pang of regret for having misjudged him, confirming he is only 18. How could he be so confident? It seemed he had long anticipated this day for the Wolf Pack and Flying Fish Regiments. Truly, what a twist of fate. Calm down, steady yourselves, Du Fei said with a grin, stepping between Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, patting their shoulders. Let us reclaim our dignity. Agreed. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying nodded in unison. With that, their beautiful eyes turned cold, and they, along with a group of female soldiers, followed Du Fei towards the front lines. Chapter 39, Aren't you all quite impressive? The three vehicles of the Wolf Legion sped ahead. Hiss, look ahead. So many ferocious beasts have perished, there must be over 10,000 mutated creatures, and at least 100 beasts. Indeed, it truly defies belief. For the officers aboard the Wolf Legion's vehicles expressed their astonishment. Before them lay a gruesome scene, with corpses of fierce beasts strewn across the landscape, piled high, and the ground littered with severed heads and Duan Muchuan and Captain Feiyu gazed out the windows, their brows furrowed, their hearts filled with shock. Normally, even if ferocious beasts were killed by explosions, their bodies would remain relatively. Not even a few complete corpses of level 4 beasts could be found. Could it have been the work of the 48th Division? No, that doesn't seem likely. The 48th Division belongs to the Ground Combat Corps, possessing only a few drones, lacking any fighter jets. Even if they had shoulder-fired micromissiles, such immense destruction couldn't be attributed to them, could it? As Duan Muchuan and Captain Feiyu absorbed the shocking sight before them, they felt a deep. Within 2 minutes, the three vehicles of the Wolf Legion suddenly came to a halt. What is happening? Duan Muchuan inquired. Report to the commander, there is an obstruction ahead. It appears to be personnel from the Women's Combat Corps, replied an officer responsible for driving the vehicle. What? How is that possible? Duan Muchuan and Captain Feiyu exchanged glances, their faces reflecting their disbelief. Are there still survivors from the Women's Combat Corps? Simultaneously, they peered through the windshield of the driver's cabin and indeed spotted figures ahead. Thus, Duan Muchuan and Captain Feiyu opened the vehicle doors and stepped out. With a rustle, on a nearby mound, 3 machine gunners released their safeties, also targeting them. The atmosphere was tense. Should they dare to advance another step, a hail of bullets would surely follow. Duan Muchuan, Captain Feiyu, and their officers widened their eyes, now fully aware of the situation. It was indeed the female soldiers of the Women's Combat Corps. They were utterly astonished. How were these women still alive? However, now was not the time to ponder that question. As the beast horde was closing in and the situation was dire, they needed to negotiate passage. Duan Muchuan exchanged a glance with Officer Lu beside him and said, "Go and negotiate with them." "Yes, Commander." Officer Lu's expression, having personally led an interception against the Women's Combat Corps the previous day, he felt uncertain. Nevertheless, as the commander had ordered him to approach, he dared not disobey. "Stop. Now those positions have been overrun by the beast horde, and we request your forces to allow us passage. What are the Wolf Legion and the Flying Fish Corps to us? Are you blind or deaf? Do we need to repeat ourselves? This is the defense zone of the. No passage is allowed." The female soldiers sneered, their attitudes decidedly arrogant. Officer Lu opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, his face alternating between shades of green and red. He felt an eerie familiarity with the scene before him. Helplessly, he turned to Duan Muchuan with a mournful expression. Duan Muchuan and Captain Feiyu's faces darkened, recalling the events of the previous day. They both understood that the Women's Combat Corps was clearly seeking revenge against them. "Brother Duanmu, time is of the essence. One must bow their head when under the eaves," Captain Feiyu whispered. Duan Muchuan nodded, suppressing his anger as he addressed the female soldiers. "I am Duan Muchuan, commander of the Wolf Legion. We are retreating under the orders of the 48th Division. If you refuse passage, once the 48th Division holds you accountable, can you bear the consequences?" As his words fell, the female soldiers glared back, disdainfully regarding Duan Muchuan and Captain Feiyu, their lips curling in mockery. "Aren't you all quite impressive? Weren't you all quite arrogant yesterday? How the tides have turned. What of the 48th Division? We care not for the 48th or 49th Divisions, our eyes are fixed solely on the higher-ups. Indeed, we have orders from above. In this crucial defense zone, no one is permitted passage," the female soldiers obstinately asserted. Very well, so you disregard even the 48th Division. It seems you have truly overstepped your bounds." Duan Muchuan's face turned ashen with anger, feeling these female soldiers were ignorant and unreasonable. He turned to the communication officer and commanded, "Quickly inform the 48th Division, stating that the Women's Combat Corps is attempting to harm Allied forces." "Yes, Commander." The communication officer immediately began contacting the 48th Division, but the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. "Commander, our signals are severely jammed. It appears the 48th Division has shut down all communication channels." What did Duan Muchuan felt dizzy. He had intended to request the 48th Division to exert pressure and inform them of the situation, but that now seemed impossible. "Brother Duanmu, sometimes it's best to endure a moment of humiliation for a greater good. Retreating a step may lead to a broader horizon," Captain Feiyu advised softly, sensing the situation was deteriorating. "Sigh, I've never endured such humiliation. Alas, I must submit for the time being." Duan Muchuan rubbed his face, then turned around and forced a smile at the female soldiers. "Ladies, please do not take offense. I acted impulsively earlier, and I apologize. Get lost. Pa, who's your sister? Look at your demeanor, can you not show some semblance of dignity? What are you even? Ladies, please calm your anger. Could you kindly allow me to speak with your superior?" Before he could finish, a man and 2 women appeared not far away. "Salute." The female soldiers instantly stood at attention, saluting the trio with utmost respect. "What's the matter?" Du Fei approached, accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying. Glancing, the trio exuded an air of superiority. Chapter 40. Do you understand the concept of karma? We are the Tianlang Legion and the Feiyu Legion, ordered to retreat. We hope your esteemed regiment can grant us passage, Duan Muchuan implored with a forced smile, his tone humble as he addressed Du Fei and his companions. Du Fei smiled slightly. Our defensive zone does not allow for casual passage, do you comprehend? Lu Ruobing, having acquired a small whip from somewhere, swung it and pointed towards the artillery-ridden northwest front. You may take a detour, circumventing through the 48th Division. Xiaoying, a cigarette dangling from her lips, exhaled a puff of smoke towards Duan. Are you not the ones intending to lodge a complaint with the 48th Division? That is the command center of the 48th Division. If you wish to complain, make haste, the beast horde is approaching rapidly from behind. You should hurry and take the detour. Duan Muchuan felt his heart bleed, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Are you implying we are being overly oppressive? Lu Ruobing's lips curled slightly. Haha, what of being overly oppressive? Xiaoying let out a scornful laugh, her expression turning cold. Do not overestimate yourselves. Quickly distance yourselves as far as possible. Did you not hear the command to leave immediately? Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of menace as she coldly declared, do you truly think that the mere Tianlang Legion and Feiyu Legion can provoke conflict? As her words fell, 5 or 6 level 4 Chronobeasts, accompanied by hundreds of mutated ferocious beasts, surged forward like a tidal wave. It's over. Duan Muchuan and the Feiyu commander, along with several aides, turned pale and trembled as they looked back. Simultaneously, 2 Ground King tracked vehicles repositioned their cannons, standing ready for action. Please, let us pass, we beg you, help us, we implore you. Duan Muchuan and the Feiyu commander fell to their knees, their faces ashen as they pleaded. Seeing this, the aides also knelt down, even bowing their heads in desperate supplication. However, several female soldiers stepped forward, rifles aimed at them. Do not advance another step, otherwise, it will be regarded as malicious intrusion. Yes, should you disregard the warning, we will shoot on sight. While an ordinary person might feel compassion in such a situation, the female soldier's demeanor was exceedingly cold. This indicated the depth of hatred and the unspeakable humiliation and grievances they had previously endured. Everyone from the Tianlang Legion looked on helplessly at Du Fei. Duan Muchuan seemed to recall something and hurriedly produced a storage card from his person. He shouted towards Du Fei, I have 300,000 hours. If you can save me, I will give it all to you. Upon seeing this, the Feiyu commander also took out a storage card, crying and shouting, I have 250,000 hours, please save us. Du Fei remained silent, instead glancing at Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, awaiting their reactions. Lu Ruobing cast a disdainful glance at Duan Muchuan and the others, coldly stating, do you understand the concept of karma? Not to mention the other legions you have harmed in the past, had you shown us even a modicum of respect, had you allowed us safe passage yesterday, we would not be in this predicament today. Xiaoying discarded her cigarette, speaking nonchalantly, this is merely a reciprocal countermeasure. Do you comprehend? Anyone daring to trespass into our female combat regiment's territory will be shot on sight. As Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying's words echoed, several female soldiers opened fire, unleashing a hail of bullets onto the... All members of the Tianlang Legion were plunged into despair, their gazes filled with resentment towards Duan Muchuan and the Feiyu commander, wishing to tear them apart. Duan Muchuan and the Feiyu commander exchanged glances, their faces ashen. They were reaping what they had sown, and it was too late. Roar, the beast horde surged forward. Ah! In an instant, Duan Muchuan and the Feiyu commander were seized by 2 level 4 Chronobeasts, their heads bitten off and swallowed whole. The remaining aides were engulfed by the horde, even the 3 luxurious military vehicles were not spared. Aim for the Chronobeasts, fire. Whoosh, whoosh, the cannon fire, grenades, and machine guns unleashed a ferocious barrage upon the beast horde. Boom boom, after a series of relentless explosions, several level 4 Chronobeasts fell to the ground, the horde suffering heavy losses, scattering in retreat. As the beast horde was driven back, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying wasted no time, leading several female soldiers towards 2 of the fallen level 4 Chronobeasts. The women began to dissect the corpses, some pressing down on heads, others pulling limbs, all bustling about with fervor. The Chronobeasts are so hideous. So much slime. Its stomach is enormous. Ugh. So revolting. Du Fei. Before long, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying finished their work. They wiped their hands clean of the dark green blood in the grass. Xiaoying was the first to run up to Du Fei, excitedly offering a storage card, playfully and sweetly saying, Commander, here. Lu Ruobing also handed a storage card to Du Fei, softly saying, we cannot disregard the storage cards. At that moment, the 2 beauties had entirely shed their previous ferocity, their eyes now brimming with tender warmth. You all should go wash up. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying nodded gently, then, smiling brightly, turned to run off with several female soldiers. Du Fei glanced at the dismembered limbs of Duan Muchuan and the others, silently reflecting, in the future, one must never offend women. Just then, report, Commander, 3 level 5 Chronobeasts have appeared at the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Currently, they have suffered heavy casualties, with the number of fallen exceeding an entire regiment. Sun Xiaoqian's voice came through the earpiece. Du Fei frowned slightly and inquired, how much longer do you estimate they can hold out? Though their ammunition is sufficient and their firepower is formidable, it is of no use against level 5 Chronobeasts. I estimate they won't last half an hour, Sun Shaoqian replied. Understood. Du Fei nodded, pondering for a moment before stating, have Predator 2 return immediately, awaiting my command. Yes. Chapter 41, Where did the reinforcements come from? After issuing instructions to Sun Shaoqian, Du Fei switched the headset channel. Ganting. Ganting here. What is the situation with the 48th Division? Report, Commander, the 2 have been completely annihilated, while the remaining 3 have begun to withdraw. The Hurricane Brigade is showing signs of consolidating with the other 2 brigades. What is happening at their division command center? Du Fei inquired. Nothing unusual has been detected so far. However, Diao Dichuan, in a fit of rage, shattered several cups and is now desperately devising a plan to turn the tide of battle. I suspect that the protracted conflict at the Qingchuan ruins has alarmed the higher echelons of the Federation, and I reckon Diao Dichuan has received a reprimand. Very well. Du Fei nodded and continued, order. In 2 hours, cut off all external communications to the command center of the 48th Division, then proceed according to the original plan. Understood, Commander. Ganting replied promptly. Once the arrangements were complete, Du Fei arrived at the encampment. Commander, we can't just wait idly, can we? Everyone's getting tired. Xia Ying glanced towards the other positions, then struck a deliberately enticing pose, stretching languidly to reveal her flat, pale abdomen beneath her uniform. Nearby, Lu Ruobing's lips tightened, wishing she could kick Xia Ying for her antics. Yet Du Fei couldn't help but admire the view, chuckling, aren't you eager to become the first goddess to slay a level 5 temporal beast? Absolutely, I'm just waiting for your command, Commander. Noticing Lu Ruobing blocking his line of sight, Du Fei spoke with a serious tone, alright, then I have a task for you. What task? Xia Ying perked up instantly. Order. Resupply the ammunition for the number 2 Land King tracked vehicle, and have it head to the Iron Blood Brigade's position in 3 minutes, representing my Women's Field Combat Corps to provide them with appropriate support. Yes. Xia Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she saluted Du Fei. She then swiftly led several female soldiers into action. Sun Shaoqian, keep the number 2 Predator close for support. Understood. Sun Shaoqian responded. And what about us? Lu Ruobing inquired. We'll hold our position, conserve our strength. Once night falls, there will be work for us to do. We have to wait until dark. Very well, hunting a temporal beast takes several thousand hours, Lu Ruobing muttered softly as she made her way toward the number 1 Land King vehicle. Du Fei watched her graceful figure and couldn't help but smile inwardly. My dear sister, slaying 1,000 temporal beasts wouldn't compare to the string of numbers on Diao Dichuan's wrist. 3 minutes later. We, Jing, represent the Women's Field Combat Corps, are en route to support the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military District. Inside the control room of the number 2 Land King tracked vehicle, Xia Ying and her fellow female soldiers were brimming with excitement. They had fought for so many years, and this was their first official mission to aid Allied forces. It could be said that they were pioneering a precedent in the annals of the Federation's military history, or a ragtag army supported a regular one. Boom, boom, boom. Watching the number 2 Land King tracked vehicle depart the position, a smile crept onto Du Fei's face. The Iron Blood Brigade must be preserved. His decision to support them was strategic. First, he believed that the brigade's commander, Zhu Jingxiong, was a commendable leader, a rarity among the Federation's military ranks. Secondly, the scale of the current conflict at the Qingchuan ruins was substantial. Du Fei's forthcoming plans required a cooperative partner, or rather, a shield. If this battle concluded with the Women's Field Combat Corps as the sole survivors, boasting no casualties and remarkable achievements, what repercussions might ensue? Hence, it was essential for there to be a victorious brigade at the end of this conflict, and the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military District was the optimal choice. When news broke of the Holy War Military District's triumph over the Revival Military District at the hunting grounds, it would undoubtedly be entertaining. Du Fei could even foresee the considerable psychological toll it would impose on the Revival Military at the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Report, Commander, the beast horde has surged violently multiple times, each assault more ferocious than the last. The situation at the front lines is dire. Detail the current casualties. In the makeshift command post, Zhu Jingxiang's brow was furrowed in concern. We have lost 16 tanks, and the armored vehicles are severely damaged. Speak of the casualties among the soldiers. Zhu Jingxiong interrupted his aide's report. His primary concern was for his warriors, everything else was secondary. So far, the 1st Regiment has lost over 360 men, the 2nd Regiment over 530, and the 3rd, the situation is dire, with over 800 casualties, the young aide reported cautiously. In just a few hours, we have lost over 700 men. Zhu Jingxiong's clenched fist struck the wooden post, his heart heavy as he thought of those soldiers he had trained himself. They are utterly unassailable, Zhu Jingxiong sighed, gazing at the 3 large red dots on the detection device, and asked, what is the situation with the 48th Division? All their channels are currently offline. However, scouts report that their situation is even worse than ours. I knew this would be a tough battle. We may both suffer significant losses along with the 48th Division. Zhu Jingxiong forced a grim smile before, what a pity for those young souls. Upon finishing, he looked up at his aide, contact them and see if anyone is still alive. The aide hesitated slightly, his tone betraying uncertainty as he replied, Commander. I seem to have misplaced their communication channel. Misplaced, however, seeing the young aide's expression, Chu Jingxiong quickly grasped the situation and misplaced was merely a pretext, it was likely discarded carelessly. Never mind, let's ensure such negligence does not occur again. Chu Jingxiong waved his hand at the aide, not pressing the issue. One could hardly blame him, after all, this was merely a youthful oversight. Besides, the Iron Blood Brigade, as an elite regular force, would not seek assistance from a small auxiliary team of fewer than 100 men. Such a scenario was altogether improbable. The young aide seemed to realize his error and bowed his head, saying, I will heed the commander's counsel. Our mission at the Qingchuan ruins lasts for 20 hours. We must hold until 8 a.m. tomorrow. Relay my orders if necessary, we may abandon the forward position to minimize personnel losses. Chu Jingxiong commanded, his gaze fixed on the detection device. Understood, Commander. A deafening explosion erupted, collapsing the watchtower constructed outside the command post. Creak, creak, creak. Following that, a terrifying, piercing screech echoed. Not good, protect the commander. The aide immediately became alert, hurriedly shielding Chu Jingxiong, as a dozen soldiers swiftly gathered around, weapons drawn in tense readiness. It's the stealth-winged beasts. Chu Jingxiong peered outside the wooden shelter, his expression grave. Alert! Alert! Protect the commander! We'll draw these beasts away. Outside, dozens of soldiers shouted as they fired at the sky. Rat-a-tat-tat, as the gunfire erupted, 5 or 6 massive level 3 stealth-winged beasts appeared in the sky. Each flapped its wings, emitting piercing roars, diving at the soldiers like lightning. Those soldiers scattered, unleashing a fierce barrage from their assault rifles, yet, ordinary bullets inflicted little damage on the level 3 stealth-winged beasts. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 soldiers fell beneath the beast's razor-sharp claws. Screams filled the air as soldiers continued to perish or the entire command post erupted into chaos, personnel fleeing in every direction. The aide urgently called into the communicator, the command post is under attack, the command post is under attack. Before he could finish, boom, with a thunderous roar, the entire wooden command post was upended. Commander, the aide gasped. Thankfully, surrounded by soldiers, Chu Jingxiong was merely struck on the shoulder by a wooden beam, sustaining no serious injury. Supported by the aide and soldiers, Chu Jingxiong rose, his heart racing. Above them hovered an even larger stealth-winged beast, its eyes glowing red, circling ominously. Level 4 stealth-winged beast. In a frenzied state, despair flickered in the eyes of Chu Jingxiong, the aide, and the dozen soldiers. It was over. Creak, creak, creak. Before they could react, the level 4 stealth-winged beast emitted a piercing shriek, diving rapidly toward them. Roar. Just as the level 4 stealth-winged beast descended, a terrifying roar echoed from the direction of the positions. The level 4 stealth-winged beast suddenly veered midair, swiftly departing toward the encampment. Simultaneously, the remaining level 3 stealth-winged beasts ceased their assault on the soldiers and hastily flew towards the direction of the positions. Chu Jingxiong, the aide, and the soldiers were momentarily stunned. In an instant, they comprehended the situation. The previous roar belonged to a level 5 temporal beast. The stealth-winged beasts had been summoned. At that moment, a voice crackled from the fallen communicator. Calling command post, reinforcements have arrived at our forward position. Repeat, reinforcements have arrived at our forward position. Chu Jingxiong, the aide, and the soldiers were once again taken aback. Reinforcements, how could that be? Where did these reinforcements come from? The young aide hurriedly picked up the communicator and replied, command post received, command post received. Please respond, which unit do the reinforcements at our forward position belong to? Updating, Chapter 42. The Land King battle chariot shocks the entire arena. Respond to the command center. At present, it is still unclear which legion is involved, but we are being supported by a silver-tracked battle chariot. Although it is merely a single battle chariot, its firepower is formidable. It seems that a level 5 time beast has already been vanquished. My forward position is prepared for a counterattack. Please provide instructions, command center. The voice of the excited and elated commander from the forward position echoed through the communicator. What? Did I hear that correctly? We are being aided by just a single-tracked battle chariot? It has actually slain a level 5 time beast? Chu Jingxiong, the adjutant, and the soldiers felt a sense of disbelief. Dong Biao, this is Chu Jingxiong. Are you certain that the enemy has eliminated a level 5 time beast? Chu Jingxiong hastily grabbed the communicator to reconfirm. Commander, I assure you, that battle chariot is currently pursuing a second level 5 time beast. Please grant permission for my 3rd regiment to initiate a counteroffensive. Hold steady and await my command. Understood. Commander. Chu Jingxiong took a deep breath, surveying the surrounding ruins, and said, quickly, locate the detection device. Yes. The adjutant and the soldiers swiftly rummaged through the collapsed wooden shed. Soon, the detection device was found, and a soldier presented it to Chu Jingxiong. Chu Jingxiong scrutinized the detection device, his eyes widening in astonishment. Hiss, on the display, 3 significant red dots representing level 5 time beasts were indeed reduced by 1. Only the Federation's mithril projectile can effortlessly eliminate time beasts of level 5 and above. Could it possibly be a battle chariot from one of the top 500 legions on the Heavenly Eye rankings? That seems unlikely. A small hunting ground like the Qingchuan ruins is utterly insignificant in the eyes of such elite legions, which hold a godlike status and would never be present here. Puzzled, Chu Jingxiong waved his hand. Prepare the vehicle. Rush to the forward position. Yes. In less than 5 minutes, Zhu Jingxiong arrived at the forward position, safeguarded by the adjutant and soldiers. Commander, 3rd Regiment Leader Dong Biao reporting. A burly man with a bushy beard sprinted forward and saluted. Zhu Jingxiong was too astonished to acknowledge the leader, as he was captivated by the scene unfolding before him. Where did this battle chariot come from? The young adjutant and the soldiers stood in stunned silence. Before them, the artillery roared, and the cacophony of roars filled the air, creating chaos among the beast horde. A dark silver-tracked battle chariot charged through the fray, unleashing havoc. Wherever it passed was akin to a harvester. A barrage from its cannons led to explosions across thousands of square meters, with mutated beasts and time beasts torn asunder. In less than 2 minutes, it had completely cleared a vast area of beasts to the left front. Commander, it's a female soldier. The adjutant stared blankly ahead, swallowing hard, recognizing the tattered military uniform worn by the female soldier in the battle chariot. It's that small unit called the young adjutant, perhaps oblivious yesterday, had missed this detail. While Zhu Jingxiong had deliberately observed the 2 battle chariots of the women's field corps. At that moment, he had thought they belonged to an advance unit of a certain legion. Hence, he had a vivid impression of this silver-tracked battle chariot. This tracked battle chariot appears quite similar to ours, yet its speed and agility are double that of our vehicles. Indeed, did you see that drift? And the rapid acceleration and sharp turns. If our chariot attempted such maneuvers, it would likely have flipped. The firepower, indeed, is the main factor. That stunning female soldier with the cigarette effortlessly took down a horde. One might suspect the beasts were deliberately cooperating. I have only witnessed such a scene in videos from elite military textbooks. I see now, this must be the battle chariot of a top 500 elite legion. As the pressure on the forward position eased, the soldiers continued to attack while discussing the Land King battle chariot. This chariot's power far surpasses ours. It is simply astonishing, the adjutant exclaimed. Uncle, the chariot is impressive, but have you not noticed the critical issue? 3rd Regiment Leader Dong Biao looked at the adjutant and asked, what weapon is that last female soldier wielding? 3rd Regiment Leader Dong Biao and the adjutant were from the same family. Despite the adjutant's youth, he ranked higher in the family hierarchy, which is why Dong Biao referred to him as uncle. A handgun, are you insulting me? The adjutant kicked Dong Biao. Zhu Jingxiong shook his head slightly and addressed the adjutant, have you ever seen a handgun capable of slaying a level 4 time beast? The adjutant paused for 2 seconds, then realized the gravity of the matter. The weapon, their ammunition. Dong Biao, kick it back. Zhu Jingxiong commanded. Yes. Commander. Dong Biao grinned at the adjutant, uncle, forgive me, I dare not disobey. With that, he delivered a playful kick to the adjutant. Just at that moment, a level 5 time beast let out a thunderous roar, its spine radiating a brilliant blue light. The beast horde surged with renewed vigor, leaping and howling as if inspired by some unseen force. Suddenly, kaka dozens of level 3 and level 4 invisible winged beasts appeared in the sky, shrieking as they charged towards the Land King battle chariot. This is bad. The beast horde is Chapter 43. Where did the missile emerge from? As the soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade were engulfed in worry, within the control room of the Land King armored vehicle, an alarm blared. Beep beep beep. Air raid warning. Threat detected against the armored vehicle. All-around automatic defense cannons have been activated. In the next instant, a row of defensive cannons sprang forth from both the front and rear of the Land King. Bang 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 bang. Over 100 specially designed cannon shells launched without delay, directly targeting the airspace above the vehicle, forming a net-like barrier against the diving stealth-winged beasts. Boom, boom. Boom, in midair, hundreds of silvery cannon shells erupted like a celestial shower, and the anguished cries of several level 3 and level 4 stealth-winged beasts filled the air as they were obliterated into a bloody mist. The Land King armored vehicle glided through unscathed, while the remnants of the winged beasts plummeted to the ground. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, a breathtaking sight. Go ahead, scream your lungs out and summon more of your minions. I am eager to see just how arrogant you can be. Xiaoying, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, fixated her gaze on a level 5 time beast in the distance, its back glowing with a blue luminescence. She immediately commanded through the communicator, Warner, accelerate and pursue. Understood. An exhilarated female soldier in the control room exclaimed as she pushed the joystick with fervor. Ingbao, you're insane, this is exhilarating. The thrill is just beginning. Today, I intend to push all of you to the brink of ecstasy, ha ha ha. Amidst Xia Ying's exuberant laughter, the Land King armored vehicle surged forward. Boom boom boom. The tread spun rapidly, propelling the vehicle at maximum speed towards the level 5 time beast. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The fully automatic machine guns and Gatling guns unleashed a frenzied barrage. The beast horde ahead fell in droves, while some injured mutated beasts and time beasts fled in panic. This armored vehicle was beyond their comprehension. This behavior was utterly reckless. Roar among the throng of beasts, the level 5 time beast seemed to sense the impending danger. It immediately crouched down and scrambled away in haste. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Dozens of shells erupted from the cannon's chamber. Boom, boom. A vast area was engulfed in artillery fire, the ground trembled, and rocks and trees were sent flying. Roar. The level 5 time beast let out a heart-wrenching shriek as its body was violently torn apart, its blue glow extinguishing. As the level 5 time beast fell, the surrounding horde, akin to a swarm vying for a prized morsel, rushed in frantically to feast. Heavenly Eye notification. Level 5 time beast killed, awarded 56, 326 hours. Time Federation takes 20, Auxiliary Women's Field Corps storage card receives 45, 061 hours. Yay! Thrilling. Ing Bao, that's the second one. The female soldiers aboard the Land King armored vehicle erupted in jubilant cheers. There's one left, but it managed to escape. That creature was too cowardly. Xia Ying inhaled deeply, narrowing her beautiful eyes at the distance. Originally, there had been 3 level 5-time beasts. Now, 2 lay dead. The remaining level 5-time beast, likely frightened, had abandoned the horde and was fleeing towards the Qingchuan ruins. Had it not been for the rapidly depleting ammunition aboard the vehicle, Xia Ying would have pursued it further, just as a wave of disappointment washed over her, a sudden whoosh. A miniature missile shot forth from the top of the Land King armored vehicle, speeding towards the fleeing level 5-time beast. What the Xia Ying and the other female soldiers gasped in shock. Where did that missile come from? At the Iron Blood Brigade's base, Zhu Jingxiong and the others were still reeling from the earlier spectacle, and now, witnessing a missile inexplicably launch from the vehicle, everyone was once again left in astonishment. Was this an illusion? From which part of the vehicle had the missile been fired? Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the miniature missile struck true, obliterating the fleeing level 5-time beast in an instant. The next moment, the communicator crackled to life with the excited voice of a female soldier in the control room. Ing Bao, the storage card balance has increased by 57,812 hours. What? Such a significant increase? Xia Ying and the other female soldiers were left bewildered. Could that miniature missile be ours? Hee, this beauty is the second goddess to slay a level 5-time beast. At that moment, laughter echoed through the communicator. Sun Shaoqian? Xia Ying quickly pieced it together. From a drone? Chapter 44. The hope of the Iron Blood Brigade's rise. Indeed, Sun Shaoqian responded with a sense of pride. How could that be? Xia Ying looked up at the sky overhead and then glanced around. Apart from the murky clouds, there was nothing else to see. Your mission is complete. Return and replenish your ammunition, Du Fei's voice echoed. The drone is right above you. Stop looking around, or you'll burn your lips on that cigarette. Commander, Xia Ying exclaimed in surprise, tossing aside her cigarette butt. The drone is directly above us. It dawned on her and the other female soldiers what was happening. Goodness, who would have thought the Predator stealth drone could become completely invisible? This is truly astonishing. So this drone is even more formidable than the Land King armored vehicle. No wonder Gonting didn't compete with me for it, Xia Ying mused inwardly, then raised her fist towards the sky, exclaiming, Commander, you are biased. I've been greatly wronged. However, despite feeling somewhat aggrieved, she quickly reconciled with the fact that she was not particularly suited for piloting aircraft. Ultimately, she still preferred the Land King armored vehicles, as they aligned more with her straightforward personality. With the mission accomplished, they began their return. Boom, boom, boom. The machine guns of the number 2 Land King armored vehicle swept through the surrounding beast horde, crushing the carcasses of ferocious creatures as it rolled past the front of the Iron Blood Brigade's position. At that moment, a resounding command rang out from the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Attention, everyone! All soldiers on the field turned towards the Land King armored vehicle, filled with reverence, and saluted in unison. Brigade Commander Zhu Jingxiong, his aide, the commander of the 3rd Regiment Dong Biao, along with the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Regiments, also saluted towards the vehicle. Upon seeing this, Xia Ying and several female soldiers stood atop the armored vehicle, returning the salute, their heads held high and chests puffed out, exuding grace and valor. At that moment, their hearts brimmed with excitement, exhilaration, and joy. They were facing a regular elite legion ranked among the top 10,000 on the Sky Eye leaderboard, and having long endured humiliation, they had never received such high-level respect. As they watched the Land King armored vehicle depart, Zhu Jingxiong was unable to describe his feelings of shock, remaining unsettled for a long time. It was simply unbelievable. Commander, it is time for us to counterattack. Dong Biao, the commander of the 3rd Regiment, stated. Zhu Jingxiong composed himself and nodded, commanding, launch a full-scale counterattack, keep the beast horde suppressed beyond 1 kilometer. Understood. Artillery battalion, tank battalion, armored infantry battalion. Boom! The artillery unleashed a carpet bombardment, with explosions erupting everywhere, clouds of dust rising ahead of the position. Now, 3 level 5-time beasts had been eradicated, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Although the beast horde remained ferocious, all the soldiers were invigorated, their morale soaring as they commenced a large-scale counteroffensive. A few minutes later. Commander, these are the shell casings we retrieved. Dong Biao presented a handful of shell casings to Zhu Jingxiong. Zhu Jingxiong picked up one casing for a closer inspection, furrowing his brow. No federal markings. Indeed, Commander, I find it puzzling as well, Dong Biao replied, glancing at Zhu Jingxiong and whispering, this indicates that the ammunition they used does not belong to the Federal Military District. I suspect they manufactured it themselves. Manufactured it themselves? That is a possibility. Zhu Jingxiong pondered for a moment before asking, have the projectiles been found? Dong Biao shrugged, offering a wry smile. No luck. The beasts that were killed were immediately devoured by the horde. Let it be, regardless, this female field unit is no ordinary force, and their ammunition possesses lethal effectiveness against time beasts. Zhu Jingxiong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked, this may very well be the hope for the rise of our iron. Such potent ammunition is not something they would readily part with, Zhu Jingxiong cautioned. Moreover, if they can manufacture such ammunition, it undoubtedly remains their closely guarded secret. However, the fact that they risked exposing their secrets to come to our aid suggests that the young commander harbors goodwill towards us. Thus, we still have hope. We must seize this opportunity. Sometimes, not everything can be bought. Remember, one must exchange sincerity for sincerity. Chu Jingxiong earnestly instructed Dong Biao and the aide. Commander is right. We shall keep this in mind. Dong Biao and the aide nodded. Not a word must leak to the outside. Understood. Rest assured, Commander, we will keep the information under wraps. Dong Biao and the aide responded in unison. They understood that such matters must remain undisclosed to other legions. That exceptionally powerful armored vehicle and the potent ammunition would undoubtedly entice even the top military units. They grasped the principle that proximity to water allows one to fish first. As long as the Iron Blood Brigade and the female field unit established a friendly rapport, the future benefits would be immense. Let's do this. Reach out to the female field unit and express our. Chu Jingxiong paused mid-sentence. Caught up in his excitement, he suddenly remembered that the communication channel with the female field unit had been misplaced, and he glanced at his aide. The aide lowered his head in embarrassment, wishing he could slap himself. Fortunately, the Iron Blood Brigade's position was nearly 10 kilometers from the female field unit, and the beasts in between had been cleared. Immediately prepare a vehicle, and also prepare some gifts. Accompany me to the female field unit to personally express our gratitude, Chu Jingxiong directed his aide. Yes. The aide responded promptly and hurried off to make preparations. Chapter 45 Is this contentment, the women's field combat unit's position? The No. 2 Land King tracked vehicle has returned to the base, and the logistics personnel have begun to swiftly replenish ammunition. Du Fei has issued orders for all command personnel to rest in place, ensuring they conserve their energy for the tasks ahead after nightfall. As for the nature of these tasks, it remains a mystery to all, and nonetheless, throughout the course of this battle, every female soldier in the women's field combat unit has developed an unwavering admiration for their commander. While other positions are engulfed in cries of despair, the atmosphere within the women's unit is filled with laughter and mirth. After years of warfare, they have never experienced such ease as they do now. Many soldiers have even remarked that this hardly feels like a deployment for battle, it feels more akin to a vacation. The cooking team is preparing to fire up the stove again. We've already had several meals today. The commander must be afraid we'll go hungry. At this rate, I'm starting to worry. Indeed, I've gained quite a bit of weight these past few days. My waist seems to have thickened. The buttons on my blouse are nearly bursting. I can't very well leave them unfastened, can I? That just indicates that our nutrition is on point. You are experiencing a second growth spurt. Let's be sure to thank the commander. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and a group of female soldiers gathered together engaged in light-hearted banter, punctuated by fits of laughter. Indeed, when women have a moment to relax, their conversations invariably transition from culinary delights to discussions of body image. I truly envy Ying Bao and Sister Ruobing for their figures. They have maintained such splendid physiques. Especially Ying Bao, with such ample bosom and a tiny waist. Indeed, can't they share their secrets with us? Several female soldiers displayed envy in their eyes. Xiaoying stole a glance at Du Fei in the distance, stretching languidly as she remarked, "What secrets? A beauty like me is simply born with it." Lu Ruobing couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at Xiaoying's slender waist, her lips curling slightly. Though her own bust may not rival Xiaoying's, it is certainly not insignificant. Her figure is well proportioned, albeit her waist a tad thicker than Xiaoying's. Without thinking, Lu Ruobing touched her own waist, stealing another glance at Du Fei. Not far off, Du Fei smiled to himself. Women do love to compare. Lu Ruobing's figure is already quite perfect. One wonders what she has to be concerned about. While Xiaoying's physique certainly exudes allure, her slender waist lends a somewhat fragile appearance. In contrast, Du Fei finds Lu Ruobing's waist to be just right, exuding a mature and voluptuous charm that is utterly irresistible. Yet, Lu Ruobing remains oblivious to Du Fei's aesthetic preferences, still fretting over her waistline. At that moment, Gan Ting leapt down from the vehicle and rushed over to Du Fei. "Commander, can you guess how much time we have left?" Upon seeing her, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and the other female soldiers gathered around. "How much?" Du Fei inquired. "With the 2 storage cards from the Tianlang and Feiyu legions, we currently have a balance. We should be content." Du Fei chuckled inwardly. Is this contentment? After tonight, I shall show you what true satisfaction feels like. Gan Ting, how much time does everyone have left? A few days prior, each soldier was allocated 200 hours, and Du Fei estimated that their personal time must be nearly depleted. Each person has approximately 60 hours left, Gan Ting replied. Du Fei nodded, then continued, "How long has it been since our unit received any military pay?" Gan Ting paused. "Military pay? What military pay?" Lu Ruobing offered a wry smile. "You know our situation well, we've never received any." "Very well, I hereby command." Du Fei surveyed the group, addressing Gan Ting. "Now, each person shall receive 10,000 hours. Chapter 46. The commander is our eternal deity. What did we just hear? 10,000 hours for each person. At the instant Du Fei issued this command, everyone present was collectively petrified. Heavens, 10. That amounts to over a year. One of the female soldiers gasped in excitement, but as she felt the collective gaze of the crowd upon her, she quickly lowered her head, covering her mouth in embarrassment. Commander, it took us considerable effort to accumulate such a substantial sum in our account. If we distribute it, that totals 1.8 million hours, and after deducting a 10 handling fee, we are left with a total of 198,000. You are proposing to distribute 10,000 hours each. Gan Ting's expression was one of distress as she earnestly calculated the figures for Du Fei. The primary concern was that there would be numerous future expenditures requiring funding, and just as this considerable sum had begun to warm in their savings card, it was about to be dispersed again. She truly regretted her earlier impulse to boast about such immense funds to the commander. Oh, the soldiers from other legions receive over 20,000 hours? Du Fei appeared thoughtful, pinching his brow. It seems that 10,000. For now, we can only distribute this amount. However, I assure you that next time, we will allocate a greater sum. Ah, did he not comprehend what I just said? Ah, how cunning of the commander. Was this intentional? Gan Ting opened her mouth, anxiously stamping her feet, and turned to Lu Ruobing. Deputy Commander, do say something. Commander, did you not mention that we would be establishing a permanent base at the camp? Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei, then gently continued, consider this. The construction of the camp alone requires a substantial amount of funds. We should adopt a more sustainable approach. I understand that you are concerned for the soldiers. If we must distribute military pay, I suggest we start with several hundred hours each. Moreover, our current rations are quite satisfactory. Each individual does not require such a large amount. As soon as Lu Ruobing finished speaking, the female soldiers present began to voice their agreement. Commander, the deputy commander is right, we do not need so much. Indeed, several hundred hours would suffice. With our rations being so good, we are already very content. Exactly, our lives are quite sufficient now. If the female soldiers from other legions were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly scramble to join us. Commander, it would be wise to retain more funds in the savings card. All the female soldiers turned their gazes toward Du Fei, collectively expressing that there was no need for such an extravagant distribution. It is worth noting that previously, each of them had been living on a meager amount of time, often teetering on the brink of exhaustion. They lived in constant fear of running out of time, dreading the moment they might close their eyes and never awaken. In truth, they yearned for the possession of thousands upon thousands of hours, so they would no longer have to live in trepidation. Merely seeing such time would bring them peace of mind. Yet now, they found the proposed allocation excessive, actively requesting Du Fei to reduce it. The rationale behind this was easily understood. They had grown accustomed to a life of scarcity, and their current living conditions filled them with gratitude. Each of them wished for this way of life to endure a little longer, fearing that one day they might be deprived of such comforts. Thus, they sought to conserve a little for their legion. Enough! No more discussion. Each person shall receive 10,000 hours. This is an order. Du Fei's tone was firm as he scanned the assembly of female soldiers. I recognize that you are thinking of the Legion and that you have long regarded it as your home. In this regard, I commend your dedication. Only through unity can we prosper. However, I have heard that most of you still have family, am I correct? I would like to inquire, how are they faring? As his words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the gathering. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gan Ting, and all the female soldiers fell into a profound silence. The mention of family by Du Fei stirred a flicker of sorrow and desolation in their eyes. Du Fei was not mistaken. The majority of the female soldiers still had family members. Their relatives were mostly outside the city, some laboring to construct walls for the Federation, others scavenging for survival in camps, and some toiling in the mines. It could be said that their families were enduring lives of scarcity, barely managing to find enough to eat. Among them, several female soldiers had been born in the mining areas, sent to the Talent Cultivation Center in Revival City shortly after. In essence, these female soldiers born in the mines were acutely aware of their relatives' existence but had never laid eyes upon them throughout their lives. Each soldier of the Women's Field Corps was a pitiable soul struggling at the bottom of society. At this moment, without Du Fei needing to elaborate further, Gan Ting, with tears in her eyes, quietly retrieved her savings card. Meanwhile, all the female soldiers had begun to weep, with even Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying covering their faces in sorrow. Is it so distressing to receive 10,000 hours each? Do you find it insufficient? Du Fei feigned a stern expression as he addressed the female soldiers. Alright, everyone should be rejoicing, there is ample time to share with family. Lu Ruobing managed to smile, calming her emotions before adding, you should all express your gratitude to our commander. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in gratitude. Thank you, Commander. Our commander is magnificent. The commander is our eternal deity. Our most dashing hero. The commander is so kind to us. We adore you. In an instant, all the female soldiers cheered excitedly, with many expressing their exhilaration in a flurry of enthusiastic exclamations. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, affinity 1. Ding, reputation 10, dot. Ding, affinity 1. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, reputation 10. This is how it should be. As the system notifications resonated continuously in his mind, Du Fei wore a smile, feeling quite elated. Chapter 47. Can the physical limit be expanded? At this moment, the female soldiers stood in line, and Gan Ting no longer felt remorse over the time in her storage card, transferring it to them one after another. Wow! 10,000 hours. I've never possessed such an abundance of time. I want to transfer 2,000 hours to my dad first, so he can buy some fine grains. Me too. With this much time, my grandfather will be saved. My mother will surely be delighted when she receives it, though she probably won't want to spend it on food. If my brother receives it, he'll definitely say I'd become a wealthy woman. The female soldiers beamed with joy, eagerly planning how to allocate this newfound time. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying observed their sister's happiness, simultaneously turning their gaze towards Du Fei, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Du Fei, meanwhile, stepped aside, contentedly opening the system interface to discover some new changes. Host, Du Fei position Commander Legion, Auxiliary Women's Field Corps Reputation Points, 2886 Intimacy Points, 57 Physical Condition, Primary Enhancement 5, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement, Friendly Reminder of Exposure to Radiation has expanded the physical limit. Currently, an additional 5 points of enhancement can be attained. Items Universal Toolbox 1, Rare Material Smelting Agent 500 milliliters. His reputation points had surged to nearly 3,000, and his intimacy points had reached 57. Exposure to radiation allows for the expansion of the physical limit. Du Fei stared at the friendly reminder, finding this to be a novel discovery. Previously, when his physical condition had reached its limit, he had been puzzled about how to surpass it, but he had not anticipated that mere exposure to radiation would automatically facilitate this expansion. How splendid! Du Fei felt a surge of joy within. However, another question lingered. So far, it was known that the radiation the female soldiers had suffered was largely eradicated after soaking in the recovery pool. Yet, it remained unclear whether their physical condition had also been enhanced. Du Fei pondered that once this battle concluded, he would need to find time to examine their physical enhancements. Just then, a voice crackled through his earpiece, interrupting his thoughts. Report, Commander Iron Blood Brigade Commander Chu Jingxiong and others are arriving at our position in 3 armored vehicles in 5 minutes, Sun Xiaoqian reported. Understood. Du Fei nodded slightly, instructing, closely monitor the situation of the 3 brigades from the 48th Division. Yes. Sun Xiaoqian responded promptly. At this moment, Gan Ting had completed her tasks, and Du Fei beckoned her over. Gan Ting hurried to his side, her excitement palpable as she asked, Commander, it's about to get dark, should we prepare for action? From now on, Sun Xiaoqian will oversee the 3 brigades of the 48th Division, while you will manage their division command center, Du Fei stated after glancing at the time. 1 hour later, await my command. Understood. Gan Ting straightened her posture and quickly returned to the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King tracked vehicle. After ensuring everything was in order, Du Fei approached Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, smiling gently. The Iron Blood Brigade Commander Chu Jingxiong is arriving. The 2 beauties exchanged a glance of surprise. Without a doubt, the Iron Blood Brigade had come to express their gratitude, yet they had not expected the brigade commander to visit in person. Lu Ruobing turned to Du Fei, inquiring, should we prepare to welcome them? Du Fei nodded. After all, this was their first visit, and the commander held the rank of a brigade leader in a regular army corps, thus appropriate courtesies were in order. Moreover, Du Fei had future plans concerning this brigade commander from the Holy War Military District. All personnel, assemble. Take your positions. With the command, all the female soldiers returned to their respective posts, brimming with spirit. Du Fei, flanked by Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, made his way to the front line. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, 3 armored vehicles from the Iron Blood Brigade arrived at the position. Chu Jingxiong, his aide, and a team of soldiers just disembarked when a resounding female voice rang out, salute. All the female soldiers at the front line stood tall and saluted in unison. Chu Jingxiong, his aide, and the team of soldiers immediately stood at attention, returning the military salute. Accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, Du Fei approached them with a smile. In that moment, Chu Jingxiong appeared somewhat agitated. This truly was a significant show of respect. Chapter 48. The young commander before him was someone he must befriend. As Du Fei and his companions approached, Chu Jingxiong quickly stepped forward, extending his hand with a beaming smile and said, allow me to formally introduce myself, I am Chu Jingxiong of the Iron Blood Brigade. Du Fei of the Women's Field Corps, Du Fei replied with a smile, shaking Chu Jingxiong's hand. The adjutant beside him saluted and declared, Dong Jia, Chief Secretary of the Iron Blood Brigade Headquarters. Du Fei nodded in acknowledgement and returned a military salute. After a brief introductory ceremony, Chu Jingxiong expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, the unwavering support from your esteemed corps for our Iron Blood Brigade is something we will never forget. On behalf of all the soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade, I extend my sincerest thanks to your esteemed corps. Commander Chu, you are too humble. Our 2 armies are comrades on the same front, and it is only natural that we assist one another, Du Fei replied with a calm smile. I am pleasantly surprised that such a small gesture has prompted you to personally visit. Du Fei's simple words left Chu Jingxiong inwardly impressed. This young commander displayed a remarkable poise and composure, exuding a maturity that belied his 17 or 18 years. Moreover, despite being a commander of an auxiliary corps, he interacted with Chu, a brigade commander of a regular army, with neither arrogance nor subservience, maintaining an equal footing. This indicated that the young man possessed extraordinary abilities, and the women as field corps he commanded was undoubtedly more formidable than it appeared. Commander Du, please do not say that. Your corps has saved the lives of thousands of my soldiers. How could I possibly take such a life-saving grace lightly? I, Chu Jingxiong, must express my gratitude in person. Moreover, since our first meeting yesterday, I have felt a remarkable affinity with you, Commander Du. How could I let this opportunity slip by? Chu Jingxiong proclaimed with unabashed sincerity, clearly indicating his desire to forge a friendship. Before Du Fei could respond, he ordered his soldiers to bring forth a pile of gifts from the vehicle. A mere token, not worthy of respect, he said, revealing fine red wine, specially crafted cigars, and various exclusive beverages from the Federation. Aside from the cigars, most of these were the favorites of women. Summer Ying's eyes sparkled. She had a particular fondness for cigars. Seeing this, Du Fei did not decline, exchanging pleasantries. Since they were here, it was only fitting to invite them to tour the defense area. In truth, there was not much to see. The entire area revolved around a single hillock, easily comprehensible at a glance. However, as they walked, Chu Jingxiong felt a mixture of astonishment and excitement. He was astonished to discover that the Women's Field Corps comprised fewer than 100 soldiers, with merely 2 armored vehicles and 3 transport trucks, totaling 5 vehicles. Apart from the relatively new weaponry on the armored vehicles, the armaments held by the female soldiers were quite... No one would dare believe that such a unit could effortlessly withstand the relentless onslaught of savage beasts without suffering any casualties. What did this signify? It indicated that the ammunition possessed by the Women's Field Corps was undoubtedly a bane to the ferocious beasts. This realization filled Chu Jingxiong with excitement. It was well known that the current situation of the Iron Blood Brigade was dire. While killing a single-time beast could yield thousands of hours, hunting level 4-time beasts often resulted in a loss. To take down a level 4-time beast, they would need to expend ammunition worth tens of thousands of hours, and sometimes, if the beast was not completely vanquished, they would need to supplement with several thousand hours of ammunition. Thus, regular military corps typically hunted level 1 and level 2-time beasts, as only these lower-tier beasts could yield any profit. In campaigns such as the Qingchuan Ruins, where level 4-time beasts were present, regular corps would only venture to exterminate them due to federal funding and subsidies. Therefore, despite the Iron Blood Brigade's ranking within the top 10,000 on the Sky Eye leaderboard, their financial struggles were significant due to exorbitant military salaries and other expenditures. Often, the outcomes of their battles yielded minimal rewards, and now, the Women's Field Corps had ignited a spark of hope in Chu Jingxiong. If he could establish a friendly relationship with them and procure their ammunition, his burdens would be alleviated. He would no longer need to worry about the 30 years of time his daughter owed, the support for his 5 wives, or the milk formula for his soon-to-be-born twins. Additionally, should their ranking improve further, they would receive even more federal funding. Chu Jingxiong had made up his mind. This young commander before him was someone he must befriend. PS 3 to 4 chapters will be released daily, all at once, during the recommendation period. Data is crucial. I hope the esteemed readers can click to urge updates, leave comments, or send a free gift for love. I sincerely hope for your support and assistance, for which I am immensely grateful. Currently being updated. Chapter 49 The Selfishness of Humanity. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Commander Du, you are indeed a prodigy of your age, exclaimed Chu Jingxiong as he gazed upon the neatly arranged female soldiers, his admiration palpable. Indeed, Commander Du is an exceptionally capable leader, echoed his aide, Dong Jia, who nodded in agreement as he walked closely beside him. Oh, you flatter me, Commander Chu and Aide Dong, Du Fei responded with a polite smile, secretly amused, for he suspected that their opinions had been quite different just the day before. Throughout their conversation, Chu Jingxiong maintained a humble demeanor, while Du Fei remained unperturbed. Each harbored their own intentions, engaging in light banter that, while seemingly pleasant, was underpinned by ulterior motives. During this exchange, Chu Jingxiong was eager to learn about the nature of the ammunition utilized by the female field corps. However, despite several attempts to broach the subject, he ultimately refrained from voicing his curiosity. After all, the specifics of such unique munitions were a closely guarded secret, and it would be inappropriate to pry into the treasures of a first meeting. Patience, he thought, was essential. One could not rush the delicate matter of artillery. Chu Jingxiong resolved to first cultivate a rapport with Du Fei, believing that once a foundation of trust was established, everything else would naturally fall into place. Successful completion of these tasks yields substantial funding and subsidies from the Federation. Conversely, failure not only results in the loss of these financial benefits but can also adversely affect their ranking. Thus, various military divisions select appropriate hunting grounds commensurate with their capabilities. Elite divisions equipped with mithril projectile ammunition often establish large-scale hunting grounds, primarily targeting level 5-time beasts. The 48th Division serves as the organizer of this current extermination mission at the Qingchuan Ruins. Should the mission fail, all participating regular divisions would not only forfeit federal funding but would also see their standings on the Tianyan leaderboard diminish. The significance of these rankings cannot be overstated, as they directly influence the amount of federal support received. Consequently, Chu Jingxiong felt a sense of trepidation, for the Iron Blood Brigade had fought valiantly for many years to secure their place within the top 10,000. A failure in the Qingchuan Ruins mission would inevitably lead to a decline in their ranking, a setback that would be particularly devastating for him. Naturally, the 48th Division was equally determined to avoid failure, leading to a palpable sense of urgency from Division Commander Diao Dek, who sought to rectify the precarious situation. Commander Chu, what are your thoughts on the ultimate outcome of the extermination mission organized by the 48th Division? Du Fei inquired, directing his gaze towards Chu Jingxiong with an air of feigned ignorance. One can only say that human plans are no match for the whims of fate. Such a hunting ground, housing level 5-time beasts, is likely beyond the 48th Division's expectations, Chu Jingxiong replied. Their sophisticated weaponry is more than adequate for engaging level 4-time beasts, yet when faced with level 5 entities, it is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. If the 48th Division manages to withdraw unscathed, that would be quite an accomplishment. To be frank, he found himself regretting his decision to undertake this mission with the 48th Division. However, after a moment's reflection, he turned to Du Fei and stated, if the 48th Division wishes to secure victory, they have but one recourse. And what would that be? Du Fei queried. Seeing Du Fei's feigned ignorance, Chu Jingxiong smiled knowingly and stated candidly, naturally, it would be the involvement of your female field corps. Commander, I have personally witnessed the lethal efficacy of your specialized ammunition against time beasts. After all, human nature is inherently selfish, and Chu Jingxiong was no exception. Should the 48th Division successfully cultivate a relationship with the female field corps, the prospects for the Iron Blood Brigade would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Recognizing that they had finally arrived at the crux of the conversation, Du Fei turned his attention fully to Chu Jingxiong, stating, as you have noted, we seem to share a mutual affinity, a sentiment I wholeheartedly echo. The reason my female field corps extends a helping hand to the Iron Blood Brigade is precisely due to our belief that it embodies a rare and honorable force. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingxiong responded with an air of humility, your praise of the Iron Blood Brigade is far too generous, Commander Du. I am humbled, truly humbled. As he finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with his aide, Dong Jia, both of their faces lighting up with delight, their hearts swelling with satisfaction. What did this signify? It indicated that cultivating a relationship with this young commander held promise. Chapter 50 of the Shield is secured. Observing the reactions of Chu Jingxiong and his companion, Du Fei continued, to be candid, that specialized ammunition is a recent development of ours, currently still in the experimental phase. What I mean to convey is that, until we officially announce this to the public, we prefer that not too many factions are made. I trust that Commander Chu understands my intent? Understood. Indeed. Both Chu Jingxiong and his aide, Dong Jia, nodded in agreement, as this aligned perfectly with their thoughts of fearing that Du Fei might harbor doubts. Chu Jingxiong solemnly assured him, rest assured, Commander Du, the secrets regarding the Women's Field Corps will remain strictly confidential. Our Iron Blood Brigade guarantees not to divulge a single word to the outside world. I naturally believe in Commander Chu, Du Fei replied with a smile, otherwise, how could we say that we are fated to meet? Ha, I was just about to say the same. Chu Jingxiong laughed heartily. Additionally, there is one more matter I wish to clarify. Du Fei glanced towards the northwest before continuing, my Women's Field Corps has no affiliations with the 48th Division. Our participation in this mission is solely to hunt the temporal beasts in game time. Therefore, the success or failure of the Qingchuan Ruins mission is of no consequence to us. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingxiong and Du Fei's message was unmistakable. Of the Women's Field Corps was not familiar with the 48th Division and would not extend assistance. Moreover, being an irregular unit, the Women's Field Corps did not benefit from federal funding or subsidies. The completion of the Qingchuan Ruins mission was of no concern to them whatsoever. At that moment, a mix of joy and worry filled Chu Jingxiong's heart. He was pleased that the 48th Division had missed its opportunity to foster a relationship with the Women's Field Corps. However, he was also anxious that if the Qingchuan Ruins mission ended in failure, the Iron Blood Brigade would suffer a significant loss and a decline in rankings, an outcome that would be devastating. Both Chu Jingxiong and Dong Jia felt a twinge of envy, realizing that the Women's Field Corps was likely to reap the most rewards from this mission. As they furrowed their brows in concern, Du Fei unexpectedly added, however, my Women's Field Corps does not mind collaborating with the Iron Blood Brigade. Startled, Chu Jingxiong and Dong Jia exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up in realization. Commander Du intends to assist our Iron Blood Brigade? I am profoundly grateful. Chu Jingxiong exclaimed excitedly. As the leader of the Iron Blood Brigade, he held the honor of his division above his own life. With the support of the Women's Field Corps, he was confident that the Iron Blood Brigade is an elite unit among regular military forces and serves as the main force on the eastern front of the Qingchuan Ruins mission. In contrast, my Women's Field Corps is merely an auxiliary team of fewer than 100 members, equipped with outdated and rudimentary gear. What capacity do we have to aid the Iron Blood Brigade? Du Fei smiled, then added with a knowing look, it is merely a matter of support. We will assist in the conquest of the Qingchuan Ruins under the leadership of the Iron Blood Brigade. I trust Commander Chu comprehends my meaning? Why yes, I understand. Chu Jingxiong stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. How could he not understand? Du Fei was reluctant to reveal the true capabilities of the Women's Field Corps, preferring to let the Iron Blood Brigade take the lead, while the Women's Field Corps would remain nameless helpers. Consequently, all the glory and accolades would rightfully belong to the Iron Blood Brigade, as the Federation only recognized regular military units for accomplishments. Once victory was achieved, the accolades would be attributed primarily to the regular military, with auxiliary units receiving only nominal recognition on the leaderboard. How can the Iron Blood Brigade express our gratitude? Chu Zhengxiang's eyes brimmed with appreciation. He knew that upon achieving victory, the Iron Blood Brigade's ranking on the Tianyan leaderboard would soar, not to mention the substantial federal funding and rewards from the Holy War military district that would follow. This was indeed a stroke of good fortune. The Women's Field Corps willingly chose to assist the Iron Blood Brigade in obscurity, a tremendous act of kindness. Commander Du, I shall say no more. After our victory, you shall see my heartfelt gratitude. Chu Zhengxiang even altered his form of address, realizing the significance of this matter to the fate of the Iron Blood Brigade, his emotions overflowing with gratitude. Then let us speak of this after our victory. As I said, it is simply that we are fated to work together, Du Fei replied with a smile. You are absolutely right, Brother Du, I relish hearing such words, Chu Zhengxiang laughed boisterously. At this moment, the bond between the commander of the Iron Blood Brigade and Du Fei grew significantly closer. Meanwhile, Dong Jia, the aide, was filled with admiration for his commanding officer. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying exchanged silent thumbs-ups towards Du Fei, their eyes reflecting admiration for their handsome and charismatic leader. Chapter 51 The Deceptive Maneuver. Subsequently, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, with the Hurricane Brigade of the 48th Division having converged towards the Thunder Brigade on the Western Front, it was evident that the Southern Front had essentially fallen. The plan was set for precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, with the Iron Blood Brigade advancing towards the Southern Front, supported by Xiaoying's Type 2 Land King tracked vehicle. The Iron Blood Brigade would solely focus on eliminating the mutated beasts, while the Type 2 Land King would be tasked with hunting the Chronobeasts, thereby conserving ammunition for both parties. Du Fei would lead the Type 1 vehicle and the female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps to reclaim the lost positions of the Sirius and Flying Fish Legions. Upon regaining the territory, the two forces would converge and then cooperate with the 48th Division to launch a final assault on the Qingchuan ruins. The plan was elegantly simple and promisingly effective, ensuring a mutually beneficial outcome. Previously, the Iron Blood Brigade's efforts in exterminating Chronobeasts had resulted in considerable losses, but now they could simply clear out ordinary beasts and earn funds from the Federation. Essentially, the Iron Blood Brigade aimed to accomplish this mission, seeking both a favorable ranking on the Heavenly Eye list and financial support from the Federation. Meanwhile, the Women's Field Corps merely needed to hunt Chronobeasts to gain time. Thus, both sides would reap substantial benefits. Commander Chu, what do you think? Du Fei inquired. I believe it is feasible. Chu Zhengxiang responded without hesitation. The prospect of only eliminating ordinary beasts was exceedingly convenient for the Iron Blood Brigade. Inwardly, Chu Zhengxiang mused that should this campaign prove victorious, the 48th Division would undoubtedly owe a debt of gratitude to the Iron Blood Brigade. How splendid it would be if the 48th Division faltered and abandoned their positions entirely. In such a case, the Federation's funds would not merely be distributed with 30 to the Iron Blood Brigade, but would instead belong entirely to them. However, Chu Zhengxiang quickly dismissed such thoughts as ludicrous. After all, the 48th Division was a formidable force that could hardly be expected to falter. Very well. Du Fei nodded, continuing, then it is settled, we can discuss the specific details through the communication channel. The communication channel of the Women's Field Corps will remain open to the Iron Blood Brigade without interruption, allowing for immediate contact. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Dong Jia expressed, his demeanor earnest and apologetic. Through this experience, he had gleaned valuable insights and recognized the wisdom in the commander's. One must exchange sincerity for sincerity. He understood that the Women's Field Corps would soon become the Iron Blood Brigade's most trusted ally and a beacon of hope for their promising future. Although he held a higher rank as the confidential secretary of the regular army's headquarters, this was beyond mere hierarchical concerns. In a brief encounter, Du Fei's charismatic presence had profoundly impressed him. If the commander could lower himself to cultivate a rapport with this young leader, then he too ought to candidly acknowledge his missteps to Du Fei. At that moment, Chu Zhengxiang regarded his aide with a sense of gratification. The young man had made considerable progress. Du Fei, unfazed, smiled as he jotted down the communication channel on a notepad and personally handed it to Dong Jia, jesting, the Women's Field Corps may lack many things, but they certainly do not lack paper. This remark elicited laughter from everyone present. Do not lose it again, Chu Zhengxiang admonished. Rest assured, Commander, if I lose it again, you may as well execute me. Dong Jia replied, carefully placing the note into his pocket. Du Fei and Chu Zhengxiang exchanged knowing smiles. With the plan firmly established in time of the essence, they did not linger. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xiaoying accompanied Chu Zhengxiang and his team to the front lines, where they bid farewell with a handshake. As Chu Zhengxiang and his team departed, the two beautiful women turned their gazes towards Du Fei simultaneously. Xiaoying was the first to speak. Commander, if we follow the battle plan you just outlined, won't that benefit the 48th Division? Lu Ruobing furrowed her brow and added, do you truly intend for the 48th Division to emerge victorious? Do you recall when I mentioned that Wu Dagui appointing me as the commander of the Women's Field Corps would be the greatest mistake of his life? Du Fei's eyes glinted with a fleeting chill, before he turned to them with a smile, saying, I assure you, the 48th Division will not survive the night. Do you believe me? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying exchanged surprised glances, their beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. It appeared that the commander had an ulterior strategy in mind, employing deceptive tactics to achieve his ends. Chapter 52. The battle unfolded seamlessly as night descended. Before the Iron Blood Brigade's position, the landscape was illuminated with a ghostly green glow, with ferocious beasts lying in wait among the rocks and trees, emitting low, ominous growls. The horde of beasts poised for attack, preparing to unleash their next wave against the Iron Blood Brigade's defenses. Meanwhile, thousands of soldiers within the brigade had already made their preparations for combat. Report. As each battalion completed their reports, before the beast horde could launch their assault, the Iron Blood Brigade initiated their counteroffensive with impeccable timing. All units prepare. Target the beast horde directly ahead. The ground trembled beneath the cacophony of explosions. Rumbling echoes resonated through the night sky, igniting it with fiery brilliance. The beast horde was suddenly subjected to a relentless barrage, throwing them into disarray, their anguished cries ringing out in a continuous chorus. The female soldiers aboard the Land King beamed with pride, their spirits lifted by the respect emanating from the Iron Blood Brigade, making them feel as though they were treated like queens. They understood, however, that this sense of superiority was a gift bestowed upon them by their commander. Dufay. Tat 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 tat. The automatic machine guns and Gatling guns mounted on the Land King unleashed a hail of fire, targeting only the level 3 and level 4 temporal beasts. The rest of the ordinary beasts were left to the Iron Blood Brigade to exterminate. As the colossal temporal beasts fell one after another, the mutated horde crumbled into chaos, presenting no significant threat to the soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade. Under the overwhelming firepower, the beast horde scattered, most fleeing into the distant mountains and forests, while those unable to escape were swiftly eliminated by the Iron Blood Brigade. Under the direct leadership of Chu Jingxiong, the 3 regiments of the Iron Blood Brigade began their steady advance southward. Commander, we have advanced 3 kilometers. Our forces have only sustained a few minor injuries and no casualties. This battle is proceeding remarkably well. If every engagement could be this effortless, how fortunate we would be. The aide, Dong Jia, expressed his excitement, standing nearby. Excellent. Excellent. Hearing Dong Jia's report, Chu Jingxiong repeatedly exclaimed his approval. Standing atop an armored vehicle, he held a night vision binocular, gazing at the retreating beast horde, exhaling a breath of exhilaration. At this moment, his emotions were tumultuous, liberating and exhilarating. The scene before him only strengthened his resolve to forge a strong alliance with Dufay. Commander, at this rate, we should be able to reclaim the southern front by dawn. Dong Jia reported. Very good. Chu Jingxiong's eyes gleamed with determination as he commanded, relay my orders. Strictly adhere to the combat plan devised by Captain Dufay of the Women's Field Combat Brigade. Ensure the safety of all female soldiers, centering around the armored vehicles. Understood. Inside the control room of the number 2 Land King, there are too few temporal beasts. If only there were as many as the mutated ones. Are you not afraid anymore, you little minx? Indeed, she has certainly grown bolder now. Remember when she encountered an ordinary mutated beast and nearly lost her pants in fright? Ah, hush your mouths, or I'll deal with you. Oh ha ha ha. The female communication officers, while monitoring the night vision equipment, exchanged excited banter regarding the balance on their storage cards. Xiaoying displayed her charming dimples, comfortably puffing on a thick cigar, embodying a state of blissful euphoria. Observing the joyous expressions of her fellow communication officers, she couldn't help but reflect inwardly. In less than a month, the transformation was remarkable. Compared to the past, the Women's Field Combat Brigade had completely turned a new leaf. Her sisters had all undergone a metamorphosis. Including herself, each one seemed to have emerged anew from the chrysalis. Chapter 53. An eye for an eye. At the forefront of the Women's Combat Brigade, the frontline deployment consisted of the number 1 Land King battle tank, an ammunition transport vehicle, and 2 fully loaded transport vehicles carrying female soldiers, all poised for departure. However, at that moment, Dufay had yet to issue any orders, leaving all commanders and personnel in a state of uncertainty regarding their destination. Report to the regiment commander, the Iron Blood Brigade has successfully advanced towards the southern front. The voice of Sun Xiaoqian echoed through the earpiece. Currently, chaos has erupted among the beast horde at the southern front, with 2 level 5 Chronobeasts leading a portion of the beasts towards the western line. I must say, Commander, you truly possess extraordinary foresight. My admiration flows like an unbridled river. Enough with the flattery, let's hear about the situation at the western front. Lu Ruobing interjected, adjusting her earpiece with a frown. After her reprimand, she cast a sidelong glance at Dufay, bemused at how he had indulged the others. Dufay offered an innocent, wry smile. Ah, the deputy commander is listening too. Sun Xiaoqian, taken aback by Lu Ruobing's activation of encrypted drone communication, promptly adopted a more formal tone. Report to the commander and deputy commander. The situation at the western front is as follows. The Hurricane and Thunder brigades are already stretched thin in battle, and with previous depletions, the sudden surge of beasts at the western front is expected to overwhelm them before dawn. Although the situation remains tense, it is still manageable, Sun Xiaoqian reported. Have the ammunition depots for the 3 brigades been located? Dufay asked once more. They were located long ago, awaiting your command. Order. First, address the Hurricane and Thunder brigades at the western front. Once the Iron Blood Brigade has reclaimed the southern front, promptly destroy their ammunition depots, ensuring discretion to avoid raising suspicions from the Sky Eye regarding our Women's Combat Brigade. It seems Sister Rawabing has also activated encrypted communication, Sun Xiaoqian warned. Before she could finish, Du Fei's voice resonated through the earpiece. Gan Ting. Commander, Gan Ting reporting. Gan Ting responded firmly and with conviction. Order. In 3 minutes, disrupt all external communications from the 48th to Commander. Gan Ting efficiently acknowledged. With all arrangements in place, Du Fei turned northwest, gazing towards the 48th Division's command center, exhaling a deep breath. The Federation's regulations forbade direct conflict between legions, yet allowing the enemy to perish at the hands of the beasts fell within the bounds of legality. Did not the commander of the 48th Division, Diao Dichuan, prefer such methods? Thus, it was only fitting to return the favor in kind. Commander, all personnel are prepared as per your orders. What shall be our next course of action? Lu Ruobing inquired, directing her gaze towards Du Fei. The next step follows our original plan. We shall proceed to the positions of the Sirius and Flying Fish Legions, Du Fei replied. Although this was the operational plan established with the Iron Blood Brigade, Lu Ruobing felt a sense of confusion. Du Fei seemed to be weaving together two distinct strategies, leaving her bewildered as to his ultimate intentions. Did he truly intend to reclaim the positions lost by the Sirius and Flying Fish Legions? It was perplexing. A faint, wry smile crept across Lu Ruobing's face. The machinations of this man were beyond the comprehension of an ordinary mortal. Chapter 54 Report to the Commander. The fish is hooked in the command center of the 48th Division. Diaodek stared darkly at the influx of data on the military storage card. 3 brigades had been engaged in a full-scale assault for 8 hours, yet the total gains had barely reached 2 million. The meager earnings were woefully inadequate to offset the expenditure on ammunition, resulting in a significant loss. Initially, it was hoped that the Qingchuan site mission would yield a substantial profit, but who could have anticipated the emergence of a level 5-time beast, coupled with the current unfavorable battlefield situation and repeated reprimands from superiors? Diaodek felt as if he had consumed 25 cats, his heart clawed by anxiety. Those hunting ground assessment experts are utterly foolish, he seethed. How can there be so many level 5-time beasts without detection? A bunch of useless trash. I must lodge a complaint against them for crimes against humanity and send those imbeciles to the mines. Diaodek paced back and forth, hurling curses. The hunting ground assessment experts had become increasingly unreliable, and he felt utterly betrayed by their incompetence. Given the current weaponry of the 48th Division, they were simply ill-equipped to contend with a level 5-time beast. Diaodek had already begun to contemplate declaring the mission a failure and retreating the entire army. At that moment, his aide rushed in, a look of excitement on his face. Commander, good news, splendid news. What good news? Has the tide of battle turned? Diaodek inquired, furrowing his brows. Well, there is some improvement, but not on our side. It's from the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military District, the aide reported. The Iron Blood Brigade? What good news could they possibly have? Commander, just now, the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft transmitted images showing the Iron Blood Brigade advancing south from the eastern front, poised to reclaim the southern. This is preposterous. Diaodek exclaimed, looking incredulous at the aide. Eliminating a level 5-time beast, how could a mere brigade possess such strength? Commander, it's absolutely true, the aide insisted, his tone growing grave. However, the footage reveals that it was the female soldiers who eliminated the level 5-time beast, seemingly from an auxiliary women's field unit. An auxiliary women's field unit? So that's why those remnants have yet to be completely eradicated. They VE allied with the Iron Blood Brigade. Diaodek gestured to the aide. Bring up the footage, I wish to see it. Yes, Commander. The aide complied, activating the laser screen to display the images transmitted by the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. A bird's-eye view appeared on the screen, depicting the night sky lit by the flashes of artillery. Amidst the roars and cries of the beasts, a legion of several thousand was advancing forward, launching a fierce assault on the beast horde. It was evident from the footage that this was indeed the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military District. However, as the drone's camera zoomed in, a distinctive armored vehicle came into view within the ranks of the Iron Blood Brigade. A group of female soldiers atop the vehicle was unleashing a barrage of gunfire at 5 or 6 level 3 and level 4-time beasts, their machine guns firing short bursts, causing the beasts to collapse one after another. Diaodek watched the screen, his eyes widening in astonishment and doubt, yet, what followed made him gasp in horror. He witnessed an unbelievable sight. In the footage, a terrifying roar echoed as a colossal time beast appeared. The beast had a flattened head, sunken eye sockets glowing red, its maw adorned with tentacles and fangs, slime oozing and stretching from its jaws, its limbs were dark, claws sharp, its scales glistening and robust, particularly the spine that radiated a blinding blue light. This was indeed a level 5-time beast. Suddenly, a female soldier atop the silver armored vehicle swung a Gatling gun, aiming directly at the level 5-time beast. With a rapid succession of gunfire, the beast emitted a piercing, anguished roar, its massive form swaying before crashing to the ground. Subsequently, the beast horde scattered in panic as the Iron Blood Brigade's thousands of soldiers commenced a large-scale extermination. What sort of vehicle is that? Diaodek's face twitched, shock evident in his eyes. The aide replied, that is the vehicle from the Auxiliary Women's Field Unit. 2 such vehicles are participating in this mission. No, what perplexes me is, what kind of Gatling gun is mounted on that vehicle that can so effortlessly slay a level 5-time beast? Diaodek's brow furrowed, then he turned to the aide. Moreover, do not forget their astounding performance in the battle. Their ammunition possesses lethal efficacy against time beasts. Diaudek pondered for a moment, seemingly grasping something, and said, if I am not mistaken, the Iron Blood Brigade must have reached an agreement with those remnants. The key to the Iron Blood Brigade's successful advance lies in their utilization of this specialized ammunition. It must be said, Diaudek proved himself a capable commander, arriving at a conclusion with minimal analysis. Commander, your insight is unparalleled. Nothing escapes your deductions, however. I believe this is actually a fortuitous development, the aide complimented. Indeed, the Iron Blood Brigade is driven by immediate gains. Even if they achieve victory, the credit will primarily belong to the 48th Division, which is undoubtedly advantageous for us. Diaudek nodded, his mood lifting, and spoke to the aide, contact the Iron Blood Brigade and convey my regards to Chu Jingxiong. Understood. The aide picked up the communicator to establish contact, but static interference filled the channel. Commander, we are currently unable to connect. Then let it be for now. Diaudek spoke with a haughty tone, pouring himself a glass of red wine and savoring a sip. Aren't those remnants still in possession of another vehicle? Find out its location and ascertain what type of ammunition they are utilizing. Yes, Commander. Auxiliary Women's Field Unit.at This moment, the No. 1 Land King armored vehicle was slowly making its way toward the fallen positions of the Sirius Legion. Following closely behind were container ammunition. Inside the vehicle's control room, Du Fei received a report from Von Ting. Report, Commander, the fish is hooked. Excellent, Du Fei nodded, noticing a hint of a smile on Du Fei's lips. Lu Ruobing adjusted her earpiece, her delicate face reflecting confusion. What does the fish's hook mean? Chapter 55 Do you intend to rob him? 5 minutes later, the stronghold of the Wolf Legion loomed in the distance. The ravines, jungles, and rocky terrain were teeming with chronobeasts and mutated ferocious creatures. 2 level 5 chronobeasts led nearly 100 level 3 and level 4 chronobeasts, along with a horde of mutated beasts, ravenously devouring the corpses of soldiers scattered across the stronghold. At both the Wolf Legion and Flying Fish Legion strongholds, they appeared blissfully unaware of how many feasts they had already indulged. In.at that moment, a low hum accompanied by a slight vibration in the air heralded the arrival of 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones, which appeared above the female combat regiment's convoy. Listening to their conversation, Lu Ruobing felt increasingly perplexed. Unable to contain her curiosity, she whispered, what exactly are you planning? Du Fei smiled slightly and asked, if I wished to acquire your time, what methods would I employ to obtain it? Lu Ruobing was taken aback, unsure why this man would pose such a seemingly simple question, but she replied, I would transfer it to you. Are there any? It seemed she had come to understand that this man sought to acquire the time possessed by Diaudek. Such an astronomical amount rendered her momentarily speechless. 7 million, that was a sum beyond her wildest imagination. Lu Ruobing became somewhat agitated and looked at Du Fei. I see now, you intend to rob him? To say rob is rather harsh, one might say we wish to persuade him to willingly relinquish it to us, Du Fei replied. It is essential to note that humans differ from chronobeasts. The time of chronobeasts could be regarded as a gift from the world to humanity. Slaying a chronobeast allows one to claim its time, but killing a human does not yield the same result. Once a person dies, their accumulated time dissipates, or rather, returns to the river of time. It was precisely for this reason that Du Fei had hesitated to employ the Predator's cloaked drones to execute a decapitation strike on Diaudek. As Lu Ruobing had articulated, to acquire a person's time, there are only 2 methods: transfer and the use of a time storage card. Thus, to obtain the over 7 million hours from Diaudek, the former was undoubtedly impractical. The only feasible approach was to compel him to deposit his time into a storage card. The time lies with Diaudek. He would never part with it easily. Are you confident you can obtain it? Lu Ruobing inquired excitedly. The beast horde immediately became alert. All units, stand by. Du Fei climbed out of the battle vehicle and commanded the female soldiers. Yes. The female soldiers swiftly disembarked from the transport vehicles and commenced their actions. Land King Battle Vehicle No. 1 self-propelled artillery, machine cannons, and machine guns are in position, on standby. The artillery has taken position, on standby. The armored infantry is in position, on standby. The female soldiers took their places and promptly readied themselves for combat. At this moment, 2 level 5 chronobeasts emitted blue light from their backs and let out a fearsome roar. Ga. The beast horde erupted into a frenzy, surging towards the female combat regiment like a tidal wave. Prepare all units. Let these ferocious beasts taste our mithril bullets and shells. Strive to reclaim East Line Stronghold No. 2 within 30 minutes. 3, 2, 1. Fire. With Du Fei's resounding and forceful command, the air was filled with the sounds of gunfire. Bang 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 tat 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 tat. The artillery and machine guns unleashed their firepower first, as countless shells hurtled towards the advancing beast horde. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted throughout the beast horde, and the flesh of chronobeasts and mutated creatures was torn apart, their agonized cries echoing amidst the chaos. Aim for the chronobeasts. All units advance. The Land King Battle Vehicle No. 1 took the lead, with Gatling guns and machine guns savagely sweeping the horde. As level 3 and level 4 chronobeasts. The female soldiers, under the cover of battle vehicles and transport trucks, advanced methodically forward. The 2 level 5 chronobeasts roared in fury, attempting to incite the horde into a renewed frenzy. Eliminate those 2 level 5 chronobeasts first. Du Fei had returned to the control room, commanding the gunners. Boom! The deafening sounds reverberated as the ground trembled violently, severed limbs and dismembered bodies being blasted into the air, scattering chaotically. The 2 level 5 chronobeasts emitted agonized screams, crashing to the ground. In an instant, the remaining Chronobeasts and mutated creatures lost their frenzied state, dispersing like headless flies as they fled towards the North Line Lightning Brigade stronghold. Observing this, the Land King Battle Vehicle No. 1 swiftly pursued, crashing through the chaos. It disregarded the fleeing mutated beasts, specifically targeting the Chronobeasts for attack. Simultaneously, the female soldiers of the combat regiment charged forward, each one as fierce as a tiger unleashed. Resupply ammunition. Move quickly. The logistics soldiers worked tirelessly. The cargo doors of the ammunition containers swung open, and boxes of mithril bullets and shells were swiftly supplied. Chapter 56. Recapturing the East Line No. 2 position in less than half an hour, the battle came to a decisive end. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, the majority of which were level 3 and level 4 temporal beasts. The operational efficiency was extraordinarily high, akin to leaves swept away by an autumn breeze. One can only assert that these are a group of female soldiers who are even more frenzied than the ferocious beasts. Du Fei opened the car door and leapt down alongside Lu Ruobing. Report, Commander and Deputy Commander, the East Line No. 2 position has been successfully recaptured. We have eliminated nearly 100 level 3 and level 4 temporal beasts, along with 2 level 5 temporal beasts. Our Women's Field Combat Regiment has suffered no casualties. This campaign has resulted in a resounding victory, the infantry commander reported, his voice ringing clear and triumphant. Du Fei nodded in. We have amassed a total of 671,358 hours, Lu Ruobing responded joyously, without a moment's hesitation. Border, rest in place, culinary team, fire up the stove and prepare a midnight snack. Once everyone has had their fill, we will subsequently assist the 48th Division's North Line Lightning Brigade. Let us hunt down more temporal beasts and strive to seize the Qingchuan ruins in one fell swoop. Yes, as Du Fei's orders were given, all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Regiment began to rest in place. One by one, they relaxed their spirits and commenced to chat and laugh. But at the command center of the 48th Division headquarters, soon a segment of footage captured by an unmanned reconnaissance drone appeared on the laser screen. Moments later, Commander, their firepower is simply astonishing. It is truly unbelievable. Dozens of shells directly annihilated 2 level 5 temporal beasts, while the level 3 and level 4 temporal beasts were utterly helpless before their onslaught. In less than half an hour, they recaptured the East Line No. 2 position, and not only did they gain nearly 600,000 hours, but they also suffered no casualties. The aide exclaimed excitedly, his face a mask of fervor. Secret silver bullets. Where on earth did these remnants acquire such ammunition? Diao Dequai froze the screen, his gaze fixed intently on the boxes of opened bullets and shells, deeply captivated by the silver-white projectiles. A profound shock gripped his heart, leaving him in a state of agitation. Previously, their victory in the Heishui River campaign had taken less than an hour, and now, they were assisting the Iron Blood Brigade in their smooth advance towards the South Line. Just moments ago, they had recaptured the East Line No. 2 position in under half an hour. All of this was undoubtedly linked to the secret silver bullets they possessed. No wonder. Diao Dequai regained his composure, a sly smile creeping across his face. These remnants are living rather comfortably now, Commander. If we could acquire such ammunition, we would undoubtedly leap to become a top-tier legion. The aide remained fervently enthusiastic. Diao Dequai cast him a sidelong glance, as if to say, do I not already know this? Go, immediately summon a few military research personnel. Yes, Commander. The aide turned and departed swiftly. More than half an hour later, Commander, based on our in-depth analysis of the footage, all of these bullets and shells lack federal serial numbers. The silver-white substance on the projectiles appears to be a coating. In other words, the opposing side has manufactured these munitions themselves, one of the researchers pointed out while indicating the images on the screen. Manufactured themselves. Diao Dequai's eyes narrowed slightly, then he inquired, is the silver-white substance on these projectiles secret silver? We recently reviewed some images of natural secret silver particles, and upon comparison, their color, luster, and patterns are fundamentally consistent. Currently, we cannot be certain, as the extraction and smelting technology for secret silver remains a major challenge. However, judging by the damage these bullets inflict on temporal beasts, it seems that only secret silver possesses such lethal power. Thus, we unanimously believe that the opposing side has likely mastered the extraction and smelting technology of secret silver. The researcher spoke with palpable excitement. Excellent. A glimmer of light shone in Diao Dequai's eyes, and he turned to the aide, saying, let those individuals enjoy some well-deserved leisure at the social camp. Yes, Commander. Thank you, Commander. Our deepest gratitude, Commander. Several researchers beamed with joy, repeatedly expressing their thanks. As the aide led the researchers away, Diao Dequai took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, his hands gripping the hem of his clothing so tightly that he nearly tore the fabric. He murmured with trembling lips, the extraction and smelting technology of secret silver. P.S. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that the current earnings from this book are indeed meager, yet I shall persevere in writing. I merely hope that the esteemed readers might bestow a few more free gifts to fuel my passion, for which I would be immensely grateful. I am currently burning the midnight oil to update. Chapter 57. At least 10 million hours before long, the aide returned to the command center after arranging several research personnel. Commander, I believe the analysis provided by the researchers is quite reasonable. That young man is indeed a prodigy from the Senior Command Academy of the Revitalization City Federation, the aide cautiously remarked, noticing that Diao Dec was deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Yes, you have reminded me, Diao Dec said, pausing the screen to observe Du Fei's confident demeanor during battle. He then murmured to himself, so, it must be this young man's research on the techniques of refining and dissolving secret silver. I believe so as well. Ever since he took office, the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment has achieved remarkable results, the aide concurred. Diao Dek nodded thoughtfully and promptly commanded his aide, destroy all combat footage captured by the drones of the Women's Field Regiment. All information regarding this group of remnants must be strictly sealed. As for whether they truly possess the techniques for refining and dissolving secret silver, I need to verify that further. Additionally, dispose of those research personnel discreetly. Once these tasks are completed, connect me to the communications channel of the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment. Understood, Commander, the aide replied, unable to suppress a slight tremor of apprehension. Could the commander have some ulterior motive? Should we inform the higher-ups about the situation concerning the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment? The aide tentatively inquired. The higher-ups? Diao Dek's face broke into a warm smile, his eyes narrowing as he regarded him. The aide felt a chill run down his spine, regretting his question and wishing he could slap himself. Despite Diao Dek's benevolent smile, he appeared exceedingly menacing at that moment. My subordinate understands, the aide stammered before turning to execute the command. At the eastern front, position number 2, amidst the nearby dense forest, flickering green lights indicated the presence of countless mutated beasts, ravenously eyeing the corpses of the temporal beasts strewn across the battlefield. The allure of the temporal beasts' remains was irresistible to the mutated creatures, compelling them to return despite their desire to feast on the delectable sight before them. Though they yearned to devour the tempting morsels, none dared to reveal themselves, opting instead to watch from a distance. At this moment, all members of the Women's Field Regiment had finished their additional rations. Previously, Dufay had mentioned that after their midnight meal, they would proceed to the northern front to support the Lightning Brigade. The female soldiers had been prepared for departure but had yet to receive the order to move, leaving them feeling somewhat perplexed. Even the waiting mutated beasts exhibited signs of impatience. In the control room of the No. 1 Land King battle tank, Dufay sat with his eyes closed, brow furrowed in contemplation, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest. Lu Ruobing, feeling bored, leaned over, resting her chin in her hand as she gazed at him intently. She thought to herself that Dufay's demeanor, while deep in thought, belied his age of 18, exuding an aura of maturity that seemed incongruous with his youth. Usually, Lu Ruobing had not scrutinized Dufay closely, as he was the regiment commander, and she felt it would be somewhat disrespectful. Moreover, intentional attention might appear overly intimate, inviting teasing from her fellow sisters were they to notice. Of course, that was only when the two of them were alone in the small wooden cabin at the mining site. To eye in the gentle illumination of the control room, Dufay's chiseled features and straight nose rendered him strikingly handsome and robust. This scene resembled a captivating portrait of a handsome man, mesmerizing Lu Ruobing. Ding, intimacy level 20. Initially, Dufay was lost in thought, but the system notification startled him, causing him to open his eyes abruptly. In that fleeting moment, their gazes locked. Lu Ruobing quickly averted her eyes, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. Her cheeks flushed as she turned to scrutinize the display screen, as if she had committed a transgression. Dufay was about to tease her when a voice crackled through his earpiece, reporting from Gonting. Report, Commander Diao Dek has played the footage of our recapture of position number 2. What was his reaction? Dufay inquired. Just as you predicted, he is convinced that we have mastered the techniques for refining and melting secret silver. Currently, the command center of the 48th Division has established. She was eager to discover how Dufay had managed to secure the 7 million hours from Diao Dek, but before long, Dufay and Lu Ruobing arrived at the independent control room. Within a minute, the communicator buzzed with a call. This is the command center of the 48th Division, calling the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment, please respond. Repeating, this is the command center of the 48th Division, calling the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment. Please respond. Gonting glanced at Dufay, who nodded in affirmation. The Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment acknowledges. Gonting replied, swiftly zooming in the lens of the No. 1 Predator stealth drone. The images of Diao Dek, his aide, and the interior of the command center immediately appeared on the monitor. I am Diao Dek, commander of the 48th Division. Have your regiment commander speak with me, Diao Dek said, a hint of disdain creeping into his smile as he addressed the communicator. Yes, Commander Diao, please hold for a moment. Gonting replied, suppressing a look of disgust. After a brief pause, Dufay picked up the communicator. Commander Diao, I am Dufay, the commander of the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment. So you are Dufay? Diao Dek's tone was courteous. Indeed. Haha, no wonder you are in just a few days as commander, you have managed to invigorate the regiment, quite impressive. Through the monitor, it was evident that Diao Dek wore a facade of insincerity, addressing the communicator with a smirk. On behalf of the 48th Division, I extend my congratulations and condolences to your Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment. Thank you, Commander Diao, Dufay replied with a light chuckle, then added, I suspect your sudden call is not merely for the purpose of extending condolences, is it? Upon hearing Dufay's inquiry, Diao Dek's expression darkened, realizing this young man was rather astute. Tonight, besides offering my condolences, I indeed have another matter to discuss. What is it? Did your Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment utilize secret silver bullets in this mission? Diao Dek asked directly, avoiding unnecessary pleasantries. Dufay stifled a laugh. Diao Dek was exceedingly forthright. He feigned confusion, remarking, Commander Diao, I don't quite understand the implication of your question. Ha, young man, do not feign innocence before me, Diao Dek replied with a smirk, thinking to himself that this young man was still quite naive. What I wish to convey is that I possess comprehensive knowledge of your auxiliary women's field regiment's situation. In the Blackwater River battle, you achieved a resounding victory in 48 minutes. During this mission, your position number 3 easily withstood 3 waves of beast attacks. This evening, you reclaimed position number 2. Dufay remained silent, deliberately choosing not to respond. Ha ha. Noticing Dufay's silence, Diao Dek smirked coldly and continued, if I am not mistaken, you have indeed mastered both the refining and melting techniques for secret silver. Currently, these 2 techniques represent the 2 major challenges that the Federation has yet to conquer. If the Federation were to discover this, your techniques would be confiscated without exception. Furthermore, it is highly likely that the Federation would ensure your complete eradication from this world. After delivering this ultimatum, Diao Dek's tone softened, and he added, what I intend to convey is that possessing such technology under your current circumstances is not beneficial. However, my 48th Division has already sealed all information regarding your auxiliary women's field regiment, and the Federation is presently unaware. In other words, you are still safe for the time being. I trust you understand the implications of my statement? I believe I grasp the message, Commander Diao. Are you perhaps interested in acquiring our secret silver refining and melting techniques? Dufay asked directly. Haha, I knew Commander Du was an intelligent man, quick to comprehend, Diao Dek responded, his demeanor radiating confidence. I shall afford you 5 minutes to deliberate. With that, Diao Dek awaited Dufay's response with an air of certainty. After a moment of contemplation, Dufay replied, I fear this matter may not come to fruition. Are you unwilling to sell the technology to me? Diao Dek frowned, his expression darkening as he threatened, do not forget, with a mere word from me, the Federation will send personnel immediately. You would do well not to regret it. Commander Diao may have misunderstood, what I meant by not coming to fruition is that you must not forget about the Iron Blood Brigade, Dufay clarified. That, you need not worry about. As long as you hand over your remaining ammunition and equipment to my 48th Division, you can make a swift and substantial retreat. As for the Iron Blood Brigade, leave that to my 48th Division, Diao Dek said with a hint of malice. The implication was clear. If the 48th Division acquired the secret silver bullets, the Iron Blood Brigade would inevitably meet their demise at the jaws of the beasts in the Qingchuan ruins. One could not deny that Diao Dek was a ruthless and unscrupulous individual. Dufay took a deep breath, feigning deliberation as if he had reached a decision, and asked, then how much time do you intend to grant us? How much do you desire? Diao Dek replied nonchalantly. At least 10 million hours, Dufay blurted out. 10 million, Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian turned to stare at Dufay in astonishment, their eyes wide. Haha, do you have any idea how immense a figure 10 million is? You truly are asking for the moon. Diao Dek chuckled. Commander Diao, I am not merely being audacious, the techniques for refining and melting secret silver, if resold, would likely fetch far more than 10 million hours, Dufay explained, taking a breath before continuing, 10 million is merely a safeguard for our survival. Thus, if we do not receive 10 million, we would prefer to hand the techniques over to the Federation. After a moment's thought, he added, we do not require a transfer, a storage card will suffice. Diao Dek feigned contemplation before responding, very well, as you suggest, 10 million it is. Deal. Commander Diao, I can't shake the feeling that something seems off, Dufay suddenly interjected. Diao Dek was momentarily taken aback, what do you mean? Are you certain that you genuinely possess 10 million? There might be a trick involved, Dufay replied, his tone laced with skepticism. Humph, are you doubting my ability to procure 10 million hours? Diao Dek, I possess a detailed video of the entire process for refining and melting secret silver, which I can send to you at any time. Very well, I wish to verify this now. Please send me the footage you mentioned, Diao Dek said, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Once I have confirmed this, I will, of course, show you the storage card containing 10 million hours. P.S. A special thanks to the esteemed Howding for the generous gift of the Great Sword, Chapter 58, Death deserved very well, Dufay responded into the communicator. Let it be settled then, transmit the data to the image repository of the 48th Division within 5 minutes. With that, the communication channel was abruptly severed. Diao Dechuan lit a cigar, a sly smile creeping across his face, while Dufay maintained a cold smirk as he observed the surveillance footage. Gong Ting, transmit the images to the 48th Division. At that moment, the surveillance feed revealed that the aide had successfully accessed the image repository. Commander, the footage of the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment has been transmitted, the aide reported. Open it quickly, Diao Dechuan urged impatiently. Soon, a clear video materialized on the laser screen. The initial scene depicted a camp, where two female soldiers stood by the air raid shelter wall, their gaze fixed intently ahead. "Commander, this is the camp of the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment," the aide said, his eyes glued to the laser screen. Diao Dichuan nodded. He had previously dispatched unmanned reconnaissance drones to monitor the Women's Field Regiment, so he recognized the camp. As the camera panned toward another air raid shelter, it revealed a highly advanced manufacturing workshop. The areas were designated for weapon and ammunition production, intelligent control core manufacturing, and comprehensive fabrication. Notably, the ammunition manufacturing section displayed heaps of semi-finished bullets alongside completed mithril bullets. Diao Dichuan and his aide. As the lens shifted toward a mountain, a mining site came into view, bustling with dozens of workers engrossed in their tasks. "No wonder their camp boasts a mithril mine," Diao Dichuan murmured, fixated on the glimmering piles of ore. At that moment, a striking female soldier appeared near the ore, none other than Su Ninger. She produced a vial of refining agent and dropped a single drop onto a piece of ore. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. A silvery liquid seeped from within the stone, rapidly solidifying into a small chunk of mithril. With this method, she quickly refined 5 or 6 pieces of mithril. Subsequently, Su Ninger utilized the refining agent to liquefy the mithril, then proceeded to silver plate the warheads, followed by As the entire intricate process unfolded, Diao Dichuan and his aide were left utterly astounded, grappling with the sheer incredibility of it all. Undoubtedly, the refining agent in the soldier's possession had been developed by Du Fei. It was nothing short of miraculous. These remnants have indeed mastered the techniques of mithril extraction and smelting, and to think they possess such an advanced manufacturing facility, Diao Dichuan exclaimed, his fingers trembling around his cigar. "Commander, this appears to be irrefutable evidence," the aide remarked, his face bearing a look of shock. "Indeed, I never anticipated the extraction process. What an extraordinary prospect! A mere drop or two of that liquid could yield vast quantities of time." The implications were staggering: eternal life, the possession of elite legions, and perhaps even becoming one of the paramount rulers of the Federation. This meant that a significant portion of the Federation could very well bear the surname Diao. At that juncture, who would bother to tread the battlefield, engaging in bloodshed? With a mere utterance, one could command supreme legions. Even if Wu Dagui ascended to the upper echelons of the Federation, he would have to kneel and bow before him. But in this moment, Diao Dichuan's ambition swelled to monumental heights. It seemed as if everything he desired lay before him. "I must acquire that liquid's formula." Diao Dichuan's expression was frenzied, and even the aide felt the man was on the verge of madness from the thrill. "Destroy this footage at once. Leave not a trace." After a considerable time, Diao Dichuan finally managed to calm his racing heart and commanded his aide. "Yes, Commander." Promptly, the aide obliterated the footage of the entire mithril extraction process from the Women's Field Regiment. Then, cautiously, he inquired of Diao Dichuan, "Commander, do you truly intend to allocate 1 million hours to the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment?" They are but a group of doomed souls," Diao Dichuan replied with a sinister smile, continuing, "Once I obtain the formula, the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground will become the graveyard for these remnants and the Iron Blood Brigade. However, for now, we must maintain our composure." Upon finishing his words, Diao Dichuan retrieved a storage card and glanced at the series of time indicators on his wrist. "If those remnants wish to behold 1 million hours, let them catch a glimpse before their demise." "Commander, how much longer?" the aide inquired urgently. "Should we temporarily draw from the balance in the Legion's storage card?" "Yes, transfer 270,000, Diao Dichuan instructed, handing over the storage card. "Understood." The aide accepted the card and turned to initiate the transfer from the Legion's account. In the independent control room of Lan King No. 1, Li Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian stared intently at the surveillance feed, their chests rising and falling with anxiety. They clenched their fists, palms slick with sweat, fearing any unforeseen complications. Du Fei squinted from the side. The moment of utmost significance had arrived. They awaited Diao Dichuan to transfer his time into the storage card. Soon, the aide confirmed the transaction. Diao Dichuan took the storage card and began to interface it with his wrist. "Gong Ting, prepare." Du Fei commanded. "Yes." Gong Ting affirmed, pressing her hand against the weapon butt. Just then, Diao Dichuan had successfully transferred over 7 million hours into the storage card and said to his aide, "All set." No sooner had he spoken than Du Fei issued the command fire. Gong Ting slammed down on the weapon launch button. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Concealed in the shadows, Predator No. 1 aimed at Diao Dichuan and his aide, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Ah! Diao Dichuan and the aide screamed in agony as their bodies were riddled with bullets, lifelessly collapsing to the ground. Death deserved. Li Ruobing observed the two lifeless figures in a pool of blood, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. Clatter! At that moment, the storage card containing 1 million hours slipped from Diao Dichuan's grasp and fell to the floor. "The command center is under attack. Alert! Alert! Request immediate assistance." Instantly, the command center of the 48th Division erupted into chaos. "Guard the storage card. Do not let anyone near," Du Fei instructed Gong Ting. "Understood." Gong Ting nodded. Sun Xiaoqian, immediately detonate the ammunition depots of the Hurricane Brigade and Thunder Brigade on the western front. "Yes." Sun Xiaoqian swiftly pressed the missile launch button for Predator No. 2. Whoosh, a miniature missile shot forth from the Hurricane Brigade's position, trailing smoke as it sped toward the rear ammunition depot. Boom. The ammunition depot erupted in a violent explosion, shaking the ground, flames soaring into the sky, and a tremendous shockwave surged toward the front lines. In an instant, chaos reigned on the western front, screams of terror filled the air to roar before the front lines, two level 5-time beasts emitted blue light from their spines, throwing their heads back to howl. Gaga gaga ga roar, the throngs of beasts went berserk, roaring with rage as they surged toward the western front like a deluge. Sighing. Du Fei seized the moment to call into the communicator. Sighing here. In Land King No. 2, Sighing responded after reclaiming the southern front, immediately assist the Iron Blood Brigade in exterminating the time beasts on the western front. Yes. Sighing acknowledged. Updating. Chapter 59. The 48th Division, now non-existent. After arranging the situation on the western front, Du Fei finally managed to calm his mind somewhat. The primary concern had been dealt with, Diao Dek, leaving little else to apprehend. Although the Qingchuan ruins represented a mere skirmish, trivial when compared to conflicts involving hundreds or even thousands of legions, it nonetheless had the potential to attract the attention of the Celestial Eye. Therefore, while utilizing the Beast Horde, the Women's Field Corps endeavored to avoid direct confrontation with the 48th Division. In this crucial moment, the time had truly come for the Predator stealth drones to shine. Currently, the Hurricane Brigade and Thunder Brigade on the western front were in disarray, compounded by the destruction of two ammunition depots, which had severed their supplies to it. Would not be long before they faced total annihilation. The only remaining force was the Lightning Brigade on the northern front. Although there were no level 5-time beasts at their position, the presence of level 3 and level 4-time beasts was more than sufficient to obliterate them. Thus, the final task remained to eliminate the time beasts. Once the time beasts in the Qingchuan ruins were eradicated, the mutated beast horde would naturally disperse. In other words, once all the time beasts were hunted down, victory in this battle would be assured. Du Fei swiftly organized his thoughts and immediately issued commands. Sun Xiaoqian, destroy the ammunition depot of the Lightning Brigade on the northern front in 3 minutes. Then assist Gan Ting in clearing the command center of the 48th Division. Once completed, commence bombardment of the interior of the Qingchuan ruins, aiming to finish the task by dawn. Understood, Commander. Sun Xiaoqian piloted Predator Drone No. 2 at full speed towards the Lightning Brigade on the northern front. Orders. All combat personnel, except for Land King No. 1, advance towards the northern front. Focus on driving away the time beasts, with hunting as a secondary objective. Yes. The infantry commander finally received the brigade commander's orders. Advance towards the northern front, move out. With a single command, 2 transport vehicles filled with female soldiers and an ammunition truck sped towards the northern front. Following Gan Ting's pre-identified shortcut, Land King No. 1 rumbled directly towards the abandoned power station in the northwest. 3 minutes later, boom. Violent explosions erupted from the Lightning Brigade's position, illuminating the night sky with a fiery glow. Having accomplished her task, Sun Xiaoqian maneuvered Predator Drone No. 2 in a swift arc, heading directly for the command center of the 48th Division in the northwest. At this moment, the commanders and soldiers at the Lightning Brigade's position were thrown into chaos, their ranks in utter disarray. Lightning Brigade calling command center, calling command center. Our ammunition depot has exploded. The situation is urgent. Requesting support. Requesting support. Commander, the command center is unresponsive, the communications officer reported to the brigade commander. For heaven's sake, has the command center's communications personnel all perished? The brigade commander of the Lightning Brigade, overwhelmed with anxiety, seized the communicator. This is Brigade Commander by Siguan of the Lightning Brigade. Command center, please respond. In the next instant, roar. Dozens of level 3 and level 4 time beasts, along with a horde of mutated beasts, surged through their defenses, baring their sharp teeth and wreaking havoc. Report. The infantry regiment has sustained heavy casualties. Report. The artillery regiment has been engulfed by the beasts. Commander, our position has completely fallen. Hold the line. Everyone, hold your ground. Commander, we have exhausted all ammunition. We can't hold on any longer. The time beasts and mutated horde roared ferociously, their cries mingling with the screams emanating from the Lightning Brigade's position. Had there been any ammunition resupply, they might have fared better, but at this moment, the Lightning Brigade found themselves utterly powerless against the level 3 and level 4 time beasts. In an instant, even the command center of the Lightning Brigade was overwhelmed by the relentless tide of beasts. To the northwest, at the command center of the 48th Division. Sun Xiaoqian, in coordination with Gan Ting, was conducting a thorough sweep. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of machine gun fire echoed through the air as the majority of the guard troops at the command center fell without having had a chance to react. The abandoned power station was filled with cries, as numerous soldiers panicked and fled outside. However, those who managed to escape mostly became the feast for the beasts lurking beyond. Within half an hour, the gunfire at the command center of the 48th Division ceased, leaving behind an eerie silence. Report, Commander, the command center of the 48th Division has been thoroughly cleared. Gan Ting reported. Excellent, Du Fei nodded, then commanded, Sun Xiaoqian, assess the current situation at the western and northern front positions. Yes. Land King No. 1 rolled directly into the abandoned power station, coming to a halt before the command center where Diao Dek was located. Du Fei opened the vehicle door and jumped down. 2 minutes later. Du Fei returned to the vehicle, a smile gracing his face. Did you get it? Lu Ruobing asked, her beautiful eyes wide as she grasped Du Fei's arm, her voice barely above a whisper. Du Fei nodded. Yay! Lu Ruobing clenched her fist, her excitement causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly, nearly throwing herself at Du Fei. Drive! Yes! With Du Fei's command, Land King No. 1 swiftly departed the abandoned power station. In the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, 2 miniature missiles shot forth at high speed. Boom, with 2 thunderous roars, the command center where Diaodek resided collapsed into ruins, instantly transforming into a sea of flames. Report, Commander. The western and northern front positions have all fallen, the 3 brigades of the 48th Division have been completely annihilated. Currently, there are 2 level 5 time beasts and over 100 level 3 and level 4 time beasts at the western. From this moment forth, the 48th Division of the Revival Military District was no more. It is worth noting that the 48th Division was one of Wu Dague's primary divisions, effectively diminishing a portion of his power. Yet, this was merely the beginning. By eliminating the 48th Division's commander Diaodek, Du Fei immediately thought of Wu Dague. Although it was possible to employ the Predator stealth drones for a decapitation strike against Wu Dague, the risks were currently too great. Unlike Diaodek, who was merely a minor figure, his demise on the battlefield was a commonplace occurrence. Wu Dague, on the other hand, was on the rise and was soon to enter the federal upper echelons. The Time Federation was a formidable entity. Any reckless action could lead to unforeseen consequences. The root of the issue lay in the fact that their own strength was too feeble. Therefore, the Women's Field Corps must first strengthen itself. To avoid being bullied or to act with impunity, one must possess adequate power. Report, Commander, we are nearing the northern front, and there are several level 3 and level 4 time beasts among the horde ahead. The communications officer, focused on the detection device, reported to Du Fei. Charge ahead, cooperate with the infantry, and commence the sweep. Yes. P.S. I will strive to update diligently over the next few days, and will respond to everyone's comments when time permits. I appreciate all the gifts received, especially the prestigious recognition from Mo Dao Zushir Wang Erlang Z. Chapter 60, Is it the secret weapon of the Elite Legion, Northern Frontline? With Du Fei's command issued, commence the sweep. The thunderous roar of countless shells erupted from the cannons. The No. 1 Land King tank first unleashed its full firepower upon the densely packed area of level 4 time beasts ahead. Boom, boom, the deafening sounds continued, as a barrage of shells carpet-bombed the horde of beasts. The dark mass of time beasts and mutated creatures emitted piercing howls, their flesh scattering amidst the billowing smoke, and in an instant, a large swathe fell. As a breach was opened, the No. 1 Land King tank surged into the beast pack, its machine guns and Gatling guns unleashing a frenzied barrage. As the surrounding level 3 and level 4 time beasts fell, the mutated beasts began to scatter, fleeing in panic in droves. On the other side of the horde, invisibility winged beasts. Maintain aerial vigilance. Those brutes have revealed themselves, in a state of frenzy. Once within range, fire immediately. The female infantry of the Women's Field Corps encountered the invisibility winged beasts while advancing, promptly taking cover behind transport vehicles, their eyes fixed on the night sky above. Gagagaga, a dozen level 3 and level 4 invisibility winged beasts had already revealed their forms, circling in the air, just beyond the range of the Women's Field Corps. Meanwhile, in the distant night sky, another swarm of invisibility winged beasts was rapidly approaching the position of the Women's Field Corps. Report to the commander, the infantry has encountered a large number of invisibility winged beasts at coordinate 726. 39. The infantry commander, sensing the urgency of the situation, immediately picked up the communicator to report to Du Fei. I am aware of the situation, do not worry. On the other side, the infantry commander had just received a reply from the commander. In less than 2 seconds, data. Suddenly, 2 tons of fire erupted from the air, sweeping fiercely towards the invisibility winged beasts. Gagagaga roar. The female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps looked up at the sky, as a dozen level 3 and level 4 invisibility winged beasts let out piercing shrieks, their massive bodies flailing as they plummeted. Bang 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 bang. The falling invisibility winged beasts crashed like cannonballs, some landing amidst the beast horde, others smashing into rocks and trees, dust and debris swirling. That is our drone. Incredible. This is my first time seeing it. Me too. The infantry commander and all the female soldiers gazed up at the night sky, expressing their awe. They had only heard from the female soldiers on the Land King tank about the prowess of the Predator stealth drones, but had yet to witness it firsthand. At this moment, the infantry beheld the formidable power of the Predator drones, their hearts filled with astonishment. The crisis has been averted. All units, assume positions and continue the advance, the infantry commander exclaimed excitedly. Yes. The female soldiers, invigorated, quickly took their places and pressed forward. Meanwhile, the 2 Predator stealth drones rapidly engaged the approaching invisibility winged beasts in a frenzied hunt. In an instant, the newly arrived invisibility winged beasts were shot down one after another. Data. As the 2 Predator drones unleashed a relentless barrage, several invisibility winged beasts were struck down before even revealing their forms. This left the subsequent invisibility winged beasts bewildered. Sensing an inexplicable threat, they all turned tail in panic and fled towards the Qingchuan ruins. The drone's efficiency in hunting time beasts exceeded that of the Land King tank, and Gonting and Sun Shaoqian had no intention of letting them escape. The two of them piloted their predators in hot pursuit, shifting positions to systematically eliminate the invisibility winged beasts. Watching the storage card's balance steadily increase, Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian were filled with exhilaration, their faces blooming with a rosy hue. On the outskirts of the Qingchuan ruins, the ground was strewn with disheveled soldiers in the grass and among the rocks. Some were cleaning their guns, some smoking, and others sprawled on the ground sleeping, most appearing disheartened. A dozen commanders from auxiliary legions gathered, their faces etched with despair. The 48th Division is currently unreachable, we have no idea of their status. The situation this mission's rewards are likely lost. After coming all this way, not only are the rewards gone, but we are also at a significant loss. Enough of that, survive. We must hold out until 8 a.m. It's excruciating. What else can we do? The 48th Division has yet to declare a victory or defeat, we can only wait. Right, we are still within the combat zone. If we continue to retreat, we would be violating the Federation's hunting regulations. The commanders from the auxiliary legions lamented their plight in a chorus. Just then, one commander holding a night vision binocular they beheld two tongues of fire inexplicably appearing in the distant night sky, relentlessly pursuing a large group of level 3 and level 4 invisibility winged beasts, unleashing a frenzied barrage. As the bullets flew, the invisibility winged beasts writhed in agony, plummeting. Incredible. What weapon is that? Where are the bullets even coming from? Could it be the secret weapon of some elite legion? How could an elite legion possibly appear here? However, we cannot completely dismiss that possibility. Indeed, that seems to be the only explanation, that at this moment, the two Predator stealth drones were relentlessly pursuing the invisibility winged beasts. They swiftly reached the skies above the Qingchuan ruins. Just then, Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged puzzled glances as they noticed a brief signal interruption on their screens. Startled, they hurriedly maneuvered their Predator drones to return swiftly. The team leader, the previous situation has recurred. This time, Predator number 2 experienced a signal interruption lasting 0.7 seconds. Sun Xiaoqian reported. The team leader, the number 1 Predator, has also experienced a signal interruption lasting 0.5 seconds. Gan Ting reported. Chapter 61. Recapturing the two fronts. Upon hearing the reports from Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian, Du Fei wasted no time and immediately made his way to the adjacent independent control room for the drones. At this moment, Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian had already maneuvered two stealth Predator drones back to the northern front, entering autonomous mode powered by artificial intelligence. Commander, both drones experienced a simultaneous. It seems they were affected by some form of oscillating wave. Gan Ting pointed to the spectrum graphs displayed on the control room screen and said, glancing at Du Fei. Du Fei stepped closer, scrutinizing the spectrum images for a while, yet he was unable to decipher the underlying. Du Fei nodded. That is reassuring. Let us take a moment to regroup, replenish ammunition, and remain on standby. Understood. Returning to the command center of the armored vehicle, Du Fei furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Previously, Sun Xiaoqian had reported a signal interruption while the drones were surveying the interior of the Qingchuan ruins, a matter he had not given much thought at the time. Yet now, as the battle reached its climax, caution was imperative. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. As for what precisely was disrupting the drones, Du Fei had yet to ascertain. For now, he could only proceed cautiously, adapting as circumstances evolved. At that moment, Lu Ruobing silently observed Du Fei from the side. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the sight of him deep in thought. Setting aside the fact that this young man possessed undeniable handsomeness, it was the inner charisma he exuded that seemed to hold a certain allure for her. This attraction was ineffable, yet she felt it was becoming addictive, especially in recent days, as she realized she had become somewhat enchanted. Ding. Intimacy level 20. The system notification unexpectedly echoed in her mind instantly. Du Fei's thoughts returned to the present as he looked up at Lu Ruobing, smiling. Is there something on my face? If you keep staring, I might have to start charging you. Ah, who is looking at you? Lu Ruobing's face flushed crimson, her gaze hastily averting. She then straightened up, momentarily collecting herself, and inquired. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of thunderous roars, the number 1 Land King armored vehicle swiftly converged with the Women's Field Combat Unit as transport vehicle. Look, the commander is back. The female soldiers' faces lit up with joy at the sight of the returning armored vehicle. They had felt a profound emptiness in the absence of the number 1 Land King. Though only separated for a brief period, it had weighed heavily on their hearts. In that moment, they felt as if they were lonely little girls returning to their father's embrace, overwhelmed with happiness. Simply put, it was the commander's presence that gave them a sense of security. Orders. As the armored vehicle approached, Du Fei immediately commanded through the communicator, all combat personnel, assist the Land King armored vehicle in dispersing the mutated beast horde and eliminating any remaining time beasts. Yes. The infantry commander responded promptly, relaying the orders. All units, take your positions. Artillery, target the time beasts. Fire. Fire. In the next instant, the sound of explosions echoed. The shoulder-mounted grenade launchers unleashed brilliant bursts of fire, boom, boom, with the thunderous explosions of several grenade shells ripping through the beast horde. The female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Unit followed the Land King armored vehicle, commencing a large-scale sweep of the northern front. Grenades, machine guns, and Gatling guns unleashed a torrent of firepower. In an instant, chaos erupted among the beasts, their terrified roars and screams ringing out continuously. Under the relentless assault of the Women's Field Combat Unit, the beast horde began to disintegrate. Approximately an hour later, the red dots on the detector completely vanished. All level 3 and level 4 time beasts scattered across the area had been eradicated. However, during the sweep, a significant number of mutated beasts had fled into the distant deep mountains and dense forests. The Women's Field Combat Unit refrained from pursuing them, focusing solely on dispersing the mutated beast horde. At this moment, the northern front was a scene of carnage, with dark blood flowing freely, the corpses of time beasts and mutated beasts littering the ground, a grim tableau of severed limbs and remnants of ferocious creatures. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing disembarked from the armored vehicle. Report, Commander, Deputy Commander. The northern front has been successfully recaptured. The infantry commander stood tall, saluting. Excellent. Rest for 10 minutes at this location, and after 10 minutes, proceed to the western front to rendezvous with the Iron Blood Brigade. Understood. At that moment, the two Predator drones automatically deactivated their stealth mode and descended beside the ammunition truck. Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian also dismounted from their vehicle, directing the logistics personnel to begin replenishing ammunition. Upon seeing this, the female soldiers rushed over to observe, some expressing admiration while others reached out to touch the drone's wings. Wow, they are stunning. I thought they were merely... Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged a glance, each raising an eyebrow in a display of pride, their hearts bubbling with delight. That not far away, Du Fei surveyed the direction of the Qingchuan ruins through night vision binoculars. The mutated beasts within the city have mostly fled. There should still be some higher-tier guardian beasts remaining, such as level 5 and level 4 time beasts. I suspect the majority left are likely juvenile beasts or pregnant females waiting to give birth, Du Fei muttered to himself while observing. Lu Ruobing stood by his side, soon falling into her own reverie, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. After a moment's pause, she glanced at Du Fei, touched her waist, and a trace of worry crossed her face. At that moment, report, Commander. The communicator crackled with Xia Ying's update. The number 2 Land King armored vehicle, in coordination with the Iron Blood Brigade, has successfully recaptured the western front. Excellent. Please provide your current coordinates. Coordinates 562:73, Xia Ying replied. Lu Ruobing glanced at the detector and then at Du Fei. We are approximately 40 kilometers away, we can reach them in half an hour. Du Fei nodded, then commanded Xia Ying, inform Brigade Commander Chu to remain in position. In half an hour, my Women's Field Combat Unit will rendezvous with the Iron Blood Brigade. Understood, Commander. P.S. Thank you all for your generous support. I'm utterly exhausted. 2 more chapters will be updated after midnight. Chapter 62, what profound affection is this? Half an hour later, coordinates 562. As Du Fei and Lu Ruobing disembarked from their armored vehicle, a resounding command rang out. Salute. Thousands of warriors from the Iron Blood Brigade turned to face Du Fei and Lu Ruobing, saluting in unison. Brigade Commander Chu Jingxiong, Duka Dongjia, and various commanders of the Iron Blood Brigade also offered their salutes. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Jingxiong turned to Du Fei and sighed. Brother Du, Commander Xia Ying has likely informed you already. When our troops arrived at the Western Front, the Hurricane Brigade and Thunder Brigade of the 48th Division had already suffered total annihilation. He shook his head slightly. It is truly heart-wrenching, Commander Chu. I have only just learned of the situation on the Western Front as well. I had hoped they could hold out for the support of the Iron Blood Brigade, but I never anticipated the rapid loss of the position, Du Fei replied, shaking his head in agreement. Indeed, the primary issue was that the beast horde on the Western Front was twice as formidable as that on other fronts, creating insurmountable pressure. The emergence of 2 level 5 time beasts ultimately led to their complete collapse. In such circumstances, were it not for your esteemed army's steadfast assistance, the Iron Blood Brigade would likely have met the same fate. Chu Jingxiong gazed at Du Fei with gratitude in his eyes, adding, the 48th Division has been out of contact for some time now, and we remain unaware of their precise circumstances. Commander Chu, this is precisely what I wished to discuss with you. Du Fei looked up at the night sky, a sorrowful expression crossing his face as he said, the situation of the Lightning Brigade on the Northern Front mirrors that of the Western Front. By the time we reclaimed the number 2 position on the Eastern Front and rushed to their aid, it was already too late. Not only did the Lightning Brigade suffer total annihilation, but the entire command center of the 48th Division was also engulfed by the horde. What? Chu Jingxiong trembled, his face a mask of shock. The command center of the 48th Division has also fallen. No wonder we have been unable to establish contact, so, this means an entire division has been wiped out. Alas, how tragic. As Chu Jingxiong's voice faded, Du Fei wore a despondent expression, nodding in silent agreement. Indeed, it is truly lamentable. Lu Ruobing, observing the expression on Du Fei's face, nearly burst into laughter. How adept he was at feigning sorrow, yet, at the same time, she felt a deep astonishment within. She had known this man to be a genius, but she had not anticipated his strategic foresight to be so impeccably executed. The annihilation of the 48th Division had been meticulously orchestrated, appearing almost inevitable. How could he be so astute? In that moment, Lu Ruobing found herself profoundly impressed, her eyes betraying an indescribable expression. Notification. Affinity 20. Du Fei, enveloped in grief, was momentarily taken aback by the system's alert. Noticing Lu Ruobing gazing at him with a slight daze, he mused inwardly that her interest in him had evidently expanded. Who would have thought that even a performance of sorrow could yield an increase of 20 points in affinity? What would happen if it were a passionate scene? At that moment, Zhu Jingxiong had regained his composure from the devastating news regarding the 48th Division. Seeing Du Fei still ensconced in silence, he gently offered, "Brother Du, I understand that both your esteemed army and the 48th Division belong to the Revival Military District, and I can empathize with your feelings at this moment. However, it is inevitable for countless legions to perish on the battlefield every day in the Federation. The deceased are gone. I hope you will not grieve excessively," he urged. Upon hearing this, Du Fei nodded in agreement. "Commander Chu speaks wisely. There is no need to worry about me. I am merely stirred by the circumstances." At his words, Chu Jing, such a compassionate disposition at such a young age is truly rare. "Very well." Du Fei rubbed his face and declared, "Since the 48th Division of the Revival Military District has ceased to exist, the initiative for this mission naturally falls to the Ironblood Brigade. The success of our endeavor now rests entirely upon your shoulders." "Brother Du, I am unworthy of such praise," Zhu Jingxiong responded modestly, though inwardly he was elated. What had initially been a mere thought had now manifested into reality. The 48th Division had indeed faltered. How uncanny. "Brother Du, how do you propose we proceed with the forthcoming battle?" Zhu Jingxiong, suppressing his excitement, inquired of Du Fei. Du Fei cast a glance toward the direction of the Qingchuan ruins, furrowing his brow as he replied, "We are left with only the siege assault. I believe it would be prudent for us to deliberate together." "Agreed, absolutely." Zhu Jingxiong nodded vigorously. Thus, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Zhu Jingxiong, and Dong Jia convened to strategize the offensive plan for the Qingchuan ruins. Half an hour later, the plan was nearly finalized. Given the limited number of infantry in the Women's Field Combat Brigade, the female soldiers would be tasked with blocking the northern and western approaches, where the gaps were minimal. The number 1 and number 2 Land Kings would work in tandem with the Ironblood Brigade to encircle the eastern and southern fronts of the Qingchuan ruins. At the onset of the battle, artillery would first blanket the entire interior of the Qingchuan ruins. Once the fleeing time beasts were dispatched, the 4 divisions would simultaneously advance into the city from the east, west, south, and north. When the 4 forces converged, it would signify the triumph of the Qingchuan ruins mission. This is the general plan. Specific details can be adjusted as the operation unfolds, Du Fei stated, looking toward Zhu Jingxiong. As for the anomalous occurrences within the Qingchuan ruins, Du Fei refrained from disclosing them to Zhu Jingxiong, as even he was still uncertain. Thus, it was prudent to initiate with an artillery bombardment and observe the ensuing reactions before making further decisions. Understood. Zhu Jingxiong and his aide nodded in unison, exchanging glances that conveyed more than mere gratitude. The Women's Field Combat Brigade had committed all their resources to assist the Ironblood Brigade. What profound affection this demonstrated, such sentiment transcended verbal expression, truly remarkable. Notification, Reputation 50. Notification, Reputation 50. As the 2 system alerts resonated in his mind, Du Fei felt a surge of joy. Chapter 63. A colossal creature emerges. Then it's settled, Du Fei remarked after glancing at the time. Let us prepare for battle. Everyone must be in position before 5 a.m. Understood. Zhu Jingxiong and his aide, Dong Jia, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, both sides returned to their respective camps to commence their preparations. The camp of the Women's Field Combat Brigade. After Du Fei had assigned the tasks, he entered the independent control room of the number 1 Land King tank to relay combat orders to Gonting and Sun Xiaoxian. At this moment, the female soldiers sprang into action, diligently preparing for the impending battle. "Xiaoya, load up more, the better," Xiaoying said, a cigar clenched between her teeth as she descended from the number 2 Land King tank, playfully patting a logistics female soldier on the shoulder. The number 2 tank had indeed seen a bountiful return, garnering nearly 1,000,000 hours of operation. Xiaoying and the female soldiers aboard had been in a state of exhilaration throughout the night, the only regret being the rapid consumption of ammunition. They felt constrained, their desire for combat unquenched. "Ying Bao, the number 2 Land King is already sufficiently loaded," the logistics soldier named Xiaoya replied. The Women's Field Combat Brigade had also expended a considerable amount of resources in this campaign, with only a third of a large container of ammunition remaining. The support troops were meticulously calculating the distribution of supplies. However, the remaining ammunition would suffice for the final battle at the Qingchuan ruins. "Don't you see there's still space at the back? Stuff it full for me." All right. The logistics soldier Xiaoya, feeling exasperated, waved her hand and called out, "Come on, everyone, gather round and filling Bao's back to the brim." Coming. Tall ones, short ones, big ones, small ones, various models to satisfy her. What a bunch of rascals, how can you speak like that, ha ha. In the midst of their playful banter, Xiaoying inadvertently spotted Lu Ruobing. At that moment, Lu Ruobing was perched on a rock, resting her chin in her hands. Lost in thought, Xiaoying quietly approached and, from behind, wrapped her arms around Lu Ruobing's neck. Daydreaming, are we? Lu Ruobing was startled, snapping back to reality, her cheeks instantly flushing. You little rascal, you scared me, why is your face so red? Xiaoying teased, her gaze fixed on her. I know, you're thinking about the captain, aren't you? Stop talking nonsense. There are so many sisters around. Lu Ruobing cast an embarrassed glance at the surrounding female soldiers. Play it cool all you want, but why hide it? There is nothing to be ashamed of. If you're going to make a move, you should do it sooner rather than later. Just think about it. With so many sisters in the brigade and the captain being so handsome, those girls are all eyeing him, dreaming of taking a bite. There are many wolves and little meat. You must at least secure your position as the leader, Xiaoying advised. What are you talking about? Can you be serious for once? Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at Xiaoying, her face growing even redder. In front of her best friend, she felt as if she were completely stripped bare. Alright, that's enough of that, whether you want to listen or not, I'll just remind you, Xiaoying said, narrowing her eyes and licking her lips. If you don't make your move soon, I might just stretch my legs over there, is that so? Is that so? Don't pinch there, it's tender, it hurts, haha. At 5 a.m., all the combatants from the Women's Field Combat Brigade and the Iron Blood Brigade were positioned around the perimeter of the Qingchuan ruins. The personnel in the east, west, south, and north were all ready, poised to launch their final assault. Report, the howitzer is in position, standing by. Report, the self-propelled artillery is in position, standing by. Report. Tanks and armored gun vehicles are in position, standing by. All units prepare. The siege assault on the Qingchuan ruins is now in countdown. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Du Fei commanded over the communicator. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, artillery from the east, west, south, and north erupted, unleashing a torrential barrage of shells towards the interior of the Qingchuan ruins. Boom, 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 boom. The ground trembled, and the air was filled with deafening roars. The interior of the Qingchuan ruins was engulfed in explosions, thick smoke billowing and igniting a blaze of fire. As the initial bombardment concluded, before Du Fei could issue a command for a second round of shelling, a sudden interruption occurred. Roar, a terrifying and piercing shriek reverberated throughout the night sky. Immediately thereafter, a colossal creature surged skyward from within the Qingchuan ruins, causing ripples in the surrounding air. The creature's head was 2 to 3 times larger than that of an ordinary temporal beast, with deep-set eye sockets glowing red, and its rotund abdomen was covered in spiky scales. A pair of bare wings unfurled, complemented by a long tail, giving it a staggering size of 20 to 30 meters. Heavens! What is that temporal beast? Such a massive size. This is utterly horrifying. All units, be on high alert. The combatants in the east, west, south, and north gazed up at the sky, their expressions frozen in shock, instantly adopting a heightened state of vigilance. Stealth wing behind. Xu Jingxiong exclaimed in astonishment, nearly losing his balance. Meanwhile, inside the number 1 and number 2 Land King tanks, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian all turned pale. Du Fei's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a colossal creature. Regaining his composure, Xu Jingxiong shouted into the communicator, Captain Du, we have a situation, that is a stealth wing. Thank you all for your support and encouragement, I apologize for the delay. I've been feeling under the weather these past couple of days, but I will strive to overcome this and provide more updates. Chapter 64. Behind the stealth wing. As the words of Xu Jingxiong echoed in the communicator, suddenly, its bare wings flapped violently, stirring a bizarre and tempestuous airflow that surged towards the number 1 Land King tank at an alarming speed. Cackling and roaring, a multitude of temporal beasts flooded out from all directions of the Qingchuan ruins, with swarms of stealth wing beasts appearing in the skies as well. Altogether, there were easily 100 or 200 beasts on the ground and in the air, among which several were level 5 temporal beasts, while the rest were uniformly level 4. Captain, be careful, Captain Du, watch out. The female soldiers, including Xiaoying from the number 2 tank, along with commanders of various ranks such as Xu Jingxiong, collectively gasped in alarm. No one had anticipated that the stealth wing would launch its assault on the tank where Du Fei was stationed to fire. Open fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat-tat. Simultaneously, all the commanders and soldiers stationed at the Qingchuan ruins unleashed a fierce barrage against the oncoming temporal beasts. Just as the stealth wing charged towards the number 1 Land King tank, an alert sounded, beep beep beep. Air raid warning. Threat detected against the tank. All-round automated defensive cannons have been activated. In an instant, a row of defensive cannons protruded from both the front and rear of the number 1 Land King tank. The next moment, boom 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 boom, boom 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 boom, countless specially designed cannon rounds erupted in a relentless barrage, forming a net that shot directly at the descending stealth wing. Boom, 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 in midair, innumerable silver cannonballs detonated against the night sky like a carpet of explosions, successfully intercepting the stealth wing. Inside the control room of the number 1 Land King tank, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing remained fixated on the detection instruments. However, in the next instant, both were taken aback. They observed that the stealth wing had not been shot down as they had expected. Instead, it had instantly entered a state of invisibility and vanished from sight. Report to the captain. It appears that the surface of the stealth wing is enveloped in a layer of defensive energy. Our silver cannonballs have only inflicted minor damage. Report to the captain. It seems to have sensed danger and is currently retreating. Due to severe signal interference, the missiles are about to lose lock. Guan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian hastily reported zizzes. The drone control screen flickered incessantly. Guan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian fixed their gazes on the screen, their expressions tense with anxiety. They had never encountered a temporal beast of the stealth wing's caliber before. Launch multiple missiles. Du Fei commanded decisively. Understood. Guan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian replied in unison, simultaneously pressing the buttons to launch multiple missiles. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The 2 Predator stealth drones each launched 16 mini-missiles, racing towards the stealth wing from different angles. Boom 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 boom, roar roar. Amidst the violent explosions in the air, a few chilling cries echoed through the fiery clouds. Soon after, a severed limb plummeted swiftly into the city of Qingchuan, raising a cloud of dust. The commanders, including Chu Jinxiong, who were directing the battle, were left utterly astonished by this turn of events. Report to the captain. The stealth wing has escaped the bounds of the Qingchuan ruins, leaving behind only a severed tail. Guan Ting reported, feeling a pang of regret over the use of 32 specially crafted mini-missiles. Report to the captain. The signals from the 2 Predator drones have returned to normal. Sun Xiaoqian followed suit. Order, Predator number 1 to support the southeast position, Predator number 2 to assist the northwest position. Yes, Captain. The stealth wing, unlike other temporal beasts, belonged to the boss-level category known as Beast Kings. Boss-level temporal beasts vary greatly, exhibiting ferocity and exceptional combat prowess, along with a certain degree of intelligence. In addition to these traits, the stealth wing possesses an extraordinarily high reproductive capacity, often ruling over a horde of male temporal beasts under its command, with no female temporal beasts existing within its territory. Should any female temporal beasts or inadequately capable temporal beasts hatch, they would invariably be consumed by it. The most notable characteristic of the stealth wing is its insatiable lust. It engages in incessant reproduction day and night, only ceasing to mate or relocate when faced with a life-threatening danger. This was Du Fei's recollection of the stealth wing. To think that so many silver cannonballs and missiles failed to bring it down, this creature is indeed quite resilient, Du Fei mused, rubbing his temples. This was his first encounter with a boss-level temporal beast, and he was taken aback by its formidable defenses. I have seen on the Tianyan website that such Beast King-level temporal beasts have posed significant challenges even to top military factions ranked in the top 500. There was once a joint effort but, upon hearing this, Du Fei nodded thoughtfully. Well, if you put it that way, I suppose we should consider ourselves fortunate. He pondered the implications. If the Predator drones had succeeded in eliminating the stealth wing, it would be inconsequential, as Tianyan would merely classify it as having been struck down by an unidentified aerial object. However, should the number 1 Land King tank have claimed the stealth wing, it would undoubtedly attract heightened scrutiny from Tianyan. This train of thought ignited a flicker of concern within Du Fei. He wondered if the Land King tank's slaughter of numerous level 5 temporal beasts would garner the attention of the Temporal Federation. Nevertheless, such considerations would have to wait. The immediate priority was to secure the Qingchuan ruins. Relay my orders. From this moment forth, level 5 temporal beasts are to be assigned to the number 1 and number 2 Predator drones. Boom! The walls of the Qingchuan ruins crumbled, debris flying as artillery fire illuminated the pre-dawn sky. Cackling and roaring, the stealth wing beasts began to plummet from the heavens, while the temporal beasts on the ground were torn asunder, their anguished cries resonating relentlessly. The female combatants of the Wild Women's Brigade and the Iron Blood Brigade launched their final charge towards the Qingchuan ruins. Thank you all for your gifts, your support and elemental control. At the break of dawn, the sky began to lighten ever so slightly within Qingchuan City. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. A glance around revealed a scene of chaos, with black blood flowing and devastation all around. Beside houses ensnared by creeping vines and in the overgrown square, abandoned and dilapidated vehicles lay strewn about, surrounded by shattered beast eggs and severed limbs of ferocious creatures. Stay alert, smash all the beast eggs. 2nd Company Commander, take your men to search the right ditch. 1st and 3rd Companies, you are responsible for searching the western houses and streets. Understood. In a certain area of Qingchuan City, Commander Dong Biao of the Iron Blood Brigade's 3rd Regiment was sweating profusely as he busied himself assigning cleanup tasks. Rat-a-tat-tat, occasional gunfire echoed in the distance, accompanied by the piteous howls of time beasts. The female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Unit, each armed with submachine guns, were dispersed throughout the area, assisting the Iron Blood Brigade in eliminating the remaining time beasts. The mission at the Qingchuan ruins was nearing its conclusion. The darkness before dawn had passed, and what lay ahead was a glimmering light inside a tracked command vehicle of the Iron Blood Brigade. Commander, we have achieved victory! Exclaimed Deputy Officer Dong Jia, his face alight with excitement and joy as he spoke to Chu Jinxiong. Yes, indeed, it is truly hard to believe, Chu Jinxiong replied, his heart brimming with exhilaration as he gazed at the unfolding scene. At that moment, it felt as though he were in a dream. Although the Qingchuan ruins represented merely a minor skirmish, it was astonishing that level 5-time beasts had taken residence there. It is important to comprehend the implications of hunting grounds that harbor beasts of level 5 or higher. Such tasks are not within the capabilities of military factions like the Ironblood Brigade. Only high-ranking legions within the top 1,000 of the Celestial Eye rankings could undertake such missions, yet, even more unexpected was the presence of a Beast King-level hidden wing dwelling within the Qingchuan ruins. Thus, the mission's essential level had escalated to a new height. Even if a top 1,000 rank legion were to arrive, it would likely face total annihilation. Only the most elite legions of godlike status could hope to complete a task of beast. However, at this very moment, the Ironblood Brigade had succeeded in what was meant for only the top-tier legions. The most remarkable aspect was that this hunting ground was established by a main force division of the Revival military region, yet it was accomplished by an independent brigade from the Holy War military region. Incredible, for the battle-hardened Ironblood Brigade, this was a miracle among miracles. The emotions swirling within Chu Jingxiong were beyond verbal expression. Of course, all of this was bestowed by the women as field. Through this battle, he had witnessed the true might of the female combatants. Most notably, it was the young Commander Du Fei who earned Chu Jingxiong's heartfelt admiration. Although the number of participants from the women as field combat unit was fewer than 100, under Du Fei's should they continue to grow, they could easily compete with the top 500 legions in the Celestial Eye rankings. With such a colossal ally before him, it would be sheer folly not to seize the opportunity. If the Ironblood Brigade wished to distinguish itself, it must forge a closer relationship with the women as field combat unit, gradually nurturing camaraderie until they became steadfast brothers in arms. Upon contemplating this, Chu Jingxiong could hardly contain his excitement. He even began to ponder that since his daughter would soon turn 18, why should she dedicate so much time to the Federation? Would it not be wiser to save 30 years and enlist her in the women as field combat unit instead? Inside the control room of the No. 1 Land King tank, Xiaoying, how is the situation on your end? Du Fei inquired through the communicator. Report, Commander, the cleanup is nearing completion. Qingchuan City will be entirely cleared in approximately 30 minutes. Excellent. Inform Commander Chu to convene at the Eastern Breach once the cleanup is finished. Understood, Commander. Having just concluded arrangements with Xiaoying, Du Fei received another report through his earpiece from Gongting. Report, Commander, the severed tail of the hidden wing has been located. The Predator drone still encounters slight interference as it approaches. Upon hearing this, Du Fei frowned. This was somewhat peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, report the precise location of the severed tail. West of Qingchuan City, in a square, coordinate 731:256. Understood. Du Fei acknowledged, then turned to Lu Ruobing, saying, let us proceed to 731:256. Understood. Lu Ruobing nodded, a smile gracing her delicate features, revealing her excitement. She was eager to see the severed tail that the women as field combat unit had claimed for herself. Approximately 5 minutes later, the No. 1 Land King tank rolled over the remains of ferocious beasts and dense thickets, arriving near coordinate 731. 256. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing disembarked from the tank, two Predator drones hovering above them, guiding their path forward. Soon, a weathered pyramid emerged before them, its surface adorned with twisting vines and peculiar flora. Beneath this pyramid lay an arena-like expanse, overgrown with weeds and entangled branches. However, at the center of this arena, a large pit had been smashed open, and the air above it shimmered with ripples. Navigating through the vines, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing descended the stone steps toward the pit. They soon stood beside it, peering down to behold a severed tail measuring 5 or 6 meters in length. This tail was as thick as 2 men's embraces and was covered in glistening black scales, exuding an unsettling aura. Lu Ruobing involuntarily swallowed, her beautiful eyes reflecting curiosity tinged with trepidation. Du Fei, brow furrowed, soon noticed some anomalies. The severed tail's break was clearly filled with dark green blood, yet it did not seep out. The blood appeared to be suspended, as though ensnared by some unseen force. Beep. Detected remnants of a beast containing special energy, can extract rare substances. Control element. The system notification echoed suddenly in his mind. Du Fei paused momentarily. Control element? What on earth is that? One of the mysterious elements unknown in the current world, often found within the bodies of boss-level beasts. Possessing extraordinary oscillation properties, capable of emitting oscillation waves at specific frequencies and wavelengths. An indispensable mysterious element for synthesizing the miraculous metal, vibranium. Features include sound absorption interference, oscillation backlash, and superlative defense. Click to expand for more. Control element is essential for synthesizing vibranium. Goodness, what incredible luck. Du Fei's eyes sparkled, unable to contain his inner elation. Gratitude to all the generous supporters. Updating diligently, Chapter 66 On-site extraction. In the next moment, Du Fei took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within him. You stay here, he instructed Lu Ruobing before grabbing the surrounding vines and making his way toward the pit. You, be careful, Lu Ruobing said, a hint of concern in her voice. Du Fei waved his hand at her, signaling that she need not worry. According to the system's prompt, while simple elemental control could highlight its characteristics, it posed no harm to the human body if not fully utilized. Du Fei felt assured regarding safety matters. Before long, he arrived at the severed tail concealed by the stealth wing. Crouching down, he began to examine it closely. The tail was covered in thick, glossy scales that appeared exceptionally sturdy. Each scale was about the size of a palm, adorned with sharp spikes over 2 inches long, incredibly lethal in appearance. Out of curiosity, Du Fei reached out to test the sharpness of the spikes. Hiss, so hard. He was secretly astonished. It was worth noting that his current physique was at a primary enhancement of 5, allowing him to crush any ordinary stone effortlessly. Yet, no matter how much force he exerted, the scales and spikes on this severed tail remained utterly unyielding, as hard as steel. Initially, Dufay had intended to take the severed tail back with him and extract the elemental control within it in a manner similar to how he would extract mithril. However, it seemed that such a method was impractical. The tail was simply too hard, making it exceedingly difficult to cut into pieces. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a bottle of rare substance smelting agent from his system space. Subsequently, according to the system's guidance, he spent 50 reputation points to exchange for a container designed to store elements from the tech repository. Indeed, he planned to attempt an on-site extraction. Once prepared, Dufay dripped a drop of the smelting agent onto the severed tail. After 1 minute, there was no discernible reaction. Thus, he added a few more drops. However, another 2 minutes passed without any change. What was going on? Dufay furrowed his brow and scrutinized the 5 to 6 meter long severed tail once more. Finally, gritting his teeth, he poured the entire 500 milliliters bottle of smelting agent over the tail, drenching it from the fracture to the base. Now, there was a response. He observed ripples resembling water waves beginning to form on the surface of the tail, gently churning and swirling. Before long, a miraculous scene unfolded. The point of fracture on the tail began to transform, as the dark green blood was swiftly compelled to part to the sides by an unseen force. Following this, a drop of crystalline liquid, resembling egg white, slowly seeped out, causing the surrounding air to stir. Was this the elemental control? Without hesitation, Dufay immediately captured the liquid in the elemental storage container. Extraction successful. Beep, congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 milliliter of elemental control. Is that all? After expending 500 milliliters of smelting agent, this large tail yields merely 1 milliliter of elemental control. Dufay gazed at the minuscule amount of elemental control at the bottom of the container, unable to suppress his inner complaints. After stowing away the elemental container and the empty bottle of smelting agent, Dufay prepared to depart. As he turned around, he inadvertently noticed some abnormalities with the tail. The once lustrous scales had lost their sheen, appearing somewhat dull. The spikes atop the scales had also dulled, seeming rather wilted. Unable to resist, he reached out again, curious to feel the texture. Upon touching it, he found it surprisingly soft. A gentle poke caused his finger to sink in. Dufay was taken aback. Just moments ago, the severed tail had been as hard as a wolf's tooth, and now it was soft like a sea cucumber. He immediately understood the tail had lost its elemental control, resulting in this change. What did this imply? It suggested that elemental control was exceedingly formidable. Dufay mused inwardly. If those boss-level beast kings were to lose the elemental control within them, they might very well become as soft as snails. But conversely, what would happen if a human or a specific part of a human were to be injected with such an element? Would it not send the time beast flying with a single punch? Nonetheless, Dufay deemed such thoughts to be somewhat unreliable. At that moment, a report came through the communicator from Xiang. Report, Commander, the thorough cleansing of Qingchuan City has been completed. As per your command, the Iron Blood Brigade, the number 2 land. Why did it seem to soften and shrink after flowing out? Lu Ruobing inquired curiously, her eyes blinking as she gazed at the severed tail. Having watched Dufay's earlier activities from the edge of the pit, she knew he had been experimenting with the smelting agent but was unaware of what he had collected. This is confidential for now, Dufay replied with a slight smile, before adding, let's go. He did not wish to disclose the existence of elemental control within the boss-level time beasts or its characteristics and effects just yet. So, is it of no use now? Lu Ruobing glanced back at the severed tail, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. After all, it was a part of a beast king that had been personally defeated by the Women's Field Combat Corps, representing an immense honor for all the sisters involved. This honor was coveted even by the top 1,000 advanced legions on the leaderboard. Lu Ruobing contemplated taking the severed tail back to the camp, even if just to fashion it into a pendant for the sisters to wear around their necks. It would not only serve as a point of pride but also greatly satisfy their sense of honor. It's of no use, Dufay understood her thoughts and chuckled. If you want it, there will be plenty more in the future. You're just boasting. Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at him playfully, feigning annoyance. The two did not linger and soon returned to the control room of the number 1 Land King battle vehicle. Drive. Head towards the eastern breach of Qingchuan City. Understood, Commander. Thanks to all the generous gifts. These chapters involve a transitional plot, written a bit slowly. I hope for your understanding, and thank you all for your support and encouragement. Currently working hard on updates, Chapter 67 at the Time Collection System Qingchuan Ruins, 600 kilometers to the west. Boom, creak, 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 roar, roar, roar within a canyon. The air is thick with the chaos of artillery fire, and the ferocious roars of beasts echo relentlessly, while violent explosions shake the ground, causing mountains and trees to collapse incessantly. This is a hunting ground of the Holy Sun Military District. 3 divisions are launching a fierce assault on the multitude of level 2 and level 3 time beasts within the canyon. Not far from the canyon lies the command center of the 39th Division. Commander, we anticipate that the mission at Dongshan Canyon will conclude in approximately 1 hour. Divisions 64 and 103 have just reported that upon the completion of this mission, they wish to invite us to establish a new hunting ground together. A smiling aide addressed a tall commander. Indeed, both divisions possess commendable strength. This mission has demonstrated their commitment. They have not resorted to deceit. The commander nodded, instructing, reply to them, informing that the 39th Division accepts their invitation. Understood. The aide turned to grasp the communicator but suddenly added, Commander, something feels amiss. The commander frowned, sensing creak, creak. The wooden structure of the command center began to shake. Shortly thereafter, a series of tremors reverberated beneath their feet. What is happening? The commander's words had barely escaped his lips when the shaking of the command center intensified. Report to the commander, we have an emergency situation. A massive horde of beasts has emerged from nowhere. Commander, 3 level 5-time beasts have appeared behind the command center. We are surrounded by the beast horde. Instantly, the entire command center descended into chaos. The commander and aide hurriedly dashed out of the wooden structure. Commander, what is that? The aide pointed into the sky. The commander looked up, his expression shifting drastically. Above them loomed a colossal cloaked winged beast, measuring an imposing 20 to 30 meters in length. Its massive head bore deep-set eyes glowing red, and its swollen abdomen trailed a lengthy tail. The cloaked winged beast. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the commander, aide, and surrounding guards were enveloped in darkness. They had not even the time to scream before the gigantic winged beast swooped down like a bolt of lightning. Boom! A deafening roar shook the earth. The massive winged beast obliterated the command center of the 39th Division in an instant. Immediately, Roar the gigantic winged beast let out a frenzied howl, flapping its bare wings as it charged towards the other 2 divisions. In an instant, the canyon echoed with the harrowing screams of tens of thousands of soldiers, blood and severed limbs scattering in all directions. Inside the Qingchuan ruined city, the treads of the No. 1 Land King battle tank rolled steadily as it advanced toward the eastern breach of Qingchuan city. Due to the female soldier in charge of driving the tank feeling unwell, Lu Ruobing decided on a whim to take her place and drive herself. Creak, creak, creak. The shattered beast eggs beneath the tank crunched underfoot, dark green liquid splattering onto the roadside. Lu Ruobing's lips curled into a slight smile. She seemed to revel in this sensation, finding it quite relieving to crush the beast eggs. It is worth noting that these time beast eggs hatch by absorbing radiation, and until they have hatched, the liquid inside is akin to radioactive water. According to historical records of the Federation, tens of thousands of years ago, humanity attempted to consume mutated beasts, including the flesh and eggs of time beasts. However, the outcome was disappointing. The first batch of taste testers has long since become fertilizer for towering trees. Subsequently, experts from the Time Federation proposed an ingenious plan, suggesting the hatching of beast eggs and the domestication of the young beasts for combat. However, during their research, the experts gradually discovered that the eggs required exposure to outdoor radiation to hatch, and once separated from the mother, the hatching process was exceedingly slow. Ultimately, before the eggs could hatch, several experts had perished from the weight. Nevertheless, driven by the Federation's mission to obtain greater benefits, the experts persevered and eventually managed to hatch a batch of time beasts. Yet, unexpectedly, these young beasts possessed insatiable appetites, and despite the experts' meticulous care and significant time investment, they ultimately realized that time beasts were inherently ferocious and devoid of emotion, making them unsuitable for domestication. In a state of helplessness, the time beasts they had painstakingly raised were ultimately dispatched in a flurry of gunfire, barely recouping a fraction of the hundreds of thousands of hours invested. The experts concluded that time beasts were only suitable for hunting to acquire time, rendering domestication and consumption impractical. Du Fei sat beside Lu Ruobing, having just acquired 1 milliliter of element control, feeling quite content. At that moment, observing Lu Ruobing's self-satisfied demeanor as she crushed the beast eggs, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle in silence. Given that Lu Ruobing was driving the tank at a relatively slow pace, estimating the time, they would likely reach the eastern breach of Qingchuan City in about 5 minutes. Consequently, Du Fei leaned back and opened the system interface, discovering some new changes. Host, Du Fei position Commander Legion, Auxiliary Women's Field Corps Reputation, 6620 Affinity, 126 Physica Primary Enhancement 5, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement, Warm Reminder. Exposure to radiation has expanded the limits of your physique. You may continue to enhance your strength by an additional 5 points. Items, Universal Toolbox 1, Element Control 1 milliliter. Reputation has increased to over 6,000 points, and Affinity has reached 126 points. This means I can exchange for some items. Du Fei briefly scanned the system interface and eagerly opened the tech repository. To his surprise, he found many new items available. Light Armor, Blueprint. Requires 200 reputation points. Smart Combat Suit, Blueprint requires 1000 reputation points. Vibranium Synthesis Technology, requires 100 affinity points. URU Synthesis Technology, requires 500 affinity points. Smart Laser Defense System, Blueprint. Requires 1000 reputation points. Time Collection System, finished product requires 5000 affinity points. Time Storage Card, finished product each requires 1 reputation point. Click to expand more. The Time Collection System, Dufay's eyes lit up. This was precisely what he had long desired. With this item, it would be as if he possessed a heavenly eye in this world, albeit one that belonged solely to him. However, the next moment, upon seeing the requirement of 5000 affinity points, his heart sank. How outrageous. Does it really require so much? Am I to be regarded as the Lord of the Caves? Chapter 68, A Bountiful Harvest. Dufay gazed at the time collection system in the technology repository, offering a subtle critique. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of excitement. To his surprise, the technology repository actually housed such a device. With his own time collector, at the very least, he would no longer be subject to the commission taken by the Federal Eye when hunting time beasts. In due course, the time harvested would be stored on his own storage card, free from handling fees and, most importantly, secure and reliable. Furthermore, he could eventually promote his storage card externally. Currently, within the realm of the Federal Eye, slaying time beasts incurs a 20 cut, while utilizing a federal storage card demands a 10 fee, meaning that a staggering 30 of time is siphoned off by the Federation. Henceforth, within the purview of his own time collector, even if a nominal fee were to be charged for these two aspects combined, the time accrued would be immeasurable. A single storage card could be exchanged for just 1 point of reputation, although the storage card and time collector are mutually bound, rendering immediate exchange impossible. In summary, this is merely a plan. After all. Once the Women's Field Combat Unit possesses its own time collector, it would undoubtedly infringe upon the interests of the Federation. Such a venture must be undertaken only when they have the strength to contend with the Federation. Regardless, the acquisition of a time collector is imperative. Though it requires an abundance of intimacy points, it is well worth the investment. It seems that merely moving my subordinates is insufficient. I must focus on nurturing relationships in the future, Dufay mused, recalling Lu Ruobing, from whom he had garnered a significant amount of intimacy points. He understood that to amass more intimacy points, he could not simply exploit a single source. Only by casting a wider net would the intimacy points rise as swiftly as reputation points. Now that I possess control elements and have accrued 126 intimacy points, I shall redeem the synthesis technology for vibranium. You have successfully exchanged 100 intimacy points for the synthesis technology of vibranium. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Dufay was inundated with information regarding the properties of vibranium, the necessary raw materials, and detailed synthesis steps. Vibranium, also known as Phoenix steel, a remarkably extraordinary metal. Its hardness surpasses that of mithril, boasting two incredible properties of the unconscious state and the semi-conscious state. In the unconscious state, its molecules are relatively stationary. Its unique molecular structure renders it nearly indestructible, suitable for crafting shields and cold weapons. In the semi-conscious state, it can shield against radiation, automatically absorb thermal energy, kinetic energy, and various other forms of energy, providing exceptional counter-damage defense, ideal for crafting armor and battlesuits. Standard vibranium requires the following materials: control elements and Phoenix meteorites, currently rare and costly in this world. Active vibranium requires control elements, Phoenix meteorites, and rare substance smelting agents. Click to expand for more. This metal is indeed impressive. My investment of 100 intimacy points was not in vain. Dufay was exhilarated after a brief overview of vibranium's characteristics. Particularly, the active vibranium would yield battlesuits that would render the wearer invincible. Not only would personal safety be maximally assured, but each individual could also engage in combat single-handedly, even grappling with time beasts unarmed. Now that the source of control elements was secured and the rare substance smelting agent could be redeemed at any time, only one material remained. The Phoenix meteorite. Although this meteorite is currently rare and exorbitant in this world, having it in hand would suffice. Dufay's heart raced with anticipation, but at that moment, the No. 1 Land King tracked vehicle came to a gentle halt, having arrived at the eastern breach of Qingchuan City. Observing Dufay with his eyes closed and a smile upon his face, Lu Ruobing couldn't help but murmur to herself, perhaps he was lost in some delightful dream. Salute. As Dufay and Lu Ruobing disembarked from the No. 1 Land King vehicle, a resounding command echoed. All commanders of the Iron Blood Brigade, along with every soldier and female combatant from the Women's Field Combat Unit, saluted in unison. Dufay smiled and returned a military salute to all the soldiers. He was a legendary figure. At this moment, every soldier in the Iron Blood Brigade was acutely aware that without Commander Du, they too might have met a fate akin to the 48th Division, perishing in the jaws of beasts, and would never have achieved the monument. It could be said that it was this Commander Du who salvaged the entire Iron Blood Brigade, as Dufay, accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, slowly approached the space between the two armies. The commanders and thousands of soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade followed him with unwavering gazes, their eyes brimming with respect and gratitude. Brother Du, we have triumphed. Zhu Jingxiong strode forward, firmly grasping Dufay's hand. Indeed, it was no small feat, Dufay remarked with a sigh. Without Commander Du, there would have been no victory at the Qingchuan ruins. I am eternally grateful. Such praise is unwarranted. It is the Iron Blood Brigade under Commander Chu's leadership that achieved this ultimate victory, Dufay replied with a smile, patting Zhu Jingxiong's hand. He continued, this successful completion of our mission owes much to the glory of the Iron Blood Brigade. Well, whatever Brother Du says is right, haha, Chu Jingxian laughed heartily, then released Du Fei's hand. Regardless, you must allow the soldiers to express their gratitude. He then turned solemnly to all the This is the greatest triumph since the inception of the Iron Blood Brigade. I believe each of you understands that your lives, all of this, is a gift from the Women's Field Combat Unit. I hope each of you will remember this moment. This debt of gratitude is beyond what the Iron Blood Brigade can repay. All we can say is that if the Women's Field Combat Unit ever requires our assistance, we will not hesitate to plunge into fire and water for them. Now, everyone, salute to Commander Du and all the female heroes of the Women's Field Combat Unit. As Chu Jingxian's voice fell, a chorus of reputation points 10. Chime, reputation points 10. Chime, reputation points 10. Chime, reputation points 10. Chime, reputation points 10. Du Fei's mind was flooded with the system's notifications, each one crashing in like a tidal wave. At that moment, witnessing the scene before him, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, Sun Xiaoxian, and all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Unit were profoundly moved and touched. Chime. Intimacy points 20. Chime, intimacy points 5. Chime, reputation points 10. Chime, intimacy points 2. Chime, intimacy points 1. Chime, reputation points 10. As another wave of system notifications rang out, Du Fei was overwhelmed with joy. This was indeed a significant harvest. Thank you for the gifts, dear readers. Updates are ongoing. Chapter 69 if not obtained, then destroyed at 7 in the morning, the mission at the Qingchuan ruins was declared a resounding success. Chu Jingxian furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the urgency. Understood, he replied, then turned to Du Fei, saying, Brother Du, I still have much to discuss with you. Regrettably, the military district's urgent command compels me to depart first. We can convene later. Truth be told, he had been preoccupied with the matter of his daughter joining the Women's Field Corps. He had hoped to find an opportunity to gauge Du Fei's thoughts on the issue, but with the unexpected emergency from the military district, discussions about his daughter would have to wait. Commander Chu, please attend to your military duties. There will be plenty of time in the future, Du Fei remarked. Brother Du speaks wisely, I appreciate that sentiment, ha, Chu Jingxiang chuckled heartily. Subsequently, the two parties shook hands and bid farewell. Orders. The Women's Field Corps swiftly evacuated the Qingchuan ruins, racing back to their camp inside the No. 1 Land King tank. Report, Commander, the No. 1 and 2 Predators have activated their automatic defense mode. Ganting entered the control room, followed closely by Sun Xiaoqian. Du Fei nodded at the two, recognizing the radiant smiles on their faces as a clear indication of their purpose for being there. Soon after, Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian each took an arm of Lu Ruobing and settled beside her. Indeed, within mere seconds, Ganting's face lit up with a gleeful expression as she whispered, Commander, can you guess how much time we have now? How much? Du Fei replied with a smile. Now, upon hearing Ganting's account, they could no longer contain themselves and erupted with enthusiasm. Who could have imagined that the Women's Field Corps could amass such a fortune in less than a month? It felt like a dream come true. Look at how excited you all are, is over 10 million a lot? Du Fei remarked, glancing at the three. This is merely a drop in the bucket. In the future, we will have so much time that you won't be able to count it all. Upon hearing this, the three beauties simultaneously turned to Du Fei and playfully stuck out their tongues at him. To say that over 10 million hours is trivial, and to suggest that there would be so much time in the future? Regardless, I feel very content with having over 10 million hours now. Ganting beamed, then paused to consider, looking at Du Fei, but we must be prudent with our spending. Sun Xiaoqian added, I am also very satisfied. Lu Ruobing glanced at Du Fei and echoed, I feel the same. Although we have such a vast amount of time, we cannot afford to squander it recklessly. After all, they had been accustomed to a life of scarcity, how could they not feel satisfied now, faced with over 10 million hours? Observing the three beauties adopting such a frugal demeanor, Du Fei couldn't help but chuckle. The Nirvana meteorites should be accessible, albeit at a steep price. If they discovered in a few days that this substantial sum had vanished, they would undoubtedly. After a spell of excitement, the three beauties appeared somewhat fatigued. Sun Xiaoqian rubbed her temples and yawned, Ganting massaged her shoulders, while Lu Ruobing bent down to gently knead her long legs. Du Fei, noticing their weariness, inquired, Are you all very tired? Lu Ruobing looked up and offered a wry smile, I'm not exhausted per se, perhaps it's just the intense radiation from the outdoors. Commander, there's no need to worry about us. We refine, they reassured him. We have the recovery pool, a soak will do wonders. Du Fei frowned slightly, puzzled as to why he felt no fatigue whatsoever. They had all previously soaked in the recovery pool. Had their bodies not been reinforced, this was a question he intended to investigate further upon returning. In the City of Revival, within a lavish mansion. My lord, it is time to... He then wrapped his arms around the muscular man's neck and, in a soft voice, said, Darling, you performed admirably last night, you nearly made me swoon. Once I am in the cabinet, I shall reward you with a position. With that, he playfully punched the muscular man's chest a few times. Thank you for your patronage, my lord. I will strive to perform well and live up to your expectations. The muscular man beamed with excitement. Come now, give me a kiss. The middle-aged man squinted. Just then, the communicator on the bedside abruptly rang. Wu Daguai, do you still consider yourself a person? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face contorted with disgust and resentment as he spoke into the communicator. Wang Shuzhen, don't think that just because you have a high-ranking father, I won't dare to touch you. Let me be frank. I am about to enter the cabinet, and when I do, I will settle all accounts, new and old, at once. Consider this your final warning. Du Lei is the one I desire. If I cannot have him, then you shan't have him either. With a furious slam, the middle-aged man shattered the communicator into a million pieces. Finding one's place, knock, knock, knock. Report. A voice called from outside the door. Come in. Wu Daguai, attended by a muscular aide, was in the midst of changing clothes, his face still etched with resentment. My lord, the 40... Has he declared a mission failure? No, my lord, the 48th Division has suffered total annihilation at the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground, the aide-de-camp stammered. What did you say? Wu Daguai turned. With a clatter, the muscular aide's earring fell to the floor, having not yet been properly secured. The entire 48th Division has been obliterated, is that the truth? Wu Daguai rose, demanding clarification. Indeed, my lord. The situation is as stated. The Sky Eye has just released the latest updates, please take a look. The aide-de-camp swiftly activated the laser screen on the wall, navigating to the Sky Eye website. As the cursor moved, the details of the hunting ground mission at the Qingchuan Ruins soon appeared. The 48th Division was prominently displayed, albeit its name was marked in a dark gray hue. Below, the latest news regarding the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground surged in popularity. The Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground mission lasted nearly 20 hours, resulting in the total annihilation of the 48th Division of the Reconstruction Military District. In the battle at the Qingchuan Ruins, as they did not exit the task area, their rankings will be correspondingly lowered. Although the hunting ground mission of the 48th Division achieved victory, it was ultimately completed by the Ironblood Brigade of the Holy War Military District. With merely a few thousand troops, the Ironblood Brigade valiantly advanced, continuously reclaiming lost positions and securing final victory. The Ironblood Brigade's ranking surged from 9856 to 3217, reaping all the financial rewards from this mission. Below this latest news regarding the Qingchuan Ruins mission, comments flowed in like a tide. What the hell, the Reconstruction Military District? An entire division wiped out? They can't even compare to a single brigade of the Holy War Military District? What a disgrace! I dare ask, how much sorrow does the Reconstruction Military District harbor? Someone down below, please respond. When will there be a day of reckoning? What good does all that sea cucumber do? Such a pity the hunting ground regulations limit the number of corps. Otherwise, the Reconstruction Military District would have completed the mission long ago. A tree without bark dies. The Federation is invincible with the Reconstruction Military District. Do you often curse in the face of the Reconstruction Military District's failures? At this moment, Wu Daguai, a bunch of useless fools. Seeing Wu Daguai's fury, the aide-de-camp hurriedly shut off the laser screen, while the muscular aide stood frozen in fear. After a moment, Wu Daguai's mood subsided slightly as he muttered to himself, strange, according to Diao Dequai's report. With their equipment, it should be exceedingly difficult to defeat a level 5-time beast. How could they possibly emerge victorious? This is incomprehensible. Wu Daguai's face was filled with confusion. It is worth noting that he commanded 3 divisions, with the 48th Division being one of his main forces. Although he had reprimanded them multiple times, he had also issued orders for a retreat should they find themselves unable to hold. He never expected Diao Dequai to be so foolish as to allow their entire force to be annihilated. Despite his lack of sorrow over the demise of this main force, it would inevitably cast a shadow on his impending entry into the cabinet. Prepare a gift. I must visit the general staff of the cabinet shortly. Having navigated the federal apparatus for many years, Wu Daguai understood well how to swiftly mitigate adverse situations. Yes, my lord. The aide-de-camp nodded and turned to leave. How may I assist you, my lord? A voice emanated from the communicator. Have you completed the task I assigned you? Wu Daguai inquired through the communicator. My lord, as per your instructions, the father and daughter have been dispatched to the cabinet. Why fixate on just one? Such an ungrateful person deserves to be dealt with in secret. Do not forget, you still have me. Silence. Wu Daguai's expression turned cold as he rebuked the muscular aide. What are you? Remember to know your place. Do not forget you are merely a tool. Why yes, my lord. The muscular aide was instantly drenched in cold sweat, nodding fervently. Chapter 71 A change in the wind in the grand expanse of the revival military. Clad in a black uniform, with graying hair and an imposing aura that commanded respect without uttering a word, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing intently out the window. Minister, you have been standing for half an hour. Allow me to assist you back to your quarters for a brief respite, the secretary suggested. It's of no consequence. The elder waved his hand dismissively, remaining motionless before the window. The hint of, share your insights regarding that small squad. Well, it's hard to say. I am still at a loss, Secretary Su Zhong replied with a wry smile, continuing, logically, given their numbers and equipment, slaying the mutated beasts should be quite challenging, yet, who would have anticipated they could eliminate so many level 5 Chronobeasts? Even more astonishing is that they managed to injure an invisible winged creature. It can only be surmised that their weaponry possesses a lethal efficacy against Chronobeasts, particularly those two unidentified aerial objects. The heavenly I could not discern their category. Despite the apparent obsolescence of their armaments, their true power surpasses that of the Federation's mithril particle weapons. I suspect that Squad has mastered some advanced weapon manufacturing technology, the sophistication of which dwarfs that of the major military-industrial conglomerates. Furthermore, Minister, I just conducted a check. The auxiliary female combat unit had previously demonstrated no combat capability. However, since the recent parachuting in of a commander, they achieved a remarkable victory in the battle the very next day. This triumph catapulted their combat ranking from over 300,000 to within the top 100,000. That commander graduated from a prestigious military academy. I suspect all of this is intricately linked to him, Secretary Su Zhong analyzed. Indeed, that young man was a genius at the academy, the elder remarked. Secretary Su Zhong was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the elder. Minister, do you know that commander? Not just know. That young man is the son of Du Lei, the elder replied, a faint smile of bittersweet recognition crossing his features. Now I understand, Su Zhong responded. Sigh, it seems the winds of change are upon us. Yet, that lad is truly fearless, like a calf that knows not the tiger. The elder shook his head, then turned to Secretary Su Zhong, his expression grave as he instructed, from this moment on, closely monitor that young man's squad. Any sensitive records and data regarding the Heavenly Eye's observations of them must be expunged immediately. Understood, Minister. Secretary Su Zhong nodded earnestly. At that moment, a surprised voice echoed from outside the door. Miss? Reporting to the minister, the Miss has arrived. Before the guard could finish, a beautiful woman hurriedly entered. Miss, you have come, Secretary Su Zhong exclaimed in astonishment. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, with elegant brows, captivating eyes, and alluring lips. Her beauty was striking. She wore an exquisite gown that accentuated her long legs, and though she was nearing middle age, her well-maintained appearance exuded an aura of grace and nobility. The delicate fabric of her dress hugged her voluptuous figure, radiating the allure of a mature woman. However, a cloud of worry and sorrow lingered in her expression, hinting at an underlying helplessness. This woman was none other than Wang Shuzhen. Father Wang Shuzhen entered and softly called out to the elder upon hearing his daughter address him. The elder trembled slightly. Soon after, his weathered face quivered, revealing a glimmer of. This elder was Wang Shuzhen's father, Wang Jianqing, the minister of the supervisory department of the 9th district of the Chrono Federation. 10 years. He never anticipated hearing his daughter call him father once more. Zhener, you have come. Wang Jianqing's lips quivered, and his eyes began to mist over. Memories flooded back. Many years prior, a young soldier named Du Lei had saved Wang Shuzhen on the battlefield. Since then, she had been infatuated with him and frequently visited. However, due to their differing social standings, Wang Jianqing had vehemently opposed their relationship. Subsequently, Wu Dagui, the scion of the Wu family, learned of this and fervently obstructed Wang Shuzhen from associating with Du Lei, even proposing marriage multiple times. In the end, under Wang Jianqing's consent, his daughter was wed to Wu Dagui. What he did not expect was that after her marriage, his daughter transformed entirely. She became silent and withdrawn, never speaking another word to him, her father. In the ensuing years, Wang Jianqing heard unsettling rumors regarding Wu Dagui. It was then he realized that the political marriage he had orchestrated had irrevocably destroyed his daughter's chance at happiness. Filled with regret, he found it too late to amend his mistakes. For a decade, the two had been like strangers. Zhener, I am sorry, I was wrong. Wang Jianqing's voice trembled as he turned, revealing the deep-seated guilt he had harbored for so long. Father, let us not dwell on the past. I implore you to save Du Lei. Wang Shuzhen knelt before her father, her eyes brimming with tears as she earnestly pleaded. Zhener, rise, let us speak. Wang Jianqing bent down, his heart aching as he helped his daughter to her feet, inquiring, what has happened to that young man? Now, hearing Du Lei's name from his daughter once more, his previous aversion dissipated, replaced by a flicker of concern. Du Lei and his daughter have been unjustly sent to a high-security penal mine by Wu Dagui. Wang Shuzhen's face betrayed her anxiety and urgency as she continued, Father, I hope you can find a way. Chapter 72. Has the Celestial Eye gone blind? Crime-ridden miners' camp? Wang Jianqing furrowed his brow. His secretary, Su Zhong, was momentarily taken aback and glanced over. I understand now, there is no need for concern. Wang Jianqing cast a loving look at his daughter, Wang Shuzhen, and said, Father will find a way. With that, he limped toward his desk. Secretary Su Zhong hurried to assist him. Upon witnessing this, Wang Shushan trembled slightly and exclaimed, "Father, your health, it's nothing, nothing at all." Wang Jianqing waved his hand dismissively, smiling at his daughter, his spirits undampened by his physical condition. One of his legs was on the verge of becoming crippled, a consequence of the trauma he had sustained in a battle decades prior. Wang Jianqing had once served in an elite legion tasked with the eradication of a beast king's lair, where they encountered a radiation source. Despite the Federation's continuous supply of anti-radiation injections to this esteemed legion, over the ensuing decades, 80% of the soldiers perished. For Wang Jianqing, merely surviving until now was a stroke of fortune. Presently, he was in the advanced stages of radiation sickness, his health deteriorating, with little time left, yet, with his daughter back by his side, he felt an immense sense of solace. One could say he had no regrets in life. Minister, the crime-ridden miners' camp falls under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. I fear it would be unwise for us to intervene. Secretary Su Zhong assisted Wang Jianqing into his seat, speaking softly. Wang Jianqing nodded slightly, his face clouded with concern. Currently, the Guangming Federation comprised several hundred regions, each with its own governing base city. Revival City, Bright City, Holy War City, Hope City, South Flame City, and North Cold City were the 6 major base cities under the jurisdiction of the 9th District. Although the 9th District was not extensive, overseeing only 6 base cities and over 100 outer city outposts, the internal hierarchy was severely polarized, making the situation quite intricate. Particularly within the cabinet, which held a slightly higher status than other departments, their dealings were correspondingly more domineering. Years ago, the Wu family aligned themselves with the cabinet, choosing to side with them. It was said that Wu Dagui now possessed a formidable backing and was likely to become a member of the cabinet soon. Logically, Du Lei and his daughter, being civilians of Revival City, would only be sent to a regular miners' camp even if guilty. However, they were now confined in a miners' camp for serious offenders. It was evident that the so-called baseless charges against this father-daughter duo were fabricated by the cabinet. In the 9th District, rescuing someone from the cabinet was inherently challenging, especially with Wu Dagui obstructing matters. This would be an arduous task indeed. Father, is it truly a formidable challenge? Wang Shuzhen, noticing her father's troubled expression, inquired with concern. Not to worry, leave it to me, Wang Jianqing reassured her with a gentle smile. In order to aid his daughter, he resolved to send Su Zhong to the cabinet on his behalf, confident that his former comrades would surely extend their courtesy. Boom, boom, boom. The women's mobile combat unit sped down the rugged mountain roads. Judging by the distance, they would reach the camp in approximately 10 hours. Inside the control room of the No. 1 Land King tank, "Do you have a needle?" Lu Ruobing whispered to Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian. Perhaps it was the excitement from having over 10 million time credits or perhaps the prolonged wear of her old military uniform, but a button on Lu Ruobing's chest suddenly popped off. "Where would I find one? There are no outsiders." "Just wait until we return to sew it back," Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian giggled, shaking their heads at her. They both stole a glance at Lu Ruobing's well-endowed figure before casting their eyes down at their own, inwardly sighing in self-deprecation. "Ruobing, you truly are quite impressive." "Ruobing, why do I feel like you've changed in the past couple of days?" "Is it?" Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian embraced Lu Ruobing on either side, whispering conspiratorially. "Get away from me, you two little brats, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Ruobing pinched each of them at the waist, then blushed as she stole a glance at the nearby Du Fei. "Ouch. Is it wrong for us to speak?" Ha ha ha. In an instant, the 3 beauties erupted into soft laughter. Du Fei, nearby, was puzzled by their sudden merriment and could only shake his head with a smile, for he did not comprehend the ways of women that he had overheard Lu Ruobing seemingly asking for a needle to sew a button. What needle was absent from his all-purpose toolbox, however, since Lu Ruobing did not ask him, he felt no inclination to bring it out. At that moment, a few communication soldiers erupted into chatter. "Look quickly, the latest news from the Qingchuan Ruins battle has just been released. The Iron Blood Brigade has surged from rank 9856 to 3217, entering the top 5,000. Wow, the Iron Blood Brigade is impressive now." The comments below have exceeded 99.99, with many criticizing the Revival military region. "Ha! Why isn't our women's mobile combat unit mentioned? Let me see. Indeed, how strange. Yeah, our ranking remains at 97566, neither rising nor falling. What a pathetic celestial eye. This is infuriating." The communication soldiers pouted, incessantly grumbling. It is well known that without the women's mobile combat unit, victory in the Qingchuan Ruins battle would have been unattainable. They believed their unit's achievements were exceptional and deserved due recognition. Not to mention their hopes were not overly ambitious. At the very least, their rank should have significantly improved, yet, to their dismay, their name was not even mentioned. This was clearly a form of discrimination and insult towards the women's mobile combat unit. At this moment, Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Xiaoqian ceased their playful banter. They opened their smart tablets and quickly navigated to the Celestial Eye website. Upon checking the latest news, they exchanged. Indeed, it was true. The latest news made no mention of the women's mobile combat unit whatsoever. What could be the reason? The battle at the Qingchuan Ruins was far larger than the previous Blackwater River battle, so logically, the Celestial Eye should have documented it. However, Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Xiaoqian soon breathed a sigh of relief. They had previously worried that the release of the Qingchuan Ruins mission details might expose certain secrets of the women's mobile combat unit. To their surprise, the latest news made no reference to them, as if the Women's Mobile Combat Unit had never participated in the battle at all. Though this situation was perplexing, the three beauties felt a weight. It is a fortunate circumstance for us. Do you not understand? Lu Ruobing addressed the communication soldiers. Understood, the soldiers nodded in unison. As it pertained to the secrets of the Women's Mobile Combat Unit, they naturally comprehended. They simply struggled to accept the reality of their lost honor and could not help but voice their grievances. Indeed. Lu Ruobing nodded at them, then approached Du Fei, bending slightly to place the smart tablet before him. Commander, what do you think is happening? Lu Ruobing asked, clutching her chest with one hand. What do I think? Observing Lu Ruobing's demeanor, Du Fei furrowed his brow. Her posture did not convey a genuine inquiry were it not for Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and the communication soldiers all watching. Du Fei's brow furrowed deeply, struggling to comprehend how such a phenomenon could occur. Had the Celestialite truly gone blind? Chapter 73. The Nirvana Meteorite. Du Fei gazed intently at the latest updates regarding the Qingchuan Ruins mission, pondering for a moment. Could it be that the Heavenly Eye has expelled the Women's Combat Brigade from the Federation? Yet, that seems implausible, as their ranking remains intact. This is utterly perplexing. I find myself at a loss. While such an occurrence might be fortuitous for the Women's Combat Brigade, a flicker of wariness ignited within Du Fei amidst his confusion. The most pressing matter at hand is to locate the Nirvana Meteorite and procure the vibranium as swiftly as possible, Du Fei contemplated inwardly. With that thought, he picked up his smart tablet and placed it upon his thigh, accessing the material trading website on the Heavenly Eye. Upon entering Nirvana Meteorite in the search bar, a plethora of pertinent information immediately surfaced. Nirvana Meteorite. The nemesis of radiation, a fountain of longevity. Nirvana Meteorite, a symbol of prestige, an emblem of love. Nirvana Meteorite, a treasure you truly deserve. Click the link below to enter the marketplace. Meteorites endure through ages, one gem to be eternally cherished. Nirvana Meteorite bracelet, officially direct sales, only 9. In this world, Nirvana Meteorite appeared to be akin to diamonds on the blue planet of his past life, suitable for embedding in jewelry. The system indicated that Nirvana Meteorite was rare and expensive in the current realm, yet it was abundantly available in this mall. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian, feeling bored, noticed Du Fei engrossed in his search, shaking their heads as they watched. Curiosity piqued, they gathered around. Nirvana Meteorite? The three beauties were taken aback by Du Fei's inquiry, their delicate faces etched with confusion. Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances, wondering if the captain intended to buy meteorite jewelry. Ruobing, look quickly, the captain is picking out jewelry for you. Tisk, Ruobing, it must be a gift for you, Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian whispered enviously in Lu Ruobing's ear. Stop talking nonsense, Lu Ruobing shot them a After searching for quite a while, he found that the mall was merely a facade, devoid of the genuine Nirvana Meteorite he sought. The so-called clearance sales were all imitations. Of course, Sun Shaoqian replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement, the upper-class aristocrats all wear Nirvana Meteorite jewelry. It's very expensive, costing tens of thousands per gram. However, most of what's in the mall is counterfeit. One could easily be deceived to know. I meant the raw Nirvana Meteorite. Du Fei waved his hand at Sun Shaoqian, clarifying. The mention of raw Nirvana Meteorite left Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanging glances in surprise. Gong Ting spoke up. Raw Nirvana Meteorite is exceedingly rare. It's a sensitive mineral controlled by the Federation. Due to its radiation-resistant properties, only a minuscule amount of the essence is crafted into jewelry and sold at exorbitant prices to the upper echelons of society. The raw Nirvana Meteorite is mostly held by the elite. It is said that the pristine lands of the Federation's rulers are constructed from this very meteorite. So, does that mean raw Nirvana Meteorite cannot be purchased on the market? Du Fei, inform me immediately if anyone is selling. Yes, Captain. Gong Ting straightened her posture and responded. However, the next moment, she was taken aback. Captain, you don't mean to buy raw Nirvana Meteorite, do you? Indeed, Du Fei smiled and nodded. The essence alone costs tens of thousands per gram. Even as raw material, it likely won't be cheap. Let me check, Gong Ting said, bending down to open a website, and soon she found the approximate price of the Nirvana raw stone. Captain, look here, the specifications show around 500 grams of Nirvana raw stone, with each piece priced around 6 million hours, meaning you'd need over 10,000 hours per gram. About 1 kilo. Currently, he possessed only 1 milliliter of control elements. According to the synthesis ratio of vibranium, 1 milliliter of control elements, 1000 ml of rare substance smelting agent, 1000 grams of. Thus, 2 kilograms of active vibranium might suffice for the creation of a battlesuit. Upon hearing this, what, 1 kilogram of raw Nirvana Meteorite? Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian all shivered simultaneously. What do you intend to do with such a large quantity? At this moment, every word he uttered held no room for doubt in her heart. Lu Ruobing surmised that Du Fei was about to create some formidable weaponry. She understood that development was the only undeniable truth. Although Du Fei kept her in the dark for now, he surely had his reasons. Fine, Gong Ting sighed, helplessly throwing up her hands. The captain just couldn't let the account balance stay positive. Alas, such a hefty sum vanished in an instant. Thank you for the generous gifts. Thank you for your support and encouragement. Currently updating, Chapter 74. News from Musan the following morning, the Women's Field Brigade triumphantly returned to the camp. Suninger and a dozen female soldiers who remained behind rushed out from a distance to greet them. The sisters beamed with joy, cheering and embracing one another. Du Fei had just descended from the armored vehicle. Good day, Commander. Salute. Su Ninger and the other female soldiers saluted Du Fei in unison, their eyes filled with admiration. Well done, Du Fei replied with a smile and a nod. However, a moment later, he noticed a troubling detail. Su Ninger and the dozen female soldiers who had stayed behind appeared rosy and vibrant, while the recently returned soldiers seemed somewhat drained in comparison. Furrowing his brow, Du Fei contemplated the situation and beckoned Su Ninger over. Initially taken aback, Su Ninger quickly composed herself, her excitement palpable as she hurried towards him. Commander, I have a task for you. Conduct an inspection of a portion of the soldiers to assess their physical condition, Du Fei instructed her. Yes, Commander. Su Ninger responded promptly, leading the medical personnel into action without delay. Before long, the results of the examinations for some of the female soldiers were available. They had all suffered varying degrees of radiation exposure. Du Fei reviewed the reports, clicking his tongue in acknowledgement. This aligned closely with his suspicions. The rehabilitation pools could only mitigate the radiation they had endured, not enhance their physical constitution. It appears that only my own physique can be strengthened, Du Fei mused inwardly. For now, they could only maintain the current state and see if their physical conditions could be improved in the future. Nevertheless, this was already a significant advantage for all the female soldiers. With the rehabilitation pools available, a simple soak would restore them to health in no time. After a brief contemplation, Du Fei turned to Lu Ruobing and instructed, have the soldiers take a moment to rest and go to the rehabilitation pool in shifts to eliminate the radiation. 2 hours from now, all command personnel will assemble outside the camp. I have matters to arrange. Understood. Lu Ruobing nodded and promptly issued the order to all the female soldiers. Attention, all command personnel are to take a temporary rest, assemble at the Wait for me. My back is aching, I can't wait to soak it away. Who isn't feeling the same? The female soldiers were filled with excitement, eagerly racing towards the rehabilitation pool, with many even disrobing as they ran. Xiaoying, puffing on a cigar, exhaled a cloud of smoke, a bunch of little minxes, becoming increasingly unruly, they don't even think to let the commander soak first. Ganting remarked, just think of how things used to be. Now, if these sisters feel the slightest discomfort, they call out in front of the commander. Sun Xiaoxian added, indeed, they become rather delicate. Lu Ruobing glanced at Du Fei in the distance, shaking her head with a wry smile. It's not like the commander has spoiled them at all. At that moment, a report came through the communicator from a female operator. Report to the commander. There is an incoming external signal. From where? Du Fei inquired into the communicator. The source is from Outpost 83. Du Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that there was news? Connect the call and switch to the encrypted communication channel, Du Fei instructed. Yes. Soon, Husan's voice crackled through the encrypted headset. This is Husan. I appreciate it, Brother Hu. Alas, the news is somewhat grim, so brace yourself. Go on, Du Fei's heart tightened slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged glances, then swiftly approached Du Fei. Hey, why are you all running off in the middle of a conversation? Xiaoying exclaimed in confusion, tossing away her cigarette butt and following them. Shoo. Lu Ruobing gestured for silence, removing one of her wireless headsets and placing it in Xiaoying's ear. Du, my brother, news has just come in. Your father's private clinic has been confiscated by the Federation. Your father, Du Lei, and your sister, Du Xiaoye, have also been taken away, apparently on dubious charges and sent to a labor camp, Husan's voice relayed through the headset. Upon hearing this, Du Fei inhaled deeply, his expression unchanging as he anticipated such an outcome. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian were taken aback, all eyes turning to Du Fei, their expressions filled with concern, even more anxious than he was. Do you know which labor camp they were sent to? Du Fei steadied himself and asked. However, sources indicate they were taken by a group of cabinet guards, Husan replied. Understood, thank you, Brother Hu. No need for thanks, this is hardly good news. If there is anything I can assist with, just say the word. Indeed, I do need your help, Brother Hu. Please procure 200,000 hours worth of food and deliver it to the Women's Field Brigade camp before nightfall. Do you really need that much? Alright, I will handle it immediately. Husan's voice trembled as he concluded the communication. Commander, this is utterly infuriating. This must be Wu Dagui's deliberate targeting of your father and sister. They can arbitrarily arrest anyone under baseless charges. The higher-ups are tyrannical and corrupt. This has always been their modus operandi. The protection regulations for city residents are merely a facade in their eyes. Camp planning. Upon witnessing the 4 stunning women visibly agitated, Du Fei waved his hand, signaling them to first attend to the radiation removal. As Lu Ruobing and her companions departed with worried expressions, Du Fei sank into contemplation. His father and sister had been taken away by the cabinet guards, which likely meant they were being sent to one of the cabinet-controlled mines. With dozens of such mines under the cabinet's jurisdiction, it seemed he would have to resort to the most rudimentary method. Checking each one individually. 2 hours later, at the Women's Field Corps camp. All personnel assemble. A commanding female voice rang out, and the soldiers swiftly formed an orderly line, coming together in an instant. Du Fei's gaze swept across the assembly. All the female soldiers stood tall and proud, radiating vitality. After soaking in the recovery pool, their faces glowed with a rosy hue, akin to flowers nourished by sweet dew. Commander! Ganting responded, saluting as she received the list. Song Jia, once the rail transport vehicles return, you will lead the workers in laying down the tracks, using the processed waste or to construct a perimeter wall. I will inform you later about the outer reinforcement methods. Furthermore, during your spare time, please engage in logging to build houses. Here is a planning blueprint. Ah, and there are streets, shops, and hotels? Song Jia exclaimed, her face alight with surprise and excitement. Commander, are we preparing to create a city? This is merely a small-scale inner city. Du Fei replied. Reputation 20. Ding, affinity 1. Ding, reputation 20. Ding, affinity 2. Ding, reputation 20. Ding, reputation 20. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Du Fei raised his hand to calm the soldiers and stated, however, I must remind you that this is only our preliminary plan. It must remain confidential until construction is complete, including from your families. Yes. The female soldiers replied in unison. At that moment, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with emotion. Xia Ying's eyes reddened with unshed tears. She touched the cigarette in her pocket, wanting to smoke but ultimately refraining, feeling it would be disrespectful to the commander. Ying Bao, I know what you're thinking. Xia Lan is surely still alive. Lu Ruobing gently placed an arm around Xia Ying's shoulders, offering comfort. I believe that we will find her in the future, and she will surely reside in our city. Ah, I hope so. Xia Ying managed a bittersweet smile, biting her lip to keep tears at bay. It was rare to see Xia Ying on the verge of tears, which made Lu Ruobing feel a pang of sadness as she glanced at Du Fei, realizing this man was far more than just remarkable. Sun Xiaoqian, you will continue to oversee ammunition manufacturing. Additionally, I have a set of improved grenade launcher specifications for you. Please phase out the previous artillery. Du Fei continued assigning tasks. Considering the physical capabilities of the female soldiers, the previous grenade launchers were too cumbersome and heavy. To alleviate their burden, Du Fei had exchanged 100 reputation points for a design blueprint of a lightweight grenade launcher. Understood. Sun Xiaoqian replied, taking the blueprint. Zhao Feifeng, step forward. Du Fei called out to the ranks, recalling the elite talents Lu Ruobing had introduced from the Women's Field Corps. A female soldier with captivating features and strikingly delicate features trembled slightly upon hearing her name called by the commander. She promptly stepped out of formation, facing Du Fei with respect in her eyes, standing tall and saluting, present. Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. What a beautiful young woman. Her looks were certainly on par with Lu Ruobing and the others, perhaps due to his infrequent interactions with the female soldiers and Zhao Feifeng's worn military uniform. He had previously overlooked her. Du Fei smiled and nodded at Zhao Feifeng. In truth, her appearance was of little consequence. What mattered was her talent. You are proficient in agricultural cultivation? Yes, Commander. Zhao Feifeng responded, her excitement causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly. She could hardly believe that the commander remembered her. Ding, affinity 5. Excellent, the next step may involve developing agriculture. Although the current environment is not conducive, we must still prepare. I will ensure the task is completed. Zhao Feifeng replied, excitement coursing through her as she returned to her place. With Du Fei's orders concluded, the assembly was disbanded. Song Jia, Sun Xiaoqian, and the others eagerly gathered their various blueprints, beginning to study and assign work to the female soldiers. Having received their respective tasks, busied themselves with zeal. Seeing the enthusiasm radiating from the female soldiers, Du Fei could not help but smile with satisfaction. Ganting, come here for a moment. Du Fei beckoned Ganting. With Ganting's task set, Du Fei prepared for the rescue of his father and sister. Nearby, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exhaled a sigh of relief, their worries easing slightly. Commander, what shall we do? We can't just leave these two lovely ladies idle, can we? Xia Ying teased playfully, flashing a charming dimple at Du Fei. Shall we keep you company for a chat? As she spoke, she deliberately pointed. Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed as she playfully smacked Xia Ying's rear. Behave yourself. How could I allow you to be idle? Du Fei chuckled, over the past few days, we've mined quite a bit of ore. Both of you will be responsible for refining the mithril. All right. Lu Ruobing nodded enthusiastically, having longed for the wooden cabin on the mountain. Then, we shall head to the mountain to prepare. Lu Ruobing glanced at Du Fei, then wrapped an arm around Xia Ying's slender waist, turning to leave. Tonight, we'll stay in the wooden cabin. Is the bed large enough? It's decent. We can manage to squeeze in. I meant to ask if the commander's bed is large enough? You mischievous girl, what are you thinking? Ha ha, as Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying playfully ran toward. Where there is oppression, there is resistance in the air raid shelter. Within the living quarters, Du Fei immersed himself in the rehabilitation pool. Ding, Constitution 1. Ding, Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding, Constitution enhancement has reached its limit, further consumption is required for continued enhancement. In the next moment, a system interface materialized in his mind, revealing additional changes. Host, Du Fei position Commander Legion Auxiliary Women's Field Corps Prestige 58, 350 Intimacy 119 Constitution Primary Enhancement 10, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement, Friendly Reminder upon the next expansion of the Constitution limit, an enhancement of 10 points can be achieved. Note. In each phase, the enhancement gained after each expansion of the Constitution limit is the total of previous enhancement points. Items Universal Toolbox 1, Element Control 1 ml. As Dufay surveyed the system interface, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. His prestige had soared above 50,000, primarily accrued from the Iron Blood Brigade. Moreover, after purchasing the technology for synthesizing vibranium, his intimacy, which had dwindled to just over 20 points, had now risen to over 100. Regarding his prestige, Dufay planned to save it for the time being. The technology repository still held many unexpected treasures, such as finished intelligent machinery and armed sentinels. However, even a C-grade armed sentinel required a minimum of 80,000 prestige points, while B and A grades demanded 10. Although his current prestige stood at over 50,000, it remained woefully insufficient. The blueprint for the intelligent defense system requires 1,000 intimacy points. Dufay fixated on the requires 1,000 intimacy points. This design blueprint was precisely what Dufay desired. With the camp construction plan already underway, a comprehensive defense system was imperative, especially for aerial defense. Only by solidifying the foundation could he commence the implementation of the time collector plan. Yet, this intelligent defense blueprint necessitated 1,000 intimacy points for exchange, a target still far from reach. The increase in intimacy points is rather sluggish. I must expedite the process to obtain at least 1,000 points, Dufay mused internally. My constitution has been enhanced to 10, which is quite commendable, resembling a progressive increment. Once the next expansion of the constitution limit occurs, I can elevate the enhancement by 10 points, bringing it to 20. Should the constitution limit expand again, I could gain an additional 20 points, and upon further expansion, 40 points. Dufay's gaze lingered on the constitution section, a thrill coursing through him. Following this growth trajectory, his constitution would experience a significant enhancement. It wouldn't be long before he became impervious to harm. After a while, Dufay emerged from the rehabilitation pool, feeling that his inner strength had become even more robust than before. Once dressed, he surveyed his surroundings. Dufay noticed the steel rebar that the female soldiers used to hang their clothing on the rock wall. Approaching it, he grasped the rebar and twisted forcefully. With a creak, the segment embedded in the rocky wall bent under his might. Wow, impressive. Dufay clenched his fist, unable to contain his excitement. In the northern sector of the revival base city, 200 kilometers away in the mountainous region, the steel walls were heavily guarded, with sentries every 3 steps and watchmen every 5 steps. Inside the steel walls lay a valley, specifically an open-pit mining area. At the periphery of the mining area, 5 or 6 caves served as prisons for criminals. The entire mining site was under tight security. Dozens of hummingbird drones incessantly circled overhead. Large contingents of armored, fully equipped federal soldiers patrolled the area surrounding the mine. Within the mine, the roar of machinery filled the air, shrouded in dust. Countless miners, clad in prison garb and overseen by guards, toiled under intense conditions. These miners, a mix of men and women, young and old, were mostly disheveled, their bodies marked by injuries. Filthy pests, move faster. At that moment, the old man collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and rolling in torment. Stop it. An enraged voice rang out as a middle-aged woman, flanked by 5 or 6 female prisoners, stepped protectively in front of the old man. The woman, in her 30s, possessed a dignified and graceful appearance, her charm still evident through the collar of her prison uniform. A glimpse of a plum blossom tattoo was visible just below her bosom. With a steely gaze, she glared at the guard, while the 5 or 6 female prisoners behind her clutched stones, eyes glinting with defiance. Are you plotting a rebellion? Drop the stones. At that moment, 2 armed guards rushed over. Faced with the armed guards' warning, the female prisoners reluctantly discarded their stones. One guard stepped forward, without hesitation raising the butt of his rifle and striking the woman on the forehead. Crack, the woman was caught off guard, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from her forehead. Lady, the female prisoners gasped in unison, rushing to her side. Despicable rebels, do you think? Just as the guard prepared to strike with his whip, stop. Another furious shout echoed as a burly middle-aged man approached, accompanied by a 15 or 16-year-old girl. The man, robust and handsome, wore a clean prison uniform. The 3 guards paused, exchanging glances before promptly retreating. The guards in the mining area, this middle-aged man and the girl appeared akin to harbingers of misfortune. Orders from above dictated that they were guaranteed daily rations of fine rice and white flour. This father and daughter were anything but common criminals, they were revered ancestors. Indeed, without delving into the guards' confusion, even the various levels of management within the mining area found themselves perplexed, perceiving the directives from above as rather peculiar. Old man, it's all right. Just bear with it for now. The middle-aged man helped the elderly man sit up, while the girl hastily opened a medical kit she had carried with her. This kit had been specially provided to the mining area at the middle-aged man's request. Shall you lend a hand? All right. The girl stepped forward to support the old man as the middle-aged man swiftly began to bandage his wounds. Brother, please help us tend to Our Lady. A female prisoner knelt before the middle-aged man, pleading. Very well, just a moment. The middle-aged man quickly finished bandaging the old man before approaching the woman. He crouched down and began to tend to her wounds, cleaning the injury, disinfecting it, and wrapping it with bandages. His actions were deft and efficient, completing the task in less than 2 minutes. Thank you. It was but a trifling effort. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. May I ask your name? The woman inquired. Dulé. The middle-aged man replied, then courteously returned the question, and you? May. The woman smiled and extended her hand. Dulé hesitated for a moment before shaking her hand. I presume you are also of noble lineage. If it's not too presumptuous, may I inquire what position you held in the Federation? The woman, aided by several female prisoners, stood up and looked at Dulé. I am neither a noble nor a federal official. I am merely a doctor. Du Lei stated. A commoner, surely not. How could a commoner possibly be sent to the cabinet mine? The woman, although you and your daughter are also prisoners, your treatment has been rather privileged. The woman's brows furrowed, curiosity etched on her face as she pondered. I suspect your background must be quite extraordinary? Without any background, I am simply a doctor. A hint of helplessness appeared on Du Lei's face as he tossed the woman a parting remark before leading his daughter away. Wait, just a moment. The woman called out. Du Lei halted his steps. I wish to tell you that where there is oppression, there is resistance. The woman gazed intently at Du Lei, continuing, remember, do not fall asleep tomorrow night. We shall meet at Cave 3. With that, without waiting for Du Lei's response, she led the group of female prisoners away. As they walked, one of the female prisoners supporting the woman asked, Lady, do you plan to take him away? A hint of color rose to the woman's cheeks as she replied, did you not notice how remarkable he is? Besides, my health requires a physician's care. Chapter 77 of the Intelligent Battlesuit. As night descended, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying had just finished their showers, busily drying their hair. Wow! This wooden cap. They eagerly scanned their surroundings, their faces alight with envy, as it was their first time visiting Lu Ruobing's charming abode. Look at how delighted you two are. Did you not see the task assigned to Song Jiao by the captain today? Xia Ying remarked while the captain has stated that each of us will eventually have a wooden cabin like this. Really, that would be splendid. No longer will we have to reside in the air raid shelter. Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian exclaimed, their excitement palpable. The main issue was the suffocating feeling of living in the air raid shelter for so long, and now, with the women's field combat team equipped with a rehabilitation pool and mithril bullets, they no longer had to worry about radiation or the beasts of time. The prospect of living in such a beautiful wooden cabin was eagerly anticipated by all. Ruobing, how about I trade you a box of treasures for a night's stay here with Xiaoqian? Gan Ting suggested, pointing to the box she had brought. We can sleep on the floor. We won't be leaving tonight anyway, Sun Xiaoqian chimed in. Let me first see what delightful items you have, Lu Ruobing said, her bare feet patting over upon opening the box, her face lit up with joy. These truly are wonderful items. I want them all. Inside were a hairdryer, a comb, a mirror, high-end leak-proof towels, and an array of other feminine essentials. These didn't cost us anything, Husan generously gifted them to us. We commissioned him to procure so many items, and I suspect he made quite a profit, Gan Ting remarked. The manager has to earn something, it's inevitable, Lu Ruobing replied. The captain's actions are also meant to spare us from unnecessary troubles. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying took turns using the hairdryer, laughing as they did so. By the way, Ruobing, didn't the captain tell you what the Nirvana meteorite was purchased for? Gan Ting inquired. Xia Ying and Sun Xiaoqian looked at Lu Ruobing with curiosity. Don't look at me, I don't know either, the captain merely mentioned it was to remain a secret for now. He must have his reasons, Lu Ruobing said, brushing a dry strand of hair back and inhaling the fragrant air deeply, her face displaying a look of bliss. Let us not forget the captain's remarkable capabilities. We shall continue to work in close coordination. We have been cooperating all along, but our funds are about to run dry, Gan Ting pouted, a frown marring her features. She had been meticulously managing their finances, noting that today's purchases amounted to over 2 million hours, leaving them with just over 11 million. If they were to buy the Nirvana meteorite raw materials, they would undoubtedly return to square one. How could that not cause her anxiety? Stop worrying so much, trust the captain, Xia Ying reassured from the side. Ingbao is right, Lu Ruobing said as she changed into a new outfit, checking her reflection in the mirror with a satisfied smile. Alright, you two continue chatting. I'll step outside for some fresh air. With that, she turned and exited the wooden cabin. Xia Ying raised an eyebrow, watching Lu Ruobing's retreating figure. Inside the cabin, a pile of camp planning blueprints lay on the table. Du Fei examined them for a moment, rubbing his temples before accessing the technology library. He had previously noted 2 types of armor and decided to exchange for them to study further. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 200 reputation points to exchange for a light armor design blueprint. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 1000 reputation points to exchange for an intelligent battlesuit design blueprint. As the system notification faded, images of the 2 types of armor, along with their construction processes and performance descriptions, filled Du Fei's mind. Light armor. Conventional defensive armor that provides effective protection to vital areas of the body. Required materials: steel, mithril, vibranium, URU gold, etc. Available designs: exposed plate armor or fitted inner garments. Intelligent battlesuit: unconventional intelligent defensive armor with high material requirements. Required materials: liquid metal, active vibranium, URU gold, etc. Unique style: 3-piece set, shoulder guard, wrist guard, knee guard. Performance: wearing the 3-piece set made of active metal allows for seamless activation via an intelligent device, which will instantly transform into a fully protective battlesuit, providing comprehensive intelligent defense for the wearer. Click to expand more. Du Fei made a brief comparison of the 2 armors. Unsurprisingly, the intelligent battlesuit was superior. The first conventional armor was widely available but had the drawback of needing to be worn at all times and offered no head protection. In contrast, the intelligent battlesuit required only the shoulder guard, wrist guard, and knee guard to be worn daily. Once combat ensued, activation was instantaneous, transforming the three pieces into a fully protective suit. It was convenient, straightforward, and immensely practical. If crafted from active vibranium, wearing it would render the user invincible. As long as I can acquire the Nirvana meteorite and synthesize active vibranium, I will be able to create this three-piece set. Du Fei's. As for the conventional armor, he planned to use mithril for its construction, allowing the female soldiers to wear it initially. Considering ease of movement, it would be best to create fitted inner garments for them, providing the same level of protection. However, the crafting process was somewhat intricate, so this armor would later be entrusted to Lu Ruobing and her team for production. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei leaned over the table and began sketching the designs for both armors, annotating their performance features. Just as he finished, he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. Looking up, he was surprised to see Lu Ruobing silently entering the room. She was barefoot as before, but her attire had changed slightly. She wore a thin camouflage crop top, her hair cascading over her shoulders, and the snug fit of her short sleeves accentuated her alluring curves. Her shorts showcased her long, slender legs, radiating a captivating charm. Gulp. Du Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 78. There is but a single chair here. After Du Fei swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbed again. Typically, Lu Ruobing, like her fellow female soldiers, was clad in layers of clothing. Yet now, in the dead of night, she had the audacity to don such a short outfit for a visit. Who could withstand such a sight? Was this not a deliberate provocation? In an instant, Du Fei felt a surge of anger, veins bulging on his forehead, nearly appending the table. Noticing Du Fei's unusual expression, Lu Ruobing felt a twinge of embarrassment and hurried to explain. Gong Ting and the others have come over. My place is a bit rowdy. You wouldn't mind if I sat here for a while, would you? She bit her lip lightly as she spoke and slowly approached. Not at all, your timing is perfect. Du Fei discreetly pushed the chair back a little, then took a deep breath before continuing. I have some newly designed blueprints here. It would be ideal for us to discuss them together. Is that so? Lu Ruobing's excitement was palpable. Let me take a look. Without hesitation, she quickly sidled up beside Du Fei, bending slightly to peer at the table. What kind of blueprints are these? Du Fei, seated nearby, felt an unexpected awkwardness wash over him. After all, to exchange for the intelligent laser defense system, one would need 1,000 intimacy points. Surely, it was reasonable to seek to increase intimacy points for the sake of constructing the camp, wasn't it? Ahem, these are two sets of armor blueprints. One is conventional armor, which I plan to fabricate using mithril, intended as defensive gear for the soldiers. The other is an intelligent suit that requires a special metal for its construction. Only Nirvana meteorites can synthesize such a metal. This is precisely why I intend to purchase Nirvana meteorites. I see. I knew you were preparing to manufacture a secret weapon. Lu Ruobing's eyes sparkled as she looked at Du Fei. So, this intelligent suit is quite impressive? Impressive is an understatement. This intelligent suit is truly extraordinary. The specific capabilities are as follows. Take a look at this blueprint. Come, sit down so I can explain it to you properly. Du Fei pointed to the blue. Intimacy points 20. Ding, 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 goodness, the increase in intimacy points was akin to a rocket launch. As Du Fei reveled in the soft warmth enveloping him, he was taken aback. What a thrill. This suit comprises a total of 3 pieces, specifically Commander, please, don't move. Its capabilities are as follows. Du Fei, filled with excitement, was about to elaborate further when, quite unexpectedly, Xia Ying appeared at the door, playfully whistling. Then, she deliberately shielded her eyes with her hand, stepping in and saying, I didn't see anything. Oh, I'm just going over the blueprints with the commander. Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed crimson, hurriedly extracting Du Fei's hand from her lap. She quickly tugged at her clothing and stood up. I only have one chair here. Du Fei attempted to clarify. The Xia Ying was truly meddlesome, arriving at such a critical moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing scanned the room and indeed confirmed that there was but a single chair. Yes, there is nowhere else to sit. Lu Ruobing's expression slightly returned to normal as she echoed Du Fei's words. Since she had already been seen, and Xia Ying was her closest confidant, she was unbothered by any teasing. Oh, this spot is quite comfortable. Xia Ying approached, casting a playful glance at Du Fei's lap before whispering something into Lu Ruobing's ear. Whatever she said caused Lu Ruobing's cheeks to redden once more. You little rascal, what are you saying? You just Xia Ying laughed uncontrollably. Commander, don't move, help me with something. In a fit of embarrassment, Xia Ying, caught off guard by Lu Ruobing's sudden move, found herself seated on Du Fei's lap. The next moment, my heavens, Xia Ying's face flushed as she sprang up. Ding. Intimacy points 20. Du Fei, what goes around comes around, Lu Ruobing giggled, whispering into Xia Ying's ear. Now or even, the two beauties were caught up in their playful banter when suddenly, report, came Gong Ting's voice from outside the door. Lu Ruobing quickly straightened her clothing, positioning herself beside the table. Xia Ying fished a cigarette from her pocket, turning to face them with an air of nonchalance. Observing the two of them and their guilty demeanor, Du Fei could only shake his head in amusement. Taking a deep breath, he looked towards the door and called, "Come in." Chapter 79 The fall of the Nirvana meteorite. As Du Fei's voice faded, he was met with the arrival of Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian. "What is it?" "The price has yet to be negotiated. The other party requests an in-person discussion the day after tomorrow at noon. Payment will be made upon delivery," Gong Ting explained. "Inform them that it is acceptable," Du Fei instructed. "All right," Gong Ting nodded, her expression slightly troubled. Observing her demeanor, Du Fei couldn't help but smile inwardly and beckon them over. "Come closer, I wish to explain my reasons for acquiring the Nirvana meteorite." The four ladies immediately gathered around. "Before you are two sets of armor blueprints. One for conventional armor, and the other for an intelligent battlesuit. To begin with the conventional armor, I plan to craft it from mithril, serving as protective gear for our warriors. Considering, I entrust you with the task of refining it. The second design is the intelligent battlesuit, whose performance is unparalleled by any existing battle gear in the world. However, to create this suit, a special metal is necessary. Only the Nirvana meteorite and control element can be combined to synthesize that metal. I have already identified the source of the control element, we are merely lacking the Nirvana meteorite." "Control element?" The four ladies Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian simultaneously gazed at Du Fei, their eyes brimming with curiosity, unfamiliar with this element. They only knew that the Nirvana meteorite could be utilized for radiation resistance or jewelry crafting, never suspecting it could also be used in the synthesis of special metals through a certain element. "Behold, this is the control element," Du Fei announced, producing a container that held a droplet of crystalline liquid. He had no intention of concealing the source of the control element from them. After all, the rare substance used for refining was solely within his grasp, thus, sharing the synthesis of vibranium with them would be beneficial. Their leader was truly a one-of-a-kind genius. "Leader, does this mean that the special metal synthesized from the control element and the Nirvana meteorite surpasses mithril in performance?" Xia inquired, her companions sharing the same curiosity. "Yes, it outperforms mithril by a considerable margin," Du Fei crafted from active vibranium. Design a three-piece set consisting of shoulder guards, wrist guards, and knee pads. Performance description: when donned, the three-piece set allows for seamless state transitions. In activated mode, the components automatically form into a battlesuit, providing comprehensive intelligent protection to the wearer. This battlesuit is remarkably simple and practical. Typically, one only needs to wear the shoulder guards, wrist guards, and knee pads over their clothing. Observe here, the wrist guard features a smart device that facilitates the battlesuit's transitions. Once combat commences, activating the button will trigger a reaction among the three pieces of active vibranium, allowing them to circulate and instantly form a fully protective battlesuit, Du Fei meticulously explained to them. "Heavens, this intelligent battlesuit is simply flawless. One could likely withstand gunfire while wearing it. I feel capable of engaging time beasts barehanded." Xiaoying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian echoed in awe. Currently, it could not even be compared to Du Fei's design of mithril bead-like undershirts. However, this intelligent battlesuit crafted from vibranium was an entirely different matter. To possess such a suit would be tantamount to invincibility. Wearing it would mean never having to endure bullying again, even causing a ruckus in the base city would pose no threat. "You are correct, theoretically, this battlesuit is impervious to firearms, but its actual performance will—" Their breaths quickened. Xiaoying took a deep breath, squinting her eyes. "It seems we must seek out the Beast Kings more frequently." Lu Ruobing frowned. "It's not as easy as you think, even elite legions find it challenging to hunt down time beasts of the Beast King level." "I believe we can hunt them. We did manage to injure one of the invisibility wings, after all," Sun Shaoqian remarked. "Yes, we did injure one, but it took 32 micromissiles just to bring down a tail. The cost was exorbitant," Gong Ting lamented. Du Fei smiled slightly. "I concur with Xiaoying's viewpoint, we should keep a lookout for time beasts of the Beast King level." With that, he pulled out a blueprint from the table and handed it to Sun Shaoqian. "Manufacture this weapon according to the parameters outlined." "Yes. Leader." Sun Shaoqian exclaimed, glancing at the blueprint in surprise. "What is this?" Du Fei grinned. "A tranquilizer gun." Chapter 80 Encountering Obstacles. Anesthesia gun. A look of confusion appeared on the faces of Xiaoying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian. In the next moment, I remember that the tail behind the cloaking wing was initially quite rigid, but later it became. Are you suggesting using that rare substance, the melting agent, to hunt the Beast King? Lu Ruobing's eyes. "Not only can we easily hunt it for time, but we can also extract the controlling elements on site." "Exactly, very clever." Du Fei cast an appreciative glance at Lu Ruobing. Feeling his admiration, Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly averted her gaze, overwhelmed by his penetrating stare. How maddening, his gaze was simply unbearable, yet, she felt an indescribable joy burgeoning within her. Utilizing this method to hunt the Beast King is simply splendid. If all goes well, we'll each soon possess a piece of vibrating gold intelligent battle armor. Sun Shaoqian clapped her hands, her excitement causing her chest to rise and fall in a frenzy. "The commander is truly formidable. Little Hoof, your words are misplaced. Only now do you realize the commander's prowess?" Xiaoying exhaled smoke towards Sun Shaoqian's face, continuing, "I firmly believe that as long as our female combat team has the commander at the helm, we will undoubtedly thrive in the future. Sisters, prepare for a time of unparalleled joy." It must be noted that Xiaoying had only ever admired this commander throughout her life. In just a month, the transformation of the female combat team was evident, and she had witnessed it all. Despite rarely communicating with Du Fei, ever since he saved her in the recovery pool, she had resolved that her life belonged to him. Commander, from now on, I shall always heed your commands. Use the funds as you see fit, I shall support you unconditionally. Gong Ting raised her face, blinking her eyes earnestly. Upon reflection, the commander had not squandered resources, every expenditure was meticulously allocated. Next, amidst the fervent atmosphere created by the four beautiful women, Du Fei briefly explained the details regarding the creation of the silver bead-like inner garment and the anesthesia gun. Once Lu Ruobing and the others comprehended the information, Du Fei turned to Gong Ting, inquiring, "How is the investigation into the mining area proceeding?" "It is still ongoing," Gong Ting replied. "There are 296, let the second predator join in as well, and intensify the search efforts." "Understood, Commander." Sun Shaoqian responded promptly. "And Gong Ting, do not forget about the Nirvana meteorite, respond to the other party, agreeing to meet the day after tomorrow at noon as they suggested." Supply trucks arrived in succession, and Husan personally assisted with unloading, his joy evident. Song Jia, Su Ninger, Zhao Feifeng, and others held planning charts, directing operations on site. The female soldiers, alongside Chen Yuanshan and a group of miners, worked vigorously, the camp bustling with activity. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying bore significant responsibilities, simultaneously researching the intricate manufacturing process of the bead-like inner garment while continuously extracting silver. Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian sat in an independent control room for drones, intently Soon, an entire day passed amidst their concentrated labor. Only when night fell did the female soldiers of the combat team conclude their work and take a well-deserved rest. In the inspection department of Zone 9, the atmosphere within the office was heavy and oppressive. "Dad, Su Zhong has been gone all day, and there is still no news. Could he be encountering difficulties?" Wang Shuzhen expressed her anxiety, pacing back and forth while glancing towards the door. "Zhener, keep your composure. There is no need to worry." Wang Jianqing, seated behind his desk, reassured his daughter. Observing her anxious demeanor pained him, intensifying his feelings of guilt. Over the years, he recognized the profound bond between his daughter and Du Lei. Wang Jianqing understood Wang Shuzhen's current emotions. Despite some challenges in seeking assistance from the cabinet, he still held considerable faith in his old comrades, and now that his daughter had finally returned to his side, he was determined not to let her down again. He would do whatever it took to rescue Du Lei, making amends for his past mistakes. Just as the father and daughter anxiously awaited, Su Zhong returned. His expression was somewhat dejected, and his demeanor appeared less than favorable. In an instant, both Wang Jianqing and Wang Shuzhen turned their attention towards him. Su Zhong had left the inspection department for the cabinet earlier that morning, and now he had finally returned. Although they sensed something was amiss in Su Zhong's expression, the father and daughter still harbored a glimmer of hope for good news. "Su Zhong, what is the situation?" Wang Shuzhen hurriedly inquired. "What was the attitude of my comrades in the cabinet?" Wang Jianqing also pressed for information, unable to contain his impatience. "It was futile. They are unwilling to assist." Su Zhong shook his head with a sigh. "What?" Wang Jianqing's eyes widened in disbelief, pressing further. "What about Song Mingyuan, Xiong Jinshan, and Jin Dafu, what about them?" "They likewise claim to be powerless." Su Zhong shook his head once more. It must be noted that these cabinet officials had all received Wang Jianqing's favors in the past, yet, at this crucial moment, when he truly needed their support, they all distanced themselves. Su Zhong had approached the cabinet, seeking help from one after another, only to be met with indifference, outright refusals, and even some who simply refused to see him. Then, what about Zhao Tianqing? Surely he would be willing to assist? Wang Jianqing asked again. Zhao Tianqing, Su Zhong's lips twitched, and he slammed his fist against the office wall. Not mentioning Zhao Tianqing would be better, but bringing him up left even Su Zhong feeling disheartened. In his quest to rescue Du Lei, Su Zhong had represented the minister at the cabinet, only to encounter one obstacle after another. However, in his heart, he believed that even if everyone else refused to help, Zhao Tianqing would undoubtedly come to the minister's aid. After all, Wang Jianqing had saved Zhao Tianqing's life on the battlefield, and it was through Wang Jianqing's support that Zhao Tianqing had entered the cabinet. Wang Jianqing had effectively given Zhao Tianqing a second chance at life. Yet, Su Zhong could not have anticipated that when he presented the minister's handwritten letter, Zhao Tianqing didn't even glance at it and outright refused to help. Thanks to the great supporters for their gifts. Thank you for your support and encouragement. Currently being updated, Chapter 81. Dawn Base, what is Zhao Tianqing's true attitude? Wang Jianqing furrowed his brow, casting a concerned glance at Su Zhong. It was one thing for the other fellows to refuse assistance, considering his deteriorating health over the years that had led to a lack of interaction among them. However, Zhao Tianqing was undoubtedly someone who could not turn a blind eye to his plight. Minister, Zhao Tianqing didn't even glance at your handwritten letter, Su Zhong remarked. Did not glance? Indeed, this fellow has taken on quite the air, as if he has transformed into an entirely different person. It seems he was already aware of my visit beforehand, and before I could articulate my purpose, he deftly deflected my inquiries. Su Zhong's face contorted with anger. What infuriates me most is that Zhao Tianqing made it clear he would not assist, even suggesting that what did he say? The general sentiment conveyed was that you are nearing your end, and that all ties should be severed henceforth. What? Sever all ties? Wang Jianqing's body jolted, his countenance paling into a shade of ashen gray. I never anticipated Zhao Tianqing to be so ungrateful. He should have perished on the battlefield back then. Wang Shuzhen seethed through gritted teeth. Had it not been for the minister risking his life to save him and single-handedly promoting him into the... Indeed, the Wu family's intricate web of relationships within the Federation had only grown more robust, establishing a firm foothold not only in the 9th District's cabinet but extending their reach into other realms as well. Although rescuing Du Lei was merely a trivial matter, one could not ignore the stark reality. This incident underscored how Wang Jianqing's old companions, including Zhao Tianqing, had all been assimilated into the cabinet's latent rules. The higher they ascended in rank, the more they feared entanglements with trouble. Furthermore, given Wang Jianqing's condition, afflicted by radiation, it was evident that his demise loomed near. They were not foolish. At such a critical juncture, who would willingly antagonize the forces backing the Wu family for a man nearing death? Dad, does this mean Du Lei and his daughter will perish in the heavy crime mining district? At that moment, Wang Shuzhen's eyes reddened, her heart sinking into despair. Jin'er, calm down for a moment. Let me ponder a solution. Wang Jianqing struggled to suppress his sorrow as he spoke. Ultimately, the inspection department was merely an intelligence agency, while the cabinet held a position of authority over all other departments. Though Wang Jianqing attempted to console his daughter with his words, internally, he felt utterly helpless. At that instant, a voice crackled through the communicator. Report. What is it? Minister, regarding the heavy crime mining district that you instructed us to monitor closely, an emergency situation has just arisen, the aide reported. What situation? Wang Jianqing inquired. The heavy crime mining district is under attack. A fierce battle is currently raging. Quickly, relay the visuals to me. Yes, the aide complied promptly. Su Zhong swiftly activated the office's laser screen, and both Wang Jianqing and Wang Shuzhen turned their gazes towards it. Soon, a video feed materialized on the laser screen. Beneath the night sky, countless grenades were launched from the surrounding mountains, raining down upon the heavy crime mining district. With each successive explosion, alarms blared piercingly, and flames licked the steel walls. The anguished cries of soldiers and the curses of prisoners laboring by night filled the air as chaos erupted throughout the mining district. Minister, this is an attack initiated by the rebels, Su Zhong stated. Indeed, Wang Jianqing's expression grew grave as he nodded. At that moment, Wang Shuzhen anxiously fixed her gaze on the screen, her eyes unblinking as she watched the tumultuous scene unfold in the mining district. Suddenly, she gasped, Dad, look over there. She pointed toward a corner of the footage. Wang Jianqing and Su Zhong squinted in unison, their eyes widening. It's Du Lei. Switch to the lower right corner of tunnel number 3. Su Zhong immediately commanded through the communicator. Yes. As the aide acknowledged, the laser screen shifted to display there, Du Lei and his daughter, Du Xiaoya, emerged on screen, shielded by a group of female inmates. As they sprinted toward the mine entrance, amidst the roaring artillery, they quickly reached the tunnel's mouth. One striking woman, smiling, gestured invitingly at Du Lei and his daughter. Under her guidance, Du Lei and his daughter, along with the female prisoners, entered the tunnel in a single file. Within half a minute, everyone had vanished into the depths of the mine. Minister, those are rebels captured by the cabinet. That woman is their leader, Su Zhong noted. Dawn base, Wang Jianqing frowned. Indeed, Su Zhong affirmed. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuzhen's anxiety intensified. So, Du Lei and his daughter have fallen into the hands of the rebels. She grasped Wang Jianqing's arm, her heart racing with urgency. Dad, what should we do? Do not worry. I will find a way to rescue that boy. Wang Jianqing reassured his daughter with a gentle pat on her hand, then turned to Su Zhong, commanding, investigate which legions are responsible for eliminating the Dawn base. I will personally speak with their commander. Yes, Minister. Meanwhile, in the opulent residence of Revival City, Wu Dagui knelt on the floor, engrossed in a video game with a muscular man. Report, sir, there has been an incident in the heavy crime mining district. An aide rushed in to relay the news. What has happened? Wu Dagui gasped for breath, his curiosity piqued. The heavy crime mining district has been attacked by rebels, and Du Lei and his daughter are suspected to have been taken hostage by them. What? Wu Dagui's eyes widened in shock. Quickly, connect me to Yuan Shiji of the 109th Division. Yes. The aide quickly procured the communicator, establishing the connection in no time. This is Yuan Shiji, commander of the 109th Division. How may I assist you, sir? A voice emanated from the communicator. I command you to swiftly intercept the rebels attacking the heavy crime mining district. You must locate Du Lei and bring him back to me. Wu Dagui's composure shattered as he screeched into the communicator, his voice rising in a pitch reminiscent of a woman's wail. Yes, sir. Gratitude is extended to Do Not Pull the Wolf Cub's Ears for providing the name of the rebel Dawn base. In the following segments, several city names provided by other contributors will be selected to serve as the protagonist's main city. Chapter 82. Who exactly are these people? At the camp of the Women's Field Combat Brigade, within the workshop, Du Fei meticulously examined the dimensional measurements of the female soldiers, occasionally annotating some symbols. He was deeply invested in ensuring the comfort of the mithril-infused inner garments. Beside him, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying watched in admiration, patiently awaiting Du Fei's completion so that he could provide personal guidance. At that moment, an urgent report crackled through the earpiece. Commander, one of the serious crime mining districts under the cabinet's jurisdiction has suddenly come under attack by an unidentified armed organization. The #1 predator has reportedly located your father and sister, awaiting your confirmation. On my way, Dufay responded immediately, abandoning his task and hurrying towards the independent control room of the number 1 Land King tank. Xia Ying was taken aback. What is going on? Lu Ruobing touched her earpiece, her delicate features lighting up with surprise. It seems we've found the commander's father and sister, she exclaimed, pulling Xia Ying along as they hurried to follow. Inside the independent control room, Gonting addressed the trio. Commander, the assault on the serious crime mining district has just concluded. The fierce battle lasted less than 10 minutes. During that time, the number 1 predator conducted a search of the mining district and discovered some details, preserving a segment of video. Play it, Dufay commanded. Yes. The screen in the control room flickered to life, revealing a middle-aged man leading a 15 or 16-year-old girl, their backs turned to the camera. Under the flashes of artillery, a beautiful woman politely exchanged a few words with the middle-aged man. Moments later, he and the girl were swiftly escorted into the mine by a throng of female prisoners. It's them, Dufay nodded. Wonderful. We finally found them. They seem quite composed, Lu Ruobing remarked thoughtfully. Xia Ying's eyes sparkled with realization, and she exclaimed, could it be that the mine leads to the outside, and they are attempting a jailbreak? That is a possibility. Dufay concurred, having reached a similar conclusion through the footage analysis. Gonting, Sun Xiaoqian, immediately searched the surrounding areas of the serious crime mining district. Understood. They nodded, swiftly maneuvering the number 1 and number 2 predator stealth drones to conduct a thorough search of the area. The group fixed their gaze on the control room screen as the drones soared and circled, the landscape of mountains and trees rapidly retreating behind them. Commander, a swarm of hummingbird drones is flying southeast from the mining district, Sun Xiaoqian reported. Follow them, Dufay commanded. Yes. Sun Xiaoqian promptly adjusted her course to pursue the swarm of drones. Soon, they encountered a significant development. Commander, it's your father and sister. Gonting, piloting the number 1 predator, caught up. On the outskirts of the serious crime mining district, a group of female prisoners clustered together, assisting Dulei and Du Xiaoye in removing tracking devices from their ankles. Meanwhile, the hummingbird drones were rapidly approaching overhead, their weapons protruding ominously, ready to engage. Dulei and his daughter, along with the female prisoners, were in a perilous situation. Dufay narrowed his eyes. Take down those drones. Before he could finish, Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian had yet to fire. Suddenly, an armored vehicle burst forth from the mountain path. This was an oddly modified older model, featuring not only cannons and machine guns atop its roof but also an enormous signal dish. In an instant, the signal dish emitted a massive jamming wave. ZZZZ. The control room screen flickered with distorted lines, the signals from the number 1 and number 2 predators abruptly interrupted. Beep beep beep. Predators experiencing severe signal interference. Number 1 predator drone has automatically activated its intelligent program, entering autonomous mode. Number 2 predator drone has automatically activated. Fortunately, though the drones faced intense interference, they had already transitioned into autonomous mode. In the next moment, through the flickering screen, they witnessed the swarm of hummingbird drones plummeting like severed kites amidst the trees and rocks. Then they saw Dulei and Du Xiaoye, supported by the female prisoners, board the armored vehicle, quickly disappearing into a wooded area. Once the vehicle was completely out of sight, the control room screen returned to normal, and the signals from the number 1 and number 2 predators were instantly restored. What kind of people possess such formidable jamming technology? Dufay murmured. Unclear, Lu Ruobing shook her head, her brows furrowing slightly. They must have attacked the serious crime mining district with the intent to rescue. My goodness, such an armed organization actually exists. They are remarkably audacious. It is worth noting that the Women's Field Combat Brigade is classified as an irregular militia, entirely unaware of the existence of rebels. Most critically, the information regarding rebels has always been tightly sealed by the time federal government. This has led groups like the Women's Field Combat Brigade, along with armed organizations and civilians, to believe that no one dares to oppose the Federation, including Lu Ruobing and her companions. They had always perceived a world devoid of rebellious factions. Even if there were those with intentions to resist, they were too afraid to voice their dissent. Thus, witnessing the earlier scene left them profoundly shocked. The organization to which those female the footage indicated that those individuals seemed to harbor no malice towards his father and sister. However, the nature of the organization remained uncertain. After a brief moment of contemplation, Dufay instructed Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian, commence a search of the mountainous area, including the surrounding regions. Exercise caution around that jamming vehicle. If any discoveries are made, do not alert them prematurely. Understood. Chapter 83. Silly girl, you are in love, by the way, Captain, Gonting remarked as she opened a message on the black market website and turned to Dufay. There has been a response regarding the trade of the Nirvana meteorite. The meeting location is at coordinates 902.57, with the agreed time set for tomorrow at 11 a.m. What are the trading rules? Dufay inquired. The other party replied that due to the Federation's stringent control over the Nirvana, Dufay frowned. This added an unsettling level of uncertainty. How far is the trading location from our camp? I checked, and it's situated at the junction of Revival City, North Cold City, and Holy War City. If we depart at 7 a.m. tomorrow, we should arrive by 11 a.m., Gonting answered. Alright, then we shall set off half an hour early tomorrow morning. After Du Fei spoke, he turned to the 4 beautiful women and said, "You 4 will accompany me." "Yes." Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian all nodded in unison. In the stillness of the night, silence enveloped the surroundings. After a long day's toil, aside from the sentinels stationed at the mine, the miners had succumbed to slumber inside the wooden cabin. Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian had already drifted into a peaceful sleep, their faces adorned with sweet smiles despite sharing the floor. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying lay back to back on the same bed, both wide awake, unable to find rest, especially Lu Ruobing, who tossed and turned, unable to settle her mind. "What's wrong?" Xiaoying turned over to inquire. "I can't sleep," Lu Ruobing replied, staring at the ceiling and shaking her head. "I see, is it that your heart feels like it's being scratched by a cat?" Xiaoying teased with a sly grin. Lu Ruobing frowned and said, "Ing Bao, I think I'm doomed." Xiaoying playfully touched Lu Ruobing's warm earlobe and jested, "Silly girl, you are in love." "Perhaps," Lu Ruobing replied in a barely audible voice. "Ruobing, I genuinely believe the captain harbors feelings for you as well. There is merely a thin veil separating you two, which can be easily pierced. Though I have never been in love, I understand that a man only needs a little coaxing to become yours. I suggest you take the plunge." Xiaoying advised Lu Ruobing with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Hey, not everyone is like you, and besides, the captain is not that kind of frivolous person." Lu Ruobing chuckled at Xiaoying's antics but soon sobered, shaking her head slightly. "You know I am 5 years older than him. He is only 18 and still, what is wrong with being 18, what are you even considering?" Xiaoying retorted, rolling her eyes, then playfully slapped Lu Ruobing's backside, grinning, "Did you not feel anything when you sat in his lap? He is already quite an admirable man." "I'm not referring to that. Oh, can you be serious for once?" Lu Ruobing shot Xiaoying an exasperated glance. The mere mention of recent events made her cheeks flush. Lu Ruobing's face turned crimson as she continued, "What I meant was, he is currently burdened with worries for our regiment. Planning the camp, construction, future development, and not to mention his father and sister's uncertain fates, think about it. He is just a young man, and all of this rests on his shoulders, his pressure must be immense." Xiaoying fell silent for a moment, then softly remarked, "I hadn't considered that, but you're right. The captain indeed bears significant stress." Lu Ruobing sighed deeply, "You see, we cannot allow personal feelings to add to his burdens." "Indeed, your perspective is quite insightful, it seems we can only take this slowly." Xiaoying nodded and added, "Given the captain's current stress, we mustn't rush such matters. Otherwise, he may not cope." "Yes, we can only let things unfold naturally," Lu Ruobing said, gazing at the ceiling, gently biting her lip. "The sky is nearly brightening, let us get some sleep." Ding. Intimacy 50. Ding, Intimacy 20. Du Fei had just fallen asleep when 2 notification sounds abruptly resonated in his mind. He couldn't help but shudder. What on earth was happening in the dead of night? Chapter 84 The Black Phoenix. At 6:30 in the morning, the camp of the Women's Combat Brigade was already bustling with activity. Song Jia, Su Ninger, Zhao Feifeng, and the remaining infantry, along with the No. 2 Land King battle tank, stayed behind at the camp. Meanwhile, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian accompanied Du Fei onto the No. 1 Land King battle tank, embarking on their journey to the black market for trade. "Let us depart." Upon Du Fei's command, the No. 1 Land King battle tank roared to life and swiftly exited the camp. Guarded by 2 stealthy predator drones, it raced towards the coordinates 902:57. The trading location lay to the northwest, at the intersection of Revival City, North Cold City, and Holy War City, essentially a no man's land. Such a place is the only habitat for black markets, often teeming with various ragtag military groups and mercenaries. The black market also harbors many impoverished armed organizations, scavengers, and workers from private mines. These groups typically cannot afford the exorbitant supplies found within established strongholds, prompting them to engage in underground transactions. In summary, apart from legitimate military factions, a myriad of forces circulate here, creating a veritable den of iniquity. To label it an extra-legal zone would not be an exaggeration. As the No. 1 Land King battle tank sped onward, it encountered numerous Level 1 and Level 2 time beasts, all of which were officially cleared away by the 2 predators in advance. The entire journey could be deemed remarkably smooth. Around 11 o'clock, Du Fei and his companions arrived near the coordinates 902:57, with the camp coming into view from a distance. The camp resembled a derelict city, with dozens of reconnaissance drones circling overhead. The camp's walls appeared dilapidated, with armed personnel patrolling back and forth. At the base of the walls, a gap overflowed with rusted vehicles and discarded items. Before long, the No. 1 Land King battle tank arrived at a city gate, as indicated by the coordinates. "Stop." We agreed on 11 o'clock, Ganting replied, producing a smart tablet and displaying the order from the black market website before the burly man. Upon seeing the order, the man's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. "Please." Buzzing sounds filled the air as the reconnaissance drones quickly dispersed in different directions. After a brief aerial survey, they returned swiftly. "Boss, it's just a regular armored vehicle, there is no issue," the burly man relayed to the communicator. "Very well, escort." Du Fei and Ganting nodded at the burly man and returned to their vehicle. Subsequently, the burly man led the way as the No. 1 Land King battle tank followed closely behind, entering the camp. The interior of this camp was expansive, with intersecting streets bustling with activity. The crowd consisted of both men and women, dressed in a variety of styles, some in tattered clothing, others draped in blankets. It was evident that these individuals belonged to the lowest echelons of society. Besides the original urban structures, the camp also featured distant hills, ravines, and forests, suggesting that it had undergone subsequent modifications. As the burly man guided the No. 1 Land King battle tank through the edge of a street, an expanse of overgrown grassland came into view. Countless dilapidated dirt bikes lined the roadside, with many individuals haggling over prices. Once a deal was struck, they would mount their bikes and speed off toward the distant grassland. That expanse was teeming with people, alive with excitement. The roar of motorcycles, combined with shouts and screams, created a cacophony that rose and fell in waves. Countless riders sped between the grassland and hills on their battered dirt bikes. Dufay furrowed his brow, glancing into the distance. Is that a racetrack? Don Ting confirmed. Indeed, those are daredevils wagering their lives against time. Xia Ying added, there are also bets placed between military factions. Some armed groups rely on this method to acquire resources. Dufay nodded thoughtfully in response. After approximately 10 minutes, the burly man led the No. 1 Land King battle tank through a city gate and into the VIP area. This section of the black market catered specifically to high-profile clients, and compared to the disarray of the previous areas, it was significantly more orderly. The streets here were spacious, the crowd well-dressed, and the shops offered goods of a higher quality. A single main thoroughfare extended straight into the depths of the area. Soon, the burly man halted in front of an ancient building, where dozens of armed personnel stood guard around the entrance. Dufay, accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, disembarked from the tank, while Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian remained in the independent control room to operate the two predators, ready to respond at the first sign of trouble. The woman wore a tight black leather skirt, her long legs clad in black stockings, and appeared to be of a similar age to Lu Ruobing. Her tall figure, accentuated by the fitted leather skirt and stockings, displayed alluring curves, yet her demeanor was somewhat aloof. However, compared to Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, there was a captivating charm in her gaze that hinted at a seductive allure. Are you the buyers for order No. 1? The woman inquired, her eyes fixed on Dufay and his companions. Indeed, Dufay affirmed with a nod. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the intermediary for this transaction, the Black Phoenix. The woman appraised Dufay and his companions, a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips. The terms of this trade will be set by me. Next chapter coming soon, currently being updated. Underground deal. I shall arrange for both parties to meet, and as for the price, you may negotiate amongst yourselves. Since this is your inaugural transaction here, you are permitted to send only one representative to meet with the seller. The Black Phoenix remarked, glancing at Dufay and the others. Has the time arrived? Lu Ruobing and noticing the vigilant expressions on the faces of the two beautiful women, the Black Phoenix's lips curled into a faint smile. Rest assured, our primary focus is business, and we have always upheld our You need not worry about that. If you harbor any doubts, I can represent the seller and cancel this transaction. Having said that, she dismissed Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying from her attention and turned her gaze towards Dufay. Although he was uncertain of any lurking dangers, his physical enhancements far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Even if faced with 5 or 6 burly men, he was confident in his ability to subdue them effortlessly. Thus, he felt a measure of confidence in his own safety. As Dufay prepared to follow, one of the female bodyguards intercepted him, stating, "No weapons allowed." Upon hearing this, another female bodyguard stepped forward, meticulously searching Dufay, ensuring no concealed weapons remained. After completing her examination, she blushed and nodded to her companion. Witnessing this, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exchanged glances, their lips trembling in indignation. Had it not been for the captain's silence, they would have been tempted to kick that female bodyguard. Please proceed. The two female bodyguards gestured for Dufay to move forward. Dufay nodded and, with an air of composure, followed them into the building. Upon seeing him enter, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying swiftly boarded their battle vehicle and made their way to the independent control room. Ting Ting, Xiaoqian, monitor the situation inside the building closely. Ensure the captain's safety. Lu Ruobing commanded. Understood. Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian swiftly maneuvered the Predator 1 and 2 to surveil the interior through the windows. However, the next moment revealed the Black Phoenix and the two female bodyguards leading Dufay to a lift-like apparatus, where they all stepped inside. As the lift's gate closed and the indicator light on the adjacent wall flickered downwards, Gong Ting frowned. This is problematic. The captain has gone to the basement. Call the captain and see if you can reach him, Xia Ying urged anxiously. Clearly, the signal had been jammed in an instant. The four women tensed, their hearts sinking. Click, click, click. The lift descended steadily. Soon, Dufay, along with the Black Phoenix and the two female bodyguards, felt a slight jolt as they reached their Dufay nodded slightly and followed them out of the lift into a modestly sized underground chamber, approximately 100 square meters. At the center stood a round table fashioned from stone, with a ventilation shaft above it housing a large fan. Surrounding walls were adorned with a dozen wall sconces, and in the shadows behind each lamp, the glint of hidden gun barrels could be discerned. Aside from the stone table, the space was barren, devoid of any other furnishings. Dufay scanned the room, frowning inwardly. Every corner of this underground chamber was within the coverage of firepower. In the event of a conflict, escape would be nearly impossible. At that moment, the lift gates on the opposite side opened, and 4 or 5 individuals emerged. These are the sellers for this transaction, the Black Phoenix announced, leading Dufay towards them. As they approached the stone table, Dufay noted that all the sellers were women of the leader. A tall woman in her 20s clad in camouflage attire, had her attire unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a tantalizing décolletage. Through the partially open neckline, the outline of a plum blossom tattoo could be discerned just below her chest. This woman was undeniably stunning, her features exquisitely sharp, yet she exuded a wild, untamed aura. The other female attendants behind her, equally attractive, carried a similar ferocity. Their camouflage outfits varied in condition, some were pristine, while others were tattered and stained with blood. But at that moment, the attendants noticed Dufay's gaze lingering on the leader's form, their expressions darkening with displeasure. They glared at him with menacing eyes, and the leader herself frowned slightly, her icy gaze warning him of his intrusion into her territory. Feeling the palpable tension, Dufay found himself at a loss for words. Was it merely curiosity regarding the tattoo that warranted such scrutiny? Lun, this is the buyer for this transaction, the Black Phoenix interjected, attempting to diffuse the escalating atmosphere by gesturing towards Dufay. Thank you for your efforts, Phoenix, the leader replied, her demeanor softening as she nodded at the Black Phoenix before turning to Dufay. Are you here to purchase raw Nirvana meteorite for jewelry? With her inquiry, Dufay realized that the black market operators and these sellers were evidently well acquainted. In an instant, he regained his composure and replied calmly, indeed, I hope to encounter quality materials that can yield a profit. Upon hearing this, a flicker of change crossed the leader's features. After a brief pause, she got straight to the point, then you may inspect the goods. With a wave of her hand, one of her attendants produced a wooden box and placed it on the stone table, opening it. Inside lay 2 fist-sized stones, their glossy black surfaces reflecting a faint, dazzling light under the dim illumination. They were, unmistakably, 2 pieces of Nirvana meteorite raw material. However, a notable flaw was evident. Both pieces bore numerous honeycomb-like cavities, with several holes being particularly large. Dufay felt a surge of delight, as he seemed to comprehend the leader's earlier expression. This indicated that the quality of these raw meteorites was subpar. If fashioned into jewelry, the usable portions would be limited, only small items, perhaps bracelets, could be crafted, while larger pieces would be virtually impossible. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone present, Dufay's intent for the raw material was for smelting and synthesis, rendering the apparent quality irrelevant to him. Dufay picked up the 2 pieces of Nirvana meteorite and, displaying the air of an expert, examined them briefly before grimacing and placing them back into the wooden box. Then, he turned his gaze to the leader, casually inquiring, what is the price? The leader glanced at the Black Phoenix beside her before responding somewhat sheepishly, the market price is 13,000 hours per gram. These 2 pieces